Chapter 1. The Journey Through Time and Divine Power. As Ye Huo stepped out of the internet CAF, a radiant joy illuminated his face. After 2 long years, he had never imagined that he would truly achieve success. Yet, what delighted him even more was the validation of his suspicions. The Archangel's descent was far from the dismal expectations of others. The memory of the Archangel he had summoned, effortlessly annihilating 3 of the top 50 players in the game, filled him with exhilaration. What of those so-called exceptional accounts, bolstered by countless monetary investments and endless grinding? They were eclipsed by a mere commoner like him. With this thought, Ye Huo couldn't help but hum a little tune. Orphaned at a young age, Ye Huo was raised in an orphanage, deprived of proper education and, due to his playful nature, relegated to a life sustained by social welfare. There were countless individuals like him in the world. Many, disillusioned by society, turned to crime. Ye Huo, however, did not out of contentment with the world, but due to his timid disposition. Those who knew him understood this well, and thus he was perceived as a docile child throughout his upbringing. Yet, regardless of one's courage, a latent desire for dominance and the aspiration to become formidable resides within every heart. The longer one is pressed down, the more terrifying the eventual eruption can be. Ye Huo had initially aspired to carve out a monumental legacy through gaming, but his profound affection for the priest class led him to the disheartening realization that his ambitions were a far cry from reality. Was the priest class powerful? Few would dare to claim otherwise, but if one were to question its combat prowess, many would need to pause for contemplation. In the game's Slayer of Gods, the priest boasts unparalleled healing capabilities and unique resurrection spells. A team with a priest signifies unending combat as long as the priest remains alive. They embody hope, the hope of victory. However, the priest's own combat abilities leave much to be desired. Before reaching Tier 5, a priest possesses no offensive capabilities whatsoever, only beginning to wield a powerful judgment spell at Tier 6, with full magic attribute allocation, while this marks the gradual acquisition of formidable attack capabilities. By Tier 9, upon ascending to the Divine Priest, a fully magical priest can unleash the forbidden spell, Apocalypse Judgment. Yet, this path sacrifices substantial healing prowess, transforming the priest into a hybrid of offense and support, a violent priest. If you will, such a choice may appear appealing, but it was not what Ye Huo sought. In his heart, the priest's foremost attribute must be an unparalleled restorative capacity. If a priest relinquishes part of their healing ability in pursuit of combat strength, why not simply choose a powerful mage instead? Thus, Ye Huo diverged from the majority. He resolved to allocate all points to his priest. A fully allocated priest is undoubtedly the most coveted support role in any team. With extraordinary healing capabilities and remarkable survivability, yet the absence of any damage-dealing skills often leads such priests to ultimately abandon their path. Ye Huo, however, refused to concede, placing his hopes on the final Tier 9 skill, Archangel's Descent. This skill, speculated to be an extraordinary support ability, was, in Ye Huo's eyes, far more than mere assistance. His conviction stemmed largely from his careful study of the historical lore and opening animation of Slayer of Gods. A particular scene stirred his soul, a divine priest clad in golden robes, adorned with a silver crown, wielding a staff of the Archangel, summoning a 12-winged Archangel to aid in battle. With a mere gesture, the Archangel unleashed Apocalypse Judgment, a true harbinger of doom, contrasting sharply with the Tier 9 Divine Priest's version of the spell. It was this very moment that had fueled Ye Huo's perseverance over the past 2 years. As he retrieved his antiquated mobile phone, which served little purpose beyond checking the time, Ye Huo glanced at the screen. It read December 26, 2012, 2:30 p.m. To his astonishment, he realized he had been online for over 20 consecutive hours. In the past, he would have faltered, but for the sake of Archangel's Descent, he had invested his entire savings into this relentless endeavor. Yet, he bore no regrets, even if it meant subsisting on instant noodles and biscuits for the next fortnight. Pulling out his last 5 yuan, Ye Huo wore a wry smile. It seemed his life of instant noodles was about to commence. 5 yuan might suffice for breakfast, but lunch was clearly an unrealistic prospect. Tucking the crumpled bill back into his pocket, he began his journey homeward. As he walked, thoughts of his 25 years of singlehood plagued him. Ye Huo felt a pang of sorrow, reminiscing about his first love, a girl who, though not conventionally beautiful, had left an indelible mark on his heart. "I'm sorry, but you cannot give me what I desire. I'm not 18 anymore. I understand that love cannot sustain two people in perpetual poverty. Indeed, who would wish to be with someone as impoverished as he? A product of circumstance that often led him to question his very existence in this world. Casting aside his cigarette butt, Ye Huo suddenly felt the earth tremble violently beneath him. A chasm, at least 10 meters wide, opened up like a gaping maw, swallowing him whole. Who says the apocalypse is a myth? His final cry was drowned out by the cacophony of collapsing buildings. As panicked crowds fled in terror, the term apocalypse, once gradually forgotten by humanity, was resurrected in that moment. Yet, all of this was of no consequence to Ye Huo, who had already departed from this world. As he plunged into the abyss, a wave of dizziness washed over him, and he succumbed to unconsciousness, unaware that a new chapter of his legend was about to unfold. My lord, it's perfectly normal. Every woman experiences this during childbirth, comforted an elderly man of around 60. Observing the anxious visage of Viscount Ye Yun, taking a deep breath, Ye Yun replied, Uncle Yi, I understand, but the lady's cries always leave me unsettled. Every man, upon facing such a situation for the first time, would likely mirror Ye Yun's apprehension. Hearing his words, Uncle Yi smiled gently. My lord, rest assured, the midwife assisting the lady is the best in Lingfeng City, so there will be no issues. Just await your role as a father. Gradually regaining consciousness, Ye Huo felt as though he were enveloped by something, while a force began to tug him outward. Caught off guard, he struggled, yet found himself utterly devoid of strength, unable to open his eyes. After a futile struggle, he was finally pulled free, only to feel a gentle slap upon his backside. Instantly, he erupted into a string of curses, but the sound that emerged was that of an infant's wail. Wow! The baby's cry prompted Ye Yun, who had been anxiously waiting outside, to rush into the room. Gazing upon the still crying infant and the exhausted figure of his wife, was sighing, Ye Yun's heart finally found peace. My lady, you have truly endured much, he said, not immediately attending to the child, but rather soothing his weary wife, grasping her hand, now pale from fatigue. Congratulations, my lord. It's a young master, announced the midwife, wrapping the baby in a creamy white blanket and presenting him to Ye Yun, who carefully received the child. The warmth of paternal love shone in his eyes, and even as Ye Huo, still bewildered by his circumstances, began to comprehend his situation, he felt a sense of belonging. To his astonishment, he had inexplicably traversed to an unknown realm amidst the apocalypse. While he could understand their conversation, the titles used indicated that he was no longer in his own world, nor in his own time. The room was adorned with unfamiliar decor, unlike anything he had encountered before. My lord, have you decided on a name for the child? Inquired the midwife, eyeing Ye Yun with anticipation. Indeed, I have chosen a name that combines a character from both my and my lady's names. Ye Huo, replied Ye Yun, his smile unwavering at the utterance of this name. A contented expression emerged on the face of the infant Ye Huo. For the name was bestowed upon him by the elderly matron of the orphanage, the only person he had ever considered family. Thus, he cherished it deeply, while Ye Yun entrusted the small Ye Huo to Uncle Ye's care. Turning to comfort his wife, while the infant in Uncle Ye's arms began to squirm. This restlessness stemmed from a sudden surge of warmth blossoming within Ye Huo's chest, an unexpected sensation that, rather than discomforting him, enveloped him in a wave of soothing comfort that spread throughout his being. Ye Huo did not feel any tension from this sensation. After all, he had already experienced something as fantastical as traversing realms, a feat typically confined to the pages of imaginative novels. Hence, this feeling could no longer evoke anxiety within him. Closing his eyes, Ye Huo began to attune his senses to the source of the warmth emanating from his chest. To be honest, this sensation was not entirely foreign to him, yet he found it difficult to fully believe, as it resembled the feelings he experienced when casting healing spells in video games. However, the virtual nature of online gaming rendered those sensations far less intense than what he currently felt, attempting to channel the most basic healing spell as he would in a game. Ye Huo sensed a surge of energy coursing from his chest to his hands. Simultaneously, a faint golden light flickered around his palms, its brilliance vanishing almost instantaneously, thus evading the notice of anyone else in the room. Yet, the fleeting glimmer of gold was vividly clear to Ye Huo. It was undoubtedly the mark of a healing spell, unfortunately, due to his still nascent state and the scant divine energy within him. The spell had not manifested successfully. Nevertheless, this experience ignited a profound exhilaration within Ye Huo, one he could scarcely articulate. Traversing worlds meant little to him. It was merely a change of scenery. However, this divine energy was an entirely different matter. What did it signify? It heralded the possibility of becoming a true priest, a celestial shepherd wielding dominion over life and death, resurrection spells, the guardianship of light, and even the arrival of a ninth-tier angelic being. Each of these concepts sent a surge of adrenaline through Ye Huo, dispelling any lingering sense of aimlessness, the self-doubt that had plagued him. The feeling of being utterly devoid of worth began to fade. For the first time, a fervent aspiration to become powerful ignited within him. Many harbor desires for strength when they possess nothing, but such aspirations often reflect mere ambition without foundation. The journey to becoming strong requires both a resolute heart and, crucially, a solid starting point, qualities that had finally found their way to Ye Huo, a soul he deemed abandoned that he ceased his struggles. Recognizing that he was still too small, too weak, and weary, with boundless joy, he surrendered to the embrace of slumber for the first time since his rebirth, the world outside fading into insignificance at that moment. All Ye Huo longed for was to grow swiftly in this new world. He was no longer content to remain an inconspicuous figure. He resolved to forge a legend of his own, a legend of a priest. Chapter 2. A world without priests. Hoer, how is it that you bask in the sun every day without getting tanned? Huo Xiling gazed curiously at her son Ye Huo, who sat serenely beneath the blazing sun. Deep within her, she found it exceedingly strange that her son, since the age of 3, had taken to spending his days under the sun, something that would be torturous for countless others, yet it seemed to pose not the slightest threat to him. In fact, the sunlight had not even darkened his skin a shade. Upon hearing his mother's voice, Ye Huo rose and greeted her with a radiant smile. Truth be told, he cherished this rare familial bond deeply. Loneliness had shadowed him in his previous life. But in this one, fate had smiled upon him, granting him not only divine energy, but also this precious affection. Mom, perhaps I am simply like a great tree, capable of photosynthesis. Sunbathing brings me immense comfort. And look, I am so healthy now, Ye Huo exclaimed, bouncing a few steps to showcase himself to Huo Xiling. Although he felt somewhat childish in his actions, he was merely 8 years old in the eyes of others. And a child of that age ought to engage in such innocent antics. Your nonsensical reasoning is endless. Now, I must step out for a while. You behave yourself at home, and don't cling to Uncle Yi for stories. Huo Xiling observed her son with an expression of boundless love. From a young age, he had been remarkably well-behaved, never crying or causing a fuss at 8. He often assisted her with various tasks within his capability, a source of great satisfaction for her, compared to the other noble children in the city. Ye Huo was truly a gift from the heavens. Understood. Ye Huo nodded in response. He had learned not to constantly seek out Grandpa Yi anymore, as he had gleaned all the knowledge he needed from him. At this moment, his primary focus was to diligently cultivate his divine power. Watching his mother step out with a look of happiness, Ye Huo returned to the small stool he had crafted himself. The faint golden glow of divine energy flickering in his hands. This radiance was the manifestation of his divine power. Over the past 5 years, he had completely mastered it, discovering that the simplest method of cultivation was soaking up sunlight. The source of his divine energy was truly marvelous. Whenever light illuminated his body, it would absorb and store a portion of that energy as his own. Through his research, Ye Huo found that he could cultivate most rapidly under direct sunlight. Hence his daily practice of sitting in the sun. Over the years, Ye Huo meticulously studied his divine energy, which, much like in a game, allowed him to acquire corresponding spells upon leveling up. He had now become a first-tier priest apprentice, having learned the most basic healing spell. However, what delighted him most was the revelation from Grandpa Yi that this world lacked the priest profession altogether, and there were no resurrection spells to be found. Grandpa Yi explained that the professions on the Western continent were mainly divided into mages and warriors, both of which, like priests, were classified into tiers 1 through 9. Those below tier 5 were considered low tier, while any profession beginning at tier 6 was deemed high tier, making them coveted by noble families and the royal court. Generally, the most sought-after individuals were tier 6 or 7, as tier 8 holy-level experts possessed the ability to wield tremendous power, beyond the reach of ordinary factions. As for tier 9 divine-level beings, Grandpa Yi asserted that they were nearly non-existent in the current continent. and even he was uncertain of their existence. That Ye Huo had previously inquired about healing methods, to which Grandpa Yi mentioned that typical treatment was sought from water mages, though their healing results were not particularly effective. Legend spoke of a holy profession skilled in healing and enhancing combat, which had mysteriously vanished thousands of years ago. Grandpa Yi recounted that this holy profession had once been immensely powerful, possessing a divine ability that could restore one to full health as long as they still drew breath. However, Ye Huo had never heard of the ability to resurrect the dead. These accounts had faded from documented records, surviving only in the whispers of the populace. Upon receiving this information, Ye Huo maintained a composed demeanor. With a mental age of 30, he adeptly concealed his thoughts. Yet, he felt that this knowledge was sufficient. At 8 years old, he believed that in a few years, he would reach Tier 3, at which point he could access signature skills such as resurrection, healing, and his first enhancement spell, combat fortification. While such abilities may have seemed trivial in the realm of gaming, they held monumental significance in a living society, especially resurrection spells capable of bringing the dead back to life. Yet, Ye Huo harbored a lingering doubt. Could resurrection spells function as they did in games? After all, this was not a mere game. The capacity to resurrect was an overwhelming power. If he could truly resurrect others at will, mastering Tier 8's group resurrection would be terrifyingly formidable. Imagine a battle arriving at a critical juncture, both sides suffering heavy losses. If he could first perform a group resurrection, returning all fallen warriors to the fray, followed by a group healing to restore them to peak condition, would such a conflict even be fair? Picking up a sharp stone nearby, Ye would gently cut a small gash in his arm, then summoned the holy light of his first-tier healing spell to the wound. Instantly, the bleeding ceased, and the injury healed as if it had never existed. Ye Huo had repeated this act numerous times, and on one occasion, he had even broken the legs of a mountain chicken, only to find that while his first-tier healing spell could mend external wounds, it could not restore broken bones. After careful consideration, he deduced that healing spells primarily addressed external injuries, while internal damage would require healing spells to fully recover. The spells available to priests at the outset were quite limited: first-tier healing and second-tier healing spells. Only at Tier 3 did resurrection and the first enhancement skill become available. In the game, a priest utilizing combat fortification could elevate the combat effectiveness of any profession by 30%. And at Tier 9, this enhancement could rise to a staggering 90% if his spells remained unchanged. Once he reached Tier 7 and his combat fortification evolved into a group enhancement, it would be unimaginably powerful. Setting the stone aside, Ye Huo understood that these were merely speculations. Although the healing spell had not altered, he knew he would need to reach that height to comprehend the nature of other spells. As he pondered, he recalled his vision of an angelic descent that if he could achieve Tier 9 in the real world and summon the legendary 12-winged archangel, it would enable him to unleash the most potent light magic, Judgment Day, making him nearly invincible. Accompanied by such a summoning force, Ye Huo believed he could easily bring down an entire dynasty. With the formidable support capabilities of a divine priest, combined with the archangel's overwhelming offensive power, what could stand in his way? Casting aside these thoughts, Ye Huo began to calmly absorb the energy of sunlight. At times, he felt akin to a plant, for only plants seemed capable of converting light energy as he did. However, such comparisons were trivial. What truly mattered was the enhancement of his strength. As he sensed the rays of sunlight transforming into his holy energy, Ye Huo felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction and was filled with confidence about his future. Through his diligence, he was certain he could carve out a space uniquely his own. Although priests were inherently weak in combat, he harbored no concerns, setting aside the distant prospect of a Tier 9 archangel. He was inherently a champion of group dynamics. He believed he would eventually acquire a cadre of capable subordinates, a priest capable of resurrecting his comrades, leading a band of loyal followers. What could he possibly fear? Discontent? Very well. He could simply rally his followers against them. A duel. Had anyone ever seen a priest foolish enough to engage in one-on-one combat? Of course, once he reached Tier 9, he would not shy away from one-on-one battles, or even one against many. Ye Huo was acutely aware of the terror that a divine priest could wield. The scorching sun shone down upon Lingfeng City, and few were willing to venture outside in such sweltering weather. Yet for Ye Huo, this was the ideal climate. The more intense the sunlight, the more rapid his cultivation. That he silently urged for even more vigorous weather. believing that without experiencing tempests, he too could create a rainbow. Chapter 3. The third-tier priest observing the comings and goings of the servants in the courtyard. Ye Huo let out a gentle sigh. A few years prior, he had regarded having a viscount father as a source of great pride. Ye Huo once believed that his family belonged to the ranks of large and distinguished households, for their residence was always bustling with numerous servants, and he had been accustomed to a life of luxury and comfort from a young age. However, as he matured, particularly 2 years ago at the age of 13, he came to understand the true circumstances of his family. The seemingly grand lineage he had envisioned was not as he had imagined. Through the conversations of his parents, Ye Huo discerned that his family had once been a formidable clan, but by the time of his father's generation, it had dwindled to a mere title of a viscount. A hollow nobility devoid of power. Were it not for the remnants of wealth inherited from the past, the Ye family might struggle to afford even a single servant today. Although Ye Huo felt a sense of helplessness regarding his family's current state, he was not overly concerned about their future, despite being deemed a waste by both the warrior and mage guilds at the age of 10, due to his completely blocked meridians which rendered him incapable of practicing any combat techniques. Let alone the possibility of becoming a noble mage, he merely regarded this assessment with a dismissive smile. After all, the priesthood could be seen as a branch of the mage profession, albeit one that could not be tested for divine energy in this world. His body was filled with abundant divine energy, which, at first glance, appeared as if his meridians were obstructed. Thus, it was no surprise that he was labeled as a magical and martial waste, however, unbeknownst to others. 6 months prior, Ye Huo had successfully advanced to the rank of a third-tier priest, acquiring the signature skill of resurrection. With this ability, along with healing and enhancement spells, he believed that if he were to truly showcase his strength, even at the third tier, he would undoubtedly attract the attention of the most prominent families across the land. Ye Huo contemplated whether to reveal his achievements to his father, Viscount Ye Yun. Although his father had expressed disappointment upon receiving the news of Ye Huo's classification as a waste, he quickly returned to his benevolent demeanor, which deeply touched Ye Huo, who had never experienced familial affection in his previous life. At times, he considered sharing the existence of the divine energy within him with his parents, but he ultimately refrained. Despite knowing they would not wish him harm, he was aware that walls had ears. And if his parents inadvertently disclosed his secret, he feared he would lose the tranquil life of cultivation he currently enjoyed. Thus, he resolved to keep his divine power to himself. What did the scornful remarks of others matter to him? As a saying from his former world went, "Walk your own path and let others talk." Reflecting on this, Ye Huo recalled the newly acquired spells at his disposal. The healing spell was no different from what he had envisioned. It boasted remarkable restorative capabilities. Through his experiments, he discovered that even after crushing a chicken's entire skeletal structure, the healing spell could restore it to its original state in merely 10 seconds. However, the energy consumption of the healing spell was substantial, far exceeding what he had experienced in past games in his previous life. As a full priest reaching the third tier, he could cast healing spells more than 10 times in succession, thanks to his high stamina. Yet, now he found himself limited to approximately 7 casts. This limitation caused him considerable frustration, as he pondered whether this world possessed equipment that could rapidly restore magical energy. Lacking such items, he felt disheartened at the prospect of high-tier spells with exorbitant energy costs. In contrast, the enhancement spell was relatively more efficient, allowing him to cast it around 15 times without rest and yielding effects comparable to those in his previous games, granting him a boost of about 30%. Most disheartening, however, was the resurrection spell. Although its effectiveness remained unchanged, he found it difficult to accept that using it would completely deplete his divine energy reserves. Without recovery gear, he feared he might encounter situations in the future where he could not unleash high-tier skills due to insufficient energy. This scenario was even more intolerable than being perpetually stuck at a bottleneck, unable to progress. While being unable to learn skills was one thing, being unable to utilize learned skills was a torment of a different kind. Consequently, Ye Huo had been diligently researching ways to increase the storage of divine energy within his body. He had concluded that only through continual advancement could he hope to augment his reserves. Yet, he believed there must be another method to enhance his divine energy storage, one that he had yet to master. Despite these challenges, Ye Huo remained immensely satisfied with his resurrection spell, the third tier. He had achieved a remarkable 30% success rate for resurrection. Although he could only cast it once a day due to his current divine energy reserves, he was nonetheless elated. After taking a deep breath, he resolved to return to his courtyard to further investigate the issue of energy storage. However, as he took a few steps, he encountered the somewhat unsteady figure of Grandpa Ye. "Young master, the Viscount has instructed me to inquire if you would accompany him to a banquet today," Grandpa Ye said. Now in his 70s, he appeared somewhat frail, yet Ye Huo, endowed with divine energy, could discern that Grandpa Ye's health remained robust. If fortune favored him, he might live to see 90. Stepping forward, Ye Huo assisted Grandpa Ye to a nearby pavilion and gently said, "Grandpa Ye, I have told you not to call me young master. Just call me Xiaohua." Grandpa Ye glanced at Ye Huo with a look of warmth and satisfaction. To him, Ye Huo resembled a beloved grandson. And what pleased him most was Ye Huo's maturity from a young age, if not for the unfortunate label of a magical and martial waste. Chapter 4. The news of my father's death. Looking into Grandpa Ye's eyes, Ye Huo understood that his thoughts likely revolved around his status as a magical and martial waste. This realization warmed Ye Huo's heart, even though Grandpa Ye did not voice his concerns. The feeling of being cared for deeply moved him. "Grandpa Ye, I won't be joining father. I do not enjoy those types of banquets," Ye Huo stated, and indeed, he had attended such noble gatherings with his father in the past. Yet, each time, he was met with derisive remarks. Although those taunts held no significance for him, no one wished to be ridiculed without cause, especially by some noble ladies that in this life. Ye Huo maintained a distance from women, save for his mother, not due to any particular aversion, but rather as a result of the emotional scars left by experiences in his previous life, leading him to distrust women. "Very well, young master. Do take the time to read more. Even if you lack talent in magic and combat, excelling in your studies could one day earn you recognition as a scholar," Grandpa Ye encouraged before departing. Ye Huo often heard such reassurances, and he would always feign attentiveness, well aware that those who offered comfort were genuinely concerned for him. After bidding farewell to Grandpa Ye, Ye Huo returned to his courtyard, now acutely aware that his priority should be to enhance his strength. Let others mock him. Let them deride him. One day, when he astonished the world, all those who had scorned him would realize the true absurdity of their actions. Lying back in his handcrafted rocking chair, Ye Huo reveled in the notion that while others sought to cultivate their power through meditation, he could simply bask in the sun to achieve similar results. For someone as somewhat lazy as Ye Huo, this was a rare stroke of fortune. Lazily reclining, he soon drifted off into slumber beneath the midday sun, and perhaps only he could enjoy such tranquil rest in the sweltering heat. In his dreams, he found himself back at the orphanage, surrounded by countless children like himself, clamoring for sweets. With a wave of his hand, he summoned a 12-winged archangel to shower blessings upon the multitude of orphans. Just as he was about to speak to his first love, he was jolted awake by a loud call from within the house. He furrowed his brow in annoyance at the disruption of his beautiful dream. The door to his courtyard was suddenly flung open, revealing the anxious face of Grandpa Ye rushing into his small sanctuary. Upon witnessing the urgency etched upon Grandpa Ye's face, Ye Huo instinctively recognized that something was amiss. At that moment, he set aside his grievances about the earlier interruption of his sweet dreams and swiftly approached Grandpa Ye's side. "The young master is in trouble. The Viscount is in distress." Grandpa Ye's voice quivered with emotion. It was the first time in many years that Ye Huo had seen Grandpa Ye in such a state of panic. Hearing the news regarding his father's predicament tightened Ye Huo's heart. Had not his father gone to attend the luncheon? How could an accident have occurred? Yet, there was no time for inquiries, as Ye Huo hastily followed Grandpa Ye to his father's room, where numerous servants had gathered, engaged in hushed conversations. "What are you all doing here? Get out." Grandpa Ye's authoritative tone sent the lingering servants scurrying away from his father's courtyard, restoring tranquility to the surroundings. Without a moment's hesitation, Ye Huo strode towards his father's door, just as Grandpa Ye's voice rang out from behind him. "Young master, whatever happens, remember that you are a man. The Ye family will rely on you to bear the burden in the future." A hint of sorrow underscored Grandpa Ye's words. Furrowing his brow, Ye Huo implored, "Grandpa Ye, what has happened to father? Please tell me." Yi Qi's voice trembled, tinged with a hint of tears. The Viscount went to the Count of Cosbor's banquet at noon, but during the event, the Count repeatedly insulted him regarding the young master's supposed inadequacies in martial arts. In a fit of rage, the Viscount uttered some harsh words, and then, he was brutally beaten by the Count's subordinates, resulting in severe injuries. Ultimately what? Ye Huo's voice was laced with indignation. Although his father was not a master, he possessed the capabilities of a fifth-tier warrior. He should not have been in such peril. When the Viscount was brought back, he had already ceased to breathe. Yi Qi's voice broke, tears spilling forth. In this world, the cessation of breath was synonymous with death, a truth Yi Qi understood all too well. Upon hearing this, Ye Huo steadied himself. He was not merely a 15-year-old child, that he realized that in moments like these, maintaining composure was paramount. Furthermore, as a priest equipped with resurrection spells, he knew that even if his father had truly passed, there remained a 30% chance of revival as long as no more than 3 hours had elapsed. Did he stop breathing only after returning? Ye Huo's icy tone sent a chill down Yi Qi's spine, as he could hardly believe such words came from a mere boy of 15. Why yes, Grandpa Yi, keep watch at the door. No one is to enter the room without my command. And is it only you who knows about father's passing? Ye Huo's calm demeanor was unmistakable at that moment. There is also the lady. Yi Qi, perplexed by Ye Huo's inquiries, nonetheless responded that a sense of unease filled him. Ye Huo, in this moment, exuded an air of nobility that even the Viscount lacked, marked by a tranquility and poise that was striking. Upon learning that only Grandpa Yi and his mother were privy to this distressing news, Ye Huo felt a measure of relief that he then instructed, Grandpa Yi, remember, without my explicit orders, no one is to enter the room. You must guard the door. There was an undeniable authority in Ye Huo's tone that brooked no argument. Having said this, he disregarded Yi Qi's response and pushed open the door to his father's chamber. Upon entering, Ye Huo was met with the heart-wrenching sound of his mother's sobs, a sound that pierced his heart with anguish. He hurried through the outer room and into his father's bedroom, where he found his mother, Huo Ling, weeping over his father's still form, oblivious to Ye Huo's presence. Chapter 5. The resurrection spell. Ye Huo quickly approached his mother, lifting her from where she had collapsed beside his father. Upon seeing her son, Huo Ling seemed to find a release for her grief, burying her face in Ye Huo's now mature embrace. Mother, please do not despair. Let me assess father's condition. Ye Huo understood that his priority was not to dwell on his mother's sorrow, but to ascertain his father's state. For the shorter the time since death, the greater the likelihood of his resurrection spell success. Huo Ling, her makeup in disarray from tears, trembled as she spoke. Your father, Wu. Her lamentations resumed, observing his mother's state. Ye Huo recognized that no words of comfort would suffice. He had never experienced such profound loss, yet he could empathize with her unbearable grief. He guided his mother to sit aside before approaching his father's bedside, gently placing his fingers on his father's carotid artery, hoping against hope that some vestige of life remained. If his father still possessed any spark of vitality, the healing spell would guarantee a full recovery. However, if all signs of life had extinguished, even his resurrection spell would yield only a 30% chance of success. The distinction between certainty and uncertainty was clear to Ye Huo. Yet, as his fingers made contact with his father's neck, he felt no pulse. He then parted his father's clothing and leaned down to listen for a heartbeat, only to be met with the disheartening silence of absence. Upon closer examination, he observed that his father bore no visible external injuries. It appeared that death had stemmed from internal damage inflicted by the violent energies at play. Such wounds were notoriously difficult for ordinary water mages or physicians to treat, but for Ye Huo's resurrection spell, it was a fortuitous circumstance. The spell required a specific condition. The individual must have died under abnormal circumstances, and their body must remain intact, and no matter how potent the resurrection spell, it could not revive someone whose head had been severed. What has happened to your father? Huo Ling, watching her son frantically tend to her husband, could no longer contain her anxiety. To Ye Huo turned to his mother, his expression grave. Mother, father is deceased, but I possess a 30% chance of bringing him back to life. Therefore, you must not divulge what you witness here to anyone. The gravity of Ye Huo's words was unmistakable. His serious demeanor caught Huo Ling off guard, for she struggled to comprehend the implications of his statement. How could her son claim to have a chance of revival when her husband was already gone? Was this merely a manifestation of his grief? Yet, as the scene unfolded before her, Huo Ling's eyes widened in disbelief. Ye Huo stood before his father's lifeless body, his hands aglow with divine light, enveloped in a golden radiance that imbued him with an air of sanctity, eliciting an instinctive desire to worship from Huo Ling. Ye Huo concentrated all his divine energy into his hands. Casting the resurrection spell would deplete his entire reservoir of holy power. And he dared not falter. A single mistake could rob his father of the chance to return. He executed a series of intricate gestures, each essential for the successful casting of the resurrection spell. Should he be interrupted or err in his movements, the spell would fail entirely. The 64 gestures flowed seamlessly from his fingertips. Ye Huo had practiced these countless times in the past, memorizing them to the point of instinct. As long as he remained undisturbed, he would not falter. Upon completing the final gesture, a beam of golden holy light enveloped Ye Yun's lifeless form. It was a sign of success. He silently implored, it must succeed. The lonely Ye Huo, weary from his previous existence, could not bear the thought of losing another loved one. The radiant light illuminated Ye Yun's body, transforming it into a resplendent golden hue. As the beam began to seep into his form, this was indeed a harbinger of success. May the holy light be with you. Rise again, my faithful one. This invocation was not mere theatrics, but the essential incantation that must accompany the resurrection spell. Without it, even the successful absorption of divine energy would not suffice to restore life. Ye Huo uttered the final words of the incantation. The holy energy emanating from Ye Yun receded, and his chest began to rise and fall once more. In that pivotal moment, Ye Huo realized that his resurrection spell had succeeded. This marked his inaugural attempt at casting the spell on another, and the gravity of the occasion was amplified by the fact that he was striving to revive his own father. The success of this endeavor imbued Ye Huo with unparalleled confidence. Oh! A soft murmur from Ye Yun reached the ears of both mother and son. Ye Yun's eyes gradually fluttered open. He was greeted by the sight of his son, arms raised towards the heavens in an unusual pose, leaving him perplexed as to why his son would adopt such a peculiar stance. Turning his head, Ye Yun then caught sight of his wife, wide-eyed and with her mouth agape, as if it could accommodate 2 eggs. The bizarre demeanor of both his wife and son left Ye Yun utterly bewildered. However, he was soon jolted by a sudden surge of excruciating pain coursing through his body. The resurrection spell, after all, could merely mend certain injuries, but could not effectuate a complete restoration. Thus, Ye Yun still bore the brunt of severe wounds. This intense agony also triggered memories of the events leading to this moment. He recalled being gravely injured by a 6th-tier warrior under Count Cosber, whose ferocious energy had ravaged his internal organs. Given the severity of his injuries, he should have perished. Why, then, did it seem that his internal injuries were not as dire as he had anticipated? What had transpired? Chapter 6. The thoughts of parents. Ye Yun, observing the bizarre conduct of his wife and son, could no longer restrain himself and inquired, What exactly happened? The very utterance of this question aggravated his injuries, provoking a fit of coughs. His coughs snapped Huo Ling, who had been contemplating whether she was experiencing a hallucination, back to reality, although she was filled with uncertainty regarding her son's earlier behavior. The most crucial revelation was that her husband had indeed been resurrected, just as their son had claimed. Huo Ling hurried to her husband's side, unleashing a torrent of water-based healing spells upon him with reckless abandon. Being a water mage herself, albeit of merely 3rd-tier proficiency due to her innate limitations, Huo Ling's healing magic, while not on par with Ye Huo's, was nevertheless sufficient for Ye Yun's current condition, which, while serious, was not beyond hope. After a cascade of healing spells had settled upon him, Ye Yun's wounds stabilized, yet a lingering question remained in his eyes. However, upon witnessing the look of bewilderment in his wife's gaze, Ye Yun deduced that these peculiar occurrences must have originated from their son. Ye Huo, cognizant of the scrutinizing gazes of his parents, understood that he could no longer conceal the truth. He approached his father's bedside and sat down, feeling somewhat weakened due to the depletion of the divine energy within him, though this fatigue was manageable. Father, allow me to elucidate, Ye Huo began, meeting his father's gaze with calm assurance. In truth, when father was returned, he had already succumbed to death, but I utilized a resurrection spell to bring him back to life. Ye Huo's words were delivered with a nonchalance that belied the gravity of their implications. Yet he discerned a flicker of something different in his parents' eyes. Ye Yun gently patted Huo Ling's shoulder, urging her to fetch him a glass of water, before turning to Ye Huo and asking, What do you mean by resurrection spell? To clarify, Father, I am not a complete failure in magic and martial arts. Rather, I possess a type of power that cannot be measured, A force I refer to as divine energy. It was this divine energy that enabled me to resurrect you. Aware that his parents might struggle to comprehend the intricacies of his resurrection spell, Ye Huo opted for a more simplified explanation. Upon hearing Ye Huo's words, Ye Yun was momentarily taken aback, but then he recalled the tales of the holy light mages who had vanished thousands of years ago. Was it possible that his son had become one of them? Yet, he reasoned, even a holy light mage would not possess the ability to resurrect the dead. Are you a holy light mage? Ye Yun asked, his expression a mixture of incredulity and intrigue, as if he were gazing at a stranger in his own son. Recognizing the implications of his father's question, Ye Huo clarified, one could say that. But my abilities differ from those of the holy light mages of yore. While they excel in healing, they also wield formidable offensive capabilities, which I lack. Thus, I should be regarded as a priest. A priest. So the golden energy you invoked earlier is what you refer to as divine energy? Hua Si Ling inquired, gently offering her husband a sip of water. Ye Huo nodded, affirming, indeed, the golden light was divine energy. And it was through the resurrection spell that I facilitated father's rebirth. He withheld no secrets, for before him stood his most trusted parents, who would never wish him harm. Resurrection spell, I never imagined the rumors to be true, Ye Yun murmured. A newfound fascination igniting within him, this revelation piqued Ye Huo's interest. Father, have you heard of resurrection spells before? He asked. Ye Yun nodded. Yes, it is said that a powerful holy light mage from thousands of years ago possessed the ability to bring the dead back to life. However, this is merely a legend. Most dismiss it as a farce. Had I not experienced resurrection myself, I might not have believed it. Listening to his father's words, Ye Huo nodded in agreement, convinced that the legend held a kernel of truth. As the divine energy wielded by holy light mages was akin to his own, it was indeed plausible that someone could possess the ability to resurrect others. The only difference being that holy light mages were unable to manifest resurrection spells at the third tier as he could. Tell me more about priests. And how did you discover the divine energy within you? Ye Yun asked, curiosity etched on his face. After taking a sip from the cup his mother had handed him, Ye Huo began, at the age of 3. I sensed a peculiar energy within my body. This energy could be amplified by sunlight, which explains why you often saw me basking in the sun. By the time I turned 12, I accidentally discovered that this energy could heal small animals' wounds almost instantaneously. I dubbed this ability restoration magic. Later, I developed a spell similar to Mother's healing magic, but mine could rapidly restore even the most severe injuries that I named it healing magic. Ye Huo paused to allow his father to digest this information before continuing. As for the resurrection spell, I devised it 6 months ago. As long as the subject has not been deceased for more than 3 hours and is not suffering from fatal injuries, the resurrection spell has a 30% chance of success, along with partial restoration of their wounds. Lastly, there is an ability I refer to as combat enhancement, akin to a mage's buff spells, but mine can augment any target's combat prowess by 30%. Ye Huo divulged all the spells he had mastered thus far, not out of a desire to deceive his parents, but rather out of concern that revealing his status as a traveler might be beyond their comprehension. Both Ye Huo's parents fell silent upon hearing their son's revelations. Realizing that he might not fully grasp the magnitude of his abilities, though they certainly did, setting aside the resurrection spell and ability that could be deemed divine, the other spells he possessed were undeniably formidable. The instantaneous healing of injuries through restoration magic, the rapid recovery from any ailment via healing magic, and the terrifying potential of combat enhancement, which could drastically amplify an 8th-tier saint-level warrior's power, were all awe-inspiring capabilities. As Ye Huo observed his parents, who were lost in thought, he felt a sense of relief for having refrained from divulging the even more terrifying aspects of his future spells. He recognized that the impact of what he had already shared was monumental. It was not until a quarter of an hour later that Ye Yun regained his composure. Looking at his son, who appeared markedly at ease, Ye Yun adopted an exceedingly serious tone and declared, Huo, from this day forth, your abilities must remain a secret, known to no one, including your grandfather. Do you understand? Ye Huo had anticipated this response from his father. Adopting a compliant demeanor, he nodded and replied, Yes, aside from you and Mother, I will not utilize these abilities again. Huo, you must understand that the continent is fraught with turmoil, and your capabilities are alarmingly potent. If others were to discover your talents, It would plunge our family into chaos. I do not wish for you to abandon your powers entirely, but I urge you to refrain from using them until you have acquired sufficient strength for your own protection. Do you comprehend? Ye Huo explained, concerned that his son might not grasp the gravity of the situation. Ye Huo nodded earnestly. I understand. The simplicity of the phrase conveyed an unyielding resolve that reassured Ye Huo. Very well. Where? You appear to be quite fatigued. I suggest you return to rest, and I still need to discuss my injuries with your mother. But remember my words. Do not recklessly employ your abilities, Ye Huo reiterated. As if fearing that Ye Huo might take his warning lightly, Ye Huo refrained from uttering another word, merely nodding with conviction before exiting the room. Leaving his parents deep in discussion, he understood that such matters would require time for his parents to process. Chapter 7. A Year of Calm. What did you say? Ye Huo is still alive, and there are no visible injuries. Count Kos widened his eyes in astonishment as he absorbed the news relayed by his subordinate. The revelation struck him as somewhat ludicrous. He had personally examined Ye Huo's wounds, and it was evident that nearly every organ in his body had been obliterated by Bok's fighting spirit. In Kos's eyes, given the severity of Ye Huo's injuries, even the most fortunate soul would scarcely survive beyond a day. Turning to the perplexed Bok at his side, he inquired, "What is your perspective?" Bok, a guest warrior recruited by Count Kos, possessed the formidable strength of a 6th-tier combat master. Securing a warrior of Bok's caliber in such a remote locale was a source of pride for Kos. Although the difference between 5th and 6th tiers might seem nominal, the reality was stark. While 5th-tier warriors were indeed powerful, their fighting spirit remained confined within their bodies, lacking the external manifestation that characterized 6th-tier masters. Once a 6th-tier master externalized their fighting spirit, they gained formidable defensive capabilities alongside significantly enhanced offensive power. Most importantly, the manifested fighting spirit bore anti-magic properties, enabling the master to engage on equal footing with mages of the same tier. Mages, being a rare and prestigious profession, were often seen as nightmares for warriors below the 6th tier, given their overwhelming offensive capabilities that could easily obliterate 5th-tier warriors. It was only upon reaching the 6th tier, with the ability to externalize their fighting spirit, that warriors could regain some semblance of balance, albeit a fragile one. In essence, within the same tier, defeating a skilled mage remained a daunting challenge for warriors. Ye Huo's injuries were undoubtedly fatal. Only a 7th-tier water mage could have preserved his life. Yet, to recover in merely 3 days would necessitate. Bok's expression grew grave as he spoke. Kos grasped Bok's implication immediately. He was unwilling to accept such an absurd notion. Bok's meaning was clear, unless an 8th-tier water mage provided treatment. It was inconceivable for Ye Huo to have healed so swiftly. Count Kos firmly rejected the idea that the Ye family, relying solely on ancestral favor, could possibly harbor an 8th-tier water mage. How could this be? Even the most illustrious families in the imperial capital do not possess 8th-tier mages. How could a mere Ye family ever claim such a one? Kos shook his head, addressing Bok beside him. Though Bok was reluctant to entertain such thoughts, he harbored profound confidence in his own abilities. To him, besides the formidable healing powers of an 8th-tier water mage, no one else could account for Ye Huo's astonishing recovery. My lord, regardless of whether the Ye family truly possesses an 8th-tier mage, we ought to refrain from provoking them further. In my view, even if Ye Huo's recovery is not due to an 8th-tier water mage, he must still possess some extraordinary means. Such a formidable being is not one we can afford to antagonize. Despite his inner misgivings, Bok articulated his thoughts candidly. Count Kos nodded, recognizing that Bok's sentiments echoed his own. As a minor baron in a border town, Kos understood that provoking a superhuman could lead to catastrophic consequences. Even if his family were to be annihilated, the Empire would not intervene on his behalf, as 8th-tier holy mages were seldom disturbed unless absolutely necessary. Convey this order. From now on, our men are prohibited from troubling the Ye family under any pretext. Furthermore, ensure we monitor their every move. Any significant developments must be reported to me immediately. Count Kos commanded a subordinate with authority. Their conjectures were not entirely unfounded. They remained oblivious to the existence of Ye Huo, an anomaly in their midst. To them, it seemed that only a superhuman could have healed Ye Huo's injuries. However, they were unaware that when Ye Huo was brought back home, he had already succumbed to death. Were it not for Ye Huo's abilities, even a ninth-tier water mage would have been powerless to intervene. Yet, Ye Huo's actions inadvertently spared the Yi family considerable trouble, as everyone speculated about the presence of a superhuman within the family that Ye Huo, meanwhile, paid little heed to the external world, since his parents discovered his abilities. His courtyard had become a sanctuary, disturbed only by his grandfather delivering meals thrice daily. His secluded haven transformed into the focal point of speculation among various factions, all pondering whether an extraordinary power resided within the unassuming abode. However, such musings remained mere conjecture, as no one dared to intrude. Provoking a superhuman, should they exist as suspected, would be an unwise endeavor, and thus no one was willing to gamble. The external speculation proved to be a blessing for Ye Huo, free from outside disturbances. He devoted himself wholeheartedly to his training, achieving a breakthrough to the 4th tier in just 1 year's time. Though it may seem little, the leap from the 3rd to the 4th tier was substantial. 3rd-tier priests possessed the signature skill of resurrection, yet lacked any means of self-defense that in contrast, 4th-tier priests had access to 3 invaluable skills: Light Guardian, Soul Binding, and Dispel. Light Guardian, as the name suggests, served as a defensive skill for priests. Akin to a mage's shield, yet endowed with a level of protection far beyond that of a mage's, it could be said that even when faced with a powerful fire mage's full-on assault, Ye Huo, fortified by Light Guardian, could withstand several strikes without sustaining harm. However, despite being an instant-cast skill, Light Guardian had a cooldown period of 30 seconds, which somewhat diminished its appeal. Nevertheless, Ye Huo felt a sense of satisfaction, as he anticipated that by the time he reached the 7th tier, the cooldown would decrease to a mere 10 seconds. For the soul binding spell, Ye Huo found himself somewhat disheartened. While undeniably potent, its effectiveness was hampered by a lengthy activation time. After testing it, he discovered that it took a full hour to render a chicken completely incapacitated and disoriented if applied against a warrior or mage of equivalent tier. He surmised it would require at least a month to achieve total mental disarray. Consequently, Ye Huo reluctantly relegated the once promising soul-binding spell to the back burner, awaiting its upgrade to Soul Shatter upon reaching the 6th tier to truly unleash its potential. Lastly, he could not overlook the Dispel spell, a hallmark of priestly abilities. Its power was formidable. While Ye Huo had yet to test it on a target, he was well acquainted with its capabilities from games. Dispel had the ability to eliminate all harmful statuses, nullify all beneficial effects on opponents, and interrupt spellcasting. Though the description seemed straightforward, one could imagine the advantage gained in battle by casting Dispel on a mage mid-incantation. Ye Huo was confident that the mage would remember that moment for a lifetime. Now, with the unique dynamics of this world, Ye Huo found himself even more pleased with Dispel, for in contrast to the games where interrupted mages merely lost a bit of health, here, the consequences could be far more severe. Ye Huo mischievously contemplated the possibility of casting Dispel on an 8th-tier mage invoking a forbidden spell. Would the mage perhaps explode? As such thoughts crossed his mind, a devilish grin spread across his face. Who claimed that priests lacked offensive capabilities? If wielded adeptly, a priest could indeed become a mage's nemesis. Unless the mage relied solely on instant-cast spells, any attempt to chant would certainly invite the instant-cast Dispel to claim their life. Chapter 8. Undercurrents. The midday sun shone brilliantly, while Ye Huo basked in its warmth, practicing his skills as he whittled a wooden stick with a small knife. He found himself somewhat bored. The tranquility of such days began to grate on his nerves over time. Lacking any sculpting expertise, he was not crafting a work of art. Rather, in an effort to alleviate his agitation, he was attempting to carve an impression of the Archangel's staff, marking his 15th attempt at this endeavor. In previous attempts, he had always sculpted the top of the staff in the shape of a hen. Despite his impressive sculpting prowess, Ye Huo found himself increasingly determined to succeed. After all, there was an old adage that claimed diligence would be rewarded, and he believed that with enough perseverance, he would eventually create a model of the Archangel's staff that satisfied him. The creaking sound of the courtyard door interrupted Ye Huo's focused carving. He looked up to see his grandfather entering, carrying a box of food from outside. Observing the sky, Ye Huo understood that it was time for the Yi family to dine. He placed down the modified carving knife and the still unrefined great hen scepter, which resembled a mother hen, and rose to approach Grandfather Yi. "Grandfather Yi, what delicious treats have you brought today?" With a beaming smile, Ye Huo accepted the food box from Yi Chi and began to rummage through it. Although the Ye family was not a grand noble lineage, they excelled in the culinary arts, and Ye Huo's meals were prepared by his mother herself each time. He was well aware of his mother's culinary skills, should she devote herself entirely to cooking for him. He could indeed enjoy a different dish every day for an entire month. Sometimes, he wondered if his mother were to be transported to his previous life's world. Would she become a world-class chef? After devouring the two exquisite dishes his mother had prepared with great relish, Ye Huo felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. He understood that regardless of the taste, he would feel the same way about his mother's cooking. For it was imbued with her maternal love, a sentiment he had never truly experienced before and thus cherished deeply. "Young master," as Yi Qi tidied up the tableware, he remarked, "the Viscount has asked for you to come over, saying there is something important to discuss." Upon hearing that his father sought him out, Ye Huo felt a twinge of curiosity. Over the past year, his father had refrained from interrupting his training, only visiting once a month to inquire about his progress. The fact that his father wanted to discuss something now suggested it must be of considerable importance. "Understood, Grandfather Yi. I shall make my way to father," he replied. Aware that his father's summons must pertain to significant matters, after bidding farewell to Yi Qi, he exited the small courtyard and made his way towards his father's residence. The courtyard where his parents resided was conveniently close, and soon Ye Huo stood outside his father's chamber. He gently knocked on the door, and a voice from within called out, "Is that you, Huo? Come in." Pushing the door open, Ye Huo stepped into his father's room. He found his father alone, a hint of joy illuminating his face, leading Ye Huo to suspect that this meeting would bear good news. "Father, what is it that you wish to discuss?" After pouring a glass of water for his father, he inquired. "Sit down and listen to me," Yi Yun instructed, accepting the water and gesturing for Ye Huo to take a seat. After pouring himself a drink, Ye Huo settled across from his father. Once Yi Yun set down his cup, he gazed at his son, who had grown nearly to his height, and said, "Huo, the last time we spoke, you mentioned mastering a dispelling technique that can cure all ailments and curses. Correct?" Though puzzled by his father's sudden inquiry, Ye Huo replied, "Yes, that dispelling technique is a new spell I acquired recently. Precisely just a few days ago, a notice was posted in the city, stating that the emperor has fallen gravely ill and urgently needs someone to treat him. You happen to possess the very ability required, so I wish to take you to the imperial capital to give it a try," Yi Yun said, his eyes glimmering with fervor, while Yi Yun's words were straightforward. Ye Huo grasped the underlying implications. Unlike him, who was solely focused on enhancing his strength to ascend to the 9th tier, his father bore the weighty responsibility of reviving their family name. Ye Huo had learned that their lineage had once been illustrious, but a lack of exceptional descendants had led to their current status, with only a vacant viscountcy remaining, a title that could not be inherited. Upon receiving such news, his father immediately thought of Ye Huo's abilities, believing that if he could indeed heal the emperor, their family would regain prominence in the empire. In essence, it was Ye Huo's capabilities that could elevate their family's status once again. "Huo, I know what you are thinking. You must be concerned that revealing your abilities could lead to peril," Yi Yun observed, looking intently at his son, whose gaze had drifted. Ye Huo acknowledged this apprehension with a nod. The continent was not solely comprised of the Yuan Empire, and the empire was merely one among many, ranked in the middle tier. Should his abilities be exposed, he feared that rival nations would go to great lengths to eliminate such a destabilizing factor. If he were present during a conflict, his prowess could render him nearly invincible, a reality that would compel others to eliminate him. "Huo, I have considered all these factors as well. Firstly, the current emperor is not a foolish ruler. I believe he would not recklessly disclose your abilities. In fact, he might even assign powerful protectors to safeguard you, which would be advantageous for you. While you may feel secure in Lingfeng City, have you not noticed the increasing number of unfamiliar faces around the Yi residence? They are all individuals from various factions within Lingfeng City that I am convinced that one day, they will intrude upon your little courtyard. When they discover that the Yi family lacks formidable protectors, their indignation may very well spell our family's doom. You wish to simply sit back and await such a fate." Yi Yun's expression grew serious as he spoke. His father's words resonated with truth. Although Ye Huo was not fully aware of the external circumstances, he gathered some information from Grandfather Yi. The Yi family was akin to a small boat adrift in a vast ocean, though the surface seemed calm. Undercurrents of danger lurked, ready to capsize them at any moment. He understood the gravity of the situation, The reasoning behind his father's proposal was well considered. Their family lacked influence, and Ye Huo did not possess the destructive power typical of other professions to intimidate rivals. Thus, engaging with the royal family in the imperial capital to gain protective backing was indeed a sagacious strategy. Realizing this, Ye Huo understood he could no longer remain passive, rather than seeking temporary comfort. He resolved to proactively showcase his abilities and earn the recognition he deserved. "Father, I comprehend your intentions. When do you plan to depart for the imperial capital?" Ye Huo met his father's gaze with determination. Understanding that his son grasped his concerns, Ye Huo nodded and replied, "I intend to set out for the imperial capital early tomorrow morning. The rumors about the emperor's illness are dire, and the journey to the capital takes about half a month. We cannot afford any delays. Should we arrive too late and the emperor passes away, our efforts would be in vain. This is also a pivotal opportunity for the Yi family's resurgence." "Understood. Father, please make your preparations, and we shall embark for the imperial capital at dawn. As for the emperor's condition, you need not worry. Even if he clings to life by a thread, I am confident I can heal him," Ye Huo asserted, his voice brimming with unwavering confidence. Without the dispelling technique, he would have had only a 50% chance, but now, with it at his disposal, his confidence soared to 100%. "Very well, return and rest for now. We shall depart at first light," Ye Huo said, looking at his son, who had grown into a young man. With pride, Ye Huo nodded, bidding farewell to his father before returning to his own courtyard. Throughout the journey, he contemplated the path ahead after successfully treating the emperor's ailment. Chapter 9. Journey to the imperial capital. Seated in the carriage bound for the imperial capital, Ye Huo observed his father, who sat across from him with his eyes closed in contemplation. Ye Huo refrained from disturbing him, aware that the world outside was fraught with complexity and that the threat of bandits loomed large. His safety during this journey relied heavily on his father's protection. Lifting the carriage's curtain, Ye Huo gazed out at the verdant farmlands. It was the season of transition from spring to summer, and this year had brought favorable weather, resulting in flourishing crops. However, these observations held little significance for Ye Huo, as his mind lingered on the poignant expression of reluctance on his mother's face when they had departed. Both his parents understood that this journey to the imperial capital might mean an indefinite separation from their remote home in Lingfeng City, a realization that rendered his mother's display of emotion comprehensible. Yet, Ye Huo had a plan. He intended to remain in the imperial capital and enroll in the Yuyun Magic and Martial Arts Academy. This decision stemmed from his need to discover methods to enhance his magical power reserves within the academy. Although it is said that one's skills are bestowed through time travel, requiring no learning, and that merely reaching a certain rank allows one to master them. Additionally, Ye Huo is not burdened by the cultivation bottlenecks that plague other professions. Up to this point, he has yet to encounter any insurmountable obstacles. However, regardless of the circumstances, Ye Huo has never received formal education in the arcane arts. In such a situation, he can only rely on self-study. Yet he finds himself at a loss when it comes to increasing the reservoir of divine power within his body. What are you pondering?" Ye Huo inquired, having noticed a change in his son. Upon hearing his father's voice, Ye Huo turned to face him and replied, "It's nothing. Really, I just find it a bit strange to be leaving home for an extended period for the first time." Ye Huo's voice was calm, yet it carried an undercurrent of melancholy. He is a man deeply attached to his home, a sentiment that has not waned from his past life to this one. When a fledgling eagle reaches a certain stage of growth, the adult eagle will ruthlessly push it out of the nest so it can learn to fly on its own. Only what one truly masters belongs to oneself. This principle applies to you as well. Your abilities dictate that you cannot remain confined to a small town like your father, living as a mere baron. You are a divine eagle meant to soar, and this continent is the stage for your flight. If your parents protect you too much, this divine eagle may perish in the nest. Do you understand? Ye Huo imparted this wisdom to his son through a fitting metaphor. Though Ye Huo's heart is that of a man who has lived for 40 years, he comprehends his father's words, having contemplated them himself. Yet, the experiences of his previous life have imbued him with an overwhelming fondness for his current home and family, leading to his present state of sentimentality. "Father, rest assured, within 5 years at most, I will carve out a place for myself in the empire, and I will bring you and mother to live in the imperial capital. The task of revitalizing our family is not solely yours to bear, as a descendant of the Yi family. I too have the duty to restore our clan." Ye Huo gazed resolutely at his father, feeling for the first time a profound connection to his family. Ye Huo looked at his son with pride. Realizing that he has truly matured, he is no longer the boy solely interested in himself. Huo, I believe in you. I believe you can create a prosperous era for the Yi family through your exceptional abilities. However, remember this. In the hearts of your parents, you are of utmost importance. Your life must always take precedence, and for the sake of your life, there may be times when you must forsake the family's glory. Ye Huo was taken aback by his father's words. Throughout his life, he had viewed his father as someone who prioritized restoring the family's honor above all else, and he had not anticipated such a perspective. Father, for the first time, Ye Huo felt tears welling in his eyes. Despite being a resilient individual in both this life and the last, he had never wept, regardless of life's tribulations. Yet, this time, a single sentence from his father moved him to tears. Father, you need not worry. I will ensure you and mother do not have too many concerns. His voice trembled slightly, and though there was still time before their parting, the weight of reluctance in Ye Huo's heart grew heavier. Ye Huo noticed the change in his son and shifted the conversation, saying, Well then, my child, since this is your first encounter with this world, let me share some insights with you. Yes. Ye Huo nodded gently. Though he had gleaned some information from Ye's grandfather, the old man was merely an ordinary person and thus limited in knowledge. His father, on the other hand, was a fifth-tier warrior, far more knowledgeable about this continent. Ye Huo composed himself and began. The Western continent is composed of numerous large empires and countless small principalities. While this may not seem significant to you now, I want to focus on the classification of professions on this continent. Ye Huo perked up at the mention of professions, as this was precisely what he yearned to understand, that a sound grasp of the characteristics of various professions is an essential skill for any priest, a realization he had come to during his time in the game. The most common profession is that of a warrior. From ranks 1 to 5, they are simply called warriors. At rank 6, they are known as battle masters. At rank 7, as great battle masters. At rank 8, as holy warriors. And at rank 9, the legendary war gods. You should have some familiarity with warriors, so I won't elaborate further. Next, we have mages, a noble profession. From ranks 1 to 5, they are referred to as apprentice mages. At rank 6, they are called mages. At rank 7, magic tutors. At rank 8, holy mages. And at rank 9, they are known as archmages. The formidable output of mages has earned them the title of battlefield shredders. A 7th-tier magic tutor, if allowed to unleash large-scale destructive spells on the battlefield, can wreak havoc. The 8th-tier holy mage is even more terrifying, capable of moving mountains and filling seas, almost able to single-handedly lay waste to a city. Fortunately, mages are quite rare, and 8th-tier mages are exceedingly scarce. Ye Huo's eyes revealed a trace of fear as he spoke of mages. However, Ye Huo had already surmised the power of mages, even in the game. A 9th-tier super archmage, while not capable of decimating cities like an 8th-tier mage in this world, could certainly achieve 1,000-foe slaughter with ease. Yet, mages have a fatal weakness. They are thoroughly countered by priests. If a mage dares to chant long spells in front of a priest, it is akin to committing suicide. Now let's discuss warlocks. While they are indeed a type of mage, warlocks differ in several respects. Firstly, their attack power is somewhat weaker than that of mages. Yet their myriad curses can be exceedingly troublesome. So, be cautious when encountering warlocks. They may stealthily cast curses when you least expect it. Warlocks also span from ranks 1 to 9, with ranks 1 to 5 being called warlocks. At rank 6, they are witches. At rank 7, spirit warlocks. At rank 8, holy warlocks. And at rank 9, they are known as seers. At this juncture, I must mention the 9th-tier seer. When a warlock ascends to the rank of seer, they gain unpredictable power, making them a bane to almost any profession. They possess the super spell of prophecy, which can leave any profession, even those of the same rank, in a state of complete weakness, unable to muster any strength. In such circumstances, even 9th-tier professionals can only await their demise. However, such seers have only appeared once on the continent in millennia. Ye Huo's words provided Ye Huo with a fresh perspective on the warlock profession. It seems that a 9th-tier warlock, upon becoming a seer, truly becomes a terrifying entity. The ability of prophecy is something Ye Huo hears about for the first time. It bears resemblance to his 7th-tier priest skill, silence, which also temporarily incapacitates opponents from chanting or gathering energy. There are also branches of warriors, such as archers, rogues, and knights. Generally speaking, They are quite similar to warriors. However, archers excel in ranged combat and are one of the counters to mages. Rogues are characterized by their explosive power and swift speed, specializing in ambush and reconnaissance. Knights are warriors who have transitioned to prioritize ultimate defense over powerful attacks. After expounding on the other professions, Ye Huo observed Ye Huo deep in thought, not wanting to disturb his son's contemplation. He closed his eyes and began to rest, while Ye Huo felt no significant concern regarding mages, warlocks, archers, or knights. His only apprehension lay with rogues. To be frank, any priest at 7th rank, prior to obtaining the Eye of the Divine, would harbor deep-seated animosity towards rogues, as Ye Huo himself had once been bested by a rogue of the same rank. The rogue, with their formidable output and close-quarters control, is anathema to any priest. They often approach an unshielded priest in stealth, delivering a swift knockout blow. In such scenarios, even when facing a rogue of a lower rank, priests can only await their fate. It is only upon reaching the 7th rank and acquiring the Eye of the Divine, a spell that can reveal all disguises, that a priest can evade a rogue's assassination. After all, rogues have limited sustained capabilities. Facing a priest who is shielded and aware of their presence, no rogue would be foolish enough to engage directly. Although priests possess low attack power, they invariably have a fortified guardian at their back. In such a situation, unless they can deliver a lethal blow without leaving a trace, no rogue would willingly face the wrath of a fortified guardian. While Ye Huo acknowledged the strength of mages and warlocks, he perceived them as manageable challenges. As for mages, one dispel would suffice. Regarding the prophecy of warlocks, he was unconcerned. Could a warlock's ultimate spell be instantaneous? Ye Huo would never believe it as long as it is not instantaneous. His dispel would easily outmaneuver them. Furthermore, he possessed the silence spell at 7th rank, and crucially, silence is an instantaneous spell. Could a warlock outpace him? Fine. Even if they could, he still had the 8th tier Divine Guardian, a super spell that negates all harmful statuses, and no matter how formidable a 9th tier could be, they must first contend with an 8th tier like himself. Certainly, if one were also at the 9th tier, one could simply await the arrival of the celestial beings, eager to witness the Archangel, a superweapon immune to all harmful spells, unleash its dazzling display. Chapter 10. The Imperial Capital Lineage. The journey from Lingfeng City to the Imperial Capital took 5 days longer than Ye Huo had anticipated, primarily due to the interference of several audacious small bandit groups along the way. However, these petty thieves, both in strength and equipment, proved woefully inadequate, and upon encountering Ye Huo, a 5th-tier warrior, they could do nothing but scatter in fear. Ye Huo felt somewhat fortunate that they traveled in an unremarkable carriage, which failed to attract the attention of larger, more dangerous bands of robbers, thereby sparing them considerable trouble. Without the protection of his father's 5th-tier cultivation, reaching the Imperial Capital unscathed would have been all but impossible. This realization clarified for Ye Huo why his father had insisted on relinquishing the family's luxurious and swift carriage in favor of this worn and sluggish vehicle. Peering from the carriage towards the city of Chuyun, Ye Huo was struck by the grandeur that befits the imperial capital of the Chuyun kingdom. The towering walls, over 50 meters high, and the broad moat, spanning 20 meters in width, spoke volumes of the city's magnificence. The creamy white walls reflected beautifully in the moat, enhancing its charm. Ye Huo was somewhat familiar with this place. Since its inception, the imperial capital of Chuyun had never fallen to invaders, earning the moniker of the city that never falls among its citizens. Chuyun City was not renowned solely for the sturdiness of its walls, but also for the 5 imposing super-magical cannons that loomed above them. In an infamous encounter, the blazing cavalry of the neighboring Flame Empire had once traversed the Death Forest to assault Chuyun City. Despite their claim of being the finest, 50,000 elite cavalrymen were decimated within half a day by the indiscriminate fire of the 5 super cannons, leaving only 8,000 survivors, who were subsequently annihilated by the Chuyun cavalry arriving from the west. This battle catapulted Chuyun City into continental fame, as the devastating power of the magical cannons, rivaling that of minor forbidden spells, made other empires take notice of this kingdom, which ranked merely in the mid-tier of continental powers. Ye Huo had some understanding of the magical cannons himself. Having participated in siege warfare, he vividly recalled the cataclysmic might unleashed by their firepower. Yet, in the realm of the game, the magical cannons paled in comparison to the priestly class. He remembered how, during a siege, 10 8th-tier magical priests had managed to uphold the eternal holy light, safeguarding countless warriors as they charged into the NPC city, enduring the onslaught of several super magical cannons. It was the sacrifice of these 10 priests that secured a decisive victory for the players, who later erected 10 statues in the city to commemorate their heroism. For a long time, Ye Huo's ultimate aspiration had been to become as formidable as those 10 priests, to attain a status worthy of being immortalized by countless players. However, he gradually realized that manifesting the eternal holy light was not as formidable a challenge for him. A priest who had allocated all his points, as it was for those magical priests, he had experimented and found that with the aid of his entire set of supportive gear, he could withstand the fire of 10 magical cannons single-handedly. Consequently, his admiration for those 10 priests waned, and he turned his ambitions towards ascending to the 9th tier and summoning angels. Although he ultimately succeeded, he found himself traversing through time as Ye Huo pondered the unfulfilled aspirations of his previous life. He was interrupted by his father's voice. Doesn't the imperial capital seem far more prosperous than our Lingfeng city? Yi Yun inquired with a smile, believing that his son was awestruck by the grandeur of the capital, much like he had been upon his first visit. However, Yi Yun was unaware that while the imperial capital was indeed magnificent, it would take more than mere splendor to daunt Ye Huo, who had already witnessed the floating city in the sky during his gaming adventures, making the 50-meter walls of Chuyun City seem trivial in comparison. Unfazed by his father's interruption, Ye Huo replied with a smile. Indeed, father, it is a bit overwhelming to see such tall walls and such a multitude of people for the first time. Once we enter the inner city, there will be even more people. Yi Yun remarked, his heart swelling with joy at the sight of the capital's prosperity, knowing that their family was on the cusp of establishing roots in this vibrant city, destined to create a new legend. Ye Huo remained silent, his gaze fixed on the throngs of people in the streets, observing countless warriors and knights clad in eccentric attire, a sight one would never encounter in Lingfeng City. Yet, he had yet to spot even a single mage, which left him somewhat disappointed. My lord, access to the palace has been strictly forbidden. It is said that His Majesty's health has deteriorated significantly, and he has issued an order to cease all treatments, the coachman reported upon returning from his inquiries. Upon hearing the coachman's words, Yi Yun's brow furrowed in concern, for the very situation he had dreaded had come to pass. He had harbored this worry since their departure, suspecting that many would exploit the Emperor's summons of all capable healers, and the prolonged duration of his ailment would only exacerbate his condition. My lord, what shall we do now? The coachman inquired nervously, eyeing Yi Yun's troubled expression, unsure of why the Viscount would bring his son to the imperial capital. Let us proceed to the Yi residence, Yi Yun declared, as if making a momentous decision. Upon hearing the mention of the Yi residence, Ye Huo was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend what his father meant. Did their family possess an estate in the imperial capital? That seemed implausible. Otherwise, their lineage would not have fallen into such dire straits. Noticing his son's puzzled gaze, Yi Yun sighed. There are matters I had intended to delay discussing with you until you were older, but it seems necessary to unveil them now. His expression turned somewhat peculiar as he continued. Long ago, the Yi family was founded by 2 ancestors, Duke Yi Tian and Duke Yi Cheng. However, Duke Yi Tian, disenchanted with the struggles for power, renounced his hereditary title and relocated his family to Lingfeng City, while the other branch remained here in the capital to flourish. Over time, our lineage has struggled, as none of the subsequent generations have proven particularly outstanding, reducing our status to that of a mere viscount. In contrast, the other branch, having thrived in the capital, now boasts a marquis title. However, due to some discord between our branches, your father has refrained from mentioning this to you. Yi Yun's face reflected a sense of helplessness as he spoke. Listening to his father's brief explanation, Ye Huo began to grasp the family's history. He was astonished that his ancestor had chosen to forsake the illustrious title of hereditary duke for the sake of a quiet life, an act not commonly undertaken by ordinary individuals. And he felt a newfound respect for that ancestor. We must meet with His Majesty during our time in the imperial capital, so we need to seek out the head of the Yi family here. They owe our ancestor a debt of gratitude, and with their assistance, we should have little trouble gaining an audience with the Emperor, Yi Yun said, his expression slightly easing, though he was reluctant to engage with the Yi family of the capital. The present circumstances left him no choice. Fate had proven to be capricious, and he could only wonder if his ancestor would still have relinquished the honor of a hereditary duke had he known of his descendants' current plight. Chapter 11. Soul Summoning Technique. Seated in the carriage, Ye Huo and his son arrived at the Ye residence located in the inner city of the imperial capital. From the architecture of the Ye family estate, Ye Huo could discern that this branch of the family bore no resemblance to their own in Lingfeng City. While their estate was respectable, it paled in comparison to the grandeur of the imposing Ye residence before them. Clearly, the Ye family in the capital was indeed flourishing, just as his father had indicated. Ye Huo silently reflected on this, knowing little of the other branch of the Ye family, but recognizing that they were still relatives. Thus, he expected a warm reception from the head of the Ye family upon their arrival. Once we enter, refrain from speaking too much. Your father is merely acquainted with the head of the Ye family, Ye Zhengming, and our request for assistance relies solely on the goodwill owed to us from our ancestors, Ye Huo advised as they disembarked from the carriage, observing his son's eager expression. Taken aback by his father's words, Ye Huo quickly understood the implications that it appeared he had underestimated the situation, given the prolonged separation of their branches and the current state of their own lineage. Nodding in acknowledgement, Ye Huo chose not to respond. He was not one to act impulsively. Indeed, in his previous life, he had been rather timid. Had he not carried over his gaming experiences to this life, he might still be languishing in obscurity. Halt! Two burly middle-aged men, wielding massive swords, called out as they spotted Ye Huo and his son approaching the entrance. Although Ye Huo and his son were dressed in finery in the opulent imperial capital, their attire could only be deemed modest at best. Ye Huo adjusted his attire and addressed the two indifferent guards, saying, "Go inform your master that Ye Huo, the head of the Ye family from Lingfeng City, has come to pay a visit." Although he felt quite uncomfortable with the guard's demeanor, the noble bearing cultivated over many years still compelled Ye Huo to maintain a courteous demeanor. The Ye family from Lingfeng City. Which branch of the Ye family is that? Just as the two burly men pondered whether to relay the message, a young man emerged from the Ye residence, dressed in a pristine white mage robe adorned with the insignia of a third-tier mage. The young man's haughty and disdainful expression utterly undermined the solemnity typically associated with such attire. "Young Master Tianling, are you heading out?" As Ye Huo contemplated the identity of this individual, one of the guards spoke up, revealing that this person was Ye Tianling, the eldest son of the Ye family. "Yes, I have classes at the academy today, so I must attend." "Who are these two?" Ye Tianling remarked disdainfully, casting a scornful glance at Ye Huo and his son. Observing Ye Tianling's demeanor, Ye Huo couldn't help but frown slightly. Having frequently heard the term dandy but never fully grasped its meaning, he now recognized that the person before him was a quintessential example of one. The guards, upon hearing their master's inquiry, hurriedly replied, "They claim to be our kin," stating that they are the head of the Ye family from Lingfeng City, seeking an audience with the Marquis. "Humph, it seems anyone can come to claim kinship these days." Ye Tianling's expression of contempt remained unchanged. Viewing Ye Huo and his son as mere opportunists seeking to curry favor, without further comment, he sidestepped the Ye father and son and strode away. Ye Huo's anger flared at this display, while he anticipated being looked down upon. He had not expected a junior member of the Ye family to be so audacious, though Ye Tianling was a prodigy, having attained the level of a third-tier mage at the age of 23. His arrogance was intolerable to Ye Huo if one were to speak of genius. His own son was the true prodigy, having reached the fourth tier at the tender age of 16, not to mention his remarkable abilities. In comparison, Ye Huo concluded that his son was truly exceptional. "What are you still standing there for? Go inside and report. Ye Zhengming will certainly see me," Ye Huo said, unable to suppress a hint of irritation in his voice as he observed the guards' indecisive gazes. Upon hearing Ye Huo directly address the Marquis by name, the guards were momentarily taken aback, but one ultimately chose to relay the message. To brazenly call out the Marquis's name in public without a trace of fear suggested that these two were indeed relatives of the Marquis. Though the guards struggled to recall when their lord had any rural Ye Huo, visibly displeased, awaited with his son outside for nearly a quarter of an hour, he understood that this delay was likely intentional on Ye Zhengming's part. After all, his status warranted a reception from Ye Zhengming, regardless of the decline of his family. The familial customs dictated that when one family head visited another, the host must extend a warm welcome. "Oh, Ye Huo, my dear brother, I never expected you to come to the imperial capital. Why didn't you send word in advance? A middle-aged man in his 40s emerged from the estate. This was Ye Zhongming. Though his words were warm, Ye Huo could discern the insincerity etched on his face. Ye Zhongming approached. Ye Yun welcomed him, while Ye Huo followed closely behind, observing Ye Zhongming. His first impression was that this man was a formidable expert, at least a 6th-tier warrior. Despite appearing unremarkable, Ye Huo's innate priestly perception allowed him to sense the man's true prowess. Come, Ye Yun, let us go inside and sit. Ye Zhongming displayed excessive enthusiasm. Grasping Ye Yun's hand and glancing at Ye Huo to Ye Yun understood Ye Zhongming's ulterior motives, but adhered to the adage of not striking a smiling face. He introduced, "This is my son. Ye Huo. You should greet your Uncle Zhongming." "Greetings, Uncle Zhongming," Ye Huo replied. Though he held a poor impression of the man, he felt obliged to respond since his father had initiated the introduction. Indeed, a tiger father does not beget a dog son. Ye Yun's son is certainly no less impressive, Ye Zhongming remarked with a hint of sarcasm, noting the absence of any visible aura or magical energy from Ye Huo, leading him to subconsciously deem him a waste. Ye Yun furrowed his brow at Ye Zhongming's derisive comment, while Ye Huo felt an unquenchable anger rise within him, subtly channeling his sacred power. He infused a minuscule golden glimmer into Ye Zhongming's back, unbeknownst to anyone. This marked Ye Huo's first use of the soul-binding technique on another, although Ye Zhongming was a strong opponent. Ye Huo believed that in time, the technique would bring him down, serving as retribution for the insult against his father. Under Ye Zhongming's guidance, Ye Yun and his son were ushered into the hall designated for receiving guests. Once the servants served fine tea, Ye Zhongming finally spoke. "I wonder, dear brother, what brings you to the imperial capital? If there is anything you need, do not hesitate to ask. I shall assist as best as I can." Ye Zhongming's words were vague, and the true extent of his willingness to help was likely known only to him. Chapter 12. The Promise Fulfilled. Despite Ye Zhongming's vague assurances, Ye Yun articulated their purpose for visiting. After all, he had no acquaintances in the imperial capital apart from Ye Zhongming. "Brother, I indeed have a matter to request. After hearing of the emperor's illness, I traveled from Lingfeng City specifically for this. My son, Huo, has been learning the art of healing from an extraordinary individual since childhood, and I wish for him to try his hand." Ye Yun refrained from mentioning Ye Huo's abilities as he did not trust Ye Zhongming. Upon hearing Ye Yun's words, Ye Zhongming lifted a teacup, gently blowing on the steam before sipping it. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "You must have heard about the emperor's condition since arriving in the capital. His health is in dire straits, and both the first and second princes are poised to act. The emperor has survived multiple assassination attempts, so he has decreed that he will no longer accept treatment. I am aware of these matters, which is why I sought your assistance," Ye Yun replied, a sense of urgency creeping into his expression. Ye Zhongming remained calm, stating, "This is no trivial matter, so I must deliberate further." Ye Yun and his son understood the implication of Ye Zhongming's words. The emperor's condition was deteriorating, and Ye Zhongming was clearly inclined to delay, knowing that once the emperor passed, their issue would resolve itself. Realizing this, Ye Yun's expression turned slightly mocking as he reached into his pocket to retrieve the family head's token. He understood that invoking the family's past promise was the only way to achieve his goal. "What are you doing, Ye Yun?" Ye Zhongming's eyes brightened upon seeing the family token. While the emperor had decreed against further treatment, that was merely for public consumption. Among the ministers, the emperor had still arranged to seek out credible healers. Ye Zhongming's previous reluctance was merely a pretext to the promise tied to the family token. For years, the branch in the imperial capital had owed Ye Yun's family a promise, which had been a source of concern for Ye Zhongming, as it had been decreed by their ancestors that should the Ye family invoke this promise, even the most arduous tasks must be undertaken. Thus, when Ye Zhongming saw Ye Yun produce the family token, he was elated. "Brother, you must understand the significance of this family token. Today, I, Ye Yun, invoke this promise to allow my son, Ye Huo, to treat the emperor." Ye Yun's eyes reflected an unwavering determination. Although he felt somewhat disadvantaged for using the promise for such a minor matter, he had complete faith in his son's abilities. If his seemingly lifeless son could be revived, surely the emperor could be healed. Upon seeing the family token, Ye Zhongming's demeanor softened. He set down his teacup and said, "Very well, since you have presented the family token, I shall do my utmost to assist you. For now." You and your son shall stay at my estate, and tomorrow morning I shall take Ye Huo to meet the emperor." With that, Ye Zhengming instructed his servants to prepare accommodations for Yi Yun and his son, then stood to address them. "I must go to the palace to inform the emperor about this matter." Without lingering, he exited the hall, clearly eager to distance himself from Yi Yun and his son now that his objectives had been met. Watching Ye Zhengming depart, Yi Yun sighed. Deeply feeling the chill of human affairs, he beckoned Ye Huo, and the two followed the servants to the guest quarters arranged by Ye Zhengming. After numerous twists and turns, Yi Yun and his son, having dismissed the servants of the Yi family, found themselves seated in the rather modest guest room that Ye Zhengming had arranged for them. Both father and son understood that this was a deliberate slight on Ye Zhengming's part, a subtle insult directed at them. However, when under someone else's roof, one must bow their head. That why Yi Yun placed all his hopes upon his son. "Father." Observing his father's somewhat despondent expression, Ye Huo spoke up. "The Yi family has treated us this way. But one day, when I rise to greatness, I will surely repay you in kind." There was a resolute determination in Ye Huo's words. He believed that achieving this was not an insurmountable challenge for someone of his capabilities. Even without relying on royal influence, given time to grow into a ninth-tier divine pastor, obliterating a mere Yi family would be a trivial task. "Enough." Yi Yun gently shook his head. "They may be unkind, but we must not act unjustly. After all, we once shared the same bloodline. Let this matter pass." "Father." Ye Huo gazed at his father, whose face was marred by a bitter smile. He felt that his father was being overly lenient. If it were him, he would undoubtedly seek revenge. "Do not speak of this any further. We shall discuss these matters later. For now, you must rest well. Tomorrow, your success or failure rests entirely upon your shoulders. Ye Zhengming will surely not allow me to accompany you, so you must be exceedingly cautious." Yi Yun looked at his son, his tone softening as he began to instruct him on the etiquette required for the audience with the emperor. The royal protocols were undeniably intricate, and Yi Yun elaborated on them from noon until dusk. At this point, Ye Huo felt his head spinning, yet seeing his father's serious demeanor, he forced himself to memorize everything. In the evening, after hastily dining with his father in their room, Ye Huo stepped out alone into the back garden of the Yi family. Although the accommodations arranged by Ye Zhengming were humble, they did not restrict their freedom. Yi Yun simply felt too troubled to venture out at that moment. As Ye Huo wandered through the garden, he began to casually observe the architecture of the Yi family. The design bore a resemblance to the Western structures from Ye Huo's former world, a style he did not particularly favor. He preferred the understated elegance of Eastern architecture, vowing that if he were to gain power in the future, he would certainly have a set of Eastern-style buildings designed for himself. "Ah, isn't that one of our Yi family's so-called relatives?" A familiar male voice suddenly drifted into Ye Huo's ears from behind. This voice belonged to Yi Tianling, whom they had encountered earlier that day. Yi Tianling was still clad in his mage attire, but now he was accompanied by a flamboyantly dressed woman. "Tianling, is this the rural relative you spoke of this afternoon? He truly looks quite rustic," the woman remarked, her disdain unmistakable. Clearly, she found Ye Huo's appearance to be beneath her. Furrowing his brow at their condescending gazes, Ye Huo ultimately chose to endure the slight. After all, this was their domain, and he needed to rely on them for the upcoming audience with the emperor. Causing a scene would only jeopardize his prospects. Ignoring their scornful remarks, Ye Huo had grown accustomed to such derision. He viewed individuals who bullied others simply because of their status as inconsequential, cannon fodder types. True strength, he believed, was marked by a heart of respect towards all, even one's enemies. "This little bastard is ignoring us. Humph, let us not waste our time on this insignificant wretch. It tarnishes our dignity." Ye Huo heard as he turned away that a surge of anger welled up within him. In his previous life, he had despised being called a little bastard, a term he abhorred due to his status as an orphan. He never expected to encounter such provocations in this life. Gathering his holy powers once more, 2 soul-binding spells swiftly shot from Ye Huo's hands, embedding themselves deep within the 2 unsuspecting individuals, mere third-tier practitioners. Ye Huo was confident they would be rendered imbeciles within a month. Although the duration of the spell was lengthy, its effectiveness was beyond reproach. After casting the spells, Ye Huo returned to his room, feeling a sense of fulfillment. Yet, he felt an even stronger yearning to grow in strength and influence. Today's events had made it abundantly clear to him that in this world, power was paramount. Without it, one would forever be regarded as inferior. Having lived a life of mediocrity, he resolved that in this life, he would become a force to be reckoned with, refusing to live aimlessly as he had before. Chapter 13. The Monarch of the Outcloud Nation, Part 1. In this unfamiliar environment, Ye Huo found himself unable to sleep soundly throughout the night. His emotions were a tumultuous blend of tranquility and unrest. The tranquility stemmed from his unwavering confidence in the morrow, while the unrest arose from the thought that he might soon part ways with his father. He needed to remain in the capital to study at the Outcloud Academy, while his father would return to their hometown. Though reluctant to separate from his parents, he understood his father's words. A divine eagle must spread its wings and soar. On the following morning, both Ye Huo and Ye Huo rose early, readying themselves for the day. Ye Huo, too, had spent the night awake, well aware of his son's restless vigil, yet he chose not to voice his concerns. Both father and son shared a mutual reluctance for this separation. "Young Master Ye Huo, are you awake?" A servant's voice called from outside the door. Breaking their silence, Ye Huo cast a deep glance at his son before saying, "Go on. My child, remember what I told you. Be cautious. Though the royal etiquette may be cumbersome, you must adhere to it." "Yes, father, I understand." Ye Huo nodded slightly, avoiding eye contact with his father. From this moment forth, he would rely upon himself. This would be his first encounter with such a significant occasion in this world, and he felt a flutter of nervousness. Riding in Ye Zhongming's carriage, Ye Huo accompanied him towards the royal palace. The distance from the Yi residence to the palace was not particularly great, and due to the emperor's illness, morning court sessions had been suspended for several days, resulting in a relatively unoccupied route to the palace. "Remember, Ye Huo, when you meet the emperor, you must be respectful." Ye Zhongming began to relay some important points to Ye Huo, while Ye Yun had already covered most of this the previous day. Ye Zhongming felt it necessary to reiterate. Though Ye Yun had never personally attended an audience with the emperor, the Yi family had once been a prominent clan, and thus Ye Huo was somewhat familiar with noble etiquette. After imparting these instructions, Ye Zhongming fell silent, closing his eyes. In his mind, he regarded Ye Yun and his son as individuals who had come to the capital out of sheer desperation, a last-ditch effort. He had seen many such cases among the officials, all of whom had ultimately failed. Thus, he was convinced that Ye Huo would also meet with failure. A martial artist with no power, attempting to heal the emperor with mere medical knowledge, seemed to Ye Zhongming a fool's errand. Moreover, he had some insight into the true nature of the emperor's ailment, allowing him to be certain of Ye Huo's impending failure. However, this was of little concern to him. Securing even a small favor from the emperor would allow him to sever ties with the rural branch of the family, thereby preventing future complications. As the carriage rolled quietly through the palace gates, Ye Huo observed the heightened security of the palace guards. He understood that this was likely due to the conflict between the first and second princes. Having witnessed such royal rivalries in novels during his past life, he felt little astonishment. However, he was also aware that due to his arrival, the contest for power between the two princes would inevitably falter. Once the emperor recovered, both princes would likely face dire consequences. "Disembark. From now on, stay close to me. Do not speak unnecessarily or ask questions," Ye Zhongming instructed sternly, casting an apprehensive glance at Ye Huo, who was looking around in wonder. He feared that this rural lad might cause trouble by wandering about. Ye Huo remained silent, simply nodding in agreement, regaining his composure and adopting a demeanor of obedience as he followed closely behind Ye Zhongming. Yet, none could have anticipated the extraordinary transformation this obedient boy would soon undergo. Navigating through layers of stringent security, Ye Huo finally entered the emperor's palace under Ye Zhongming's guidance. However, upon entering, he discovered a grave issue. The emperor's quarters were also guarded by numerous sentinels, significantly more formidable than those outside. Ye Huo even discerned the presence of several mages within. "Lord Marquis, the emperor has been awaiting your arrival for some time." A guard hurriedly approached as soon as they entered the palace courtyard. From the guard's words, Ye Huo gathered that Ye Zhongming had indeed reported their business the day before, prompting the emperor's anticipation. The abundance of guards was likely a result of his own presence. "Thank you, General, that I shall now take my nephew to meet the emperor." Ye Zhongming replied courteously to the guard and gestured for Ye Huo to follow him. "Lord Marquis, you don't mean him, do you?" At this moment, the guard also noticed the somewhat frail Ye Huo standing behind Ye Zhongming. That he realized that the individual capable of treating His Majesty's ailment, as mentioned by Ye Zhongming, was none other than this person devoid of any magical power or combat energy. Ye Zhengming chose not to elaborate further, as his purpose in bringing Ye Huo was merely to fulfill a formality. Thus, there was no necessity for excessive dialogue. The journey from the entrance of the palace to His Majesty's chamber was not particularly short, and the trio took nearly 5 minutes to traverse it. During this time, Ye Huo managed to calm his previously tense nerves, perceiving the unfolding events as a mere game to ease his mind. With this mindset, he began to feel remarkably relaxed. "Your Majesty, Marquis Yu Jingming has brought the esteemed physician who may cure your affliction. Shall you meet with him now?" The guard announced loudly from outside the grand hall of the royal chambers. Moments after his declaration, a mage clad in a 5th-tier blue robe opened the hall doors, gesturing for them to enter. The guard nodded towards Ye Huo and Ye Zhengming, prompting them to step into the royal quarters of the ruler of the Outcloud Kingdom. Ye Zhengming wore a solemn expression, understanding that meeting His Majesty was a sacred duty that demanded the utmost respect. In contrast, Ye Huo appeared entirely at ease. He had almost completely immersed himself in a game-like state. Feeling as relaxed as he had when he visited the City of Sky to meet the Guardian of Light, they entered the hall. An overwhelming aura of oppression washed over them. Even Ye Huo was momentarily taken aback by this sensation, but he quickly regained his composure, recognizing that the hall was undoubtedly inhabited by numerous formidable beings, their presence inadvertently radiating a potent aura. As a priest, he possessed an innate sensitivity to such energies. "Your servant, Ye Zhengming, pays his respects to your Majesty." While Ye Huo was momentarily lost in thought, Ye Zhengming had already knelt before a middle-aged man seated at the center of the hall. Offering his reverence that Ye Huo did not kneel, whether in his past life or this one, he was not one to prostrate before heaven, earth, or even his parents, and he certainly would not kneel before a monarch. This act, however, caused Ye Zhengming to break into a cold sweat, as he had anticipated Ye Huo's potential rudeness, yet he never expected Ye Huo to disregard even the basic etiquette of bowing. Ye Zhengming frequently shot Ye Huo furtive glances, urging him to comply, but Ye Huo paid him no heed, his thoughts entirely focused on the figure of His Majesty Falster and the Chancellor Jamal, who sat beside him. Ye Huo's attention was particularly drawn to the skeletal insignia on Jamal's chest, signifying his status as a 7th-tier sorcerer. "Who dares enter without kneeling before His Majesty?" A 5th-tier warrior stepped forward, reprimanding Ye Huo for his apparent disrespect. "Your Majesty, while you appear to be in good health, I know that your life may not exceed 10 days, Ye Huo boldly stated, ignoring the guard's admonishment. His unwavering gaze fixed on the monarch. The words struck Ye Zhengming like a thunderbolt, rendering him prostrate on the ground. Too frightened to lift his head, a nagging thought crept into his mind. Could it be that Ye Huo was sent by Yi Yun to mock him? Impudent. Several warriors unsheathed their heavy swords, poised to strike down this audacious individual at a mere command from the monarch. "Your Majesty, you are indeed in good health, lacking any signs of illness. However, the true source of your weakness lies in a vile curse that has befallen you. I trust your esteemed 7th-tier sorcerer has informed you of this matter." Ye Huo continued unfazed, dismissing the astonished and angry glares directed at him. "Young one, are you a sorcerer?" Falster remained silent, but it was Jamal, standing beside him, who spoke with a smile that Ye Huo did not respond directly, instead surveying the room before stating, "I can assist your Majesty in lifting the curse, but I must request that everyone else present leave the hall." "Ye Huo, you must cease this nonsense." Ye Zhengming, aghast at Ye Huo's audacity, clutched the fabric of Ye Huo's garment while reprimanding him. "Your name is Ye Huo, is it not?" Finally, after observing Ye Huo for a while, Falster spoke. "Though I do not comprehend your intentions, I admire your courage. Thus I grant you this opportunity. Everyone except my teacher, leave the hall." Despite being tormented by the curse, Falster's voice retained an undeniable authority. The room fell into a stunned silence. Not only the guards, but even the anxious Ye Zhengming was taken aback. He was well aware of the monarch's volatile temperament due to the curse, aside from Jamal. Everyone else had been on edge. The fact that Falster would extend such an opportunity to Ye Huo felt surreal to him. Could it be that His Majesty truly believed this young man's words? Though all present held this question in their minds, they had no choice but to comply with Falster's command in a matter of moments. All the guards and Ye Zhengming exited the hall, leaving only Jamal, Ye Huo, and Falster within its confines. Last, Ye Huo spoke. "Your Majesty, I wish to know how you would handle me if you were to discover I had deceived you. Ha ha. I have encountered many peculiar individuals throughout my life. Yet you are truly one of a kind. Should I ascertain that you are indeed misleading me, I must inform you that your life shall meet its end within this hall, Falster declared, his words imbued with authority. Listening to Falster's response, Ye Huo nodded. This was precisely the answer he sought. It confirmed that this ruler was not a hypocritical scoundrel. Sometimes, a genuine villain is far preferable to a false virtuous man. Very well. I would like to pose a question, Your Majesty. Can you fully trust the 7th-tier sorcerer at your side? Ye Huo's eyes flickered with intrigue. Falster remained silent, directing his gaze toward Jamal. The Chancellor stepped down from the dais. Approaching Ye Huo, and with a smile, addressed him. Young one, I am Jamal, the Chancellor of the Outcloud Kingdom, and I also serve as His Majesty's mentor. Having watched him grow since childhood, would you not deem me trustworthy? After hearing this, Ye Huo nodded in agreement, recognizing that Jamal indeed fell within the realm of trustworthiness. Taking a deep breath, he declared, Well then, to be candid, I can effortlessly lift the curse afflicting Your Majesty. Furthermore, Ye Huo cast a profound glance at the two men. Even if His Majesty were a corpse, I possess a 4 out of 10 chance of restoring him to life. His words were spoken softly, yet they resonated differently in the ears of Jamal and Falster, both of whom were left bewildered by Ye Huo's assertion. Do you believe in the existence of resurrection spells in this world? Ye Huo inquired. Observing their puzzled expressions, Falster remained silent, casting a glance at Jamal, who stepped closer to Ye Huo, scrutinizing him intently. Resurrection spells are merely legends recorded in ancient texts. No one has ever witnessed one in reality. So I cannot affirm their existence, Jamal replied. From this exchange, it was evident to Ye Huo that Jamal was skeptical about the notion of resurrection spells. However, Ye Huo merely smiled gently and said, What if I show you? With that, he cast a battle power enhancement spell upon Jamal. The enhancement spell was instantaneous, a distinct advantage of a priest. All spells up to the 6th tier, excluding resurrection spells, could be cast without delay. Although it was a simple enhancement, the transformation in Jamal's expression was profound. He gazed at Ye Huo in disbelief, as if confronted with an extraordinary creature. The enhancement, while seemingly elementary, yielded astounding results. Jamal felt his long-stagnant magical power surge by 40%. An increase that came without warning. Ye Huo's faint aura of holy light, though subtle, was unmistakable to Jamal, who realized that the remarkable phenomenon occurring within his body was the work of this seemingly youthful boy. Jamal was at a loss for words, as Ye Huo's actions had far exceeded his understanding. Satisfied with Jamal's astonishment, Ye Huo smiled and remarked, The spell I just cast is called Battle Power Enhancement. It augments any target's combat prowess by 40%. Tell me, esteemed Chancellor, do you not feel an unprecedented surge of strength? In truth, Ye Huo's demeanor was somewhat irritating, yet Jamal overlooked this and regarded him with a mix of curiosity and incredulity. Battle Power Enhancement is merely a trivial spell. Moreover, since I am currently only at the 4th tier, in the future, when I reach the 7th or 8th tier, I will be capable of directly enhancing countless targets' combat power manifold. Do you believe what I say now? Your Majesty? Who exactly are you? This was the first time that Gamaliel appeared so helpless. He felt as though Ye before him was an unfathomable enigma, and one cannot help but harbor fear towards the unknown. I am a priest. Ye's response was remarkably simple, so much so that both Falst and Gamaliel found themselves utterly perplexed. Observing their bewildered expressions, Ye began to elucidate the nature of priests. He recounted the same explanations he had previously prepared for his parents. But this time he elaborated on the spells of Dispel, Soul Binding, and Light Guardian. Chapter 13. The Monarch of Outcloud, Part 2. Ye's narration persisted for the duration of a tea's brewing, and upon its conclusion, he discovered that Falst and Gamaliel had become entirely entranced. Ye understood that the reason for their stupor was the profound impact his words had on them. In the vast hall, the silence was palpable. So much so that one could hear a pin drop. Finally, Falst broke the stillness. Ye, is it? Do you understand what your divine abilities signify? At this moment, Falst was no longer preoccupied with his curse. Rather, his concern had shifted to the young man before him, that if such an individual were to fall into the hands of a rival nation and serve them, once he matured to the 7th or 8th tier, he could single-handedly determine the outcome of a war. That prospect was indeed terrifying. I am fully aware, yet your majesty should comprehend that my presence here and the revelation of this capability indicate my profound love for the empire. Furthermore, I am a descendant of the Ye family. As long as the Ye family belongs to the empire, so too do I. Ye's statement was remarkably straightforward, signifying his unity with the Ye family. As long as the empire treated the Ye family and his parents well, he would serve the empire faithfully. Your majesty, perhaps we should allow Ye to lift the curse afflicting you first. I am quite eager to witness the extent of his powers, Gamaliel suggested. As a man of considerable experience, Gamaliel had quickly elevated Ye to the status of Duke Ye in his mind, subtly conveying to Faust the importance of binding Ye to the empire. Faust, understanding Gamaliel's implication, realized that even the seemingly dignified emperor had his moments of unseemly opportunism. Very well, Duke Ye, please lift the curse that troubles me. Although Faust's words left Ye somewhat speechless, he nonetheless stepped forward. Approaching the emperor, with hands aglow with holy light, Ye unleashed his dispel spell upon Faust. The curse upon Faust was, in essence, akin to Ye's soul-binding spell. It was not particularly potent, but rather a chronic curse that could only be resolved through dispel. Ye's dispel was more than adequate to handle such an affliction that the radiant light of the dispel enveloped Faust. A plume of black smoke erupted from his head, only to be incinerated completely by the holy light. Yet Ye did not cease his efforts. He followed up with the healing spell, sending forth streams of delicate holy light the moment the dispel dissipated, although Faust appeared to be in good health. Ye understood that the damage inflicted by the prolonged curse required his healing spell for complete restoration. Due to the severity of Faust's injuries, Ye had to employ 3 healing spells before Faust returned to his optimal state. Upon completion of the healing spell, Faust felt as though he had suddenly reverted to the pinnacle of his past vitality. At this moment, all doubts about Ye's abilities vanished from Faust's mind. Though he had never witnessed resurrection magic, Ye's astonishing abilities had undoubtedly left a profound impression on him. Your Majesty, how do you feel now? Gamaliel inquired, observing the confident demeanor of Ye and the stillness of Faust. After a moment, under Gamaliel's anxious gaze, Faust finally spoke. Incredible! You can truly achieve instantaneous recovery? Faust was incredulous. Although he believed Ye could remove his curse, he had not anticipated the sheer potency of Ye's healing spell, capable of restoring him in an instant. The essence of the healing spell is that it can instantly mend any injury, as long as the target still draws breath. However, my current tier is too low, necessitating 3 applications to fully restore your Majesty. Were I to attain the 6th tier, a single healing spell would suffice to completely heal your wounds, Ye explained to the astonished Faust, listening to Ye's words. Gamaliel fell into deep contemplation. To be candid, he had initially approached the situation with skepticism, but like Faust, he had now become a firm believer. Both Gamaliel and Faust shared a singular thought. They must retain Ye at all costs. For the ability to control life and death was far too formidable. Your Majesty, how do you feel? Ye inquired with a light-hearted tone. From the expressions of both men, Ye realized he had achieved his objective, as long as he continued to serve the Outcloud Empire. He was confident that the Ye family would rise to prominence. Duke Ye, I hereby restore the title of Duke to your family as the 12th Emperor of the Outcloud Nation, and the Ye family shall henceforth hold the title of Duke in perpetuity. Faust, having weathered countless storms, made this decision the moment he heard Ye's voice. Your Majesty, I believe this is not the appropriate time to announce Duke Ye's abilities. While his powers are indeed formidable, they will undoubtedly draw the attention of various factions. Therefore, such an elevation should be postponed, Gamaliel advised, displaying greater maturity than Faust. After hearing Gamaliel's words, Ye added, Yes, Your Majesty, I am but a 4th-tier individual at present. Thus, it would be prudent to reserve these honors for the future. However, I do have a modest request that I hope Your Majesty will grant. Speak. As long as it is within reason, I believe Your Majesty will acquiesce, Gamaliel said. Approaching Ye. Thank you, esteemed Chancellor. I hope Your Majesty can arrange for me to enter the Outcloud Academy. As I have not received formal training as a mage, that I wish to study some magical knowledge in a manner free from interruptions. Ye finally articulated his true intention. He understood that rewards would undoubtedly follow, and even if he were in Faust's position, he would spare no effort to recruit someone with his capabilities. However, Ye also recognized that this was not the time to reveal himself. What he needed most was to find ways to enhance the storage of sacred power within himself and acquire a set of suitable restorative equipment. That request is quite simple. The headmaster and teachers of the Outcloud Academy are acquaintances of mine, so I believe your admission will be a straightforward matter. However, Faust hesitated momentarily. Ye understood the unspoken concern in Faust's hesitation. He feared that Ye might flee. The thought of such an escape would surely devastate Faust. Ye, smiling, said, "Your Majesty, my parents currently reside in Lingfeng City. I hope you can arrange a new residence for them in the imperial capital, allowing me to visit them frequently." Ye's strategy was astute. By addressing Faust's concerns through the mention of his parents, he believed that the emperor's apprehensions would dissipate. "Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest." Faust expressed his approval, pleased by Ye's astuteness. Yet, in an instant, Faust's countenance turned serious as he addressed Gamaliel. "Teacher, the matter of Duke Ye is of great significance, so I request that, aside from you and me, all those aware of this matter maintain absolute silence. If word of Duke Ye's affairs were to leak, rest assured, Your Majesty, no one has witnessed Duke Ye's entrance here. Instead, I utilized a special ability to heal Your Majesty's curse." Gamaliel spoke with a hint of lethal intent in his gaze. Upon hearing this, Ye refrained from further comment, understanding that such measures were essential. His presence would ensure that countless individuals remained silent, including the Marquis who had guided him here, Ye Jingming. With that thought, Ye remarked, "Your Majesty, my father currently resides in the Ye residence, so do not worry, Duke. I will ensure everything is arranged properly. Your father will be escorted home, and in 6 months, both of your parents will relocate to the imperial capital." Gamaliel, comprehending Ye's intent, offered him a reassuring expression. Ye nodded in agreement. "In that case, I shall not return to the Ye residence. I must trouble the Chancellor to escort me to the Outcloud Academy. Rest assured, Duke Ye, teacher, I am weary. Please arrange for a residence for Duke Ye. Tomorrow morning, I will personally accompany Duke Ye to the Outcloud Academy." Faust instructed Gamaliel that in truth, expressing fatigue was a mere pretense. Faust, in his actions, was simply wary of prolonged nights leading to inadvertent revelations regarding Ye Huo, urging Gamaliel to expedite his endeavors. After Ye Huo acknowledged with a grunt, he followed the composed Gamaliel out of the grand hall. Chapter 14. Drank that night. Ye Huo finally grasped the essence of luxury. He had often heard tales of celebrities possessing gold-plated toilets, but now he understood the reality, compared to the nobility of this world. Those stars hardly achieved a modest standard of living. For Ye Huo discovered that the royal toilets were crafted entirely from gold, adorned with precious gems. Fortunately, his stay was limited to a single night. Otherwise, he feared that such opulence might corrupt him, undermining his zeal for continued cultivation. As dawn broke, Ye Huo hastily completed his morning rituals, aware that the previous night had been extraordinary, for countless individuals would likely be silenced due to his actions. Yet, he exhibited no signs of discontent. Whether in the past or present, he deemed himself no virtuous man. Moreover, he harbored no affection for the Yi family in the imperial capital, even if the royal family chose not to eradicate them. Ye Huo was convinced that one day he would take such action himself, merely acknowledging that the royal family had indirectly facilitated his mission. "My lord, the Chancellor has been waiting outside for quite some time. I was sent to inquire when you may be ready to depart." A maid inquired softly after Ye Huo finished his breakfast. Glancing around the ostentatious room, he stepped out and addressed the maid waiting at the door. "Please take me to see the Chancellor." "Yes," the maid responded, leading Ye Huo outside. After traversing a small garden, they arrived at a pavilion where Gamaliel sat, wearing a serene smile. Had Ye Huo not known that Gamaliel had extinguished an entire family the previous night, he might have perceived him as merely a benign elder. However, Ye Huo felt no aversion toward Gamaliel. After all, his value was evident, and he believed that as long as Gamaliel did not wish to betray the empire of Chuyun, there would be no conflict between them. "How did you sleep last night?" Gamaliel inquired with a smile upon noticing Ye Huo's approach. Ye Huo nodded. "It was pleasant, though the palace guest rooms are rather extravagant. As someone of humble origins, I find it somewhat overwhelming." Once you establish your own enterprises, you can construct a dwelling to your liking," Gamaliel hinted, implying that loyalty to the royal family would grant one the desires they sought. Ye Huo merely smiled in response. At this moment, his strength was too feeble, and he could only rely on the vast power of the Chuyun royal family. Yet, he was acutely aware that the empire was not his ultimate destination. There were countless places he had yet to explore and myriad challenges he had yet to confront, but he understood that these aspirations lay far in the future. I have already contacted Director Drank. Shall we set off now? Gamaliel asked. Regarding Ye Huo, Ye Huo lightly nodded. Honestly, he found the atmosphere of the palace quite unsettling. The democratic era of his previous life made him intolerant of the sycophantic demeanor of the servants. Hence he yearned to leave this place promptly. Riding in the Chancellor's carriage, adorned with the skull insignia, Ye Huo accompanied Gamaliel on their journey to Chuyun Academy. Along the way, Gamaliel introduced Ye Huo to Director Drank, informing him that Drank was one of the two 8th-tier sorcerers in the Empire, possessing mastery over both wind and fire magic. A true master of his craft, Gamaliel also shared Drank's preferences. And as Ye Huo listened, curiosity about the imminent encounter with Drank burgeoned within him, though he had a 7th-tier sorcerer beside him. Ye Huo understood Gamaliel's status and did not foolishly request a demonstration of 7th-tier abilities. However, Drank was different. Despite being the head of Chuyun Academy, Ye Huo learned from Gamaliel that Drank also taught students. Thus he perceived Drank as a potential gateway to his aspirations. The carriage smoothly entered Chuyun Academy, and Ye Huo gazed through the window at the premier magical and martial institution in the empire. Spanning a vast expanse, the academy occupied nearly 1/3 of the imperial capital, housing a plethora of the empire's most gifted individuals. With access to the finest educators and the best tools necessary for magic and combat training. Long ago, when Ye Huo resided in Lingfeng City, he had heard of Chuyun Academy, often dubbed the cradle of talent in the empire. It was said that every student admitted was a rare gem, and acceptance into the academy signified a path to success. The graduates of Chuyun Academy were highly sought after by various factions each year. The academy's renown stemmed from its illustrious history, having produced 3 9th-tier warriors, 2 9th-tier sorcerers, and over 30 8th-tier powerhouses over millennia. While this number may seem modest over several millennia, considering the overall population of powerful individuals on the continent, such figures are indeed staggering. Although Chuyun Academy had not seen a 9th-tier professional in nearly 2 centuries, the presence of 8th-tier sorcerer Drank still held a significant deterrent effect in a world where 9th-tier professionals were nearly mythical. 8th-tier practitioners were regarded as almost divine beings. Following Gamaliel, Ye Huo finally arrived at the tallest structure within Chuyun Academy, the Wizard's Tower of Director Drank. Clearly, Gamaliel had already established communication with Drank, for the tower's doors were wide open. Under Gamaliel's guidance, Ye Huo entered the towering structure, which reached a height of 100 meters. Upon entering, Ye Huo noticed that Gamaliel, who had previously appeared jovial, now donned a solemn demeanor. Evidently, even the Chancellor displayed no arrogance in the presence of Drank, an 8th-tier sorcerer, regardless of the nation, could stand on equal footing with a monarch, while Gamaliel himself was a 7th-tier practitioner. The disparity between 7th and 8th tiers was vast, particularly concerning the ability to cast forbidden spells. 7th-tier practitioners, despite appearing formidable to common folk, lacked the capacity for independent casting of such spells, whereas 8th-tier sorcerers could wield catastrophic forbidden spells singularly. Master Drank, Gamaliel has brought His Majesty's esteemed Ye Huo to pay his respects. Gamaliel spoke with an air of reverence toward the unseen 8th-tier sorcerer. Moments after Gamaliel's words, a faint silhouette, radiating a green luminescence, materialized before them. Teleportation. Ye Huo observed the old sorcerer, clad in a cerulean robe, as he gradually emerged. Were it not for this display of prowess, one might mistake the white-bearded elder for a downtrodden mage based solely on his appearance. Ye Huo spoke. A fireball was unleashed from Drank's hand, hurtling toward him, but Ye Huo had anticipated that Gamaliel would shield him from the fireball. But instead, he found Gamaliel seemingly ensnared by an unseen force, unable to move a muscle. Like Guardian, Ye Huo remained composed, a soft golden light emanating from his hands, forming a protective shield enveloping him entirely. Chapter 15. Magic Compression. The speed of Drank's instantaneously conjured fireball was not particularly swift, allowing it to collide with Ye Huo's light guardian just as it formed. Upon impact, the fireball shattered the protective shield effortlessly, for it was the spell of an 8th-tier sorcerer, capable of obliterating the defenses of a mere 4th-tier priest. Such formidable defensive capabilities. Drank remarked, his voice not particularly aged but imbued with a languid tone. From Drank's words, Ye Huo deduced that the sorcerer had merely sought to test his abilities. Although his divine power could not be assessed, Ye Huo was confident that an 8th-tier sorcerer could sense the sacred energy within him. Gamaliel, is this the young priest you spoke of? Not bad, not bad. That shield just now possessed the strength of a 6th-tier sorcerer's barrier. I did not expect such power from a mere 4th-tier practitioner. Drank expressed his satisfaction with Ye Huo. Master Drank, shouldn't you perhaps release me now? Gamaliel strained against the unseen bonds. His face flushed as he addressed Drank. With a hearty laugh, Drank waved his hand, restoring Gamaliel's ability to move. The binding spell used by Drank was a signature wind magic, capable of restraining those of lower rank, showcasing the prowess of a wind sorcerer. After these formalities, Drank turned his attention back to Ye Huo. Young lad, I have heard of your remarkable abilities from Gamaliel. Would you be so kind as to demonstrate your combat enhancement for me? Listening to Drank's words, Ye Huo understood that Gamaliel must have already shared his affairs with Drank. However, Ye Huo firmly believed that since Gamaliel dared to speak up, it signified that the Drank before him was indeed trustworthy. The spell of combat enhancement radiated from Ye Huo's hands. A golden beam instantly surged into Drank's body. Although Drank was an 8th-tier mage saint, Ye Huo was aware that combat enhancement was a spell that, regardless of the target's strength, would enhance the opponent's power by a certain percentage. Given that he was currently a 4th-tier practitioner, Ye Huo believed he could augment Drank's combat prowess by 40%. What a marvel! Drank, feeling the effects of the combat enhancement, could not help but be astonished by Ye Huo's ability to be candid. While mages possessed some spells to bolster their own strength, none could compare to the magnitude of enhancement provided by Ye Huo. The priest, nor could they be cast upon others. Drank approached Ye Huo with a few strides and inquired, Young one, how long can this enhancement last? This was indeed his primary concern at that moment. 30 minutes, Ye Huo replied without reservation, directly stating the duration of the enhancement, yet he refrained from mentioning that it could be further amplified. Upon hearing the 30-minute time frame, Drank nodded in approval, clearly satisfied with this duration, gazing at Ye Huo. Drank remarked with profound significance, Though I know little about you, we are both mages, and thus I believe you can learn a great deal from me. That I wonder if you would be willing to study under me? Drank's words left Gamaliel momentarily stunned. He began to ponder how Ye Huo could endear himself to Drank, yet he had not anticipated that Drank would take Ye Huo as his disciple. That a mage typically only takes one apprentice throughout their lifetime. And Drank had yet to accept any disciples until now. That he could not help but marvel at Ye Huo's extraordinary fortune. With Drank as a formidable backing, it seemed unlikely anyone on the continent would dare to trouble him. For incurring Drank's wrath would undoubtedly yield severe consequences. Ye Huo, being astute, knelt before Drank as he spoke, for the saying goes, once a disciple, forever a father. Thus, he placed great importance on the act of apprenticeship. Disciple Ye Huo pays his respects to the master. Ye Huo's words were simple, yet the resolute tone conveyed a sense of determination that elicited a satisfied smile from Drank. Excellent. From this day forth, you shall be my sole disciple, Drank. Henceforth, you will stay in this mage tower and study under my guidance. This place shall be your home. Drank was genuinely delighted to have such a promising apprentice. Since that is the case, I shall not intrude upon your master-disciple interaction any further. His Majesty has just recovered and has many matters that require my attention. Gamaliel observed that he had been largely overlooked and understood it was time for him to depart. Yet he felt exceedingly pleased. Drank was the guardian deity of the kingdom of Outcloud, and with Ye Huo now as his disciple, it was clear that Ye Huo was well protected. Thus, Gamaliel hastened to report this development to His Majesty. After sending off Gamaliel, Ye Huo approached Drank, who then retrieved a small crystal ball from his spatial ring and presented it to Ye Huo, saying, As your teacher, I must also offer you a token of our meeting. Your cultivation method differs from mine. You absorb light energy rather than magical energy. Therefore, this focusing orb should prove quite beneficial for you. Ye Huo accepted the crystal ball and inquired, Master, what is the purpose of this focusing orb? This focusing orb is a small magical artifact I stumbled upon. It allows you to absorb more light energy, thereby accelerating your growth. Simply place it in a well-lit area, and it will facilitate the absorption of light energy. Drank succinctly explained the orb's capabilities. Hearing this, Ye Huo felt a surge of joy. Although the gift appeared modest, he understood the orb's significance for his development. Bowing deeply to Drank, he expressed, "Thank you, Master. I shall not disappoint your expectations. There's no need for such formalities. As for cultivation, I doubt I can assist you much. However, the top floor of the Mage Tower houses a wealth of literature on the Holy Light system. You may explore it at your leisure. Here, it is just you and I, so there is no need to be overly formal," Drank assured him, his demeanor easygoing, which Ye Huo found quite agreeable. Upon learning about the literature on the Holy Light system, Ye Huo was elated. He had always believed that the Holy Light system must share some commonalities with his own abilities, yet he had been unable to obtain any knowledge pertaining to it. Now, with such an opportunity, he was naturally thrilled. After bowing in gratitude to Drank once more, he said, "Master, I do have some inquiries I would like to discuss with you." "Oh, what questions do you have?" Drank was pleased to hear that Ye Huo genuinely sought his guidance. If he were to offer no instruction at all, he would merely be a figurehead of a teacher. "I wish to know how I can increase the power or magical energy stored within my body." Ye Huo articulated the concern that had long troubled him. He was genuinely apprehensive that upon reaching the 6th tier and mastering area spells, he might lack the magical capacity to sustain them. Drank chuckled heartily at Ye Huo's question. This issue is not one that an ordinary mage can address. Likely, only mages of the 7th tier or higher possess the knowledge regarding the compression of magical energy. Magical compression. At the mention of this term, Ye Huo's eyes sparkled with intrigue. He sensed that Drank held the key to resolving his dilemma. This topic cannot be elucidated in a brief conversation. So allow me to first show you around the Mage Tower. Starting tomorrow, I shall teach you about magical compression, Drank stated, turning to lead the way to the upper levels of the tower. Ye Huo followed closely behind, filled with joy as he realized that the persistent conundrum that had plagued him for so long was finally on the verge of resolution under Drank's mentorship. Chapter 16. The Staff of Life. As Drank had indicated, the Mage Tower housed only the two of them, yet Ye Huo found no sense of boredom that in fact, he discovered a trove of literature on the Holy Light system on the top floor, which he regarded as a treasure. Each day, he utilized the focusing orb Drank had given him to absorb sunlight from the tower's summit, while simultaneously reading and practicing, which made Ye Huo feel that his days were remarkably fulfilling. However, Ye Huo gradually discerned a troubling issue. While the books on the Holy Light system were indeed valuable, they lacked the spell books he sought. Every volume in the tower was a historical account, providing only introductions to the Holy Light system. After painstakingly searching through various texts, he found no records regarding the disappearance of the Holy Light system. In Ye Huo's estimation, the matter of the Holy Light system's disappearance was a significant secret. He had previously inquired with Drank about this topic, only to be informed that Drank himself was unaware, as the Holy Light system had vanished for thousands of years, its truths buried beneath the sands of history. This revelation left Ye Huo somewhat disheartened that he had gleaned that some spells from the Holy Light system were likely within his grasp, and more importantly, the associated equipment was of utmost importance to him. From Drank, Ye Huo learned that numerous items could expedite magical recovery and reduce mana consumption, yet all were exceedingly precious magical artifacts. Drank speculated that perhaps the vanished Holy Light mages had possessed equipment with such capabilities. But this remained mere conjecture, for the Holy Light system had long been forgotten, leaving few who could recall its existence. With a sigh, Ye Huo cradled his head in his hands and reclined on the rocking chair he had crafted, beginning to examine the holy power within his body. It had been a month since Ye Huo arrived at the Mage Tower, and under Drank's tutelage, he had astonishingly mastered magical compression in just 1 month. This feat compelled even the seasoned mage Drank to marvel at Ye Huo's prodigious talent in magic. Drank often mused that if Ye Huo were a mage, he would undoubtedly become the first god of magic in centuries. Yet, Ye Huo merely smiled at Drank's comments. While he did not deny the might of mages, he firmly believed that priests were by no means inferior in both the current world and past games. Priests stood as equals to mages, particularly when a priest like Ye Huo reached the 6th tier and mastered area spells. A 6th tier priest, especially one of Ye Huo's caliber, was often referred to as a mobile supply machine. A party of 20 could rely solely on Ye Huo to safely navigate even the most arduous challenges, provided they were not embroiled in continuous conflict. Such contributions were beyond the capabilities of mages, establishing that priests and mages were entirely distinct professions with no basis for comparison. Ye Huo had never contemplated competing with mages on the grounds of offensive power. Rather, he challenged them to compare support capabilities. According to Drank's method, Ye Huo swiftly absorbed sunlight using the focusing sphere while compressing the divine power within his body. Ye Huo could distinctly feel that with the presence of the focusing sphere, his rate of sunlight absorption had doubled. However, what pleased Ye Huo the most was that, thanks to the method of magical compression, the divine power within him had increased by a third compared to before. As Ye Huo sensed the divine power within him becoming increasingly pure and abundant due to the effect of magical compression, he couldn't help but chuckle to himself. "You mischievous brat, what are you scheming now?" Just as Ye Huo was lost in his own amusement, Drank's figure gradually appeared before him. Ye Huo no longer reacted with astonishment at Drank's sudden appearance as he once did. Initially, Ye Huo had assumed that Drank's ability to teleport was a hallmark of top-tier mages. But he later learned from Drank that teleportation was actually a signature spell of a 9th-tier mage, and that Drank was able to perform it due to the countless magical arrays he had constructed within the mage tower. Each time, Drank relied on these magical arrays to execute this simple form of teleportation. "Teacher," Ye Huo stood up respectfully and said, "I am simply thrilled to have learned magical compression. It has significantly increased the magical power within me." Hearing Ye Huo praise the magical compression he had taught, Drank nodded with satisfaction and then retrieved a delicate, pale yellow staff from his spatial ring. To be honest, Ye Huo had long coveted Drank's spatial ring, but he learned that such rings were exceedingly rare items. And even Drank, an 8th-tier sage, possessed only this one. Thus, Ye Huo had to abandon any thoughts of extortion. "Ye Huo, I searched the entire imperial capital and found only this staff, which barely meets your requirements," Drank said, handing the pale yellow staff to Ye Huo. Looking at the staff Drank had offered, Ye Huo felt deeply touched. He never expected that Drank would traverse the entire capital just to find magical equipment for him. However, Ye Huo refrained from expressing excessive gratitude, as he was not one to articulate his feelings well. He preferred to convey his sentiments through tangible actions. This staff is called the Staff of Vitality. It differs from other staffs, which are designed to enhance a mage's magical power. This one is specifically crafted to bolster a mage's mana recovery. When I discovered this staff, it was lying in a storage room of a shop, had it not been for your peculiar nature. This seemingly useless staff would have remained there forever, Drank said, his words filled with mirth, clearly pleased that he had indeed found this staff. "Thank you, teacher." When Ye Huo took the Staff of Vitality, he realized that its mana recovery capability was indeed far superior to what Drank had described. In the sunlight, Ye Huo felt that the mana he had previously compressed was rapidly replenishing, at a rate more than double that of his usual recovery. Drank smiled and said, "I have yet to find a robe that offers mana recovery. Once I acquire better materials, I will help you craft one." Indeed, Ye Huo lightly tapped his forehead. At this moment, he felt a genuine respect for Drank, which was rooted deeply in his heart. Initially, Ye Huo had chosen to apprentice under this seemingly inexpensive teacher primarily because Drank was an 8th-tier sage, and he needed to rely on his strength. However, things had changed. Drank had now become a true mentor in Ye Huo's eyes, akin to a father who genuinely cared for him. "As long as you are satisfied, I shall not disturb you further. I still need to inspect the academy today. Remember, when you reach the limit of magical compression, do not force it. That indicates you have compressed to the maximum of your current tier," Drank reminded Ye Huo before departing. Chapter 17. The Holy War with Hothans. A golden light radiated from Ye Huo, signifying his successful advancement to the 5th tier. Over the past year, apart from seeking Drank's guidance on mage-related matters, Ye Huo had continuously practiced without pause, which enabled him to ascend from the 4th to the 5th tier in merely 1 year. Nevertheless, Ye Huo understood a crucial principle. Ascending from the 5th to the 6th tier would be significantly more challenging. Just like in a game, a priest could reach the 5th tier within 2 months through diligent leveling and quests, yet transitioning from the 5th to the 6th tier would be considerably more difficult. This was because the experience required to reach the 6th tier was more than double that of all previous tiers combined. The 6th tier represented a watershed, while a 5th-tier priest served as a robust support ally. A 6th-tier priest undoubtedly became the core of a large team. Beginning at the 6th tier, a priest's divine power, or mana, would increase dramatically, along with the mastery of numerous group support spells, making them exponentially more formidable than their 5th-tier predecessors. As Ye Huo endeavored to harness the divine power within him, he began to experiment with his new 5th-tier spells. Although 5th-tier spells lacked the overwhelming strength of 6th-tier spells, the 3 spells available to Ye Huo were certainly satisfactory. As golden light, symbolizing divine power, flickered from his hands, a golden sphere of light shot forth, striking the table before him with remarkable speed, igniting a holy light tome that lay atop it. Ye Huo dashed to the table, frantically trying to extinguish the flames that engulfed the book, but after several futile attempts, he realized something alarming. The holy light sphere appeared to possess no inherent destructive capability. Rather, any object ignited by it could not be extinguished except through dispelling magic. Resigned, Ye Huo abandoned his efforts to save the book and stood before the burning flames. The fire quickly consumed the entire tome, leaving only ashes behind. Before extinguishing on the table, it seemed that the holy light sphere lacked an area of effect. It could only burn a fixed target. Otherwise, the table would have caught fire as well. However, Ye Huo swiftly dismissed this troubling thought. If the holy light sphere truly had an area of effect, it would be terrifying that if he were to unleash it in a forest, would it not incinerate the entire woodland or even the continent? In truth, while the holy light sphere appeared to possess a formidable burning capability, its actual effectiveness was limited. In battle, it would never serve as an offensive skill for a priest, despite its rapid speed. Unless the opponent was unarmed, the holy light sphere would only manage to ignite a piece of clothing at most. Moreover, against gear with strong magical resistance, the holy light sphere would merely tickle it. Let alone in actual combat, both a mage's shield and a warrior's aura would easily withstand the assault of the holy light sphere, relegating this spell to mere acts of arson during wartime. After experimenting with the holy light sphere, Ye Huo proceeded to test his new spell, the prayer spell. This spell was Ye Huo's favorite and held the highest hopes for him. In practical terms, he found the prayer spell even more appealing than healing and restoration spells. The familiar glow of the prayer spell enveloped him as he cast it upon himself. The comforting sensation returned, and a satisfied smile graced Ye Huo's face. Indeed, the prayer spell had undergone no alterations. It retained its ability to enhance his mana recovery by 50%, just as it had in the game. Furthermore, Ye Huo understood that this was not the prayer spell's limit. As he gradually ascended in rank, the effectiveness of his prayer spell would increase by 20% with each tier. By the time he reached the 9th tier, the prayer spell would grant him double his mana recovery capabilities. What was even more remarkable was that the effects of the prayer spell could stack with those provided by his equipment. Picking up the Staff of Vitality, Ye Huo wore a mischievous grin. With the combination of the prayer spell, the Staff of Vitality, and his magical compression, Ye Huo realized that he now possessed a storage capacity for divine power comparable to that of an all-magic priest. With a satisfied smile, Ye Huo reclined in his rocking chair and began to compress his 5th-tier divine power. The divine power from the 4th tier had already been compressed to its limit. In fact, there was one highly useful spell at the 5th tier that Ye Huo had yet to test. However, it was a negative ability known as Battle Burn, for which he had not yet found a suitable target for experimentation. Nevertheless, Ye Huo was well aware of the effects of Battle Burn. This spell was a potent curse that directly burned 20% of the target's combat power. Unfortunately, Battle Burn did not enhance with Ye Huo's tier advancement. Even upon reaching the 9th tier, it would still only burn away 20% of the target's strength. Yet, even this was satisfactory to Ye Huo. He was not naive enough to believe that Battle Burn could be leveled up otherwise. If he were to reach the 9th tier and burn away over half of an opponent's combat power, it would render combat impossible and make him invincible. "You old fool, what brings you here?" "I won't be joining you on any adventures," Drank exclaimed to his good friend, the 8th-tier holy warrior Hothens, in the Mage Tower's laboratory. "Drank, you still possess that foul temper, but this time, I believe the news I bring will surely pique your interest," Hothens said, casting a mysterious glance at Drank. Without even turning his head, Drank continued with his magical experiment, retorting, "Humph, I have heard such words from you at least 10 times before. When have you ever succeeded? Let me tell you, I will not fall for your tricks again. The last time I followed you to the Forbidden Sea, had it not been for that precious 9th-tier teleportation scroll I used, this old bone of mine would have been adrift in the Forbidden Sea alongside you. That was merely an oversight. Who could have known we would encounter that 9th-tier giant octopus? Nevertheless, we emerged unscathed, did we not?" Hothens continued to persuade Drank, stroking the thunder sword at his back. "Enough. I am old now, lacking the spirit of my youth, so it is impossible for me to accompany you on any explorations of relics," Drank replied. Eyeing the thunder sword behind Hothens, sensing Drank's gaze, Hothins knew that the Thunder Sword had always been an object of envy for him. With a sly grin, he remarked, "Drank, take a look at my Thunder Sword. It is the reward for my exploration of relics. Moreover, I have discovered a relic of the Holy Light system this time. Are you not intrigued? Perhaps there lies a Holy Light artifact within, which, while of no use to you, would surely benefit your research." What did you say? A relic of the Holy Light system? Upon hearing this, Drank's eyes sparkled brighter than a magical lamp, startling Hothins. While he had anticipated Drank's interest in the Holy Light relic, he had not expected such a profound reaction. From Drank's response, Hothins realized he had struck a chord. Chapter 18. The Forest of Death. Hothins dared not prolong Drank's suspense, well aware of his temperament, having suffered from it in the past. Thus, he promptly delved into the matter at hand. "My old friend, a few days ago, I stumbled upon numerous Earth-type puppets in the Forest of Death. I was quite perplexed as to why the Forest of Death would harbor such an abundance of ancient, Earth-type magical puppets. So, I ventured deeper, and guess what I discovered?" Hothins exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. At this moment, Drank paid no heed to Hothins' enthusiasm. His sole concern revolved around the Holy Light treasure. Just days prior, he had discussed with Ye Huo his intent to search for the Holy Light relics. And now, unexpectedly, news had arrived. "Stop with the irrelevant details and get to the point," Drank urged, aware that if he allowed Hothins to indulge in his self-satisfaction, they would be stuck until the following day. "My old friend, you are always so impatient," Hothins huffed, casting a disapproving glance at Drank before continuing. "After clearing the Earth-type puppets, I discovered an underground palace marked with the emblem of the Holy Light system." "And then?" Drank inquired, puzzled as to why. If Hothins had already uncovered the entrance, he sought him out. This stingy fellow was clearly not the type to willingly share spoils. Hothins replied, "Then I thought of you, my old friend, and decided to seek your assistance in exploring it. We can split the spoils. What do you say, old friend? Spare me the pretense and get to the crux of the matter. Don't think I don't know you are an exceedingly stingy fellow," Drank bluntly pointed out, showing no regard for Hothins, the 8th-tier holy warrior. All right, I admit I did encounter some difficulties, but I assure you, I was thinking of you." Hothins defended himself earnestly. "I knew you wouldn't be so benevolent. Would you seek help for mere trivialities? What did you encounter? An 8th-tier dragon or a 9th-tier octopus?" Drank seized the opportunity to mock Hothins. Even with his thick skin, Hothins felt a twinge of embarrassment at this remark. Indeed, the 8th-tier dragon and 9th-tier giant octopus were perils they had faced during their previous adventures. "Come now, my old friend, let us not dwell on unpleasant memories. I guarantee this time there won't be any 8th-tier dragons or 9th-tier octopuses. The main challenge lies in a magical seal at the entrance, which even I cannot break through with my combat energy. Thus I had no choice but to seek your assistance." "You cannot break through the magical seal." Drank had no reason to doubt Hothins' words. While his old friend might appear a bit eccentric, Drank understood that it was only in the presence of those he deeply trusted that Hothins would display such relaxation. To outsiders, the Thunder Warrior was known as a meticulous individual. Indeed, it bears a remarkably powerful Holy Light magical seal, and I suspect it is the work of at least a 9th-tier mage. You are the most adept at dispelling such seals, are you not? Hothins observed Drank's furrowed brow, his concern evident. Although he knew Drank had extensive knowledge of magical seals, the Holy Light seal had been lost for thousands of years, leaving Hothins uncertain whether his old friend could dispel it. Truthfully, Drank was also pondering this question. His title of the most learned mage saint on the continent was not without merit. However, when it came to a seal that had been lost for millennia, Drank could only muster a 50% chance of success. "So, what do you say, old friend? Shall we venture forth together?" Hothins inquired cautiously, observing Drank lost in thought. Interrupted from his contemplation, Drank, rather than exhibiting his usual ire, responded to Hothins, "Yes, we must go. Moreover, I intend to bring someone along." Hothins' heart soared with joy at the first part of Drank's response, but he was taken aback when Drank mentioned bringing someone else. To his knowledge, Drank had always lived alone and was the type to never reach out unless someone approached him. He was puzzled as to who this individual could be. "Who are you bringing?" Hothins asked, a hint of confusion in his eyes. "My disciple," Drank declared, his face brimming with pride, an expression that left Hothins utterly astonished. "My old friend, when did you take on a disciple? How come I was not informed?" Hothans, well acquainted with Drank's temperament, knew that other mage saints had long since taken on satisfactory disciples. Yet, Drank had always aspired to find a prodigious talent. Hearing him mention a disciple now filled Hothans with curiosity about the kind of individual capable of earning the approval of such an ambitious old curmudgeon. Last year, and I assure you, this disciple of mine will astonish the entire world. Drank's pride remained unwavering as he spoke of Ye Huo. Last year, what tier is he? Hothans inquired, puzzled. While he understood that Drank's disciple must be extraordinary, he assumed that someone taken on just last year would not possess a very high tier, given the dangers they would face on their journey. This was a crucial consideration. I think he's around the 4th tier, Drank replied after a moment of contemplation. Ye Huo had just broken through to the 5th tier and was currently in the process of compressing his magical energy. Hence he had not informed Drank of his advancement. Drank had always believed Ye Huo to still be at the 4th tier. Nevertheless, achieving the 4th tier at the age of 17 was undoubtedly a mark of genius. Upon hearing the 4th tier, Hothans felt as though he were on the verge of tears, shaking his head. He turned to the ever-proud Drank, saying, "My old friend, are you jesting? The Forest of Death is no tourist destination. Even 2 8th-tier individuals cannot guarantee their safety. Are you truly intending to bring a 4th-tier disciple to his doom? To hell with you. You are the one destined for doom. Let me tell you, Ye Huo's capabilities are beyond your current comprehension. Having him along will prove far more advantageous than bringing an 8th-tier professional." Drank retorted, visibly displeased. "Very well. Prepare yourself then. I must consult with Ye Huo to see if he is available to join us," Drank declared, disregarding any further objections from Hothans, and with a swift teleportation, he vanished before Hothans' eyes, leaving him in a state of bewilderment at that moment. Hothans felt as though he were dreaming. He had never dared to imagine that Drank would suggest discussing plans with a disciple, let alone checking if the disciple had the time to join. Nevertheless, he was immensely intrigued by this Ye Huo and was eager to discover what kind of person could elicit such a transformation in Drank. Chapter 19. The holy light treasure. A gentle stream of sacred energy was gradually compressed by Ye Huo, and the amount of divine power within his body was steadily increasing. Ye Huo was immensely pleased with this transformation. For a priest, the quantity of magical energy within one's body is of paramount importance. A priest's support capabilities rely not only on their spells and equipment, but also on their innate magical energy. Though he currently lacked superior equipment, Ye Huo was well on his way to becoming a competent priest through his spells alone. Moreover, a priest's sustained capabilities are essential, even if one's support abilities are formidable. Running out of energy mid-battle would spell disaster for the entire team. Thus, Ye Huo was particularly concerned about the amount of magical energy in his body. That a faint green figure appeared not far from him. With Ye Huo's keen sense, he promptly detected the arrival of Drank. He quickly rose to his feet and greeted Drank, who approached with a beaming smile, with a respectful gesture befitting a student. In this world, the decorum a student shows to a teacher is often held in higher regard than that which a child shows to a parent, and thus Ye Huo was particularly mindful of this etiquette. "Teacher, you've arrived," Ye Huo said, gazing at Drank, who seemed perpetually cheerful. "Ye Huo, guess what brings me here this time?" Drank said mysteriously. Ye Huo was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated such a statement from Drank. However, judging by Drank's expression, he sensed it must be something positive. The only thing that could lead Drank to think of him in a favorable light was likely related to equipment. This thought. Ye Huo's spirits soared, and he exclaimed, "Teacher, has there been news about the holy light equipment?" As he spoke, an unmistakable excitement shone through Ye Huo, much to Drank's satisfaction. "Indeed, a dear old friend of mine just arrived, bringing word of a treasure related to the holy light. I am certain it will contain items you seek." However, Drank's expression suddenly shifted to one of seriousness. "However, this treasure lies within the Forest of Death. The forest itself is a terrifying place, and based on my experience, such sealed treasures are invariably fraught with danger, so think carefully about whether you wish to join me." Listening to Drank, Ye Huo nodded. He understood Drank's intent. In Drank's eyes, he was merely an inexperienced novice priest. Although he possessed formidable abilities, he lacked practical experience. Yet, unbeknownst to Drank, Ye Huo's actual experience was not as lacking as it might seem. Though he rarely ventured into team adventures within the game, preferring to level up alone in graveyards, he had certainly seen enough to have a grasp of the situation. After all, One does not need to have eaten pork to recognize a pig when it walks by. Ye Huo often scoured forums for videos showcasing various priest combat techniques and positioning strategies. Thus, he was confident that his theoretical knowledge placed him among the elite, and as for practical experience, was there not a perfect opportunity at hand? Teacher, I have thought it over, and I wish to join you. My father once said that without experiencing some trials, no matter how great one's talent, one cannot soar to greatness, and with you accompanying me, this is an invaluable opportunity. Ye Huo spoke earnestly. Drank nodded silently in agreement, saying, Very well then, I shall summon that old coot, Hothings. With that, Drank waved his hand to activate the magic array within the mage tower. Pulling the unprepared Hothings from the laboratory as Hothings was summoned, he happened to be seated. Had it not been for his rapid reflexes as an 8th-tier holy warrior, this sudden event might have caused him great embarrassment. Drank, I told you not to keep pulling me around. Are you deliberately trying to embarrass me? Hothings shouted, glaring at Drank, who wore a mischievous grin. Upon finishing his outburst, he noticed Ye Huo standing behind Drank. Clad in the 8th-tier red mage robe that Drank had gifted him due to his lack of suitable attire, Ye Huo, now adorned in the robe representing the 8th-tier fire mage, looked rather impressive. Is this the disciple you mentioned? Hothings asked. His curiosity piqued by the young man in the 8th-tier fire mage robe. He sensed no magical or combat energy emanating from Ye Huo, had it not been for Drank's expression, which seemed to reach for the heavens. Hothings might have suspected Ye Huo was a magical ineptitude. Indeed, Drank, noticing Hothings' confusion, turned to the composed Ye Huo and said, Ye Huo, show this old man your abilities. At Drank's prompting, Ye Huo did not hesitate. Clearly, Drank's words indicated that this 8th-tier holy warrior could be trusted. A 5th-tier combat enhancement surged forth from Ye Huo's hands, a subtle yet radiant light of the holy power entering Hothings' body. With this enhancement, even Hothings, an 8th-tier holy warrior, found himself momentarily dazed as the holy light enveloped him. He felt his overall capabilities increase by 50%. What have you done to me? Hothings exclaimed, his excitement causing him to draw his thunder sword from behind. Suspecting Ye Huo's ability to be a curse that stimulated his life potential, such spells were familiar to him from encounters with 8th-tier sorcerers. They appeared beneficial to the recipient, but often resulted in a loss of life potential that could hinder future advancements. Hey, old man, Ye Huo's ability is a completely harmless combat enhancement, not the kind of insidious curse typical of sorcerers, so there's no need to be so alarmed. Drank interjected, positioning himself protectively in front of Ye Huo. He was well aware of the prowess of his old friend. Should Hothings enter within 100 meters, even Drank, as an 8th-tier holy mage, would have no choice but to retreat behind his shield to avoid being caught in the crossfire of Hothings' formidable thunder sword. Hothings gradually calmed down. Although he still found it hard to believe that Ye Huo could pose a threat, the young man's abilities were utterly revolutionary to his understanding. So, old man, is my disciple not more formidable than an 8th-tier mage? Drank boasted, observing Hothings' incredulous expression directed at Ye Huo. What kind of ability is this? Hothings inquired, turning back to Drank, his demeanor now devoid of any arrogance. Clearly shaken by Ye Huo's capabilities, Drank gently patted Ye Huo on the shoulder and explained, Ye Huo's abilities are akin to those of the long-lost holy light mages. Though he lacks their potent offensive capabilities, however, he possesses a support ability that surpasses that of the holy light mages. What you just received is a spell of his called Combat Enhancement. Combat Enhancement. Combat Enhancement. This ability is simply extraordinary. Young man, what other abilities do you possess? Hothings asked excitedly, sheathing his thunder sword. You will learn all in due time. Come, Ye Huo, do not be deceived by this fellow's youthful appearance. He is an old comrade from my era. So you may address him as uncle from now on, Drank said, giving Ye Huo a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Hearing Drank's introduction, Ye Huo remained composed. To his knowledge, Drank was at least a century old, and as Hothings was from the same era, he presumed their ages were comparable. Thus, addressing him as uncle posed no disadvantage. Moreover, having an 8th-tier holy warrior as an uncle was a significant boon. Hello, Uncle Hothings. I am Ye Huo, Ye Huo said, maintaining his calm demeanor, as tranquility was vital for a priest. Well then, young man, from this day forward, should you require anything, seek me out, the Thunder Holy Warrior Hothings. Hothings proclaimed. Filled with confidence for the journey ahead, he had completely abandoned his earlier discontent regarding Drank bringing along a fourth-tier student. With such a powerful student at his side, he would gladly embark on an adventure. Even with a first-tier novice, should Ye Huo be willing to the silver moon hung in the sky. Ye Huo sat atop the mage tower, gazing up at it. He could not recall the last time he had simply admired the moon in such tranquility. It was not that he did not wish to gaze upon it, but rather that he feared doing so. Each time the silver moon graced his sight, that familiar yet distant figure would invade his mind. A specter he had striven countless times to erase. Yet, Ye Huo gradually came to understand that first love, no matter how it falters, cannot be vanquished or forgotten by mere rationality. Shaking his head, he gently closed his eyes, surrendering to sleep beneath the serene and beautiful moonlight. Some things, once past, should not be revisited, for the past, like the luminous moon above, can only be observed but forever remains out of reach. A night of restful slumber left the three feeling rejuvenated. Initially, Drank and Hothings had planned to set off that very night, but Ye Huo had vetoed their decision that a priest must prioritize reasonable rest. Only in optimal condition can one ensure not a single misstep in battle. Ye Huo could not recall who had uttered this wisdom, yet he knew that anyone capable of such insight must be a remarkably powerful priest, and he himself adhered to this principle. The Forest of Death was not far from the imperial capital. A carriage ride would take merely 2 days. Yet, with Drank, the dual-element mage, employing his flight spell, they arrived at the outskirts of the Forest of Death in just half a day. Though the spell of flight employed by Drank may appear effortless, carrying 2 individuals while maintaining such a prolonged flight is undoubtedly a tremendous drain on his magical energy. Observing the weariness etched upon Drank's face, Ye Huo suggested, "Teacher, perhaps we should rest for a day in Burke Town before proceeding." "Ha. Ye Huo, you underestimate me too much. Fear not, the forthcoming battles will be entrusted to that rascal, Hortingus, and I shan't need to lift a finger until we reach the seal," Drank replied, his heart warmed by Ye Huo's evident concern. "Rest assured, we are unlikely to encounter any formidable magical beasts along this route, and even if we do, with our combined strength, unless it is an 8th-tier dragon or a 9th-tier beast, they will merely present us with treasures." Hortingus, in high spirits, took little offense at Drank's assignment of labor to him. Historically, he had been a solitary adventurer, not by choice, but due to the unwillingness of others to accompany him on his year-round expeditions across the continent, leaving him a lonely wanderer. "Well then, if that is the case, Uncle Hortingus, please lead the way," Ye Huo said. Realizing that his earlier remarks may have been superfluous, Drank's willingness to undertake such an extensive journey indicated he surely had a plan. "This is the outer edge of the Forest of Death. We can proceed swiftly. The strongest beasts here are merely 5th tier. Drank, release your aura alongside mine. It will alleviate many troubles," Hortingus declared, drawing forth his thunderblade, its silver aura shimmering around the artifact. At that moment, Ye Huo felt the immense pressure radiating from Hortingus for the first time. Experiencing firsthand the might of an 8th-tier warrior, the mere dispersion of Hortingus's aura, without any intent to pressure, left Ye Huo's heart racing. He wondered if a 9th-tier warrior's mere presence would render him incapacitated. It seemed his own strength was still woefully inadequate. As the trio traversed the path previously forged by Hortingus, his 8th-tier presence deterred any foolish beasts from approaching. Much to Ye Huo's disappointment, he had hoped to encounter combat, believing it would greatly benefit his future growth. After 2 to 3 hours of travel, they finally encountered the first beast bold enough to challenge Hortingus's aura, the Ice Flame Wolf, a wolf-like creature ablaze with white flames, lunged at the weakest among them. Ye Huo, reacting swiftly, Ye Huo activated his Shield of Light, but against a 7th-tier Ice Flame Wolf, the shield served little more than a decorative purpose. Fortunately, with Hortingus by his side, as Ye Huo retreated behind his shield, Hortingus had already positioned himself between Ye Huo and the charging beast, deflecting the attack. The Ice Flame Wolf, though not a dominant force in the Forest of Death, was still a considerable threat to ordinary adventurers. However, it was unfortunate for the wolf to cross paths with Ye Huo's party. Hortingus wielded his sword with both hands, unleashing a torrent of battle aura that surged forth like flames. Matching the wolf's speed as he engaged it, Drank chose not to intervene, instead staying close to Ye Huo, aware of the wolf's magical attacks and the necessity of safeguarding Ye Huo. Ye Huo remained composed amidst the turmoil. For a competent priest must always engage in battle alongside allies. Thus, he swiftly enhanced Hortingis's combat prowess with a burst of power. "Warrior, hold your ground. Mage, be wary and slow it down," he called, immediately regretting his words as he realized he was treating the situation as a game. Oblivious to the stark reality, Durant regarded Ye Huo with a quizzical expression, perplexed by his seemingly nonsensical remarks. Empowered by Ye Huo's enhancement, Hortingis felt exhilarated, withstanding a claw strike from the Ice Flame Wolf and swiftly dispatching the creature with a single stroke of his Thunderblade. In truth, the Ice Flame Wolf was no weak adversary. Had Hortingis faced it alone, it would have taken considerable time to defeat. Yet, with Ye Huo's enhancement lifting him to the pinnacle of 8th-tier strength, Hortingis felt emboldened to fight with such fervor. After the clash, a healing spell enveloped Hortingis, visibly mending the wound inflicted by the wolf's claw. It was Hortingis's first glimpse of Ye Huo's healing prowess. And while he had anticipated Ye Huo's capabilities would be formidable, he had not expected them to be this impressive. Observing Hortingis, who stood dazed before the corpse of the Ice Flame Wolf, Durant teased, "Old friend, what's the matter? Did a mere 7th-tier Ice Flame Wolf leave you befuddled?" Hortingis, unfazed by Durant's jibe, looked meaningfully at Ye Huo and remarked, "Young one, you are truly a boon for warriors, with you by my side. I believe I could withstand an 8th-tier dragon." "Humph, now you see just how powerful my student is," Durant interjected proudly before Ye Huo could respond. "Dear friend, would you be interested in borrowing Ye Huo?" Hortingis suddenly proposed, leaving Ye Huo feeling somewhat exasperated. Did he truly see him as mere cargo to be lent? "Old man, have you lost your wits?" Durant chuckled at Hortingis's request, fully aware of the allure Ye Huo held for a warrior, especially one as battle-hungry as Hortingis. With Ye Huo at his side, Hortingis could potentially challenge 2 8th-tier warriors alone. "Uncle Hortingis, you jest. Ye Huo is not an item to be borrowed. However, should you ever require assistance, Ye Huo would be more than willing to help," Ye Huo replied with a smile. As a priest, it was essential to cultivate friendships, and he certainly did not mind befriending a warrior as powerful as Hortingis. "Very well, if I ever encounter a dragon, I shall take you along as my dragon-slaying companion." Hortingis grinned, clearly pleased with Ye Huo's response. "Enough of this nonsense, old fellow. You should get on with extracting the magic crystal from the Ice Flame Wolf," Durant urged, sensing Hortingis's increasingly erratic demeanor. Nodding vigorously, Hortingis swiftly severed the wolf's head. Retrieving a crystal the size of a baby's fist, glimmering in a pale blue hue, Ye Huo's eyes widened at the sight of the crystal, feeling a surge of icy power emanating from it. Having never encountered such a magical crystal in past games, he turned to Durant, his curiosity piqued. Understanding Ye Huo's intrigue, Durant approached, snatching the 7th-tier crystal from Hortingis's grasp. "Ye Huo, this is likely your first encounter with a magic crystal. Allow me to explain its practical uses," he began. Magic beasts of 5th tier and above possess varying degrees of magical abilities, and thus their bodies contain a crystal corresponding to their tier. The primary function of these crystals is to serve as a source of magical energy. For instance, this 7th-tier crystal, if fashioned into a mage's staff, would yield a staff of at least 7th-tier quality. Furthermore, these crystals can be utilized as energy sources for the magical cannons in our imperial capital. "Teacher, can this crystal restore a mage's magical energy?" Ye Huo inquired eagerly, understanding the significance such a crystal would hold for him. Durant nodded. "Indeed, but each type of crystal corresponds to its respective mage. However, to date, no crystal of the light attribute has been discovered." Durant's words dashed Ye Huo's hopes. Initially elated by the prospect of restoration, he felt disheartened by the absence of light attribute crystals. "Then, teacher, does this world truly lack light attribute crystals?" Ye Huo questioned, puzzled, as there had been holy light mages in the past, suggesting the existence of light attribute beasts. Durant listened to Ye Huo's inquiry and replied, "Of course, there are such creatures. However, it is regrettable that all these light-type magical beasts are, without exception, formidable existences of the 8th and 9th tiers. Such beasts typically possess immense intelligence and are concealed within the forest of life, making it exceedingly difficult to hunt them for their magic crystals." Oh, upon hearing this, Ye Huo could only nod in resignation, realizing that acquiring such items was beyond his current capabilities. However, he thought that if an opportunity arose in the future, he could assemble a team of several 8th-tier experts to venture into the forest of life. and see if they might hunt down a few 8th-tier light-type magical beasts to procure some light magic crystals for himself. Ye Huo, fret not. When I find some free time, I shall take it upon myself to help you gather a group to explore the Forest of Life. It is a place I have long wished to visit. At this moment, Huo joined the conversation, noticing Ye Huo's somewhat dejected demeanor and offering words of comfort. Thank you. Ye Huo expressed his heartfelt gratitude for Huoting's kind words. Huoting, I would advise against seeking trouble with those creatures in the Forest of Life. If they were to discover that you had slain light-type magical beasts, they would likely pursue you across the continent. Upon hearing Huoting's statement, Drank's expression turned grave. We can discuss that later. Ye Huo, I have a gift for you. Huoting, well aware of Drank's implications and having no immediate intention to provoke those creatures, reached into his spatial bracelet and produced a small yellow ring, presenting it to Ye Huo. The ring was exquisitely crafted, adorned with a delicate yellow band featuring a tiny maple leaf, exuding an enchanting beauty. As Ye Huo accepted the ring, he could immediately sense its uniqueness. Old fellow, you truly part with the autumn water ring. Drank exclaimed in surprise at the sight of the ring Huoting had bestowed upon Ye Huo. The reason for Drank's astonishment lay in the ring's extraordinary nature. This ring was said to be a legendary artifact known as the Autumn Water Ring, crafted by a god-level alchemist thousands of years ago during the pinnacle of magic. Gifted to his beloved, however, upon its completion, the alchemist learned that his lover had been brutally slain by the ruler of his own nation. This devastating news drove the alchemist into madness, leading him to consume a super alchemical potion that enhanced his powers at the cost of his own life. This madness birthed the first 10th-tier super mage of the continent, though his reign was fleeting. Nonetheless, this fleeting existence wrought devastation upon an entire nation. Little is known about the true extent of a 10th-tier mage's power, save for the accounts that describe how he could unleash devastating forbidden spells with a mere gesture, obliterating cities in his wake. In the final moments of his life, he unleashed a super composite forbidden spell that annihilated his entire country. Yet even in his frenzy, his lover could never be resurrected. Only this ring, a testament to their love, remained. Autumn Water Ring. After listening to Drank's account, Ye Huo gazed at the ring in his hand, unsure of what emotions stirred within him. Honestly, he found the god to be somewhat foolish. Sacrificing his life for love seemed rather unwise. Yet, as Ye Huo pondered, he wondered if he would act similarly should the roles be reversed. That, of course, there was no answer to that, as he could never encounter her again. Chapter 22. The Dilapidated Ruins. Subsequently, Ye Huo did not engage in any further battles along their journey, as they encountered only feeble magical beasts, with both Huoting and Drank, two 8th-tier holy-level experts, present. There was little chance any foolish beast would dare to confront them. Although their journey proceeded smoothly, the ruins were perilously close to the heart of the Forest of Death. And by the time they reached the entrance of the underground palace described by Huoting, night had already fallen. Gazing at the ancient ruins before him, Ye Huo felt immense admiration for Huoting. Had Huoting not repeatedly emphasized that this was indeed the entrance, even Drank would have mistaken it for merely a collapsed natural cave. From any angle, the entrance that Huoting described fell far short of the grandeur he had suggested. Countless lush vines entwined around rocks that had weathered to the point of crumbling at a touch. Had Huoting not led them to the legendary magic circle, Drank would likely have lost his temper. Ye Huo observed Drank's eyes, which had begun to redden as he stared at the seal. From Drank's captivated and contemplative gaze, Ye Huo discerned that this dilapidated ruin was indeed remarkable. My old friend, I am convinced that this place holds great significance. When I last visited alone, there were countless puppets patrolling the area. The fact that there are still 4th-tier puppets functioning after thousands of years speaks volumes about the importance of this location, Huoting said earnestly. Drank nodded, clearing away the dirt that clung to the seal as he replied. Indeed, puppets that have remained operational for millennia must be the exquisite creations of a master alchemist, if what you say is true. And they still possess 4th-tier strength after all this time. Then I believe these puppets are undoubtedly of a high caliber. Certainly, had I not possessed formidable strength, I might have been ground to dust by those puppets. You cannot imagine their self-repairing capabilities. Eventually, I had no choice but to unleash my thunder sword to shatter them into pieces, ensuring they could no longer mend themselves, Huoting said, fondly brushing his hand over the thunder sword strapped to his back. Listening to their conversation, Ye Huo refrained from voicing any opinions. He was unfamiliar with puppets, as there were none in the games he had played in the past, aside from the high-tier elemental puppets that could barely be classified as such. He had never heard of alchemy being capable of creating puppets as advanced products. Ye Huo considered that perhaps his prior lack of knowledge in alchemy had kept him from encountering such high-level creations. "My old friend, can you decipher this seal?" Huo inquired, his eyes filled with anticipation as he watched Drank examine the seal closely. After a moment, Drank gently shook his head and said, "It is too late today. I cannot grasp many of the details yet. However, I can ascertain that this is undoubtedly a relic of the Holy Light lineage, and it bears a 9th-tier seal. Generally, such seals are used to enclose particularly important items, or..." Drank paused, trailing off. "Or what? Old friend, do not keep me in suspense." Huo, clearly impatient, could not tolerate Drank's enigmatic demeanor. "Or perhaps a tremendously powerful beast." Drank stood and gazed at Huo. Huo was momentarily taken aback. Truthfully, he had explored countless ruins in the past, even acquiring many treasures from them. The thunder sword he bore was obtained from an ancient ruin. Yet, he did not possess much understanding of such sealed relics. Were it not for Huo's chance encounter with the puppets, he might never have discovered this seal. Now, upon hearing Drank's words, a sense of unease began to settle in Huo's heart, noticing the unease on Huo's face. Ye Huo stepped forward and smiled. "Uncle Huo, do not be so disheartened. After all, this seal has existed for thousands of years. Even if it were to enclose a powerful beast, it has likely turned to ash by now. Is there any creature that could survive without food or water for millennia within such a seal?" Upon hearing Ye Huo's words, Huo's eyes brightened, and even Drank, who had been contemplating whether to continue their exploration, felt a surge of energy. Ye Huo spoke the truth. While there were creatures capable of enduring for thousands of years, they were exceedingly rare. "Very well, if that is the case, let us take our time and investigate thoroughly tomorrow. For tonight, we shall endure here for a night, and come dawn, we will delve deeper to uncover whatever treasures or beasts lie within. Since we have come this far, we must see it through." Huo declared with exuberance. "Yes, then you should go find some food to bring back," Drank said, looking at Huo with a hint of cheekiness. "Why must it always be me?" Huo exclaimed, clearly exasperated. From Ye Huo's understanding, it was evident that Huo had been tasked with this chore numerous times in the past. As Ye Huo watched Huo reluctantly venture into the depths of the forest of death with his thunder sword in hand, he couldn't help but reflect that it seemed that Huo and his teacher must have been exceptionally close comrades. Otherwise, such casual banter would not have occurred. Thinking of comrades, Ye Huo couldn't help but smile wryly. Whether in his past life or this one, he seemed to have never had a truly close ally. It was not due to others rejecting him. On the contrary, as the strongest priest of Godslayer, countless individuals sought to recruit him. Yet, Ye Huo's innate disposition made him reluctant to engage with others. This led to his profound loneliness in his previous life. However, Ye Huo had long realized that solitude in his past did not necessitate loneliness in this life. His previous isolation stemmed from a lack of ability, without capability. There was no confidence that in such circumstances, Ye Huo had been hesitant to engage in conversations, all due to a deep-seated sense of inferiority. However, times have changed. The current version of Ye Huo is no longer that insignificant individual devoid of merit. Thus, in this lifetime, Ye Huo swears to become a formidable force, a powerful being that commands the respect of all under heaven. "What is the matter, Ye Huo?" Drank inquired, observing the captivating changes in Ye Huo's expression with concern. Lifting his head to meet the worried gaze of Drank, Ye Huo merely offered a gentle smile. The thoughts swirling in his mind were certainly not meant to be uttered aloud, so he replied, "It's nothing. It's just that spending my first night in the wilderness feels a bit strange." Upon hearing Ye Huo's words, Drank chuckled and said, "Survival in the wild is a skill that must be acquired by anyone in any profession. You will naturally adapt to it in time." "Indeed, I will, teacher," Ye Huo assured Drank with a reassuring glance. Then began to set up the outdoor tent that Drank had retrieved from his spatial ring. Chapter 23. The ceiling of holy light. The night in the Death Forest was devoid of moonlight. Yet Ye Huo found solace in this tranquil atmosphere. The crisp air, the soothing sounds of insects and birds, and the occasional calls of unknown magical beasts wove a tapestry of sound through the night. If one were to only hear the name Death Forest, Countless individuals might assume it to be a realm shrouded by the Grim Reaper. In truth, this notion holds some merit. If one were to enter here, without having reached the 8th tier holy level, the specter of death would undoubtedly loom over them. From Drank and Huatingxi's conversations, Ye Huo learned that under every colossal tree in this forest lies the remains of countless humans and other races. However, Ye Huo was somewhat skeptical. He mused that if so many had perished here, wouldn't the arrival of a necromancer render them invincible? Of course, Ye Huo had not contemplated whether such a profession as a necromancer existed in this world. As the morning sun filtered through the leaves, casting dappled light upon Ye Huo, he reveled in the sensation, akin to returning to his mother's embrace at times. He felt as though the sunlight was like a mother, ever protective and affectionate towards him. Old friend, when will you break the seal? Huatingxi's booming voice caused Drank, who had just concluded his meditation, to frown. His friend was admirable in many ways, but the one aspect that left Drank feeling helpless was that Huatingxi seemed to remain unchanged. Drank recalled the first time he met Huatingxi when he was merely 18. He had been the same back then. And now, decades later, while all of Drank's old friends had evolved into formidable figures, they no longer shared the light-hearted banter of yore. Perhaps only Huatingxi himself had not changed. Drank pondered whether he was the one who had erred, losing his essence, or if it was Huatingxi who was mistaken. Drank said little more, rising to splash his face with the morning dew before heading towards the ceiling magic array. To be honest, it had been so long since Drank had spent a night in the wild that he felt somewhat out of practice with this form of camping. Observing the silent Drank, Ye Huo followed suit. He had little understanding of magic arrays, yet in past games, such constructs existed, albeit Ye Huo had dismissed them as overly cumbersome and never delved into their study. Crouching before the seal, Drank gathered red and blue magical energy in his hands. This was not mere showmanship. He was probing the energy points of the seal. Seals typically contain an energy point, once identified. Specific items could be employed or force could be used to breach the seal. However, after a while, Drank's brow furrowed even more tightly, and he dispersed the magical energy in his hands, observing Drank's demeanor. Huatingxi was momentarily taken aback, then asked with growing concern, "What's wrong, old friend? Can't you locate the energy point?" Drank shook his head, replying, "No, I can find the energy point, but this seal is rather troublesome." With that, Drank stood up, causing Huatingxi's heart to chill. His first instinct was to assume that today's endeavor was doomed. This seal is of the holy light type. Had I not studied the texts on holy light meticulously, I doubt I would have even located the energy point. However, even if we find it, I fear we may not be able to break it. A trace of disappointment laced Drank's words. "What?" Huatingxi queried, perplexed as to why locating the energy point would not suffice to breach the seal, as this seemed illogical to him. Drank explained, "This seal can be classified as the simplest form of a 9th-tier seal. Yet, this simplest of seals is the one that leaves us most helpless." "What do you mean?" Huatingxi asked, utterly confused. "It's simple. We lack a holy light mage. This seal can only be activated by using holy light spells to energize the entire array. Otherwise, it simply cannot function." Drank elucidated clearly. "What if we force it open?" Huatingxi unsheathed his thunder sword, evidently accustomed to such actions, as his proficiency suggested countless prior attempts. However, this action earned him a cold glare from Drank, who retorted, "Old fool, when will you start using your brain? Haven't you tried smashing it before? What was the outcome?" Upon hearing Drank's words, Huatingxi suddenly recalled that he had indeed attempted a reckless assault previously. "Teacher, do you think my spells count as holy light?" Ye Huo, who had remained silent until now, stepped forward, observing Huatingxi's dejected demeanor at Ye Huo's words. Both Huatingxi and Drank were visibly taken aback. Finally recalling that Ye Huo was present, and his extraordinary abilities bore striking similarities to those of past holy light mages. Of course, Ye Huo's powers far surpassed those of the former holy light mages. "Right. Ye Huo, my boy, do try it quickly. Just cast one of your spells and see if you can activate the entire array." Huatingxi seized this glimmer of hope, eagerly pulling Ye Huo towards the seal. Ye Huo, wearing a wry smile, glanced at the fervent Drank and the swaying thunder sword before him, feeling apprehensive about the possibility of Drank striking him down should he fail to breach the seal. Standing before the seal, Ye Huo wore an expression of bitterness, simultaneously casting an inquiring glance at Drank. Upon receiving a confirming nod from Drank, Ye Huo summoned a golden radiance, unleashing a swiftly soaring holy light bullet that struck the seal. As the holy light bullet dissipated, the entire seal began to radiate a golden glow. The light was not blinding, yet the sacred aura emanating from it deepened Ye Huo's curiosity about the vanished holy light. From the essence exuding from the seal, Ye Huo sensed a presence akin to his own. Though this essence did not belong to a priest in the realm of games, they had a different designation. They were known as light mages. Boom! As the glow faded, the original sealing magic array cracked open at its center, revealing a pitch-black opening that slanted downward at a 45-degree angle. The ground at the opening was meticulously paved with stone slabs, indicating that the builders of this subterranean passage held it in high regard. Wow, it really opened! Huotingxi exclaimed, clapping Ye Huo on the shoulder with great enthusiasm, causing Ye Huo, whose physique was not particularly robust, to grimace in pain. Yet, Ye Huo said nothing. He understood Huotingxi's excitement, for his teacher wore a visage of astonishment as well, though Ye Huo had never ventured into perilous territories. He was not naive. His teacher, who held himself in high esteem, would not display such joy unless something extraordinary awaited them. Therefore, Ye Huo was filled with curiosity about what lay within. Chapter 24. The dragon. The opening took a full 10 minutes to transition from its unveiling to its cessation. It was not that the opening was vast, but rather that it was profound. Unlike other openings he had encountered, this one seemed as if the earth had suddenly split apart, with the seal acting as a key, provided the key fit. The opening would gradually reveal itself from the outside inward. The speed of the opening was not slow. The 10 minutes merely indicated the depth of the chasm. The usual protocol, old fool. You lead the way, Ye Huo in the center, and I'll follow from behind. Stay alert. Drank directed, pushing aside the starry-eyed Huotingxi as he laid out the strategy. Huotingxi agreed with Drank's plan, although he lacked the knightly shell of armor. He acknowledged that in this situation, it was essential for him, the holy warrior, to pave the way. After all, it would not do to allow a mere mage or a fourth-tier priest to take the lead. Grasping his thunder sword tightly, Huotingxi cautiously began to enter the opening, with Ye Huo obediently trailing behind. However, Ye Huo maintained a prudent distance of approximately 10 meters from Huotingxi to him. This distance felt optimal. Should any danger arise, 10 meters would provide sufficient reaction time, and conversely, should he find himself in peril, that same distance would be easily traversable by Huotingxi in a mere instant. As Ye Huo and Huotingxi entered, Drank also grasped an enormous fireball and began to follow behind them. Under normal circumstances, Drank would never position himself at the rear, as sometimes being at the back could be even more perilous than being at the front. However, due to the limited manpower available, Drank found himself with no other option. Old buddy, don't forget to light the magical lantern, Huotingxi suddenly exclaimed, his booming voice startling Ye Huo, whose nerves were already frayed in the eerie silence. This was no game. Life was singular and irreplaceable, leaving no room for Ye Huo to be careless. If you could just keep your mouth shut, we could avoid much danger, Drank retorted, equally startled by Huotingxi. Ye Huo observed as Drank darkly scowled and began retrieving prepared magical lanterns from his spatial ring to ignite. Huotingxi shrugged, clearly accustomed to scaring others with his antics. In fact, he often relished the thrill of startling others during such perilous adventures, knowing it could effectively alleviate the tense atmosphere. Indeed, after Huotingxi's outburst, the previously taut hearts of Ye Huo and Drank began to relax. Drank was no stranger to such adventures. He had weathered many storms and knew precisely when to tense up and when to ease. Conversely, Ye Huo, participating in such a venture for the first time and accompanied by two saint-level powerhouses, felt considerably reassured. The likelihood of encountering a creature capable of ending his life in front of two saint-level strongmen seemed quite low. The trio treaded cautiously, yet as they ventured deeper, their brows furrowed tighter. All three sensed something amiss, for the tranquility surrounding them was unnaturally profound, akin to walking the path home, devoid of any monstrous guardians or traps. Old man, stop. Finally, the rearward Drank could no longer restrain himself and called out to the advancing Huotingxi, adding, I sense something is terribly wrong here. Indeed, I share your sentiment. I have never encountered such a peculiar place. This damned location lacks even the slightest mechanism. Could it be an emergency exit? Huiting's remarked, embedding his thunder sword into a nearby rock. His brow knitted in concern as he lit one of the magical lanterns. Drank continued, now is not the time for such cold jesting, but I have an unsettling premonition. It seems this place may not harbor treasure, but rather a prison for monsters. Huiting's interjected, completing Drank's thought. Yes, we have heard of such places before. Do you think we should continue onward? Drank inquired, his gaze searching Huiting's for an answer. The light-hearted expression on Huiting's face gradually faded, replaced by a somber demeanor. After a moment of contemplation, Huiting's finally spoke. Old friend, I believe you must understand that locations designed to seal away monsters typically conceal valuable treasures. My thunder sword, for instance, was obtained from beneath a sealed monster's lair, yet that place has long since been ravaged by others. My acquisition was merely a stroke of luck. I grasp your meaning. Drank nodded toward Huiting's. However, what I wish to ascertain now is whether you believe we should press on. Ye Huo began to feel perplexed by the dialogue between Drank and Huiting's, but gradually pieced together their implications. There was a possibility that a monster lay sealed within, rendering the situation exceedingly perilous. Yet, with high risk came the potential for great reward. Old friend, I feel we must venture inside. After all, we are saint-level powerhouses. We cannot allow mere rumors to intimidate us. If we do, how shall we ever face others again? Huiting's declared, pulling the thunder sword from its resting place. Ye Huo, what do you think? Drank turned to Ye Huo, who had been following closely behind. In truth, he was not concerned for himself. With their saint-level status, both he and Huiting's could easily escape even if confronted by a 9th-tier beast. Ye Huo, however, was only a 4th tier, and if faced with a 9th-tier creature, his chances of escape would be slim. Caught off guard by Drank's inquiry, Ye Huo hesitated. Since entering the forest of death, he had closely followed the two, rarely voicing his opinions. Now, suddenly being asked for his input left him somewhat unprepared. Yet, despite his discomfort, Ye Huo understood that whatever lay at the heart of this cavern undoubtedly contained treasures worthy of pursuit. The adage, fortune favors the bold, rang true, should he retreat from danger. He feared he would never become a true powerhouse. Teacher, let us proceed further. I shall heed your guidance. Ye Huo resolutely conveyed his thoughts to Drank through his words and gaze. Very well. Then, old man, lead the way, but Ye Huo, do not stray too far from me. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, remember to draw near at once. Drank replied, his satisfaction evident at Ye Huo's words. To be frank, he had feared that Ye Huo might suggest retreating, as such a notion was unbecoming of a true warrior. Drank felt immense pride in his disciple for expressing such resolve. The trio continued onward with utmost caution. Yet their vigilance seemed excessive, as they encountered no dangers even after traversing for an entire hour. Upon passing through an exceedingly long cavern, they discovered a vast opening ahead. However, it was not the size of the cave that astonished them. Rather, it was the sight within. A colossal creature, at least 30 meters in length and radiating a bluish glow, lay in slumber at the cave's center. Drank and Huiting's were no strangers to this creature. And even Ye Huo recognized it, for it bore a name that inspired terror, be it in games or in this world. The Dragon. Chapter 25. The moving treasure. Gazing upon the immense creature, all three held their breath and instinctively began to retreat. It was not out of cowardice. Rather, the dragon had long been regarded as an invincible entity in the legends of the West Long Continent, spanning thousands, if not tens of thousands, of years. While dragon slayers were not unheard of, every recorded instance ended in tragic demise. It was not that dragons were invincible, but rather that their kind was. Perhaps one could face an 8th tier or even a 9th tier dragon alone and emerge victorious, yet none could withstand the wrath of countless dragons. The trio moved with utmost stealth. Both Drank and Huiting's, as well as Ye Huo, possessed a profound understanding of these creatures. Ye Huo, in particular, was well acquainted with dragons due to his numerous dreams of becoming a dragon slayer within the realm of gaming. His motivation, however, was not fame, but rather the desire for the Archangel's staff held by the Saint Dragon King. Consequently, he had conducted thorough research on dragons, their habits, weaknesses, and temperaments. Ultimately, Ye Huo concluded that dragons were formidable foes. Even summoning an archangel would not guarantee victory against a 9th-tier adult divine dragon, let alone the legendary demigod, the divine Dragon King. After retreating a full kilometer, The trio finally paused while Ye Huo glanced at Drank and Huoting's, noting their identical expressions of shock. Nonetheless, he could empathize with their astonishment. Old friends, it seems we have come in vain. That 8th-tier wind dragon is beyond our capabilities. Huoting's finally regained his composure, but surprisingly wore an expression of excitement rather than disappointment. Drank nodded in agreement. Indeed. You and Ye Huo remain here while I seek to contact some old friends. Opportunities like this are rare. We must slay this beast. Old friend, do you have news of others? Huoting's inquired, his excitement palpable. Of course not. However, as a mage, I can reach them faster that I shall return within a year. Drank asserted confidently. Nonetheless, his mention of a year left Ye Huo speechless to prepare for a dragon hunt. While 8th-tier dragons were indeed formidable, with 2 8th-tier professionals alongside him, Ye Huo believed they had at least a 70% chance of success. Dragons, while powerful, could certainly be slain by 3 8th-tier professionals willing to risk injury. Especially since this dragon lay underground, deprived of its ability to fly, making the endeavor considerably easier. Very well, but old friend, you must be swift. Though dragons slumber for extended periods, we cannot predict when this one might awaken. With the seal now broken, should it rouse, I would be utterly powerless to stop it. Huoting's pressed. Rest assured, do you think I am as slow and sluggish as you? Drank replied, clearly irritated by Huoting's nagging. Teacher, why must we slay this dragon? Ye Huo asked, genuinely perplexed. In games, slaying a dragon yielded valuable loot, but in reality, what was the rationale? Did dragons truly possess treasures within their very beings, rendering them impervious to weapons? Upon hearing Ye Huo's exceedingly naive question, Huoting seized the moment to speak before Dailink could respond, saying, Little one, are you genuinely unaware or just pretending? The notion of slaying a dragon is a fantasy that dances in the mind of nearly every individual. Setting aside the immense magical power contained within an 8th-tier dragon crystal, even the bones, scales, fangs, and sinews of a dragon could undoubtedly transform a destitute individual into a billionaire of unfathomable wealth. Dailink chimed in. Indeed. If a mage were to don an entire set of equipment forged from dragon parts, that mage could achieve invincibility among peers and might even contend against foes of a higher tier. Absolutely. A warrior clad in dragon-scale armor could become immune to spells of the 5th tier and possess formidable resistance to those of a higher tier. Such a warrior could withstand a mage's onslaught head-on. Huoting's added. Moreover, dragon-scale armor possesses exceptional physical defensive capabilities, akin to its magical resilience. 5th-tier combat energy would struggle to breach it, and even attacks of the 6th or 7th tier would find it impossible to cleave through dragon-scale armor. The two of them, like a rapid-fire machine gun, inundated Ye Huo with explanations, plunging him into a reverie of wild fantasies that moment. He was oblivious to the drool beginning to pool at the corners of his mouth. In Ye Huo's mind, this was no mere dragon. It was, in fact, a mountain of gold lying dormant. Furthermore, the most potent treasure is the dragon crystal. With an 8th-tier dragon crystal, I could craft a staff of the same attribute. This staff possesses an ability to store magic that ordinary staves lack. It can retain a spell of the same tier, which the user can activate whenever needed. Moreover, once it is fully charged with magical energy, the dragon crystal staff could be used indefinitely. Dailink continued to entice Ye Huo. At this point, Ye Huo fully comprehended why these 2 8th-tier professionals were so eager to hunt down this dragon. It was not just them. Even he himself yearned to eliminate this creature. Slaying it would render him a wealthy individual, and the nagging problem of lacking offensive capabilities could be resolved with the dragon crystal staff. If he could persuade Dailink to create a dragon crystal staff and seal an 8th-tier wind spell of annihilation within it, then, enough. Let the old codger Huoting's elaborate on the details for you. I must find a way to reconnect with some old friends. Regardless, we must slay this solitary dragon. Dailink's urgency was palpable, as if he believed the dragon would escape if delayed even a moment longer. Observing Dailink's demeanor, Ye Huo inquired, Teacher, can't the 3 of us manage? Upon hearing Ye Huo's words, Dailink paused and replied, Ye Huo, while your combat enhancements are indeed formidable, even with our fortitude, the likelihood of successfully confronting an 8th-tier wind dragon remains at a mere 50%. What if I could weaken the dragon's combat strength by 20% and ensure it refrains from using large-scale dragon spells? Ye Huo proposed. Recalling his ability to ignite combat power and his dispelling technique that in his recollection, although dragons possessed formidable physical strength, their magical capabilities were far superior. With his dispelling technique in hand, he believed the dragon would have no means to unleash its dragon language magic. Ye Huo mischievously pondered whether interrupting a dragon while casting a spell could lead to its own demise. That as soon as Ye Huo finished speaking, he felt two intense gazes directed at him. A sensation that made him slightly self-conscious that in the past, he had never elicited such a reaction from others. "Little one, are you jesting?" Huotings exclaimed, unable to contain his curiosity. Before Ye Huo could explain, Dailink halted him, gesturing for Ye Huo to continue. "Actually, I reached the 5th tier not long ago. The holy light bullet we used to open the door was a 5th tier spell. Additionally, I have 2 other spells, one called Prayer, which doubles the recovery speed of my allies' magical and combat energy, and the other, which I mentioned earlier, can reduce an opponent's combat power by 20%. Ye Huo spoke hesitantly, as he had not disclosed his advancement to Dailink earlier. Fearing his disappointment, however, Dailink was not the type to hold grudges. After listening to Ye Huo, he inquired, "And what about this ability to prevent the dragon from casting large spells?" Relieved that Dailink did not chastise him for his omission, Ye Huo replied, "Teacher, do you remember the dispelling spell I mentioned? Not only does it have the power to dispel all curses, but it can also interrupt any spell, provided the spell requires incantation. Otherwise, I cannot seize the opportunity. Little one, are you still human?" Huotings gazed at Ye Huo with wide eyes. The notion of interrupting any incantation seemed deceptively simple, but held a power beyond anything Ye Huo possessed in Huoting's eyes. Of course, he was unaware that Ye Huo also had a resurrection spell. Otherwise, he might faint from astonishment. Ye Huo ignored Huoting's and turned his gaze towards Dailink, eager to discern his reaction. As expected, Dailink's reaction mirrored that of Huoting's. Although he did not vocalize it like Huoting's, his astonishment was just as profound that Ye Huo's spell undoubtedly impacted Dailink more than it did Huoting's. Dailink understood that even if Ye Huo never advanced further, with the mere existence of this dispelling spell, he could rightfully claim a position among the strongest individuals on the continent, though mages appeared to bask in glory. Dailink recognized that their most potent spells required lengthy incantations. Unlike Ye Huo's priestly skills, which were primarily instantaneous, the ability to interrupt any spell during its incantation rendered Ye Huo a formidable adversary to mages. Dailink couldn't help but imagine the scenario of Ye Huo using his dispelling spell to nullify a coalition of 8th-tier mages casting a super forbidden spell during warfare. Would it not annihilate all the mages in the midst of casting? "Teacher," Ye Huo called out, unable to contain himself as Dailink remained silent for an extended period. Awakened from his reverie by Ye Huo's voice, Dailink felt a bit embarrassed to be left speechless by his own student. An 8th-tier holy mage was indeed humiliating. However, the true reason for his distraction was the sheer abnormality of Ye Huo's capabilities. "I'm fine. Given this, Huotings, you will engage the dragon while I position myself beside Ye Huo for ranged support." Ensuring his protection, Dailink began to strategize, evidently seeking to mask his earlier lapse. "Understood, teacher. Once I have augmented everyone's combat power and cast prayer, I will activate the combat power burn against the dragon. Uncle Dailink, you must remember to throw me backward at the first opportunity," Ye Huo admitted, feeling somewhat uneasy about being the first to disturb a slumbering dragon. "Rest assured. But little one, remember to heal me. I will withstand the dragon's assault, and Dailink, make sure to document the magical images. This time, I will surely become an idol for countless people," Huotings proclaimed, his excitement palpable at the prospect of enduring the dragon's might under Ye Huo's healing and restoration spells. "If you feel you've lived long enough, I have no qualms about assisting your recording," Dailink shrugged, dousing Huotings with cold water. Realizing Dailink's implication, Huotings shivered involuntarily but soon chuckled. "Then do record it. I will savor it later." With his hands aglow with holy light, Ye Huo cast 3 instances of prayer, showering the trio in radiant luminescence. Following that, the brilliance of combat power enhancement enveloped them all. After completing this series of augmentations, Ye Huo retrieved his staff of vitality from his substantial backpack. Aware that this would be a grueling battle, necessitating a means for rapid magical recovery. "All right, teacher, we are ready to depart," Ye Huo declared, gripping the staff of vitality, feeling the surge of replenishing magical energy as he spoke to Dailink. Yes, we shall set forth. You two lead the charge while I maintain a distance of 50 meters. Old codger, remember to hurl Ye Huo towards me the moment he activates his combat power burn. I will catch him, and you must engage the dragon to divert its attention, Link instructed, finally retrieving his staff, a sacred artifact embedded with red and green magical crystals, from his spatial ring. Huoting's, not a novice to such battles, was nonetheless exhilarated at the prospect of slaying a dragon, fully aware that this endeavor was not about him or Link, but rather about the young Ye Huo. Without Ye Huo, even if the dragon were weakened by 20%, they would undoubtedly fail. With a nod of understanding, Ye Huo began to sprint towards the dragon's direction. However, as he ran, he suddenly felt a peculiar sensation emanating from the autumn water ring he wore on his hand. A feeling he recognized well. The swift absorption of magical energy replenishing him. It is evident that the autumn water ring adorning his hand possesses a far superior restorative capability compared to the spirit staff he holds. For Ye Huo can even sense that a small vortex of magical energy has nearly formed beside the ring, continuously siphoning ambient light magic to replenish itself. Overwhelmed by the excitement brought forth by the autumn water ring, Ye Huo can hardly afford to delve into its mysteries, as the formidable figure of the wind dragon, spanning over 30 meters, has once again materialized before him. This time, retreat is not an option. They are poised to undertake what countless warriors and mages can only dream of: dragon slaying. Chapter 27. The terrifying Kletos. Transitioning from earlier tension to a growing calm as he approaches the dragon, Ye Huo realizes he has finally attained the serene mindset of a priest, one who maintains clarity in the face of any battle and harbors unwavering trust in his comrades. Were it not for his profound trust in Link and Huoting's, Ye Huo would never dare to be the first to unleash his power burn, as he understands that such a devastating spell would inevitably attract the dragoness' attention. Yet, in the face of this moving treasure, he knows he cannot choose to abandon the fight. At this moment, Ye Huo stands no more than 100 meters from the dragon, but this distance is still insufficient. For the effective range of his power burn is merely 60 meters. Thus, he must brave the overwhelming dragon's might and press forward. The dragon's strength lies in its innate, colossal aura of intimidation, which can be said to crush all but a few exceptional magical beasts. 80 meters, 75 meters, 60 meters. The dragon is now practically within reach. Without hesitation, Ye Huo casts a light guardian shield upon himself. Though it feels as fragile as paper against such a monstrous foe, this is merely a habit. With his right hand aglow, he swiftly conjures a golden sphere of light, and with a pointed gesture, a beam of golden light surges forth, striking the slumbering dragon. Roar! As the impact of Ye Huo's power burn reverberates, the wind dragon is jolted from its slumber, its colossal roar inducing a wave of dizziness in Ye Huo. Yet, he soon experiences the sensation of being on a roller coaster, realizing that he has been tossed aside by Huoting's. After flinging Ye Huo towards Link, Huoting's aura blazes with an intensity akin to a raging inferno, far surpassing the energy he wielded against the ice flame wolf. This is the true extent of Huoting's power. With thunder in hand, Huoting swiftly positions himself before the dragon. You little pests! How dare you disturb Lord Kletos' slumber? You shall pay a bloody price. As Ye Huo anticipated, the awakened dragon uttered a cliché line straight out of a game or novel. However, Ye Huo has no time to ponder its absurdity, for Huoting's has already engaged the dragon in direct combat. Despite Huoting's diminutive stature compared to the terrifying dragon, his strength is no less formidable. In a daring leap, he ascends onto Kletos' back and drives his sword into the dragon's flesh. Even against the dragon's formidable defenses, the artifact proves its worth, drawing blood with a single strike. Yet, Kletos retaliates, swatting Huoting's into the ground, as if he were an insignificant fly in that moment of Huoting's impact. A brilliant blue explosion, a fireball the size of a bowling ball, hurtles towards Kletos' head, conjured by Link, who stands resolutely beside Ye Huo. Though the fireball is not colossal, its explosive force is undeniable, sending Kletos reeling backward, thus allowing Huoting's to emerge once more from beneath the dragon's crushing grip. Fully immersed in battle now, Ye Huo casts healing spells upon Huoting's, whose armor has been somewhat deformed from the blow. As Huoting's bursts forth from the ground, momentarily disoriented by the impact, Ye Huo's healing magic swiftly restores him to peak condition, eliciting another expression of awe from Huoting's regarding Ye Huo's miraculous abilities. Emerging from the earth, Huoting swiftly alters his attack from a slash to a thrust, piercing the dragon's forepaw with his 5-foot-long sword, Thunder. While this maneuver may not inflict significant damage, Huoting understands that it effectively draws Klito's attention, ensuring the safety of the two mages behind him. His objective is achieved. At the instant he strikes, he is met with a torrent of dragon breath. Klito's massive head unleashes its breath without warning, and Huoting, caught unprepared, cannot evade the onslaught and must endure the brunt of it. Seeing Huoting engulfed by the dragon's breath, Ye Huo feels an involuntary tightening in his chest. His gaze darting to Delank, who once again hurls a fireball. Do not lose focus. Heal Huoting with all your might. He is not so easily slain, and dragon breath cannot kill him. Delank clearly possesses a deeper understanding of Huoting's resilience than Ye Huo does. Upon hearing Delank's words, Ye Huo silently reprimands himself for allowing his concentration to waver in such a critical battle, an unforgivable lapse. Were it not for Delank's timely reminder, Ye Huo might have even entertained thoughts of fleeing, a notion he knows he must not entertain. With no time for further introspection, Ye Huo refocuses on Klito's, still exhaling its deadly breath. He acknowledges the truth in Delank's words. Huoting will be fine. Indeed, when the dragon's breath dissipates, a valiant Huoting emerges, his body charred black and bearing only the thunder sword. Little one, do not slow down. Your healing pace is far too sluggish. Huoting calls out. Fiercely swinging his sword at the lowered Kalitos, Ye Huo unleashes his strongest healing spells, restoration and healing, bathing Huoting in golden light, rejuvenating his battered form. Little one, do not slow down. Your healing speed is far too sluggish. Huoting calls out. Fiercely swinging his sword at the lowered Kalitos, Ye Huo unleashes his strongest healing spells, restoration and healing, bathing Huoting in golden light, rejuvenating his battered form. As Huoting charges forth, Ye Huo realizes the terrifying nature of an 8th-tier dragon without his healing spells. Even two Huotings would surely perish under such strain. Moreover, this is a dragon diminished by 20% of its power. Ye Huo shudders to consider the true strength of Klito's in its prime. Furthermore, this is merely an 8th-tier dragon. What of a 9th tier? It becomes clear that being a dragon slayer is no simple task. You little pests will pay dearly. Klito's bellows once more, unleashing a torrent of wind blades that scatter in all directions. Yet, Ye Huo does not retreat. He has already erred once in doubting his allies, and he refuses to repeat that mistake. He has faith that Delank will shield him from this wave of attacks, allowing him to focus entirely on healing Huoting. For a single moment of distraction could spell the end for his comrade. Chapter 28. Resolution. Countless wind blades, slicing through the air, converge upon Ye Huo, who remains calm and focused as he continues to heal Huoting from a distance. Just as the wind blades are about to rend him to shreds, a crimson shield materializes before him. Absorbing the onslaught, Ye Huo recognizes this as the result of Delank's 8th-tier spell, Fire Goddess Protection. Ye Huo remains steadfast, for Huoting is in a perilous struggle. Facing an 8th-tier dragon is a feat even a 9th-tier warrior might find daunting. Yet Huoting perseveres with Ye Huo's support. Delank's fireballs rain down relentlessly upon Klito's, each explosive orb aimed squarely at the dragon's head. Were it not for Huoting's acting as an indomitable shield, Delank could not sustain such a relentless assault. Just as Ye Huo envisions the battle concluding with Huoting gradually wearing down Klito's, the dragon can no longer contain its fury. With a furious breath, Klito's forces Huoting back and begins to chant an arcane incantation in its deep, resonant tongue. As it does so, a circular azure shield materializes around the dragon. Huoting, recognizing the danger of Klito's preparing a cataclysmic spell, does not hesitate. He grasps thunder and commences a frenzied assault on the dragon's shield. Meanwhile, Ye Huo's heart swells with excitement. At last, an opportunity has arisen. Although Caduce had fortified himself with an incredibly strong shield, he remained unaware that Ye Huo's dispelling spell could not only eliminate harmful spells cast upon allies, but also nullify beneficial spells cast upon foes. Let me handle this, Ye Huo exclaimed. And with that, the dispelling spell surged forth. The unique purplish-gold radiance of the spell shot from Ye Huo's hand like a sharp blade, striking directly against Caduce's shield. As Caduce beheld the dispelling spell unleashed by Ye Huo, An ominous premonition suddenly gripped his heart. However, bolstered by his long-standing confidence in his own strength, Caduce believed it impossible for anyone to breach his defenses in such a short span of time. Even though his shield lacked the formidable power of the Earth-type dragon, it was certainly not something that an opponent of the same level could easily penetrate. Even the two ninth-tier Holy Light mages who had imprisoned him in this place had to resort to using powerful scrolls to crack his defenses. This thought filled Caduce with immense rage. As a ninth-tier dragon, he had fallen prey to the cunning of two ninth-tier Holy Light mages. What infuriated Caduce the most was his ignorance of the true nature of the spellcaster's actions. For he had inexplicably begun to experience a degradation of his powers during his millennia-long slumber. In the face of such a predicament, Caduce had once felt despair, yet in a moment of hopelessness. 3 insignificant humans had miraculously broken the accursed seal from the outside that he believed that as long as he dispatched these 3 small insects with his draconic magic, he would be able to escape safely. Caduce was confident that upon returning to Dragon Island, His Majesty the Dragon King would surely resolve his issues. Yet, the subsequent dispelling spell from Ye Huo shattered all of Caduce's dreams. The dispelling spell struck his shield. Caduce's once invincible defense crumbled like parchment. That moment, the shield transformed into a gust of wind-like elemental force, dissipating into the air. This revelation left Caduce momentarily stunned, as even Delank and Huotings were taken aback. Ye Huo's next actions filled Caduce not just with astonishment, but with despair. Without pausing after the first dispelling spell, Ye Huo concentrated his divine power and hurled a second dispelling spell at Caduce. This spell became Caduce's waking nightmare. He sensed that the incantation he had been chanting was abruptly interrupted, a sensation he recognized all too well. It was a disruption. Caduce understood full well what was about to unfold. Backlash. No. The vast magical elements he had amassed spiraled into chaos due to Ye Huo's sudden interruption, transforming from a lethal weapon into a self-destructive bomb. Boom, boom, boom. Countless echoes erupted around Caduce, as the raging wind elements made him acutely aware of the overwhelming power of his own magic. At that moment, Caduce harbored a singular wish. If only his magic could be somewhat weaker. Yet, reality is often cruel, for the backlash of magic proved to be even more exhilarating than taking a direct hit from a spell. A direct hit could be mitigated by one's equipment or shield, while magical backlash occurred entirely from within. Even if Caduce's skin were as tough as armor, could his insides possess the same resilience? The answer was a resounding no. Caduce, engulfed in magical backlash, felt as though his massive form had deflated like a punctured balloon. His eyes, already the size of a human's, bulged from their sockets. Old fool, what are you waiting for? Finish him off. At this moment, Delank, the most lucid among them, understood the gravity of the situation. He was well aware that while the backlash of the spell was formidable, it was unlikely to be fatal. The vitality of a dragon is a force not easily imagined. Delank believed that even after such backlash, Caduce would only be rendered incapable of fighting. But not incapable of fleeing. If Caduce chose to burn his life force to escape, he could still make it out. Should that happen, it would not only thwart their plans to slay the dragon, but might very well put them on the menu for the dragon race. Huotings, upon being roused by Delank, grasped the intent behind his words. All the fighting spirit around him coalesced into his sword of thunder, which transformed from purple to gold. The enormous sword of thunder now radiated like true lightning, plunging directly into Caduce's body, with Huotings following suit. Entering the dragon's body, Huotings was far more frenzied than a wolf among sheep. Once inside Caduce, he ignited every remaining ounce of fighting spirit within him and relentlessly swung the thunder sword. Indeed, his aim was to wreak havoc upon Caduce's innards from within. While a single thrust through the dragon's vulnerable scales could slay Caduce, Huotings understood that those scales were the strongest part of a dragon's body, and if harvested, would make for armor of legendary caliber. Ow! The combined agony of magical backlash and the torment of his insides being ravaged caused Caduce to collapse to the ground. I will take you all to the grave with me. Delank's heart tightened at Caduce's words. He knew that dragons often resorted to self-destruction in their final moments. Retreat. I will handle this. With a wave of his staff, Delank conjured a gust of wind that propelled Ye Huo away several dozen meters, while simultaneously beginning to chant a powerful spell. He would not grant Caduce the chance for self-destruction. Chapter 29. The left hand of the fire god as an 8th-tier mage saint, and with Huating's racing about within Caducee's body, Delank managed to complete his incantation before Caducee could initiate his self-destruct sequence. Blue flames encircled Delank, and his stern visage captivated Ye Huo, who found himself momentarily entranced, realizing how strikingly handsome his teacher was. Go forth, left hand of the fire god. With a flourish of his staff, all the flames surrounding him coalesced into a hand, albeit one missing 2 fingers, radiating a devastating aura as it surged toward the still raging Caducee, faced with such a ferocious manifestation of flame. Even an 8th-tier dragon could only resign itself to death. Caducee reluctantly closed his eyes, overwhelmed by regret. If only he hadn't defied the elders and left Dragon Island all those years ago. He would not have been sealed, if not for the seal degrading his powers and rendering him flightless in such a confined space. He would not have been vanquished by these 3 insignificant humans. Boom! A sound akin to a volcanic eruption echoed as the left hand of the fire god, ablaze with towering flames, made contact with Caducee's massive head. Unsurprisingly, even an 8th-tier dragon renowned for its defense could only meet its demise in the face of a full-powered spell unleashed by an 8th-tier mage saint. After slaying Caducee, the left hand of the fire god did not cease its onslaught, but erupted violently, scattering flames that collided with the surrounding rock walls, transforming them into molten magma that flowed freely. Oh dear! A wailing cry erupted from Caducee's colossal form, and soon after, Huating's, engulfed in flames, burst forth from Caducee's body like a massive fireball. Good heavens, someone doused these flames. Even Huating's, despite his formidable prowess, found himself howling in agony against the residual force of the left hand of the fire god. Though he appeared to suffer immensely, both Ye Huo and Delank understood that the residual force of the spell was not as potent as a dragon's breath. Huating's suffering stemmed from the burning nature of the left hand of the fire god. Once ignited, only a fire mage could dispel the flames, and otherwise, one must endure until they extinguished. Of course, Ye Huo's remarkable dispelling spell could also alleviate this fiery torment. Ye Huo chuckled, and, in the next moment, the purplish-gold light of his dispelling spell enveloped Huating's, extinguishing the flames licking at his form. Old friend, do you want to take me down with you? A simple fire dragon spiral would suffice to finish him off? Why employ the 2nd-tier forbidden spell, left hand of the fire god? Clearly, Huating's, still smoldering and disheveled, was not pleased. Yet, Huating's displeasure earned him merely a roll of the eyes from Delank, who was ever the cautious soul. He understood that while a fire dragon spiral could likely obliterate the already near-defeated Caducee, he could not take that gamble. If he lost and allowed Caducee to self-destruct, it would spell doom not just for Caducee, but for all 3 of them. Teacher, he must be dead now, right? Ye Huo inquired, gazing at Caducee, who lay motionless on the ground, devoid of any signs of life. Even at his peak, enduring the left hand of the fire god would have severely weakened him, let alone after being thoroughly battered by the indomitable Huating's. Huating's, unfazed by the gravity of the situation, boasted while clutching his legendary thunder sword, completely unconcerned about his current state of undress. Half dead, you say? It seems someone else fits that description. Delank quipped, shooting Huating's a pointed glance. Hearing Delank's remark, Ye Huo turned to observe Huating's, who was now completely bare, his charred skin a stark contrast to his previously vibrant complexion, save for the gleaming white of his teeth as he grinned widely. However, what Ye Huo admired the most was still the way Huating's swaggered in the wind. Here, is it embarrassing? Delank tossed a mage robe to Huating's from his ring. Evidently aware that Ye Huo, the younger generation, was present, Ye Huo stifled his laughter as he watched Huating's donning the robe that resembled a tight-fitting outfit, and frankly, it did little to improve his appearance. Given Huating's robust stature, the sight of him in a typical mage's robe was nothing short of comical. After throwing the robe to Huating's, Delank said no more and began to stride toward the colossal corpse of Caducee, his eyes sparkling with excitement at the sight of such a treasure. Old friend, do you have anything larger? Huating's awkwardly asked Delank, who was heading towards Caducee's body, clearly aware of how ludicrous he appeared at that moment. Delank chose to ignore Huating's query. After all, was there anyone in the mage community with a physique as imposing as his? If every mage were built like warriors, what need would there be for warriors at all? Ye Huo cast a slightly awkward glance at Huo before turning to run towards Dalanka. This was his first close encounter with a dragon. Albeit dead, it was a dragon they had slain together. The thrill of such an accomplishment stirred excitement within Ye Huo. This was far more exhilarating than slaying dragons in a game, where even the most perilous encounters could be reset without consequence. In this world, aside from his resurrection magic, there was no possibility of rising again should he perish. This led him to contemplate a certain artifact, the Crown of the Blessed, which possessed the ability to resurrect once daily. Though deemed the most worthless artifact in the game, in this world, its significance was monumental. Ye Huo pondered, recalling that the Crown of the Blessed was the pinnacle of alchemical creation, something he could potentially craft. Though the specific materials eluded his memory, this was something to deliberate on later. For now, their priority was to harvest the remains of this behemoth, dragon crystals and dragonhide robes. The allure of these items was immense, and Ye Huo was certain that any priest would yearn for the powerful dragon crystal staff and the formidable dragonhide robe. But for most, such desires would remain unfulfilled while he could attain them. Chapter 30. Cave within a cave. The butcher profession had always seemed to Ye Huo as one confined to mere sensation, but today he finally grasped what it meant to be a butcher. Or rather, what it meant to be a madman of a butcher. Huo, wielding the artifact Thunder Sword, was fervently skinning and filleting the colossal dragon, which was the size of a small hill. And he appeared thoroughly satisfied with his work. Turning his gaze to Dalanka, Ye Huo shook his head in resignation. The once elegant figure of Dalanka now bore a glimmer of madness in his eyes. Yet, Ye Huo understood their fervent demeanor. He had often heard tales in games of guilds whose members succumbed to excitement-induced heart attacks upon toppling world-first bosses, but witnessing the two men before him, he believed it. Even if Dalanka were to suddenly suffer a heart attack, Ye Huo would find it unsurprising, though he wondered if heart disease existed in this world and whether his healing magic could remedy it. Ha! I've finally found it. Indeed, a dragon crystal, a wind-type dragon crystal. As Ye Huo pondered, Dalanka's maniacal laughter reached his ears. Turning to look, Ye Huo saw Dalanka clutching a turquoise, hexagonal crystal the size of an infant's head. Laughing uncontrollably, Ye Huo paid little heed to Dalanka's exuberance, and instead focused on the legendary dragon crystal in his grasp. The crystal shimmered with a faint azure light, and Ye Huo recognized that this glowing blue aura represented the purest form of wind-type magical elements. Dragons possess an innate magical ability surpassing any other race, and nearly every dragon's body contains magical elements purer than those found in nature. This is not due to any unique cultivation method. For dragons lack a formal training system. They simply grow stronger through slumber, often achieving levels 8 or 9. However, such lengthy slumbers, often lasting hundreds or even thousands of years, are not something most can endure. This explains why Kido C, sealed for so long, had not perished. Dragons have extraordinarily long lifespans. It is said that the Golden Saint Dragon King shares a lifespan with the continent itself. Though this remains mere legend, as all who have seen the Golden Saint Dragon King have long since turned to dust. Old friend, why don't the three of us become professional dragon hunters? Damn it, this haul is worth more than a decade of my adventures. Huo exclaimed while extracting a massive tooth from Kido's Lanka, after reluctantly glancing at the dragon crystal. Retorted, I think your suggestion is even more foolish than a pig's, though I won't rule out the possibility that you're simply tired of living. Old friend, why do you always have to put me down? Huo replied, visibly displeased as he stowed the enormous dragon tooth into his spatial ring. The number of 9th-tier beings among dragons far exceeds that of all 8th-tier professionals on our continent, as dragon slayers. We may risk being discovered. Do you truly wish to continue hunting? Do you think you are a war god? Even if you are, do you really believe you could defeat the Golden Saint Dragon King in a duel? Dalanka bluntly stated, showing no regard for Huo feelings. Listening to Dalanka's words, Ye Huo gained a superficial understanding of the dragons in this world. From Dalanka's remarks, it was evident that dragons were immensely powerful beings, and they seemed to hold grudges fiercely. Although Ye Huo had felt a fleeting impulse when Huo suggested continuing their dragon-slaying ventures, Dalanka's words made him realize this was likely an unattainable dream. Not only was he merely a lowly priest now, but even if he were to become a 9th-tier divine priest in the future, he doubted he could achieve more than a narrow escape. Ye Huo did not imagine himself sweeping through all adversaries like a character with invincibility from years past. Old man, Remember to keep your mouth shut. What happened today must not be disclosed to anyone. I don't want to wake up one day to find a flock of dragons hovering outside. I am not a 9th-tier mage with infinite teleportation, so I hope you forget about today, Delanka emphasized. Clearly aware of Huo Ting's loose tongue. Understood. Understood. Do you think I'm foolish? I'm not done living yet. Huo Ting responded, fully aware of the implications in Delanka's words. Even if he claimed he wanted the whole world to know, he would never dare speak of it. Should Huo Ting let slip even a hint of this incident, it would be no time before several 9th-tier dragons came seeking him, and they would be particularly enthusiastic female dragons. Teacher, look over there. It seems there's something else. While listening to their conversation, Ye Huo's eyes wandered, and amidst his aimless gaze, he discovered a small cave. The cave had partially collapsed, and had Ye Huo not been particularly observant, he might have overlooked it entirely. Following Ye Huo's gesture, Huo Ting and Delanka turned to the direction he indicated. Indeed, there was a cave approximately the height of a person, though it had collapsed to about half that height after the earlier battle. And it bore clear signs of having been artificially excavated. A cave within a cave. There must be valuable treasures inside. For anyone seeking hidden treasures, no one could match Huo Ting's eagerness. In a single leap, he descended from Kido's corpse and swiftly approached the entrance of the cave. Wielding the thunder sword, he began to clear away the debris, creating a path for Ye Huo and Delanka to follow. Huo Ting worked swiftly, and within moments, the stones were cleared, allowing him to peer into the cave. To his relief, it was not as collapsed as he had feared. Instead, it appeared well preserved, with a spiral staircase indicating that someone had traversed this place before. For no one would construct steps for a dragon without purpose. Chapter 31. Hymn of the Holy Light. As for Drank's words, Hawkins nodded in acknowledgement, although he appeared to be rather carefree. This was far from the truth. In reality, Hawkins was a man of outward bravado coupled with an exceptionally delicate inner nature. Otherwise, he would not have survived countless years of solitary exploration. Mirroring the path taken during their initial entrapment, Hawkins forged ahead, with Ye Huo positioned in the middle and Drank bringing up the rear. At this moment, all three were on high alert. On one hand, they were apprehensive about potential dangers, while on the other, their minds were consumed with thoughts of the treasures that might lie within, with the latter undoubtedly being the more enticing prospect. The cave was not particularly deep. The trio reached its end in merely around a minute. To their surprise, there were no traps or seals present. However, they deemed this to be normal, considering the outermost layer was protected by a 9th-tier seal, and an 8th-tier dragon stood guard at the entrance. Such a cave would likely be devoid of threats, and any additional seals would be superfluous. It seems someone once resided here, Hawkins remarked, furrowing his brow as he examined what appeared to be furniture at the end of the passage. This is a magical laboratory. Drank, a traditional mage saint, quickly identified the stone chamber's true purpose. Even when confronted with magical instruments that dated back millennia at a magical laboratory, Ye Huo inquired, glancing curiously at the beaker-like objects and some rotting, unidentifiable colored powders. Drank nodded. To be precise, this should be an alchemical laboratory. Although these beakers are ancient relics, they are still documented in various alchemical texts, and these powders are likely remnants of materials used in alchemy. With that, Drank retrieved a pair of alchemical gloves from his spatial ring and donned them. You two should stand back. Some of these powders may be toxic, so it's best for those without alchemical experience to maintain their distance. Hawkins, upon hearing Drank's caution, nodded and secured his thunder sword behind him before finding a relatively safe spot to sit down. In contrast, Ye Huo was keenly surveying the alchemical laboratory, recalling his past gaming experiences that hinted at the presence of valuable items in such places. Considering this was the laboratory of a super alchemist capable of capturing an 8th-tier dragon, it would be absurd to think there was nothing of worth left behind. The previous occupant must have left in a hurry, otherwise such precious materials could not have been abandoned. Drank commented as he fiddled with some of the colorful powders on the stone table. They didn't even take their staff? Drank opened a drawer in the stone table and pulled out a golden staff. Momentarily taken aback, Hawkins, noticing Drank's demeanor, quickly turned to see him holding a staff with a golden handle topped with a fist-sized white crystal, looking utterly astonished. Old man, have you discovered something remarkable? Hawkins asked, recognizing the significance of Drank's expression, which he had only witnessed once before, when Drank had seen Hawkins's thunder sword. It's truly it. How could it be? Drank muttered to himself, seemingly lost in thought. "Master, what have you found?" Ye Huo inquired anxiously, having sensed a tremendous surge of divine power emanating from the staff. Ye Huo's slightly frantic call finally snapped Drank back to reality. He held the staff carefully and addressed Hawkins. "Old friend, do you remember reading about a staff named the Holy Light Tribute in a book? Are you saying what you hold is the Holy Light Tribute?" Hawkins gazed at Drank incredulously. His skepticism was understandable, given the legendary status of the Holy Light Tribute, which surpassed even the Autumn Water Ring he had gifted Ye Huo. It was said that the artifact was once wielded by a peak 9th-tier mage god of the Holy Light lineage. Unlike other staffs that boasted numerous abilities, this staff possessed only two simple, yet formidable powers. The first was that the 9th-tier Holy Light magic crystal at its peak could store magical energy and replenish the wielder's magic entirely when needed. Even at the mage goddess level, the Holy Light Tribute could fill his magical capacity twice consecutively. While this ability might not seem overwhelmingly powerful at first glance, it addressed the most significant fear of mages in battle: exhaustion of magical energy. In such dire circumstances, even the mightiest mage would be left vulnerable. Thus, the first ability of this staff was extraordinarily formidable, granting a 9th-tier mage god the magical prowess of three such beings, making city-slaying endeavors far from impossible. The second ability was even more extraordinary. It could grant resurrection. The wielder had a chance to return to life once a month, which was precisely why this staff ranked third among the Holy Light artifacts of its time. "Old friend, you can't be serious. Is this truly the legendary resurrection staff, the Holy Light Tribute?" Hawkins questioned, his disbelief evident. Drank chuckled softly, turning his gaze to Ye Huo. "That I believe this is indeed the Holy Light Tribute. I conducted extensive research on this staff in my earlier years, and the design of the wings of light cannot deceive me. Master, what is the Holy Light Tribute?" Ye Huo, perplexed by their cryptic exchange, was acutely aware that the staff in Drank's hands was undoubtedly a powerful artifact, as even someone as composed as his teacher would not display such astonishment without cause. Holy Light Tribute is a legendary artifact-level staff. Also known as the Resurrection Staff. As Drank examined the Holy Light Tribute, he recounted its legendary tale and capabilities to Ye Huo. After listening to Drank's account, Ye Huo was profoundly shaken. Just moments ago, he had been contemplating matters regarding the Crown of Saints, and now, the Holy Light Tribute had emerged. If he could wield this staff, then despite his immense hopes for the Holy Light Tribute, Ye Huo refrained from voicing them. In truth, its actual utility for him was not particularly significant. While the resurrection ability seemed extraordinary, he could craft the Crown of Saints if he found the necessary materials. In comparison, the Crown of Saints was undoubtedly more practical. For a priest, a staff was of utmost importance. A superior staff would significantly enhance healing abilities, much like the dream of countless priests for the Archangel's staff, which could double their healing capabilities. When weighing the two, the Holy Light Tribute seemed rather redundant. While Ye Huo pondered, he observed Drank raising the Holy Light Tribute and softly uttering a few incantations. Suddenly, the crystal at the staff's top radiated a silvery light, enveloping Drank entirely. The entire process lasted barely a second, yet when it concluded, Drank, who had previously been nearly depleted of magical energy from releasing the fire god's left hand, was restored to his prime state. Indeed, this is unquestionably the Holy Light Tribute. Drank was now utterly convinced, for no other staff could replenish an 8th-tier mage saint's magic to such an extent instantaneously. "Old friend, you've truly hit the jackpot." Hawkins gazed at Drank with starry eyes, fully grasping the value of the Holy Light Tribute. That a mage possessing this staff would practically become a god on the battlefield, an indestructible one at that. Just imagine, a mage with nearly limitless magical energy, coupled with an instant resurrection ability. Unleashing such a being onto the battlefield would be akin to deploying a human nuclear bomb, a true meat grinder. Drank affectionately glanced at the Holy Light Tribute before approaching Ye Huo. "Ye Huo, this staff will belong to you once you reach the 7th tier. I believe it will serve you even better than it would me." Hearing Drank's words, Ye Huo was momentarily stunned, unable to fathom that Drank would bestow such a legendary artifact upon him. This left him momentarily speechless. "What's the matter?" Drank inquired, puzzled, for he had expected Ye Huo to express extraordinary joy upon hearing such words. After a moment of daze, Ye Huo lifted his head to gaze at the teacher before him. At this moment, Ye Huo was utterly in awe of the teacher. although the blessing of holy light was of limited use to him. His personal circumstances were unknown to Drank. In this situation, Drank's willingness to bestow the blessing of holy light upon him filled Ye Huo with an indescribable sense of gratitude. Teacher, Ye Huo's voice trembled. Overwhelmed by emotion, the solitude of his previous life starkly contrasted with his current existence. He had always felt a profound sense of alienation from this world, fearing it to be merely a dream and dreading the day he would awaken to find himself utterly alone. Yet, things had changed. Now, Ye Huo felt a true sense of belonging in this world. Even if it were a dream, what did it matter? He had so many loved ones, relatives, friends, and teachers who cared for him. Even if this were all a figment of his imagination, he was determined to become strong within this dream. Otherwise, he would feel unworthy of their affection. Silly child, why are you crying? You're not a child anymore. Drank smiled as he gently wiped away the tears that had slowly cascaded from Ye Huo's eyes. The tenderness in Drank's gaze only deepened Ye Huo's emotions. After a struggle to regain his composure, Ye Huo looked at Drank and said, "Thank you, teacher. Once I reach the 7th tier, I will surely return to you if I need assistance." Ye Huo did not outright refuse, for it was not yet the time for him to mention the crown of the saint. His identity as a priest was already challenging enough to navigate, and he could not fathom how to explain the addition of the crown. Look at this. In the midst of their conversation, a voice from Huoting's interrupted. Following the sound, Ye Huo and Drank turned simultaneously to see Huoting's examining something small and diamond-like in his hands. Upon seeing the object, Ye Huo was momentarily stunned, for he recognized what it was. It was an alchemical item from the game, known as the Light Magic Stone, often hailed by priests as a life-saving artifact. This magic stone was quite renowned in the game. Every priest would invariably possess several of these light magic stones. The function of the light magic stone was straightforward. Akin to a mage's blue potion, it could instantly replenish a priest's holy mana. Hence its title as a life-saving item. Ye Huo was astonished that something that should only exist within the game was now before him. This appears to be a type of magic stone. Though I will need to study it further when I return, Drank remarked casually after a brief glance. Having encountered numerous such items, Drank considered the magic stones that replenished mana to be of little value in the hands of an alchemist, as the amount of mana restored was rather limited. However, unbeknownst to Drank, this light magic stone was fundamentally different from those he was familiar with. Its energy was immensely powerful, capable of completely replenishing the holy power of a 7th-tier priest, and even restoring a significant portion of power for those above the 7th tier, 70% for 8th tier and 30% for 9th tier practitioners. Teacher, may I have these? Ye Huo asked, not delving into the details, as explaining would be cumbersome. Here, Huoting said, placing several light magic stones into a pouch and tossing it towards Ye Huo, knowing that such magic stones were of no use to him as a warrior. Gratefully receiving the flying pouch, Ye Huo felt as though he had stumbled upon a treasure. He quickly opened it to find a total of 20 stones, which significantly elevated his already joyous mood. With this acquisition, Ye Huo believed it to be far more useful than the blessing of holy light. While the latter offered quick restoration, it required a period of mana accumulation. Indeed, it would take at least a month to fully charge the blessing. But the light magic stones were different. Possessing 20 of them meant he could utilize them 20 times. Moreover, the discovery of the light magic stones implied that he could craft them with his alchemy skills. And since he had found the finished product, it suggested that he had access to the necessary materials. Chapter 33. The City of Holy Light. The trio resumed their search of the alchemical laboratory, finding little more than some usable alchemical materials. Yet the blessing of holy light and the light magic stones left them thoroughly satisfied. Besides, there was still a dragon awaiting dissection outside. All right, let us not linger any longer. We should quickly tidy up outside and make our exit, Drank stated after confirming that there was nothing of value left. The three returned to the body of Cdothis to begin the dissection, meticulously collecting dragon hides, tendons, teeth, and bones, leaving nothing behind, even gathering the dragon's blood. As an alchemist himself, Ye Huo understood why Drank was so thorough. Dragon blood was a vital component in many potent alchemical concoctions, such as the Frenzy Potion and the Dread Potion, both of which required the blood of an adult dragon for their creation. Old friend, if it weren't for that fire god's left hand ruining so much of the dragon hide, we could have harvested even more, Huotings complained as he cleaned the last bits of hide from Cdothis's body. If you could refrain from such pointless chatter, I believe you might have already become a ninth-tier warrior, Drank retorted, well aware of Hua Ting's tendencies. The ordinary dragon hide and bones are sufficient to craft around 10 suits of armor, and the strongest scales on this beast could be fashioned into a breastplate. I propose that this breastplate be awarded to Ye Huo. I trust you have no objections, Drank stated while counting their spoils. Hua Ting shook his head in agreement, saying, yes, but you must help me craft an impressive set of armor, preferably with dragon teeth as the framework. Of course, that is no problem, Drank readily agreed, knowing Hua Ting's well. Despite his seemingly greedy nature, Drank knew Hua Ting's to be the type who would always prioritize his comrades' needs. This was why they had all enjoyed adventuring with him in the past. Gazing at the remnants of Kdothis, reduced to mere flesh on the ground, Hua Ting's remarked, I truly relish the thrill of dragon slaying. Do you think the other old-timers would envy me if they knew? I would recommend you keep this to yourself. The implications of this matter are far too significant. Should word get out, it would surely spell doom for the three of us, Drank warned Hua Ting's with a serious expression. His caution was not born from distrust of his old friend, but rather from the fickleness of human nature. One could never be certain who might betray them. I understand. But what if people discover the dragon hide armor? How will you explain that? Hua Ting's queried, perplexed. Drank reassured him. Do not worry. I will employ special techniques to mask the scent of the dragon. As long as you do not speak of it, no one will know the armor is crafted from dragon hide. Good. That eases my mind, Hua Ting's replied, comforted by Drank's assurance that he had a deep trust in Drank's alchemical prowess. It was safe to say that on this continent, there were scarcely more than a handful of alchemists who could surpass Drank. Old friend, what do you think? Should we continue to partake in such endeavors together in the future? Hua Ting said with a mischievous smile, eyeing Drank, who was still counting their loot. Without turning around, Drank replied, if you can uncover the city of holy light, I would follow you even unto death. Oh my, old friend, you cannot be serious. The city of holy light. I believe my chances of becoming a ninth-tier warrior are far greater than finding that place, Hua Ting said with a hint of exasperation, upon hearing the mention of the city of holy light. Ye Huo interjected, what is the city of holy light? It was once the capital of the holy light faction, but it has been lost for thousands of years, and no one knows where it has vanished to. Yet one thing is certain. It must harbor countless treasures, and perhaps even the legendary 10 divine artifacts, Hua Ting's explained, noticing Ye Huo's confusion. Oh, although Ye Huo was deeply intrigued by the legendary items, he understood that such things were ultimately a matter of luck, and thus did not press further. Uncle Hua Ting's, please inform me if you ever come across clues regarding the ruins of the Holy Light faction, Ye Huo said earnestly. Rest assured, not only will I inform you of any ruins I discover, but I will also share any precious items I obtain from the Holy Light faction that I am quite eager to see how you will perform when you become an 8th-tier holy priest. I wonder if you will elevate me to 9th tier upon your ascension. Hua Ting's inquired with curiosity. Haha, reaching 9th tier seems a bit ambitious at the moment, that if I do attain it, it might be feasible, Ye Huo shrugged in response. Indeed, he knew that achieving 8th tier would not enable him to elevate an 8th-tier pinnacle being to 9th tier. However, acquiring 9th-tier abilities after gaining a plethora of powerful spells would be a different matter. Of course, there was another possibility. If Ye Huo could wield the Archangel's staff, even as an 8th-tier practitioner, he could unleash 9th-tier capabilities, albeit without access to the most powerful 9th-tier spells. Hearing Ye Huo's words, Hua Ting's lamented, by the time you reach 9th tier, I will likely be nothing but dust. Damn, reaching the 9th rank is truly a daunting challenge. Stop complaining about that. If all goes well, Ye Huo will undoubtedly achieve the 9th rank within a century. When that time comes, with his support, I believe you will experience the essence of the 9th rank. Given your abilities, you should be capable of breaking through. Drank consoled the somewhat disheartened Hua Ting's. Old friend, are you jesting? Hua Ting's gazed at the 17-year-old Ye Huo, who had already attained the 5th rank, with skepticism. Although Ye Huo's accomplishments were undeniably remarkable, he found it hard to believe that Ye Huo could ascend to the 9th rank within a century. Let us not dwell on futile discussions. What are your plans moving forward? Drank was not inclined to linger on that topic. How long will it take to craft your armor? Hua Ting's inquired. About half a year, came the reply. Then I shall wander elsewhere for now, and I will visit your mage tower later. Hua Ting's nodded, aware that crafting such armor typically required a significant amount of time, and 6 months was relatively short. In that case, let us part ways. I will return to the academy with Ye Huo, and you may do as you please, but at your age, it would be wise to exercise caution. Despite Drank's serious demeanor, his underlying concern for Ye Huo was evident. I'm not that fragile. Who doesn't know the renowned Thunder Holy War? I'm off to Ada City for a drink. We shall meet again in half a year. With that, Huating's leapt towards the cave's exit, leaving behind a resigned Drank and a somewhat perplexed Ye Huo. Deep down, Ye Huo held a fondness for Huating's, yet he struggled to accept Huating's impulsive nature. Chapter 34. The Dragon Crystal Staff at the Yuyun Academy. Within Drank's mage tower, Ye Huo stood attentively behind Drank, watching intently as Drank meticulously crafted the final step of the Dragon Crystal Staff. Drank, still wearing his alchemical gloves, deftly manipulated the dragon crystal, which was the size of an infant's head. He then retrieved an exquisitely crafted mithril carving knife from his spatial ring and began to engrave the dragon crystal as he carved. He inquired, "What shape do you think this dragon crystal should take?" Observing the glimmering knife in Drank's hands, Ye Huo replied, "Let it be simple. A staff is not rendered useful by its beauty, but rather by its practicality." "Ah, splendid. I expected you to suggest a more ornate design." Drank chuckled softly, continuing his work. Before long, under Drank's skilled hands, the 8th rank dragon crystal was reduced to the size of a baby's fist. It is worth noting that a larger dragon crystal is not necessarily superior. A master alchemist can even carve a dragon crystal down to the size of a thumb without compromising its intrinsic material properties. Ye Huo understood this well, having once been an alchemist in a game. However, he lamented his lack of talent for carving. Thus, he typically sought others to handle such tasks for him. An 8th rank dragon crystal can seal an 8th rank spell. What would you like to seal within? Drank assessed the dragon crystal in his hand. "Master, I think." Ye Huo hesitated. "Speak. Master, do you think if this dragon crystal seals spells of the 6th and 7th ranks instead of an 8th rank spell? How many could it contain?" Ye Huo posed a question that had never crossed Drank's mind. Your idea is intriguing that I have not tested that, but it should be able to seal around 10 6th rank spells and 3 or 4 7th rank spells, Drank responded. Though he was puzzled by Ye Huo's intention to forego an 8th rank spell in favor of lower ranked ones. Ye Huo nodded, saying, "Master, if I only seal one 8th rank spell, while it may seem powerful, I would be left defenseless after using it. Moreover, mastering the full potency of an 8th rank spell is challenging. That if I encounter someone I do not wish to kill, recklessly using an 8th rank spell could lead to unforeseen consequences. However, 6th and 7th rank spells offer a different scenario. Although the power of 6th rank spells may appear modest to you, do not forget, I am still at the 5th rank. Therefore, sealing 10 6th rank spells and 3 or 4 7th rank spells would provide ample protection." After hearing Ye Huo's reasoning, even Drank, a master alchemist, could not help but admire Ye Huo's creative thought process. Historically, no one had approached the matter in such a manner. Everyone believed that the more powerful the spell sealed within the staff, the better, ideally a forbidden spell. However, Ye Huo's unique position as a character without initial offensive capabilities rendered his perspective entirely novel. Your idea is commendable and well suited for you. However, consider this carefully. Sealing spells of the 6th and 7th ranks will result in significantly less power. Rest assured, Master, what suits me best is the finest choice. Even if it could seal forbidden spells, it would not surpass the utility of something tailored to my needs. Ye Huo responded with a smile. Drank did not elaborate further, instead focusing his hands, entwining strands of magical energy as he prepared to embed the dragon crystal into the staff crafted from a dragon's vertebra. Ye Huo took a step back. Understanding the importance of this moment, it was best not to disturb Drank, lest his interference ruin the precious dragon crystal staff, a thought that sent shivers down his spine. The embedding did not take long. And once Drank completed that step, he did not pause, instead immediately bestowing spells upon the staff. First, the 6th rank Galeblade. This spell emphasizes speed and has the added effect of repelling enemies. It should prove quite useful for you, Drank stated. Infusing the staff with wind magic. I have added 5 Galeblades for you. That should suffice. Next, I will infuse 2 speed enhancement spells and 3 wind blade rains. Drank was aware that Ye Huo's knowledge of wind spells was limited, so he did not overly solicit Ye Huo's input. However, listening to Drank's explanations, Ye Huo understood that these 3 spells would be quite beneficial. For the 7th rank spells, I will provide you with a wind shadow shield, an explosive wind sphere, and a levitation spell. Among these, the wind shadow shield possesses formidable defensive capabilities. The explosive wind sphere wields immense power. Even an average 7th rank practitioner would hesitate to confront it. Additionally, the levitation spell, when combined with the 6th rank gale spell, will allow you to escape should you find yourself overmatched. Drank's spellcasting was remarkably swift, and in mere moments, several spells that pleased Ye Huo were infused into the dragon crystal staff. After this infusion, Drank began the final step, complete integration. While infusing spells was not overly challenging, merging them proved significantly more complex. Yet for Drank, a master alchemist, this was merely a standard hurdle. Suddenly, Drank's entire body ignited with magical energy, forming a colossal vortex in his hands. The vortex spun faster and began to flow into the staff, but Ye Huo realized this was the crucial final step. Once the force was exerted for complete integration, this dragon crystal staff, crafted over half a year, would be successfully completed. Watching the magical vortex, Ye Huo's heart raced. Despite his unwavering faith in Drank, he knew that luck could sometimes outweigh experience in alchemy. It reminded him of when he had succeeded in crafting the Titan potion, a feat that had never been accomplished before, solely due to an extraordinary stroke of luck, the only time he had gained notoriety. Unfortunately, the day after his success, the difficulty of crafting that potion was reduced dramatically, leaving Ye Huo lamenting his fate. Fortunately, after his arrival in this world, his luck had improved significantly, ensuring Drank's endeavor would succeed. As the magical vortex gradually dissipated, a sky-blue staff emerged in Drank's grasp. While the staff was not ornate, its exquisite craftsmanship delighted Ye Huo immensely. He gazed at the staff in Drank's hands, knowing that he finally possessed a true weapon, one that symbolized his departure from a time devoid of offensive capabilities. With this dragon crystal staff, he could now embrace a more audacious path. "Are you satisfied?" Drank inquired, observing Ye Huo's elated expression. "Thank you, Master. I am thoroughly satisfied." Ye Huo accepted the sky-blue dragon crystal staff, caressing it with both hands. "Oh, I almost forgot to mention, there is a banquet at the palace tonight. You should accompany me. Remember to dress formally," Drank remarked, shaking his head in mild exasperation at Ye Huo's complete focus on the staff. Chapter 35. The court banquet. From the moment he received the dragon crystal staff until the stars emerged that night, Ye Huo wore a foolish grin that never faded. He was utterly delighted with his new staff. Upon testing it, he discovered that the staff's magical regeneration ability rivaled that of his own life staff. And most importantly, the spell sealed within bore tremendous power. Additionally, as the staff contained 6th and 7th rank spells, even if he depleted all his magical energy, it would only take a day for the staff to fully recharge. Still grinning foolishly, "Are you? Hurry and come with me. The banquet is about to commence, and the royal carriage has been waiting outside for quite some time." Drank shook his head, gazing at his beloved disciple, who wore a silly smile. Feeling somewhat helpless, he could not comprehend why Ye Huo had merely been startled by the holy light's tribute, yet displayed such exuberance before the dragon crystal staff, which paled in comparison to the holy crown tribute. Yes. Ye Huo nodded, having not quite grasped what his teacher had said. He was thus pulled by Drank from the mage tower and onto the royal carriage. "Could you not be so embarrassing?" Drank looked at Ye Huo, who was still fondling the staff, with a wry smile. However, his words elicited no response from Ye Huo, who was preoccupied with thoughts of the crown of the saint. The creation of the crown of the saint was not overly difficult. It was considered one of the more easily crafted artifacts. Materials such as refined gold and secret silver posed no significant challenge for Ye Huo. The only substance that troubled him greatly was the enigmatic blue magic stone. This peculiar material was essential in many alchemical items, yet Ye Huo had never heard of it in this world. "Teacher, are you familiar with the blue magic stone?" Eventually, Ye Huo inquired about the material. "Blue magic stone? I have not heard of it. What is it used for?" Drank was momentarily taken aback, but being an alchemist, he possessed an innate curiosity about all materials. Ye Huo pondered carefully before responding. "The blue magic stone is similar in color to the dragon crystal. A sky blue HUE.IT possesses only one ability, restoration." Ye Huo described the specific effect of the blue magic stone, though he neglected to mention its resurrection capability, which required another item to activate. "No, I have never encountered such a substance. However, there will be the Empire's largest material supplier at the banquet. You might inquire with him about it. If it exists in this world, he should know its origins, Drank reassured Ye Huo, noticing his disappointment at the lack of information. Understood. Ye Huo nodded. Having not anticipated that even Drank was unaware of the blue magic stone, he thus placed his hopes on the material supplier mentioned by Drank. At that moment, the palace was ablaze with light, as countless dignitaries from the imperial capital gathered within, awaiting the arrival of His Majesty, Emperor Falster of the Outcloud Nation. Meanwhile, Falster was trying on the formal attire specially prepared for him in his palace. As he adjusted his clothes, he turned to a trusted captain of the guard beside him, asking, "Has Dean Drank arrived?" "Your Majesty, Dean Drank is en route and should arrive shortly." "Ah, is Ye Huo accompanying him?" Falster inquired while gazing into the mirror. "Indeed. Ye Huo is with Dean Drank. Furthermore, the Thunder Saint Huoting's has also arrived." The captain relayed the latest information. Upon hearing Huoting's name, even Falster was taken aback. Thunder Saint Huoting's was a native of the Outcloud Nation. Yet, unlike others, he had a penchant for wandering. Thus, even Falster had only crossed paths with Huoting's once. Nevertheless, Huoting's strength was indisputable. He had achieved 4th place on the continent's rankings, wielding the legendary Thunder Sword. "In that case, let us hasten our steps," Falster declared, setting aside his imperial demeanor and signaling to depart. Ordinarily, Falster would have planned to arrive only after the banquet commenced, intending to enter alongside Drank. However, with the unexpected arrival of Huoting's, Falster was compelled to alter his plans to eye in the presence of an 8th-tier saint. Even a monarch would not dare to maintain an air of superiority. Provoking an 8th-tier saint could result in havoc within the palace. And Falster would have no recourse. Those who reached the 8th tier transcended legal boundaries. Few would dare to confront an 8th-tier professional. "Where's Drank?" Huoting's growled, seizing a portly middle-aged man with a fierce expression. Today, he had come to retrieve his dragonhide armor, having arranged a meeting with Drank 6 months prior. Now that the time had elapsed, he was certain his armor was ready. "Huoting's, my lord. I truly do not know," the captured man stammered. The chubby finance minister was typically a figure to be feared, but against the overwhelming presence of Huoting's, a super bully of the 8th tier, even he dared not raise his voice, lest he suffer the consequences of Huoting's legendary Thunder Sword. "His Majesty has arrived." This announcement was music to the finance minister's ears. As the voice echoed, all the nobles present knelt, leaving only Huoting standing, gazing at Falster, adorned in resplendent purple and gold robes. As he entered the banquet hall surrounded by numerous guards, Falster ignored the others and approached Huoting's, who wore a cold demeanor. "Greetings, Your Majesty Falster," Huoting's acknowledged as Falster approached. Despite being an 8th-tier professional exempt from formalities, Huoting's could not afford to be overly disrespectful to a sovereign. "Huoting's, no need for formalities. May I inquire why you have suddenly graced us with your presence?" Falster asked, his curiosity piqued as he regarded Huoting's, particularly drawn to the striking deep purple thunder sword that crackled with electricity. Even Falster, accustomed to treasures, could not help but swallow hard at the sight. "Nothing much. I came here because I heard Drank would be present, and I have matters to discuss with him," Huoting's replied, maintaining his stern expression that if Ye Huo were to see Huoting's in this moment, he would hardly recognize him. Chapter 36. A fatal wardrobe malfunction. Dean Drank has arrived. Just as Falster and Huoting's engaged in their mundane conversation, a voice echoed from outside, clear and resonant, capturing the attention of everyone in the hall. That as the words reverberated, all eyes turned toward the entrance. While Huoting's was indeed an 8th-tier powerhouse, the arrival of an 8th-tier mage was held in even higher esteem by the populace. An 8th-tier warrior, though formidable, was primarily strong as an individual. On the battlefield, their utility was limited, whereas mages were different. For instance, Drank had once unleashed a forbidden spell on the borders of the Outcloud Nation, annihilating 50,000 elite troops from the Flame Empire. Conversations ceased, and all stood to gaze at the door, yet the figures that entered left them all agape. It was not merely one 8th-tier mage, but two. One was the familiar Dean Drank, an 8th-tier master of both fire and wind, while the identity of the other was unrecognizable to nearly all present. However, the most striking aspect was the extraordinary youth of this 8th-tier wind mage, who appeared to be no older than 30. Such a young mage was inconceivable to everyone in attendance, including Falster, who was momentarily stunned for 5 seconds upon first laying eyes on Ye Huo. Ye Huo, noticing the astonished expressions of the crowd, felt somewhat bewildered. Having resided in Drank's mage tower, he had always donned Drank's robes, thus failing to realize the profound impact his attire had on those who were unaware of the truth. Ye Huo, did I not instruct you to change your clothes? Drank turned to see Ye Huo still clad in his 8th-tier mage robes, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, having grown accustomed to seeing Ye Huo in such attire. Drank had not noticed anything amiss. Just as everyone pondered the identity of this remarkably young 8th-tier wind mage, Huoting's added fuel to the fire. He quickly approached Ye Huo and enveloped him in a bear hug, exclaiming, Ye Huo, I truly missed you. It wasn't until you were gone that I realized how stifling my battles had become without you. Well then, Huoting's exuberant declaration extinguished any remaining intentions. Drank had to clarify the situation. For Huoting's words were overwhelmingly impactful. What did it mean to say he only recognized the suffocating nature of his battles in Ye Huo's absence? This implied to everyone present that Ye Huo was on par with Huoting's. In the wake of this revelation, even Falster, who had previously been aware of Ye Huo's identity, found himself momentarily confused. Was Ye Huo not a priest? How had he risen to become an 8th-tier wind mage in just over a year under Drank's tutelage? Why had he not received any news of this? Falster cast a hopeful glance at the Chancellor, Jamal, seeking an answer, but was met with disappointment as Jamal appeared just as perplexed. Ye Huo struggled for quite some time before finally freeing himself from Huoting's bear hug. With an expression of helplessness, he looked at him and said, Uncle Huoting, you nearly suffocated me. I am no warrior. After uttering these words, Ye Huo cast his gaze upon the crowd for the first time. It was indeed his inaugural attendance at such an event, and this occasion gathered nearly all the influential figures of the state of Yu. However, under Ye Huo's sweeping gaze, everyone directed benevolent looks towards him. It was evident that they regarded Ye Huo as an 8th-tier wind mage, possibly believing he possessed some extraordinary spell that allowed him to retain his youth. Ye Huo's eyes traversed the assembly. He realized that apart from Jiamali and Feier Site, he was unacquainted with anyone else present. Well, Ye Huo, it is time for us to greet His Majesty, Drank said with an expression of resignation. Fully aware of the extent of the misunderstanding that had arisen, he could hardly fathom the impact Ye Huo had made on these individuals. Upon hearing Durank's words, Ye Huo retracted his gaze and followed closely behind Durank towards Feier Site. Greetings, Your Majesty. Durank approached Feier Site and performed a perfectly executed mage's BOW. In truth, given Durank's status, such formalities were unnecessary. Yet, he was a man who held etiquette in high regard. Observing his teacher's gesture, Ye Huo also followed suit and executed a standard mage's bow. Master Durank, it is a pleasure to have you at today's banquet, Feier Site replied, his heart a tumult of emotions. Yet, as a monarch, he maintained a facade of tranquility. Ye Huo, you. Feier Site then turned his gaze towards Ye Huo, clearly eager for an explanation. Your Majesty, it has been over a year. Your health must have improved considerably. I trust. Ye Huo did not directly address Feier Site's inquiry, but instead inquired about his health upon their first meeting, leaving Feier Site momentarily at a loss for words. Taking a deep breath, Feier Site managed to smile and responded, Since everyone has arrived, let the banquet commence. With the proclamation of Feier Site, the nobles, who had been stifled for so long, erupted into a cacophony of lively discussions. Good heavens, who is this young mage saint, do you know? No idea. I've never seen him before, but since he arrived with Master Durank, he must be a formidable mage saint. He is truly handsome. I wonder how old he really is. Indeed. If he is under 80, I would gladly marry him. Did you not hear him call Huoting uncle? Thus, he cannot be over 80. I must persuade my father to propose. Oh please, with your looks. You think you could marry this esteemed mage saint? You should take a long look in the mirror. Amidst the discussions, Ye Huo could not help but display a bitter smile. He had not anticipated that his failure to change attire would cause such a stir. And now explaining himself seemed quite daunting. He cast a helpless glance at Durank, hoping for a solution, but received only a similarly resigned look in return. Teacher, wearing the wrong outfit is truly detrimental, Ye Huo said with a wry smile, eliciting a mix of laughter and exasperation from Durank. Chapter 37. The Blue Magic Stone. Feier Site, observing Ye Huo alongside Durank, could no longer contain his curiosity. and swiftly approached, pulling Ye Huo and Durang aside. Ye Huo, when did you become an 8th-tier mage saint? Your Majesty, you jest. Do you think mage saints are as common as cabbages? In response to Fei CT's inquiry, Ye Huo could only manage a resigned smile. Huh. He is not an 8th tier, merely a 5th tier. This young lad arrived in such haste that he ended up donning my 8th tier wind mage robe. Durang explained, shaking his head at Ye Huo. Upon hearing Durang's clarification, Fei CT and Jiamali exchanged glances, realization dawning upon them as they recalled the startled reaction when Ye Huo entered wearing the 8th tier robe. What are you whispering about? Huatingxi. Noticing Durang, Ye Huo, and Fei CT huddled together, quickly approached. Old fellow, why must you appear everywhere? Durang retorted, unceremoniously addressing Huatingxi. Could you not grant me a modicum of dignity in such settings? Huatingxi's face flushed slightly at Durang's words. All right, Ye Huo, why don't you mingle? In such a gathering, you can meet many people, which will greatly aid your future endeavors. A teacher can assist you temporarily, but ultimately, you must rely on yourself. Ignoring Huatingxi, Durang spoke directly to Ye Huo. Nodding in agreement, Ye Huo reflected that while associating with superlative figures like Durang and Huatingxi seemed advantageous, he understood that early exposure to high-caliber individuals could hinder his growth, making him prone to unrealistic aspirations. Adjusting the rather embarrassing 8th-tier mage robe, Ye Huo accepted a glass of red wine from a server and began to wander. He chose not to initiate contact, as he could discern from the eyes of those around him that had he not been with Durang and the others, he would have been swarmed. Indeed, as Ye Huo approached a dining table, the corpulent Minister of Finance, who had been interrogated by Huatingxi, along with a group of others, swiftly surrounded him. Esteemed mage saint, you are Ye Huo, correct? The rotund man offered a noble bow before cautiously adding, fearful of offending this 8th-tier powerhouse, that Ye Huo glanced at the man and returned a smile. Indeed. Ah, Lord Ye Huo, greetings. I am Anderson, the Minister of Finance of the Empire. It is truly an honor to meet you. Anderson, evidently a seasoned socialite, exuded a pleasant demeanor towards Ye Huo. Following Anderson's introduction, a slew of other officials and nobles extended their greetings, all adopting a notably cordial stance. Lord Ye Huo, I am Pierre, the Empire's materials supplier. It is a pleasure to meet you. Just as Ye Huo contemplated how to extricate himself from this assembly of ministers and nobles, a voice caught his attention. You are the materials supplier. Ye Huo's previous impatience vanished, replaced by palpable excitement. Indeed, my lord, have you heard of me? Pierre responded, puzzled by Ye Huo's sudden interest. Oh, Director Durang mentioned you. He said you could procure any material on the continent. I wonder if that is true. Ye Huo inquired with curiosity. Witnessing Pierre's ease in engaging with the young mage saint, the ministers and nobles who had just greeted Ye Huo grew anxious. They had been contemplating how to establish rapport with this mage saint, only to realize they had lost their opportunity. My lord, shall we converse over there? If you require any materials, simply let me know, and I will do my utmost to assist you. Pierre proposed, elated at the prospect of befriending an 8th-tier mage saint. Ye Huo nodded in agreement. Accompanying Pierre, Ye Huo ventured to a relatively secluded area, yet he still felt the weight of countless curious gazes from nobles and ministers alike. He felt akin to a monkey in a zoo, on display for all to see. This sensation, which he had once fantasized about, now felt rather confining. My lord, do you have any specific materials you require? Pierre inquired once they were alone. Have you ever encountered a sky blue stone that possesses self-repairing properties? Even if it is cut, it can restore itself when placed back together. Ye Huo described the characteristics of the blue magic stone. Are you referring to the stone that emits a faint yellow glow at night, yet appears sky blue during the day? Yes, it glows faintly yellow at night. Ye Huo's excitement surged at Pierre's recognition of the blue magic stone. He had indeed come to this banquet primarily in search of it. With the blue magic stone, Ye Huo was confident he could utilize his alchemical skills to create the crown of the saint. To be frank, my lord, this stone is quite rare. It can only be found in the northern region of Falling Sunset Mountain. Moreover, it possesses no magical attributes, which is why few seek it out. My trading company currently does not have any of this dual-colored stone. However, if you desire it, I will make an effort to procure it for you. Pierre, observing Ye Huo's eagerness, understood the stone's significance to him. How long will it take to acquire it? It is difficult to say, Pierre pondered. for it would require sending someone to Laoxiao Mountain to search, which is a month's journey from the capital. Therefore, one can conservatively estimate that it would take over a year. A year? That is far too long. Can it be shortened? Ye Huo expressed his dissatisfaction at the prospect of waiting an entire year for the blue magic stone. Pierre felt a headache coming on, as he had already mentioned a year as a relatively quick time frame. Although this bicolored stone lacked magical properties, it was exceedingly rare and found deep underground. Thus, even a year might not suffice for such a search. Noticing Pierre's troubled expression, Ye Huo realized that he would likely not obtain the blue magic stone from Pierre after all, as he could not afford to wait an entire year. Do you have a map of Laoxiao Mountain? Perhaps I should make the journey myself, he suggested after a moment's thought. I do have one. May I ask where your excellency resides? I shall send someone with it first thing tomorrow morning, Pierre replied. I reside within the mage tower of the Dean. Have someone deliver it to me tomorrow, Ye Huo stated before turning away, his head bowed. He had initially hoped to acquire the blue magic stone, but it appeared that it would prove to be far more complicated than he had anticipated. He would need to devise a plan to travel to Laoxiao Mountain himself. Hey, are you really an 8th level mage saint? Why do I not sense any magical fluctuations from you? Just as Ye Huo was contemplating when to embark on his journey, a melodious female voice interrupted his thoughts. Following the sound, Ye Huo turned to see a beautiful young lady, around 17 or 18, adorned in a purple evening gown, regarding him with keen curiosity upon catching sight of her. Ye Huo could not help but score her high in his mind. Despite her youth, she was undeniably the epitome of allure, possessing a perfect balance of beauty where it mattered. Yet, even so, Ye Huo's gaze lingered only for a fleeting moment before he averted his eyes. Having lived through a previous life, Ye Huo was not particularly enamored with women. This was not due to any peculiar preferences, but rather because he had cloaked his heart in a protective barrier. He understood that he could no longer fall for a woman as easily as he had before. Many say that past wounds should be left behind, yet Ye Huo could only scoff at the notion. If one could simply forget the past, what purpose would emotions serve? Such individuals would be no different from animals that merely seek to mate and endlessly change partners. Hey, I'm talking to you. How rude can you be? The young lady, seeing that Ye Huo was ignoring her, became somewhat incensed. However, her ire had no effect on Ye Huo, who was clearly not one to indulge in the whims of a delicate flower. Noticing Ye Huo about to turn away, she hastily caught up to him, hands on her hips, and pointed at him, declaring, "What if you are an 8th level mage saint? I am Princess Falny, the 7th princess of the empire. Do I not warrant a response from you?" At this revelation, Ye Huo's brow furrowed slightly. He had not expected this girl to be the 7th princess of the empire, which explained her audacity. Ye Huo held no interest in her, for what was her high status worth? Merely a canary nurtured by her family's influence. Do you believe in everlasting devotion in this world? Ye Huo asked, gazing intently at Princess Falny, posing a question that left her utterly perplexed. Canary, go back to your palace and enjoy your life within your gilded cage. Do not presume that you are superior, Ye Huo remarked, noticing Falny's stunned silence. He realized that his question had been somewhat abrupt. Such inquiries were typically reserved for lovers, and to pose one to a stranger upon their first meeting was indeed excessive. Falny finally comprehended that she had been toyed with, her finger trembling as she pointed at him. I despise being pointed at. Moreover, I have no interest in you whatsoever, so kindly keep your distance, Ye Huo responded, his eyes gleaming with a sharp intensity. Boom! Just as Ye Huo prepared to depart, the ceiling of the banquet hall was suddenly ripped apart by an immense force, revealing a creature he recognized all too well, a dragon. Ye Huo gazed at the massive head that had appeared, instinctively retrieving the dragon crystal staff that Drank had gifted him, as he suspected this dragon might be a relative of Caducee come to trouble him. It is Rain, your majesty, be cautious. Unlike Ye Huo, who was in a hurry, Hortingus had spotted the knight Rain seated upon the dragon's back the moment it burst through the ceiling. Rain was a name known throughout the continent, a knight from the Flame Empire. Aged 40. Remarkably, this knight had inexplicably achieved the legendary 8th level. Even more astonishing was the fact that Rain had rescued an 8th level fire dragon during an unintended adventure, and the dragon, a species that held gratitude in high regard, had offered him the enviable reward of becoming his bonded dragon for life. Thus, the long-lost profession of dragon knights had resurfaced, causing great distress among powerful beings across the land. The reason for Rain's sudden appearance here was tied to the recent near-demise of Falster. For countless years, the Flame Empire had coveted the territory of the Outcloud Kingdom. With Falster cursed and on the brink of death, and the first and second princes vying for power, this situation was perceived as a golden opportunity by the ruler of the Flame Empire. However, as time passed without news of Falster's demise or chaos within the Outcloud Kingdom, the Flame Empire had no choice but to dispatch their Dragon Knight Rain to investigate, having arrived in the capital half a month ago. And upon learning that Falster's health had been restored, Rain, confident in his strength, resolved to assassinate Falster. He had meticulously studied the situation in the capital and was aware that the only 8th-level powerhouse present was Drank. With his dragon by his side and being an 8th-level knight himself, Rain decided today was the day to act, but the moment the dragon tore through the roof, Rain sensed the presence of 2 8th-level powerhouses within the hall. Yet he knew they were insufficient to prevent him from slaying Falster. The dragon descended like a meteor, causing chaos among the attendees, even momentarily stunning Drank and Hortingus. This momentary distraction sealed Falster's fate. The massive dragon's head barreled into Falster with the force of a bulldozer, unleashing a torrent of dragon breath that engulfed the 7th-level warrior in an instant. Before anyone could react, Rain plunged his sword into Falster's heart amidst the dragon's fiery breath. Without withdrawing his weapon, Rain's sole focus was to escape. He had just assassinated an enemy monarch, and with 2 8th-level powerhouses present, lingering even a moment longer could lead to his injury. Rain was far from foolish. He would not recklessly engage in a life-or-death struggle with 2 frenzied 8th-level opponents. Whoosh! A fireball erupted from Drank's hands, striking the dragon's head, but the creature paid no heed, instead leaping into the sky. Stop him! Drank activated his 8th-level flight spell and pursued the ascending dragon to AT. This juncture, Drank was no longer concerned with whether he could win. His only thought was to prevent Rain from escaping. If a monarch were to be murdered in his own capital, both he and Hortingus would likely face the direst consequences. However, Drank's pursuit was destined to fail, for Rain had no intention of stopping, and the dragon's speed far surpassed that of an 8th-level mage like Drank. In merely 2 or 3 breaths, Rain and the dragon vanished into the night sky, leaving behind a shattered banquet hall and a multitude of panicked officials. Chapter 39. Divine Magic Resurrection. Faced with Rain's disappearance, Drank felt an overwhelming frustration. Had it not been for that accursed dragon, he believed that even 3 8th-level powerhouses could not have suddenly slain Falster. Rain, you cannot escape. I will personally see to your demise. Hortingus had leaped to the rooftop, shouting at Rain, who was gradually fading into the night sky. Yet his call was rendered hauntingly futile against the cold wind. Amidst the chaos of the banquet hall, Gamaliel observed Falster, who lay on the brink of death. Make way, make way! Ye Huo forcefully pushed through the crowd that had gathered around the helpless Falster, grasping the glimmering silver sword lodged in Falster's chest. What are you doing? Gamaliel exclaimed, his magical energy coalescing as he prepared to unleash it upon Ye Huo. If Ye Huo could not provide a satisfactory explanation, he would undoubtedly meet a grim fate. If you wish to prevent his majesty from dying, then shut your mouth. Ye Huo dismissed him, unleashing waves of healing magic upon Falster with reckless abandon. However, Ye Huo was a moment too late. Although his healing spell successfully mended the wound on Falster's chest, it could not preserve the monarch's life. All that could be seen was Farst's final glance at the 7th princess, Falme, who was weeping profusely, resembling a sorrowful soul that he then finally closed his eyes. At that moment, the 7th-tier sorcerer, Gamaliel, who stood vigil beside Farst, sensed a chilling aura of death emanating from him. Yer, you have slain his majesty. Upon witnessing Farst's sudden demise, Gamaliel hurled the dark touch in Yer's direction. He harbored a peculiar affection for Farst, and seeing Yer act so recklessly was, to some extent, understandable. The dark touch surged forth like a rope, reaching Yer in an instant, yet it failed to inflict harm. For Yer simultaneously activated the 7th-tier wind shadow shield, successfully blocking what would have been a near-fatal blow. Gamaliel, if you wish to prevent his majesty's death, then step aside, Yer shouted at the imperial chancellor. Disregarding Gamaliel's status, listen to Yer. Drank, having descended from the air, also sensed the deathly aura surrounding Farst and understood that he had perished. However, upon witnessing Yer's frenzied actions, Drank felt a sudden inkling that perhaps Yer could conjure a miracle. Everyone, silence. If you interrupt my incantation, then His Majesty's death shall not concern me. Ye's gaze swept across the hall with an air of authority, compelling all those with furious expressions to fall silent. He is right. I will bear the responsibility for everything that transpires today. Drank declared in support of his student, not questioning Ye's intentions as a teacher. What the hell are you all waiting for? Step back 5 paces. Hothings leaped into the crowd, bellowing at Ye, who was surrounded by onlookers. That Hothing's words had an immediate effect. Even Gamaliel retreated 5 steps, largely due to the awe inspired by the thunder sword he wielded, for no one doubted he would not hesitate to strike down anyone who provoked him. Teacher, remember, do not let anyone interrupt my spellcasting, Ye said, casting a final glance at Drank. Rest assured, even if the heavens were to fall, I shall shield you today. Begin, Drank replied, nodding, though he remained unaware of Ye's true intentions. With a hum, countless golden rays burst forth from Ye, who began to frantically execute a series of intricate gestures. This was Ye's ultimate trump card, the resurrection spell. At this moment, he could no longer concern himself with the potential exposure of his identity. For if Farst were to die today, the Flame Empire would undoubtedly launch an assault on the Cloud Kingdom, leaving no refuge for himself or his family. Thus, it was imperative that Ye resurrect Farst, which explained his reckless dash to draw the sword. He aimed to mend Farst's heart before it was too late. Otherwise, even his resurrection spell would be in vain in a mere 10 seconds. Ye flawlessly completed all 64 gestures. He executed the final gesture. A radiant beam of holy light descended upon Farst. In that moment, Ye resembled a celestial being, evoking a sense of reverence among all present, who felt insignificantly small before him, including even the 8th tier Drank and Hothings. That it had to succeed. A 30% chance was sufficient for victory, let alone 50. Ye's heart raced with anxiety, but he was powerless to do more than leave it to fate. Fortunately, fortune smiled upon him once more. The holy light gradually permeated Farst's body, a sign of success. Ye felt an immense joy. His fortunes had indeed turned since his arrival in this world. As the holy light enveloped Farst, the charred remnants of his body began to emit a golden glow, and the scorched skin gradually peeled away. Finally, the holy light was entirely absorbed by Farst. Ye understood that the moment of truth had arrived. May the holy light be with you. Rise again, my faithful one. Ye timed his incantation perfectly, uttering the final words just as the light mended Farst's upper body. At the moment Ye spoke, all the escaping holy light surged back into Farst's body, and Ye knew he had succeeded. He had utilized this 50% chance to successfully resurrect Farst. As the holy light re-entered, both Gamaliel and Drank distinctly felt the deathly aura surrounding Farst dissipate, replaced by a vibrant essence of life that reappeared in what had moments ago been a lifeless corpse. Gamaliel, Drank, and Hothings cast horrified glances at Ye, struggling to comprehend the reality that a deceased individual could be resurrected by him. What manner of being was Ye? Chapter 40. The resurrection made the sound of hurried breaths emanated from Farst, making it clear to all present what had transpired. This sound of breath, in turn, caused everyone to gaze at Ye with an expression akin to disbelief, as if they were dreaming. Good heavens! What has this fellow done? He has brought the deceased sovereign back to life. Is this not a dream? Ye, however, had no time to ponder their thoughts. He was now relentlessly casting restoration and healing spells upon Farst. Although Farst had been resurrected, the 5th tier resurrection spell alone could not restore him completely. So Ye knew he must employ his healing spells to mend Farst's injuries. The healing and restoration spells, renowned as the strongest single-target healing spells of priests, began visibly healing Farst's external wounds at a rapid pace. Even the damage inflicted by the dragon's breath, a magical elemental attack, was being fervently healed under the effects of the healing spell. After casting a series of restorative spells, Ye directed another prayer spell towards Farst. The prayer spell not only facilitated rapid recovery of mana and fighting spirit, but also revived one's spirit. Regardless of one's strength, if one is dead and subsequently resurrected by a spell that does not reach the 8th tier, a period of weakness inevitably follows. This initial weakness could be mitigated by the prayer spell, though its effects were nowhere near as swift as a 7th tier priest's blessing. Nevertheless, it sufficed for the time being. Under the influence of the prayer spell, Farst gradually regained consciousness, opening his previously tightly shut eyes. The shock of Farst's awakening was far more profound than the earlier sound of his breaths, as those who had doubted their senses finally grasped the miraculous spectacle they had just witnessed. With a sudden gasp, Farst expelled the blood that had flowed from his heart when pierced, and this act jolted everyone back to reality. "Your Majesty, how do you fare?" Gamaliel was the first to rush to Farst's side. Seeing Gamaliel's fervent expression, Ye felt a wicked thought arise within him. Surely, Farst could not be the illegitimate child of that old fox Gamaliel? "I am well. What just transpired, was I not?" As Farst spoke, he sensed something amiss. A seventh-tier warrior. He was confident in his perception of death, having felt his soul detach from his body, only to be drawn back by an overwhelming force. Such a phenomenon perplexed even Farst. This likely requires Ye's explanation. Gamaliel stammered, unable to articulate the absurdity of saying that His Majesty had died and been resurrected. "Your Majesty, do you recall the resurrection spell I mentioned?" Ye glanced at the assembled ministers, who were still agape, before uttering a term that seemed to exist solely in legends. Upon hearing the term resurrection spell, the minds of all present, save for Ye, momentarily froze, as this spell, which had appeared only a handful of times in the holy texts, was deemed impossible by many. "Ye, what is the meaning of this?" Drank, the venerable sage, was the first to regain his composure. "Teacher, I have mentioned that I am a priest. Healing and enhancement are merely aspects of my abilities. While the resurrection spell is the hallmark of a priest and distinguishes me from holy mages," Ye declared, recognizing that he could no longer conceal his true capabilities. Contrary to his expectations, Ye thought that revealing this information would elicit gasps of disbelief or astonishment. Yet he found the grand hall plunged into an unsettling silence, with everyone staring at him as if questioning his humanity. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Ye scratched his head, breaking the stillness. "Seal off the entire palace. No one is to leave." Gamaliel, quick to react, barked orders at the countless guards pouring in from outside. The motivations behind Gamaliel's actions are, of course, well understood by all. They recognize that it is due to the presence of this godlike youth before them. Yet, they are also acutely aware that Gamaliel's efforts may ultimately prove futile. They would wager that, at most, within 2 days, the entirety of the continent will be aware of Ye Huo, the resurrection mage. "Ye Huo, you have saved me once more. Moreover, you have allowed everyone to witness your divine abilities." As Falster uttered these words, his voice trembled slightly. Initially, Ye Huo had mentioned resurrection magic, but to Falster, it had seemed little more than boastful rhetoric. However, experiencing the moment of death and rebirth firsthand today has illuminated the truth. Ye Huo's identity has irrevocably transformed, marking the beginning of his existence as a godlike figure, for he now wields dominion over life and death. "A priest's duty is to resurrect all beings worthy of revival. Thus your Majesty need not be so concerned," Ye Huo said, gazing into Falster's seemingly affectionate eyes, uttering a remark that even he found somewhat exasperating. Nevertheless, the effect of his words was undeniable. Both Falster and the assembled ministers, even his mentor Drank, regarded Ye Huo with an almost fervent admiration. This newfound attention made Ye Huo, who had never encountered such a sensation, feel somewhat uneasy. "Ye Huo, are you truly human?" After a prolonged silence, it was Hothings who broke the tension with this nearly laughable inquiry. Ye Huo could only shrug in response. "Your Majesty must be exhausted. Let us return, mentor." This statement was also Ye Huo's attempt to extricate himself from the situation, as he sensed that the ministers were regarding him as if they might devour him whole, provoking an unexpected urge to flee. Indeed, Drank, understanding Ye Huo's sentiments, turned to Gamaliel and said, "Gamaliel, I trust you will handle this matter adeptly. The ease with which Rian entered the palace indicates that there must be some issue within." "Rest assured, Dean Drank, I shall conduct a thorough investigation of the palace. Furthermore, starting today, there will be a squad of 1,000 fourth-tier guards patrolling ceaselessly beside your mage tower." After making this statement, Gamaliel glanced at Ye Huo. It was evident that these guards were assigned to ensure Ye Huo's safety, for Gamaliel suddenly recalled Ye Huo's words, "If I reach the 6th tier, I could resurrect multiple beings at once." Such a simple statement bore terrifying implications, placing Ye Huo on the battlefield. But Gamaliel quickly dismissed that thought. How could one even consider such a perilous action? After bowing to Falster, Ye Huo prepared to exit, but after taking a couple of steps, he suddenly noticed the magnificent sword. Encrusted with countless gems, discarded by Rian on the ground. This sword caused Ye Huo to halt, and he found himself murmuring, "Could it truly be this?" Chapter 41. The growth stone. Ye Huo's eyes remained fixated on the sword, measuring approximately 1 meter in length and adorned with an array of gems. Initially, gems held little allure for Ye Huo, and he had scarcely paid them any mind. However, he inadvertently spotted something on the hilt that sent a surge of exhilaration through his veins: the growth stone. How could such a treasure, known as an experience stone in games, exist in this world? Such stones are exceedingly rare, valued to the extent that countless individuals would willingly trade artifacts for them. The allure of the growth stone lies not merely in its potential to forge artifacts, but in its capacity to elevate one's rank. The function of the growth stone is to forcibly enhance any profession below the 7th tier by 1 rank. And astonishingly, it carries no side effects. This is truly a game-changing stone. Take Ye Huo himself, for instance. Although he is currently at the 5th tier and can be considered a priest, he is merely an apprentice priest, not yet one who can genuinely command life and death. With the growth stone, however, everything would change. Utilizing it would allow him to ascend directly to the 6th tier, at which point many of his spells would transform into area of effect abilities, granting him access to the formidable spells of the 6th tier. Spells such as mass restoration, mass healing, mass dispelling, and most enticingly, the priest's life-saving skill, mind shock. With mind shock, a priest would no longer be the frail figure relying on allies for protection on the battlefield. Instead, they could confront any profession head-on. Mind shock is undeniably a spell of tremendous impact, capable of shattering the resolve of any opponent. While the dragon's might instills fear, mind shock can render its target completely incapacitated for 5 crucial seconds. With that interval, Ye Huo believed he could vanquish any adversary armed with merely a dagger. Nevertheless, Ye Huo did not linger in this state of elation for long. He quickly regained his composure, adopting a nonchalant demeanor as he picked up the sword from the ground. "I wonder if this sword might serve as a suitable addition to my collection," Ye Huo remarked, his face betraying no unusual expression. Seeing no objections, he swiftly stowed the sword in his spatial ring and followed Drank out of the heavily guarded hall, boarding the carriage bound for the Mage Tower. Inside the carriage, only 3 individuals occupied the space: Ye Huo, Drank, and Hothings. Hothings had been forcibly brought along by Drank, who believed that in the event of Ye Huo's secret being revealed, the protection of an 8th-tier mage might prove somewhat troublesome. Thus, he had insisted on taking Hothings, an 8th-tier paladin, back to the Mage Tower. Throughout the journey, the 3 remained silent. As Ye Huo pondered the implications of the growth stone, he was deeply perplexed by its existence. He understood that such stones could only be produced by 9th-tier mages employing special methods to compress their fragmented mana into growth stones. Yet, how had such an item found its way into this world? Could it be that this growth stone, like himself, had traversed into this realm as the carriage rolled into the gates of the Cloud Academy? A throng of students gathered outside, oblivious to the events unfolding within the palace. Their excitement stemmed from having glimpsed a dragon soaring through the sky, ridden by a dragon knight. For these students, the dragon knight represented an awe-inspiring figure, so it was not surprising that they remained outside late into the night, discussing Rian's feats. Ye Huo mused that had they known of Rian's recent act of slaying their monarch, they would undoubtedly have transformed into a mob of enraged youth, clamoring to confront the very dragon knight they had previously idolized. After all, they were young. Ye Huo reflected, noting that despite his own youthful appearance, he was scarcely older than these students. The carriage passed smoothly through the academy gates. Despite the students' fervor, none dared to obstruct the dean's carriage, for the consequences could result in failing all their courses for the semester. Upon dismounting, Ye Huo glanced at the stern-faced Drank and felt a twinge of apprehension. He wondered if concealing certain matters from Drank, who was akin to a father figure to him, might provoke his ire. "Young one, is it true that you can resurrect any corpse?" Hothings, evidently less contemplative than Drank, inquired, eager to ascertain whether Ye Huo could indeed revive any deceased being. "Uncle, you jest. Resurrection magic has its limitations. Even now, I can only resurrect those who have been dead for no more than a day, provided their bodies remain intact. Even so, my success rate is merely 50%, Ye Huo replied candidly, knowing that by the end of the night, the world would be aware of his abilities. "I see. And what would happen if you were to reach the 9th tier?" Hothings asked. His curiosity piqued as he looked down at Ye Huo, who stood a head shorter. Enough of this. Let us discuss these matters inside, Drank interjected before Ye Huo could respond. Upon hearing Drank's words, even Hothings, ever perceptive, fell silent, recognizing that his longtime friend was not in the best of spirits. After casting a cautious glance at Ye Huo, Hothings shot him a warning look, then hastily followed Drank. Ye Huo could only shake his head at Hothings' blatant evasion. This man was a master of reading the room. Yet, Ye Huo understood that while Drank's discontent stemmed partly from his concealment of information, the true source of his unease likely revolved around Rian's affair. Very well, please take a seat. Drank gestured for Hothings and Ye Huo to join him. Hothings plopped down in a remote corner, while Ye Huo remained standing. Firstly, regarding Ye Huo's abilities, I do not wish to dwell on it further, but I hope that in the future, you will inform me of any developments at the earliest opportunity. This way, I can better prepare for what lies ahead, Drank stated, glancing at Ye Huo, who kept his gaze lowered, refraining from rebuking his student too harshly. But in truth, Ye Huo had mentioned his resurrection magic before, but in the past, Drank had not given it due consideration. I understand, teacher. Ye Huo's tone was exceptionally sincere, clearly realizing that he had been somewhat excessive in keeping secrets from a teacher who treated him as if he were his own son. Well, let's consider this matter settled. Starting tomorrow, it would be prudent for you to remain within the Mage Tower. That I firmly believe that once the Flame Empire becomes aware of your capabilities, a myriad of individuals will seek to eliminate you. Drank's voice turned cold as he spoke. Hawkins, I will reach out to an old acquaintance tomorrow. The audacity of Rian to come here and cause trouble cannot go unpunished. I am certain that with his arrogance, he will return. This time, we must ensure he does not return alive. If necessary, we shall once again become dragon-slaying warriors. A murderous intent flickered across Drank's face, one that Ye Huo had never seen before. Yes, I share your sentiments. That scoundrel had the audacity to murder right before my eyes and escape. If we do not deal with him, I might as well abandon my aspirations. Hawkins's face was equally aflame with anger. Ye Huo, I have a question. Drank abruptly shifted his focus to Ye Huo and inquired. I am curious as to why you suddenly decided to sheath that sword. Chapter 42. Humiliation taken aback by Drank's sudden inquiry. Ye Huo hesitated momentarily before responding. Teacher, I believe there is a gem on this sword that may prove beneficial to me, but I am yet to ascertain whether it is indeed the item I recall. Ye Huo was not lying. He merely sensed that it resembled a growth stone but had yet to attempt absorption, thus unable to confirm its nature. Oh, what could elicit such interest from you? Drank was well aware that his student shared his discerning eye. Thus he was eager to learn what could captivate Ye Huo so profoundly. Have you heard of the growth stone? Teacher. Ye Huo did not conceal his thoughts, directly mentioning the growth stone. Growth stone. This time, not only Drank, but even Hawkins appeared perplexed, as they had never encountered such an item before. Observing Drank's expression, Ye Huo retrieved the sword from his spatial ring and pointed to the dark gem, glimmering with a hint of starlight, embedded in the hilt. This is what I believe to be the growth stone. I sense no magical fluctuations from this item. What purpose could it serve? Drank inquired, furrowing his brow. Ye Huo handed the sword to Hawkins, who had approached, and proceeded to explain the potential of the growth stone. However, he refrained from mentioning that this knowledge was derived from his previous life, merely stating that he had encountered it in family texts. Oh, quite an intriguing item. But I wonder about its efficacy. That I cannot help but question what might transpire when an 8th-tier individual utilizes it. Hawkins noted the potential for a tier increase, yet remained less than enthusiastic, given that it only applied to those below the 7th tier. Ye Huo shook his head, responding, an 8th-tier profession would gain no benefit from it. The energy contained within is insufficient to elevate an 8th tier to 9th tier. Indeed. Then let us ascertain its true nature, Drank stated, his interest piqued, as this could enable Ye Huo to ascend directly to 6th tier. For a teacher, there is no greater joy than witnessing a student grow more powerful. Ye Huo nodded, accepting the growth stone from Hawkins and channeling his holy power into it. As the divine energy entered the growth stone, it sank without a trace, revealing no fluctuations. However, this reaction confirmed Ye Huo's judgment. The growth stone indeed exhibited such behavior prior to any special treatment. Teacher, this should indeed be the growth stone, Ye Huo declared, elated, for it signified his impending ascent to 6th tier. Once he reached 6th tier, his capacity to absorb sunlight would undoubtedly increase significantly. And most importantly, he would possess genuine survival capabilities. How do you know? I also infused it with fighting spirit, yet there was no reaction whatsoever. Hawkins took the growth stone from Ye Huo and attempted to channel his fighting spirit once more. Ye Huo chuckled softly. Indeed. The growth stone reacts in this manner prior to any processing. To activate it, one must utilize a life elixir. Life elixir? Is it akin to a restorative potion? Drank inquired, puzzled by Ye Huo's mention of a life elixir. Yes. Precisely that. If the growth stone is immersed in a restorative potion for a day, it will allow the energy on its surface to recede, rendering it absorbable. I possess restorative potions in my laboratory. You may retrieve one. Expedite your ascent to 6th tier, as Hawkins and I need to deliberate on matters concerning Rian. Understood. Ye Huo nodded and made his way towards Drank's laboratory within the Mage Tower. After Ye Huo departed, Drank produced a communication crystal ball and remarked, Rian will likely return soon to ascertain whether Falster is truly dead, so we are pressed for time. Can your teleportation array summon others? Hawkins inquired. It can. But we must first pinpoint their location, Drank replied, infusing the crystal ball with magical energy. Within the palace, all the ministers stood along either side of the council chamber, gazing at Falster, whose expression was stern. They understood that whenever Falster bore such a countenance, war was imminent. The last time Falster had exhibited such demeanor was during the ambush of the Flame Empire's Flame Knights on the imperial capital, which had led to a 3-year conflict between the Outcloud Empire and the Flame Empire, ultimately resolved only through the mediation of other continental powers, as neither side could gain the upper hand. Yet this time, all knew Falster would not simply withdraw as he had before. Were it not for Ye Huo, the resurrection mage, all present understood that Falster would now be a corpse, and the Outcloud Empire would undoubtedly descend into chaos, potentially allowing the Flame Empire to exploit the situation to annihilate them. General Turs, how many troops do we have stationed on the front lines? Falster asked coldly, addressing a dark-skinned man standing at the front. Your Majesty, our forces number 400,000. Reinforce the Outcloud cavalry from the western front to the eastern front. This time, we must engage the Flame Empire in a decisive battle, making it clear that the Outcloud Empire is not a place they can enter and exit at will. Falster spoke with an almost thunderous roar. Upon hearing Falster's words, Jamal furrowed his brow slightly before stepping forward, stating, But your Majesty, without the Outcloud cavalry in the west, the Orc forces may provide them with a year's worth of supplies. I am confident that those brutish creatures will cease their clamoring. What else can they do besides pillage food? Falster was evidently resolute in his decision to confront the Flame Empire head-on. Very well, but your Majesty. Jamal hesitated to continue, yet the icy gaze of Falster silenced him. Prepare provisions with utmost diligence, and issue an S-rank assassination mission targeting Rian of the Flame Empire. The flames of anger rekindled within Falster's heart. Understood, your Majesty. Jamal nodded, though he held little hope for the S-rank mission, as the target was a Dragon Knight. A task not suited for just anyone. Also, have Ye Huo's parents arrived in the imperial capital? Falster suddenly recalled the matter he had seemingly overlooked regarding Ye Huo's parents. Yes, your Majesty, they are currently residing in the former Yi residence. Jamal reported meticulously. Convey my command. Baron Yi Yun shall be elevated to the rank of Marquis, with a hereditary title. Understood, your Majesty. All present expressed their approval of Falster's elevation of Yi Yun, as none could dispute the extraordinary abilities of Ye Huo. They comprehended that following today's events, Ye Huo's position would become irreplaceable, and all were contemplating how best to cultivate a favorable relationship with this new noble. Establishing friendship with Ye Huo, the resurrection mage, not only promised a smooth political path but also ensured survival in a world where death could come easily. That miraculous resurrection spell lingered in the minds of all. Regarding Ye Huo, I expect absolute confidentiality. Otherwise, Falster's expression turned frosty, his tone brooking no opposition, sending a chill through all who heard his words. Chapter 43. Ascending to 6th tier, a potent surge of holy power emanated from Ye Huo, yet he bore an expression of sheer ecstasy. He had often heard it said that using a growth stone was more exhilarating than any other experience, though he had never engaged in such activities himself. Ye Huo was convinced that nothing in this world could surpass the euphoria of this moment. The purest essence of primal power flowed forth from the growth stone in Ye Huo's grasp, and he transformed all the released energy into his own holy power. Ye Huo could not help but marvel at the growth stone, which seemed to serve as a cheat, were it not for the limitation of reaching a maximum of 6th tier. He mused. The energy released by the growth stone was not particularly abundant, nor did it last long. Within the span of a mere cigarette's worth of time, the once energy-rich stone was reduced to a fine powder. Carefully, Ye Huo collected the powder into a prepared cloth bag. This was not merely a memento. Rather, the powder was a highly valuable material, solely suitable for crafting Titan elixirs. The Titan potion, also known as the Divine Potion, forcibly elevates its user to the 9th rank for a duration of 10 minutes, regardless of their original standing. However, the repercussions of its effects are exceedingly grave. For instance, should Ye Huo, currently at the 6th rank, consume the Titan potion, he would likely endure a month or even longer of power depletion, entering a state of weakness. Naturally, even if Ye Huo wished to use the Titan potion now, it would be impossible. As the stone powder is merely one of the required materials, there exists another component that equally troubles him. In the past, this component was not particularly difficult to find within the game. The most challenging item then was the stone powder. However, the situation has changed dramatically. The most elusive material now is the Hellfire Stone Powder, which could once be casually purchased from street vendors in the game. The Hellfire Stone Powder is derived from the remains of the abyssal creatures known as Hellfire after their demise. Although Hellfire was perilous in the game, the presence of priests, beings capable of dispelling all regional entities, rendered it a mere tool for countless priests to gain experience. Yet, the circumstances here are different. Ye Huo has inquired about Hellfire, and even Drank and Hothings displayed expressions of fear upon hearing the name, making it clear to Ye Huo that acquiring it would be a formidable challenge. Setting aside the matter of the Titan potion, Ye Huo began to experiment with several newly learned spells, notably group healing and group restoration, two signature skills of priests with which he is thoroughly familiar at this moment. What Ye Huo most desired to try were his Mind Shock and Mind Fire spells. He was well acquainted with the other group spells, rendering further experimentation unnecessary. Have you succeeded? Just as Ye Huo pondered what to target, Drank and Hothings entered the room, eliciting immense joy from Ye Huo. Teacher, I have successfully advanced to the 6th rank and mastered several new spells. Would you help me test them? Ye Huo hurried over to Drank, beaming with excitement. What spell could bring you such joy? Drank, observing Ye Huo's demeanor, understood that he had undoubtedly acquired a formidable spell, which explained his exuberance. You will know once you try it. Ye Huo replied mysteriously, gathering divine energy. Unlike before, the divine energy he summoned now radiated a hue of purple interspersed with gold. Mind Shock is essentially an enhanced version of the soul control spell, possessing far greater power. With a flash of purple light, a beam imbued with potent divine essence surged into Drank's body. And from Drank's widened eyes, Ye Huo discerned that his Mind Shock had indeed succeeded. After a full 5 seconds, Drank regained his ability to move, yet his expression remained unchanged, still marked by astonishment. Teacher, the spell I just used is called Mind Shock. It is a control-type spell. Regardless of how powerful the opponent is, if they fall victim to my Mind Shock, all their abilities will temporarily cease for 5 seconds. Observing Drank's astonishment, Ye Huo elaborated on the effects of Mind Shock. After a moment of silence, Drank finally processed the information. He had indeed been quite startled by Ye Huo's Mind Shock, and those 5 seconds felt longer than a year in his perception. He contemplated that if Ye Huo were to use Mind Shock against a mage in battle, would that mage stand a chance of survival? Teacher, I have another spell called Mind Fire, and it requires you to test it with your binding spell. Ye Huo, engrossed in testing his spells, paid little heed to the astonishment Drank and Hothings had shown regarding the previous Mind Shock. After approximately 2 seconds of chanting, a golden light enveloped Ye Huo's head. While 6th rank spells are indeed powerful, most, apart from Mind Shock and the rather lackluster Holy Light, still require incantation. Teacher, please try binding me with your binding spell, Ye Huo said, his face alight with excitement. Drank, somewhat puzzled by Ye Huo's intentions, nonetheless cast a binding spell. However, the ensuing events left Drank with his mouth agape in astonishment as the azure binding aura descended upon Ye Huo. It was completely dispelled by a golden light erupting from within him, simultaneously severing Drank's connection to the binding spell. Drank realized that his binding spell had failed. How could an esteemed 8th rank spellcaster fail to bind a mere 6th rank novice? He was baffled by what had transpired, but instinctively knew it was linked to the spell Ye Huo had just cast. My old friend, what on earth just happened? Why did your spell fail? Hawthings, witnessing the ineffectiveness of the binding spell, was equally perplexed. Not only Ye Huo, even he, as an 8th rank holy warrior, would typically experience a brief period of binding if struck by Drank's spell. Yet, he knew Ye Huo lacked such formidable power. How had the binding spell faltered? Teacher, the spell I just bestowed upon myself is called Mind Fired. It is quite intriguing. Once I imbue myself with Mind Fire, any spell entering my body within a meter will be dispelled by the Mind Fire, and for the next 30 seconds, I will be immune to all control-type spells. Can it dispel forbidden spells as well? Hawthings suddenly posed an unexpected question. I have yet to test that, Ye Huo replied. Scratching his head, in both the past game and the current world, he had never used Mind Fire to counter a forbidden spell, so that answer would have to wait for future exploration. Nonetheless, Ye Huo recalled with certainty that he had once endured the flame spear of the divine beast, the touching dragon god. With Mind Fire in the game, Ye Huo, the flame spear, while not on par with a forbidden spell, was certainly formidable, and as a priest, why would he seek conflict with forbidden spells? Chapter 44. The necromancer today was the most dreadful day for Rain, for he had just learned from an informant embedded within the royal family of the Outcloud Kingdom that Falster was not dead. What enraged Rain further was not the fact that Falster was alive, but that the old wretch had been resurrected by a necromancer named Ye Huo using some sort of spell. Upon first hearing this, Rain suspected the informant had lost his mind. Yet, after repeated confirmations, the informant adamantly insisted that Falster had indeed been revived by the mage named Ye Huo, though Rain was somewhat skeptical of the informant's claims. He knew that this informant was one of the most loyal guardians of their flame empire and would not jest about such matters. Rain, are you certain you killed Falster? A somewhat sinister voice emanated from behind him. Though Rain had gradually grown accustomed to this voice, it still sent a chill down the spine of the 8th rank dragon knight. Gently patting his dragon, Fatty, Rain turned to face his companion, the 8th rank necromancer. Churko, who was observing him with a face devoid of expression, akin to that of a corpse. That is an insult to a knight, Rain retorted angrily, if not for the overwhelming strength of this individual. He might have challenged him to a duel, even with the support of his dragon. There's no need to be so fiery. You must understand the lonely heart of a millennia-old mage, Churko replied, his gaze drifting toward Fatty. I advise you not to set your sights on my companion. Otherwise, the consequences will not be something you can bear. Rain, sensing Churko's intent, warned him he believed that if given the slightest chance, Churko would undoubtedly seek to slay his bonded dragon, Fatty, and transform him into a member of his undead legion. What a magnificent dragon! Yet, even the most ancient of dragons must face death one day. So, Fatty, would you be interested in becoming a noble undead? Churko gazed at Fatty with a glint of malice. Lord Necromancer, if you continue to insult our dragon kin, I believe the divine dragons will take you back to the dragon path and imprison you for eternity. Fatty, feeling uneasy under Churko's gaze, responded, Enough already, you truly lack any sense of humor. Despite his arrogance, Churko was aware that as an 8th rank necromancer, he could not contend with the dragon race, even if those beings could not kill him. Though Rain harbored a strong dislike for Churko, he understood that this mission would surely fail without Churko's involvement, so he gritted his teeth and said, Morazzi and Daro have arrived in the imperial capital. This time we must eradicate them completely. What is your perspective on this operation? Churko smirked darkly and said, Fireworks must always bloom in the most beautiful places. What do you think? At the Outcloud Academy, within Drank's Mage Tower, Drank was presently introducing Ye Huo to his two past friends, the 8th rank Holy Mage Morazzi and the 8th rank Holy Warrior Daro. Oh, so you are the little fellow rumored to be capable of resurrecting the dead, that I wonder if the rumors are true. Morazzi regarded Ye Huo with a hint of a smile. Beside him, Dalu was equally intrigued by the matter at hand. Ye Huo felt somewhat embarrassed regarding the issue. He had anticipated that news of his circumstances would spread rapidly, yet he never imagined it would circulate quite so swiftly. In less than a week, even two newcomers to the capital were already aware of his predicament. Well, I suppose it's true, he replied to Morazzi, though reluctantly. After all, Morazzi was a friend of his mentor and, more pointedly, a senior figure in his life. All right, Morazzi, let us discuss this matter further once we have dealt with Rain. Delank interjected, clearly noticing Ye Huo's discomfort and attempting to ease the situation. Morazzi, attuned to the subtle cues, remarked, I can sense Rain's presence. He must be somewhere near the capital. Indeed. I can also feel the aura of the dragon kin. Rain should not be far from here, Dalu concurred, sharing his thoughts. When do you believe they will make their move? Huatings inquired, looking towards his old companions from their adventurous days. Tonight, Delank and Morazzi responded in unison, exhibiting their long-standing camaraderie. They exchanged smiles, evidently pleased with their harmonious rapport. Observing their interaction, Ye Huo felt a disconnection from them for a long time. He had been mingling with 8th-tier powerhouses, appearing quite glamorous. Yet, he was acutely aware that this glamour was underpinned by solitude, as he would forever be regarded as a junior rather than an equal by these formidable figures. At that moment, Ye Huo was struck by the urge to venture out on his own. He believed that once the matter concerning Rain was resolved, he should don a disguise and explore the world, seeking to forge connections with promising individuals. This, he felt, would be the wisest course of action. Night enveloped the capital, the sky shimmered with stars, and the bustling commercial streets were alive with crowds. For the denizens of the capital, the night was not merely a time for dining and slumber as it was in Lingfeng City. Here, countless forms of entertainment awaited. Among them, the night market was the most frequented by the common folk. Families or groups of friends would stroll through the market, indulging in delectable grilled meats that, while not gourmet, tantalized the appetite, and sipping on strong wheat beer. Such pleasures had become indispensable to the people of the capital. However, this night was destined to be extraordinary. As everyone reveled in the night market, a colossal shadow suddenly loomed above them. What is that? Oh my, it's a dragon. Faced with the unexpected manifestation of a terrifying creature that had previously only existed in textbooks, all gazed upwards in astonishment at the dragon soaring through the starry sky. Look, there's a knight upon its back. Heavens, it's a dragon knight. A middle-aged adventurer, possessing keen eyesight, exclaimed to his companions while raising his mug of beer. The profession of dragon knight, coveted by many, was something they never imagined witnessing in the skies above the capital. Yet, the subsequent events unleashed a wave of panic as everyone began to flee in terror. The descending dragon struck the heart of the night market like a meteor, unleashing its breath like the hand of death itself, claiming the lives of the hapless crowd. This was a meticulously orchestrated scheme by Charker. His intention was to disrupt Delank and his companions' plans, opting not to ambush Falster, but to eliminate the four of them directly. Once they were vanquished, the demise of the Outcloud Empire would not be far behind. Furthermore, this location was deliberately chosen, as in such a bustling area, Delank and his fellow mages would be hesitant to unleash large-scale spells, while he bore no such concerns the moment the dragon appeared above the capital. Delank and his companions were racing towards the scene, utterly unprepared for Rain's audacity to wreak havoc in such a crowded area. Had he lost his senses? Did he truly believe he could evade them? By the time Delank and his group arrived, chaos reigned supreme. Countless people were fleeing in despair, their flesh consumed by the dragon's breath, while those who dared resist were reduced to mere remnants by Fatty's ruthless onslaught. An 8th-tier dragon was not a foe that ordinary adventurers could challenge. Even approaching it would only invite death's embrace. Rain, have you come to court death? Delank shouted from the air, pointing at Rain, who was mercilessly slaying adventurers. Ha ha ha, Delank, you truly came, but why not join my undead legion instead? An 8th-tier necromancer of the undead. What a thrilling prospect. A sinister voice echoed, and from the air emerged a figure cloaked in black. Charker. Morazzi instantly recognized the identity of the figure. And in that moment, his previously unwavering confidence faltered, replaced by a chilling sense of dread that it was not due to cowardice. Rather, Charker was a figure of unimaginable terror. 50 years prior, he had wrought unimaginable devastation in the Outcloud Empire, slaughtering an entire city's populace overnight and transforming them into his undead minions. The Outcloud Empire had dispatched 3 8th-tier powerhouses to hunt him down, among them Morazzi, and that encounter had imparted to Morazzi the true horror of facing a necromancer. Such half-human, half-demon creatures were virtually indestructible. Even the combined might of their forbidden spells had proven insufficient to bring him down. The 2 other 8th-tier holy mages accompanying Morazzi had also fallen victim to Charker's skeletal dragon, leading the Outcloud Empire to cease their pursuit of him, for such an unkillable monster was beyond mortal reckoning. Perhaps a 9th-tier practitioner could slay him, but that was merely a possibility, and given that 9th-tier classes had long since vanished from the continent, The Outcloud Empire had no choice but to endure this bitter defeat. Yet, 50 years later, Morazzi could scarcely believe that Rain possessed the audacity to summon Charker. Initially, they had felt assured of triumphing over Rain. But now, with Charker's involvement, their only hope lay in retreat. How could this monster possibly appear? Delank's expression darkened, his apprehension mirroring Morazzi's. What shall we do? Huating's queried, turning to Delank for guidance. We must withdraw, Dalla declared, stepping forward. Although they were 8th tier, the prospect of facing an indestructible monster alongside a dragon and an 8th tier knight was likely to lead only to their demise. Withdraw? If we leave, the capital will turn into a city of the dead by tomorrow. Delank, though reluctant, recognized the futility of remaining. Teacher, is Charker truly a necromancer? Ye Huo asked, his brow furrowed in concern. Indeed, that is precisely the kind of monster he is. His resurrection magic surpasses even yours. He can transform the deceased into eternal undead. Huating's replied somewhat petulantly. Upon hearing this, Ye Huo understood why they felt so constrained. After all, aside from priests and light mages, there were few capable of defeating a necromancer head-on. However, encountering such a foe was indeed a stroke of misfortune for Charker today. A priest could contend with a necromancer far more effectively than a light mage could. Teacher, leave this one to me. You all focus on dealing with Rain, Ye Huo declared, retrieving his dragon crystal staff from his spatial ring and charging towards Charker. Stop! Are you out of your mind, Ye Huo? Delank shouted in alarm as he saw Ye Huo rushing towards Charker, but by the time he spoke, Ye Huo had already entered Charker's range of attack. Old monster, today is your unlucky day. It's been ages since I've purified the undead. And I'm eager to see what it feels like, Ye Huo declared, pointing his staff at Charker, uttering words that nearly brought tears to everyone's eyes. Even Charker could not suppress a chuckle at Ye Huo's audacity. Little one, you are the most amusing person I have encountered. However, I must commend your courage. Humph, what can a mere 8th tier necromancer do? Even if you were 9th tier, today you shall learn why the flowers are so red. With that, Ye Huo cast a shield of light upon himself. You impudent little thing, since you are so bold, you shall join my undead legion. Charker, incensed by Ye Huo's insolence, unleashed a touch of death towards him, who stood merely 80 meters away. Dodge! Not only Delank, but even Huating's shouted in alarm. Bewildered by Ye Huo's sudden recklessness, did he truly wish to court death? Yet, as the touch of death approached, Ye Huo made no attempt to evade. Since arriving in this world, he had yet to engage in a proper battle due to his priestly nature. Now that he was aware of the existence of necromancers, he felt a surge of exhilaration, as he would be a god in the presence of any necromancer. The touch of death surged towards Ye Huo, colliding with his shield of light, and to everyone's astonishment, what had been dubbed the hand of death dissipated into a cloud of black smoke upon contact with Ye Huo's luminous barrier. What had transpired? At this moment, the thoughts of all who witnessed this scene were unified. Even the enigmatic Charco found himself perplexed. When had his death touch weakened to such an extent? It was not that his death touch had diminished. Nor was it merely that Ye Huo's light guardian had become overwhelmingly powerful upon reaching the 6th tier. Rather, it was the inherent advantage of the priest class over all necromancers. Any spell cast by a necromancer would be drastically weakened against a priest. While all of the priest's spells, including healing, would exhibit a purifying effect when targeting a necromancer, inflicting severe damage upon them. Do you know why the flowers bloom so vividly? Yet, it still isn't enough. Today, they shall bloom even brighter. Ye Huo declared, casting a most ordinary healing spell toward Charco. The golden radiance of the healing spell instantly enveloped Charco, and as the holy light descended, golden flames erupted from his very being. A wretched scream pierced the air, shocking all present, especially as the source of this cry was none other than Charco, the monstrous figure who felt no pain even under the assault of forbidden spells. What have you done to me? Boy, Charco demanded, extinguishing the flames with a forceful exertion of his deathly power, staring incredulously at Ye Huo. What have I done? Why, I am merely giving you a bath. Ye Huo responded, his confidence surging as he realized his healing spell was more potent than the damage dealt to undead creatures in the game. Rain, witnessing Charco falter before a mere 6th tier mage, was equally astonished. However, he quickly rallied with his contracted dragon, Fatty, and charged towards Ye Huo, determined to assist his ally Charco in dealing with this foe. Yet, the 4 formidable members of Drank were not to be trifled with. They would not allow Rain to approach. As soon as they noticed his advance towards Ye Huo, the four 8th-tier powerhouses surged forward, faced with their relentless interference. Even Rain, alongside the 8th-tier dragon, could not spare a moment to aid Charco. His only hope was that the previous incident had been a mere fluke. But was it truly a coincidence? If it were, Charco would not again emit a cry that could soften even the hardest of hearts. Charco emitted another scream as Ye Huo's healing spell struck him again. His face now a mask of terror as he regarded the advancing youth that eye in his eyes. This boy appeared far more demonic than he, the necromancer. What do you think, Mr. Holy Necromancer? Does my spell allow you to experience the pain you have long evaded? Do not flee. I have yet to cleanse you thoroughly. Ye Huo teased, observing Charco's frantic retreat. You have angered a noble necromancer. You shall face the wrath of my undead legion. Charco seethed, his expression a tempest of fury. Swearing that he had never been this enraged in centuries, an ancient incantation began to escape Charco's lips. Yet Ye Huo chose not to interrupt. To vanquish an enemy, one must instill despair both in their heart and body. Only then could one truly break their spirit. Ye Huo was entirely unfazed by Charco's chanting. He had encountered many necromancers in the past and recognized their predictable tactics. Should they falter, they would hastily summon their undead armies. For others, this was indeed a catastrophe. For a priest, however, it was merely an opportunity to enjoy a horror show. Arise, my companions. At last, Charco completed his incantation, and a dark vortex materialized behind him, from which an army of skeletons, death knights, and zombies began to emerge. Alas, you remain a mere novice necromancer, lacking even a lich to summon. Ye Huo remarked with amusement, deriding Charco. Provoked by Ye Huo's taunts, Charco raised his staff once more, expanding the dark vortex exponentially, from which emerged a colossal bone dragon. As this bone dragon appeared, the attention of Rain and Drank was irresistibly drawn to it. Even Rain, for the first time, beheld Charco's trump card. The bone dragon. The aura irradiating from the summoned creature made it evident that it was a 9th-tier bone dragon. Good heavens, had Ye Huo lost his mind? A 9th-tier bone dragon? Surely, the capital wouldn't truly be doomed. Drank felt an overwhelming sense of despair as he witnessed this terrifying 9th-tier bone dragon. You shall suffer the wrath of my bone dragon king, Charco proclaimed, soaring onto the massive skeletal back, glaring fiercely at the youth who had wounded him. Alas, a bone dragon without ice. One strike will obliterate you. Surely, you are not unaware of this. Ye Huo lamented, shaking his head with a sorrowful expression as he delivered a remark that nearly caused Charco to choke on his own blood. Do not be arrogant. My 9th-tier bone dragon king possesses strength that surpasses even that of a 9th-tier dragon. You are fortunate to be the first to witness its might. Take pride in this. Ha ha ha. Charco cackled madly, gazing at the dragon beneath him. Do you know what the greatest tragedy in this world is? It is the necromancer who considers the bone dragon their strongest summon. You dare to boast. Lacking even a lich, let alone the higher-tier entities such as the Hellfire, Dungeon Lord, Abyss Lord, or the Demon Lord of Feared, to defeat you would be an affront to my dignity. Ye Huo launched into an extensive tirade of names that Charco had never even heard of, leaving him momentarily speechless. Who truly was the necromancer here? Charco had heard of liches, beings that surpassed bone dragons, and the mention of Hellfire was already an object of reverence for him. The names Ye Huo conjured, Dungeon Lords, Abyss Lords, Demon Lords of Fear, sounded incomprehensibly powerful, and Charco had never encountered such beings before. Oh, I almost forgot you are merely 8th tier. Before you meet your end, allow me to share a secret. When a necromancer reaches 9th tier, they can transform into a vengeful spirit mage, enabling them to surpass 9th tier and attain 10th tier. However, even at 10th tier, you would still be a tragedy. Ye Huo spoke as though he were imparting knowledge to a student. This information, gleaned from his past experiences in the game, illuminated the dual nature of necromancers, immensely powerful yet tragically vulnerable, as they were perpetually shackled by priests. As a priest, Ye Huo possessed profound insight into both his own class and that of the necromancer. Ye Huo's words struck Charco like a dagger, nearly shattering his composure. He had heard of the possibility of necromancers transforming into vengeful spirit mages, yet never had he encountered such detailed discourse. Were it not for the young man's evident inability to assist him, Charco might have been tempted to seek his guidance. Charco shook his head vigorously, striving to regain his composure. when Ye Huo's voice broke through once more. "Oh, I nearly forgot to mention, judging by your expression. You must be the one who failed to create your life-bound necromancer's box at 7th tier. How careless of you. Had you succeeded in crafting it, you would likely be a 9th tier necromancer now. Just a step away from 10th tier. As Ye Huo gestured animatedly, Charco felt his mind whirl in confusion. Who are you, boy? How do you possess such an understanding of necromancers? Charco inquired, his voice tinged with anxiety. For the first time, he felt small before this youth, as if he were a mere schoolboy. Who truly was the necromancer here? Yet, as soon as Charco uttered these words, he regretted it, realizing he had merely invited further insult. Truly, I am disappointed at a necromancer questioning another's understanding of their own class. Do you not feel any shame? Oh, wait, you wouldn't. Ye Huo feigned a coy demeanor as he spoke. Enough with the banter. Boy, I will ensure your demise today. Charco glared wrathfully at Ye Huo, whose playful demeanor only fueled his desire to tear the youth to shreds. As a necromancer, Charco understood the futility of merely transforming Ye Huo into an undead creature. It would not assuage his burning rage. At this juncture, Ye Huo deemed it prudent to cease his taunts, for Charco's undead army was becoming increasingly erratic due to his escalating emotions, while it was somewhat disheartening for a necromancer to lose control. Ye Huo decided to abandon his attempts to further torment Charco. If he were to eliminate Charco here, he would have no one to spar with. Let there be holy light. Ye Huo raised his hands high, and suddenly, a phantom of a 12-winged archangel manifested behind him. Ye Huo considered this spell to be one of the most spectacular in the early stages, for only through holy light could one behold the 12-winged archangel. However, in truth, holy light was somewhat lackluster, serving primarily to obliterate the undead, and, aside from that, it was of little practical use. As the holy light illuminated the surroundings, the awe it evoked was undeniably profound. All those who had been lurking behind Ye Huo to witness the spectacle felt an overwhelming sense of their own insignificance upon beholding the 12-winged angel. What was this? Was it a deity? Yet, the gods of legend seemed neither so exquisite nor so sanctified. This was the collective thought of countless individuals at that moment. Go forth, illuminate with holy light. Ye Huo observed that the impact of his actions had nearly reached its zenith, and with a wave of his hand, the ethereal form of the 12-winged angel surged forth, enveloped in a celestial glow, crashing into the throng of advancing undead. Ye Huo closed his eyes, refraining from watching, for he already anticipated the outcome. Against these worthless undead creatures, a single invocation of holy light would suffice to annihilate them all. True to Ye Huo's expectations, wherever the 12-winged archangel passed, the previously roaring undead transformed into wisps of black smoke, vanishing into oblivion. This was the purifying effect of holy light. This is impossible, Charco exclaimed, nearly losing his composure as he witnessed his undead army succumb without even a single round of resistance. However, what transpired next instilled in Charco a renewed sense of Ye Huo as a devil, a beast, for at the very moment when Charco's legions were purified, Ye Huo directed his dispel spell towards the 9th-tier bone dragon. Just as Ye Huo proclaimed, the bone dragon, devoid of any ice magic, was obliterated in one fell swoop. The once mighty creature, roaring with tempestuous force, was reduced to a mere pile of bones plummeting from the sky. Caught off guard, Charco was dragged down alongside the bone dragon, crushed beneath the immense weight of the scattered bones. That a grim fate indeed. This was the sentiment shared by all who witnessed the scene. Yet, reflecting on Charco's misdeeds, they felt a certain justification in his demise. Old monster, cease feigning death. Ye Huo casually approached the pile of bones, showing no inclination to guard against the hapless 8th-tier necromancer, for he knew that even if Charco were to experience an improbable stroke of fortune akin to a protagonist in a melodramatic tale, he could pose no threat to him. Since you refuse to emerge, allow me to assist you. Upon uttering these words, Ye Huo began to chant a mass healing spell, a boon that was unequivocally lethal against a necromancer. Just as Ye Huo completed the incantation, a shadowy figure emerged from the multitude of dragon bones. Though this shadow was perceptible only to Yadai in that moment, Ye Huo realized that Charco was not entirely devoid of intellect, at the very least. He recognized his predicament and sought to escape with his soul. However, should a priest, whose sensitivity to souls ranked only second to that of a necromancer, allow him to flee, Ye Huo mused that he might as well pivot to a career as a warrior. Holy light, the visage of the 12-winged archangel reappeared, Yet this time Ye Huo did not allow the angel to detach from its ethereal form. Instead, he commanded the angelic apparition to wield its radiant sword against the ascending shadow. Art. A sound emerged from the shadow that could send shivers through one's very soul, compelling even the four engaged in combat with Rian and the dragon to glance over. Upon witnessing this, Rian was seized by a cold sweat. He could scarcely fathom that the illustrious Charco, renowned for his prowess over the years, could be vanquished so swiftly, even to the point of his soul being unable to escape. Rian was astounded, and even Drank and the others felt a sudden tightening in their chests, as if gripped by an unshakable sense of unreality. Particularly, Morazzi could not resist slapping himself in disbelief. Is this real? Charco, who could withstand even the mightiest of forbidden spells, was so effortlessly slain by this young man, and his very soul extinguished. Could it be that Ye Huo was a tin-tiered demigod masquerading as a youth to toy with him? This thought permeated the minds of many. The scene of Ye Huo dispatching Charco unfolded before Gamaliel, who was hastening to the fray as a warlock himself. He possessed knowledge of methods for soul evasion. He had always believed that such a tactic could only fail against superlative ninth-tier beings. Yet today, Ye Huo's actions completely upended his understanding. Chapter 48. The Fall of the Dragon Knight. In that moment, the entire battlefield fell into a stunned silence, every eye fixated on Ye Huo. Amidst this atmosphere, Rian was the first to react, leaping from the fray to mount his contracted dragon, Fatty, and frantically directing Fatty to flee. He understood that with Charco's demise, his only recourse was to escape, for prolonging the battle would surely lead to his own demise at the hands of this formidable assembly. Yet, above all, he feared Ye Huo the most. He could not comprehend how Ye Huo had slain Charco. In his eyes, Charco was an invincible entity. Had Charco participated in the continental power rankings, he would undoubtedly have claimed the top position. Yet, this fearsome adversary had been dispatched with such nonchalance by Ye Huo, leaving Rian to grapple with the unfathomable strength Ye Huo possessed. Fatty unfurled his massive wings, capable of shading the stars, preparing to flee. Though it was somewhat humiliating for a dragon to retreat, Fatty recognized that remaining would likely lead to his own death. The dragonkin would pursue those who slaughtered dragons, but if a dragon were to attack humans and fall, the dragonkin would not intervene. Thus, Fatty comprehended that even if he perished today, it would be in vain. As he beheld the retreating dragon knight, Ye Huo wore an enigmatic smile and raised his staff towards Rian, who was just lifting off the ground, calling out, "Rian Knight, why the haste? Stay for a cup of tea." With these words, Ye Huo's mental intimidation unveiled a terrifying facet of the priestly vocation. A radiant purple-gold light surged forth from Ye Huo's hands, unleashed through his dragon crystal staff, striking Fatty, who had just taken flight. What would happen when a dragon fell victim to mental intimidation? Though Ye Huo had never tested it, he knew that even angels of that caliber would lose all capacity for 5 seconds upon succumbing to it. Mental intimidation had sparked countless debates in the past. To many, this spell was akin to a bug, an extraordinary one at that, capable of rendering any entity powerless for 5 seconds, irrespective of tier disparities. Countless priests had attempted to exploit this ability to slay the mightiest bosses, only to discover that while the aspiration was noble, it was equally hubristic, as they were swiftly eliminated before even reaching the spell's effective range. This led to mass suicides among priests within the game. Yet, this was not a game, and Fatty was evidently not as unfathomable as the bosses. Upon succumbing to the mental intimidation, he plummeted from the sky like a meteor, devoid of the grace he once exhibited. Meanwhile, Drank began chanting the moment Ye Huo unleashed his mental intimidation, invoking his signature spell, the left hand of the fire god. Drank disregarded the potential collateral damage if Rian were to depart the imperial capital unscathed after wreaking havoc. The entire continent would undoubtedly mock the Cloud Empire, and such ridicule would be detrimental to the morale of the soldiers poised for battle at the front lines. Conversely, should he successfully slay Rian today, the Cloud Empire might even seize the Flame Empire, thus permanently resolving their age-old rivalry. Boom! A tremendous explosion accompanied the dazzling crimson display of the left hand of the fire god as it soared through the bustling streets of the imperial capital. The immense blast left all nearby with a ringing in their ears. Yet, this did not deter Horthan. As the left hand of the fire god struck Rian, he raised his thunder sword before the disfigured Rian, who was barely recognizable even to his own mother. What constitutes a divine artifact? A divine artifact is one that, regardless of the thickness of your armor or whether you are a knight or a mage. Will slice through you as effortlessly as cutting lamb. When the thunder sword connected with Rian, his consciousness flickered back to life, but it was too late to avert his fate, eye in the face of the thunder sword. Even the defenses of a divine dragon king might falter, let alone that of Rian, who was but an 8th-tier being, with a spray of blood, a blackened head soared at least 5 meters into the air, marking the second fall of an 8th-tier powerhouse this night. Arg. With the death of his contracted knight, Fatty's soul endured a measure of damage. With Rian's demise, the legend of the Dragon Knights remaining undefeated on the continent was finally laid to rest. After slaying Rian, Horthan did not relent. Knowing that dragons like Fatty, who actively attacked humans, would not be pursued by their kin, he could not bear to let such a precious prize escape. With a sudden burst, a column of blood erupted once more, this time infused with the essence of dragon blood. That moment, Huotings was reveling in the thrill of thrusting his thunder sword mercilessly into Fatty's nape. I shall embrace the title of Dragon Slayer once again. Huotings appeared as though he had been invigorated by some potent stimulant, relentlessly hacking at Fatty, who was momentarily paralyzed due to his wounded soul. Such a splendid opportunity was not one Huotings would let slip away. After enduring 5 strikes from Huotings, Fatty finally regained his mobility, but his intent was not to retaliate. Rather, he sought to escape. Faced with 4 watchful 8th-tier powerhouses and an enigmatic creature whose tier remained uncertain, even the dragon, Fatty was gripped by fear. With frantic flaps of his wings, Fatty endeavored to ascend, aware that if he could soar high enough, his safety would be assured. Little one, guard the gate for me. Just as Fatty reached an altitude of approximately 40 meters, a voice, akin to that of a demon, echoed in his ears. It was Ye Huo, whose mental deterrent had a cooldown of 10 seconds. However, due to the previous delay, his mental deterrent had just recharged at the very moment Fatty took flight. The purple-gold radiance of the mental deterrent shot forth from Ye Huo's hand like a noose, piercing into Fatty's being once more. Chapter 49. The temptation of the divine power potion. The formidable force of the mental deterrent caused Fatty to lose control of his body yet again, plunging him into despair. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of powerlessness, reminiscent of facing the sacred Dragon King. Humans, if you slay me, the dragon race will surely exact vengeance upon you. Do you wish to bring disaster upon this city? Upon landing, Fatty managed to roar out these words, which even he found somewhat ludicrous. Enough with the idle chatter. I'm in dire need of a dragonhide armor. Huotings remained unfazed by Fatty's threats, fully aware that if a dragon invaded a human city and launched an attack, its demise would be utterly meaningless. Thus, he was resolute in his intent to establish himself as a dragon slayer before all. Such a feat would undoubtedly elevate his reputation in the Thunder Crusade to new heights. A matter of great importance to Huotings. With the thunder sword gleaming with dazzling purple energy, he swung it fiercely toward Fatty's immobilized form. As the blade struck, dragon blood gushed forth, accompanied by Fatty's agonized roars. Meanwhile, Morazzi, having prepared his spell for an extended duration, finally launched his first major spell, Spear of Lightning. This spell was renowned as the most potent attack among second-tier forbidden spells and was the only single-target spell within that category. The might of the Spear of Lightning was comparable to that of any true forbidden spell. Don't. Fatty uttered a desperate cry as he beheld the incoming Spear of Lightning, fully aware that in his current state, he faced the dire consequences of severe injury or even death. Yet, the Spear of Lightning cared not for Fatty's pleas. In an instant, it pierced through his abdomen, the weakest point of his defense, resulting in a tremendous explosion. The force of the blast tore open a massive gash in Fatty's dragon hide, causing dragon blood to surge forth like a fountain. Astonishingly, Morazzi, who appeared gentle and composed, proved to be even more ruthless than Huotings when it came to combat. It seemed clear that he intended to leave no escape for Fatty. Moreover, Ye Huo was left speechless as he witnessed Duruo, seemingly invigorated, charge toward Fatty with his enormous axe raised high. Stop, 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 leave him be, Ye Huo urgently called out, for he realized that if he delayed even a second longer, these old warriors would undoubtedly finish off Fatty, thereby ruining his plans entirely. Fortunately, Ye Huo's timely intervention halted Huotings, who, upon hearing his words, ceased his upward swing of the thunder sword aimed at Fatty's vulnerable scales. Seeing Huotings relent, the others followed suit, casting puzzled glances at Ye Huo, unsure of his motives for sparing Fatty. Did he intend to let the dragon go? The damage they had inflicted upon Fatty was substantial, and if they were to release him, they risked being haunted for life by an 8th-tier dragon. Ye Huo offered no explanations, instead stepping closer to Fatty, who lay prostrate on the ground, resembling a girl who had just been overpowered. Cease your charade of death. You now face 2 choices. One is to become my steed, and the other is death. Ye Huo declared, a statement that even Drank found surprising. Did Ye Huo not understand that dragons would rather perish than submit to becoming another's mount? For instance, Rian, that unfortunate soul, would never have become a dragon knight without extraordinary luck. It was precisely this trait that rendered dragon knights exceedingly rare on the continent, akin to finding hair on a bald man's head. Human, you may slay the noble dragon race, but you will never compel a noble dragon to bow its head. Fatty's voice was weak, laden with exhaustion, although he longed to unleash a torrent of dragon fire upon the man who had brought him low. He found himself devoid of strength, unable even to muster the energy to exhale a breath of dragon fire. Ye Huo, dragons will never surrender, Huoting's remarked as he approached Ye Huo. Ye Huo paid Huoting's no mind, and instead flashed a mysterious smile at Fatty. Lowering his voice, he said, "What if I told you I possess a method to transform you into a sacred dragon, or even a sacred dragon king? Would that change your mind?" Upon hearing this, Fatty's eyes widened in disbelief, captivated by the allure of becoming a sacred dragon, a temptation so powerful it rivaled that of a 10-year-old man suddenly confronted with a naked beauty. Human, you must be mad. Fatty felt the temptation, but equally sensed Ye Huo's credibility was dubious at best. Dragons have a chance of mutation into sacred dragons when they advance from 8th tier to 9th tier due to the sacred dragon blood flowing within them. The concentration of this blood determines the likelihood of mutation. However, there exists a method to manufacture such mutations, through the divine power potion that I wonder if you've heard of it. How could you possibly know of the divine power potion? Who are you? Fatty's pupils dilated in astonishment, unable to comprehend how this man, standing before him, could possess knowledge of something so legendary, recorded only in the highest tomes of the dragon race, and written in their unique dragon tongue. Observing Fatty's astonished expression, Ye Huo realized that the lore surrounding the divine power potion indeed existed. Enough with the foolish inquiries. Our discussion should not revolve around the divine power potion, but rather whether you are willing to become my steed, he stated. If you truly possess the divine power potion, I shall agree to become your steed. Fatty responded without hesitation. In the eyes of dragons, human lifespans, even at the 9th tier, amounted to little more than a millennium, a mere blink in the grand timeline of a dragon's life. In contrast, the prospect of becoming a sacred dragon overshadowed the triviality of being a mount for 1,000 years. Thus, if Ye Huo could genuinely procure the divine power potion, Fatty would not hesitate to accept the role of his steed. Believing many dragons would vie for the opportunity. Chapter 50. The master-servant pact. Ye Huo observed the transformation in Fatty with a satisfied smile, then addressed him. The crafting of the divine power potion is something your dragon race should understand. But do you know why you have never succeeded? What? Fatty inquired, perplexed, for this question had plagued their kind for millennia. If dragons could reclaim the divine power potion, they could restore the glory of the era of the War of the Gods. The thought of the countless sacred dragons sweeping all before them filled Fatty's heart with fervor. Because you lack the endowment of divine power, I happen to possess the means to resolve this issue. So do you believe we should discuss the particulars of your role as my steed? Ye Huo spoke with an air of mystery. The dialogue between Ye Huo and Fatty left Huoting's feeling overwhelmed. He recognized the sacred dragon as a paragon among dragons, possessing unparalleled physical prowess and unmatched magical abilities. Furthermore, the sacred dragon possessed the formidable anti-magic resistance of black dragons, rendering it immune to spells below the 8th tier, a veritable masterpiece of the creator. However, Huoting's had never heard of anything like the divine power potion that Ye Huo mentioned. Yet, from the fervent glint in Fatty's eyes, he understood that the allure of the divine power potion held a significance that rivaled, or perhaps even surpassed, that of the thunder sword for himself. Human, are you certain you are not deceiving me? If you dare to betray me, I believe all the dragons of Dragon Island will converge upon this continent. Fatty was indeed stirred. Though he had not laid eyes on the true divine strength potion, he understood that even a glimmer of hope was worth wagering. for it pertained to the future of the dragon clan. Enough with the superfluous chatter. I have no time for idle banter. Should you utter another word of nonsense, I would not hesitate to dispose of you immediately and seek a blazing phoenix as my steed. Do not forget, the divine strength potion is equally beneficial to the fiery phoenix. At this moment, Ye Huo's face betrayed his impatience. Initially hesitant, Fatty's reservations evaporated upon hearing Ye Huo mention that the divine strength potion was also useful to the fiery phoenix, for this secret was known only to the dragon clan. And even the fiery phoenixes themselves were unaware of why Ye Huo's effortless revelation of this secret made Fatty question whether he might be an ancient being resurrected from the era of the divine war. Fatty's suspicion was not entirely unfounded. At least he had deduced the resurrection aspect correctly, but he had only grasped the beginning, failing to foresee the conclusion that a stream of deep crimson blood erupted from Fatty's forehead. Representing the equal contract of the dragon clan, a covenant most commonly entered into by dragons and humans alike, with a dismissive wave, Ye Huo scattered the droplet of crimson contractual blood and regarded Fatty with disdain, saying, "It seems you possess not an ounce of sincerity. You expect to extract the secret of the divine strength potion from me with merely an equal contract. Have you lost your mind?" The moment Ye Huo's words escaped his lips, both the onlookers and Huotings beside Ye Huo felt a sense of disbelief at his audacity that a true dragon, a colossal dragon, had approached him to propose an equal contract, and this fool had the gall to refuse it. This was more shocking to them than the sudden appearance of a ninth-tier powerhouse. "What do you wish to do?" Fatty, caught off guard, wondered why Ye Huo was now unwilling to sign the contract he had initiated. "Produce your soul fire. I will only sign a master-servant contract." Ye Huo's gaze was domineering as he regarded Fatty, his expression revealing a complete lack of room for negotiation. "Are you out of your mind?" This time, it was not Fatty but Huotings who exclaimed in disbelief. How could the dragon clan possibly enter into a master-servant contract with a human? After all, even a ninth-tier human only lived for a millennium. Why would dragons be foolish enough to sign a contract that bound them to share life and death with their master? Exchanging your life for the eternal prosperity of the dragon clan seems to me to be a losing proposition. Even if the sacred dragon king himself approached me for a master-servant contract, I would still feel at a disadvantage. Unfazed by Huoting's bewildered expression, Ye Huo continued to address Fatty. The anger that had bubbled within Fatty began to subside as he contemplated Ye Huo's words. Indeed, if what Ye Huo proposed were true, trading his life for the everlasting prosperity of the dragon clan, surely even His Majesty the sacred dragon king would willingly agree. Are you certain you won't deceive me? Ultimately, the welfare of his kin overcame the dragon clan's inherent pride, and Fatty lowered his head as he inquired. "I have stated my position. You may sign or not, but spare me your endless prattle." "I am quite busy," Ye Huo remarked, preparing to turn away, exuding an air that suggested he could easily win an award for acting if he were to star in a film. "Very well. I accept your terms." Frustrated by Ye Huo's demeanor, Fatty summoned a blazing orb of soul fire from his forehead, sending it straight into Ye Huo's. At the moment the soul fire entered Ye Huo's brow, a smile finally graced his lips. However, to Fatty, this smile bore an unsettling implication. Was he truly about to be deceived? Yet at that moment, retreat was no longer an option. Once the soul fire was sacrificed, Fatty's life and death would rest solely in Ye Huo's hands, and even Fatty's innermost thoughts would be perceptible to Ye Huo. Radiant light flickered as a healing spell enveloped the still bleeding wound on Fatty. Ye Huo was not inclined to watch his newly bound steed bleed to death. That would indeed constitute a grave loss. Following the healing spell, Ye Huo cast further restoration upon Fatty. But given the severity of Fatty's injuries, even with Ye Huo's assistance, recovery would not be instantaneous, unless Ye Huo attained the 7th tier and mastered the ultimate healing spell, the touch of the shepherd. Unbeknownst to Ye Huo, as he cast his healing spells, both Huotings beside him and the distant Drank, as well as the even more remote Gamma Lai, regarded him as though he were a monster. Even at this juncture, they struggled to grasp the reality that Ye Huo had managed to persuade an 8th-tier fire dragon to sign a master-servant contract, an unprecedented occurrence in history. Countless minds raced with the thought that they must be dreaming. Indeed, everything that transpired that evening was surely a figment of their imagination. What had they witnessed? First, the Dragon Knight Rian and the Necromancer Chaco, followed by Chaco summoning an army of the undead. including a ninth-tier bone dragon, which this young mage effortlessly dispatched, as if it were a mere infant. Even the notorious super-strong Chaco was slain by this young man without a chance to escape. If all that were true, who could explain how an 8th-tier dragon, upon hearing a few words from this young man, would sacrifice its soul and become the first dragon to enter into a master-servant contract with a human? Such an event was utterly insane. It was more shocking than if someone had suddenly proclaimed that the fiery empire had besieged the imperial capital. Chapter 51. The Magical Dragon Knight. Ye Huo, at this moment, had little interest in the reactions of the crowd. He was gazing upon his new steed with the affectionate eyes of a lover. This creature was undeniably more impressive than any sports car or aircraft of the past. With this magnificent beast, he no longer needed to worry about being eliminated. As a priest paired with an 8th-tier dragon, Ye Huo felt confident that he could prevail against 2 adversaries. Naturally, should he encounter 3 or more relentless foes, he would not be intimidated, for he was aware that while the fire dragon's flight speed was not as frenzied as that of the wind elementals, it was certainly swifter than the sluggish flying spells employed by mages. If he chose to flee, there should be nothing that could overtake him, and who would dare to risk incurring the wrath of the entire dragon clan to pursue him? With a shake of his staff to activate the wind-floating spell contained within, Ye Huo ascended onto Fatty's broad back amidst the gazes of the crowd. It was even more spacious than he had envisioned. Observing Fatty's expansive back, which spanned at least a dozen square meters, Ye Huo uttered a somewhat naive exclamation. "Let us take to the skies. I wish to experience the sensation of being a dragon knight." In his heart, Ye Huo commanded Fatty to take flight. Since they had entered into a master-servant contract, he could direct Fatty's every movement without uttering a sound. Boom! Fatty's immense form rose from the ground, unfurling its colossal wings that could obscure the sun. Standing atop Fatty's back, Ye Huo finally felt the exhilaration of a successful individual, raising his staff as they soared into the heights. This moment marked the birth of the continent's first magical dragon knight. Countless witnesses to this monumental achievement could no longer contain their fervor and erupted into cheers. This was the Dragon Knight of the Outcloud Empire. Everyone understood what a Dragon Knight represented. It symbolized the bombers on the battlefield. With Ye Huo, a healer, in the equation, it was no exaggeration to say that Fatty's might surpass that of 2 8th-tier mages on the battlefield. Imagine a dragon charging forth on the battlefield. What formation could withstand such an assault? Furthermore, with Ye Huo's healing abilities, even when facing 2 8th-tier professionals, it would undoubtedly result in a sweeping victory. 8th-tier professionals, while formidable, would find themselves at a disadvantage against the dragon's immense magical resistance and defensive capabilities. Compounded by Ye Huo's healing spells, truly a battlefield terminator, everyone recognized that the fiery empire had suffered a devastating blow. Not only had they lost a dragon knight and a necromancer, but they had also relinquished their proud dragon to the Outcloud Empire. This impact was even greater than the loss of 2 8th-tier professionals. While 8th-tier professionals were rare, a nation could still unearth a few through fervent searching. But the dragon represented not merely its combat prowess, but also an overwhelming sense of intimidation. Exhilarating. As Ye Huo soared through the cool breeze at high altitude, he could not help but shout in delight. Since his arrival in this world, although he had navigated his path fairly smoothly, he had always occupied a secondary position. However, that had changed. Ye Huo now possessed the strength to challenge 8th-tier powerhouses directly. "Master, should we not descend? If we fly any longer, I fear I may bleed out." Fatty finally expressed his concern, unable to withstand the weakness brought on by his injuries, realizing he had momentarily lost himself in the thrill. Ye Huo acknowledged that, despite Fatty's wounds having improved significantly due to his healing, they were far from the point where he could fly freely, were it not for the master-servant contract compelling Fatty to obey his commands. It was likely Fatty would not have taken flight in such a condition. Indeed, but do not land here. Head directly back to Chuyun Academy. Ye Huo cast a glance at the frenzied crowd below. Fully aware that descending now would result in being overwhelmed by countless individuals. Thus, he resolved to return to Chuyun Academy first. Understood, Fatty responded promptly, flapping his wings and soaring towards Chuyun Academy. "Teacher, let us discuss matters once we reach Chuyun Academy." Ye Huo found it impossible to locate Drank amidst the throngs of crazed people. So he shouted downwards. However, he was confident that even without his call, Drank would undoubtedly follow him back to Chuyun Academy. Fatty once again demonstrated the true meaning of speed, despite the vastness of the imperial capital. He traversed from the bustling city center to Chuyun Academy with merely 5 powerful wing beats. This was further compounded by Fatty's injuries, which would have otherwise allowed for even greater velocity. Yet, what pleased Ye Huo most was not just Fatty's swiftness, but his thoughtfulness. It was as though Fatty intuitively understood Ye Huo's concerns. During their rapid flight, he conjured a fiery red shield in front of Ye Huo to shield him from the fierce winds generated by their swift movement. Upon arriving at Chuyun Academy, Ye Huo encountered an unfortunate sight. The atmosphere within the academy was no different than that of the chaotic streets outside, although he did not comprehend the events unfolding beyond. Nearly all the students had witnessed the arrival of a dragon knight in the imperial capital. Following this revelation, a cacophony of explosions erupted, and they soon observed the colossal dragon flying towards Chuyun Academy. Inevitably halting before the mage tower of the designated restricted area, where Dean Drank resided in that moment, the students were engulfed in confusion, utterly bewildered as to why the dragon had descended upon them. Yet one thing was certain, based on the preceding explosions. They knew that the dragon's arrival was anything but amicable. Their suspicions were validated. Had Rain ridden the dragon here, it would have spelled disaster for Chuyun Academy. However, Rain had gone to meet their nightly deity. And it was Ye Huo who had brought the dragon here. Fatty began his gradual descent. A barrage of wind blades, fireballs, and ice arrows rained down upon him like a tempest. Good heavens! It appeared that the students of Chuyun Academy were also filled with youthful fervor. Yet, they ought to have been more discerning. If Fatty were to be felled here, Ye Huo would surely despair. Fortunately, Fatty was resilient, and the initial wave of magical assaults failed to bring him down, though Ye Huo could distinctly feel Fatty's body wobbling as he ascended higher. Everyone, cease at once. This is the dragon of our Chuyun Empire. Upon Fatty's ascension, Drank and Morazzi, both 8th-tier magi capable of flight, finally arrived, and Drank swiftly intervened to halt the students who were poised to unleash a second wave of attacks. Chapter 52. Frenzied students. Though Drank's shout came just in time, a significant number of spells still hurtled towards Fatty. Gazing at the onslaught of magic, even Fatty could not help but sway slightly. Yet, with Drank and Morazzi present, it was evident that they would not allow this barrage to harm Fatty. They certainly did not wish for the Empire to acquire a dragon only to have it eliminated by a throng of impetuous students. Of course, if Fatty were at his peak, these students' spells would merely tickle him. But one could only imagine the consequences of enduring an onslaught from a divine artifact followed by a divine spear piercing one's insides, only to face a cluster of spells. 2 massive magical barriers suddenly unfurled beneath Fatty, crafted by the 2 magi, Drank and Morazzi. Although the saying goes that a multitude of ants can kill an elephant, this barrage of magic could only breach the first barrier before being thwarted by the second. Witnessing the students below, still eager to launch another assault, Drank's fury ignited. He bellowed at the students below, "Anyone who dares to cast spells at this dragon shall be charged with treason." Hearing Drank's proclamation, even Ye Huo nearly choked. That was quite a hefty accusation. Treason. Initially, Ye Huo believed that with Drank's typically gentle demeanor, the most he would do was expel a student. However, the very fact that Drank could utter such words underscored the importance he placed on Fatty the dragon. Morazzi, standing nearby, was equally resolute, preparing his spell of thunderous wrath in hand. If these students were foolish enough to continue casting spells, Ye Huo was certain that Morazzi would unleash a spell capable of obliterating the strongest 5th-tier students below. Whether it was Drank's mention of treason or Morazzi's formidable presence, the students below found themselves paralyzed, no longer daring to cast spells against the dragon. "Teacher, may we descend now?" Ye Huo sensed that Fatty was in a precarious state, as he noticed the speed of Fatty's wing beats had begun to wane. "Yes, let us descend," Drank replied, soaring down to the lawn in front of the mage tower, keeping a vigilant eye on the rebellious students. Morazzi was no less prepared, his thunderous wrath crackling with ominous violet energy. Though he remained silent, it was clear to all that he was prepared to unleash his wrath. "Everyone back away." As Fatty's immense form began to descend, Drank shouted at the innocent students who were oblivious to the unfolding events. Given Drank's esteemed position, his commanding voice compelled the students to gradually retreat, clearing a space for Fatty to land. However, upon touching down, Fatty could no longer bear the strain. After enduring a series of assaults and the previous onslaught from the students, even with Fatty's formidable physique, he was compelled to lay down once more. Ye Huo hastily leaped off Fatty's back, his hands glowing with divine light as he unleashed healing spells upon Fatty with abandon. Yet, the wounds Fatty sustained were grievous, even with Ye Huo's miraculous healing abilities. It took over 30 spells before he felt the divine power within himself significantly deplete, finally mending Fatty's external injuries. However, the internal damage wrought by the divine spear was far more severe than the external wounds, and Ye Huo realized that further efforts would be necessary for Fatty's complete recovery. Despite the miraculous light of Ye Huo's healing, even Fatty could not suppress his astonishment. As a dragon, his regenerative capabilities were indeed remarkable. Yet, the severity of his injuries was such that he estimated it would take at least half a year to return to peak condition. However, he was utterly unprepared for the astonishing speed at which his formidable wounds healed under Ye Huo's care. After casting several more healing spells, Ye Huo finally sensed the depletion of his divine energy, compelling him to cease his ministrations. As a spellcaster, he understood the significance of conserving his divine energy. Once it was entirely spent, he would enter a state of weakness, and his recovery would be considerably slower. He needed to reserve some energy for himself. Nevertheless, Ye Huo was not overly concerned about regaining his divine energy with the staff of living beings and his prayer spell. He anticipated a full recovery by noon the next day, at which point Fatty would undoubtedly be completely healed. Reflecting on this, Ye Huo felt a hint of regret. Had he mastered the touch of the shepherd at the 7th tier? Even with Fatty's grievous injuries, he could have healed him in an instant. Finally, after casting one last prayer spell upon Fatty, he said, "All right, my friend, I have nearly exhausted my strength. However, with the prayer spell, I believe your recovery will be expedited." Upon receiving the benefits of the prayer spell, Fatty was momentarily taken aback, for at that moment, he distinctly felt a marked increase in both his magical and physical recovery rates. This was even faster than his natural recovery while in slumber. What manner of terrifying being was his master, capable of such extraordinary abilities? Fatty sensed that his master was merely at the 6th tier. If one day he were to ascend to the 8th tier, what powers would he possess then? Ye Huo could clearly perceive Fatty's thoughts, but he chose not to elaborate. The 8th tier, an 8th tier cleric would be akin to an indestructible cockroach at that time. He could probably withstand a 9th tier dragon under the aegis of eternal holy light. As for the 9th tier, Ye Huo did not even wish to contemplate it, for it remained a distant aspiration. And even for someone like him, who had no bottlenecks, reaching the 9th tier without extraordinary circumstances would likely take an eternity. Turning to face Drank and Morazzi, Ye Huo observed Drank addressing the students, urging them to leave. Though his words seemed less effective than Morazzi's, Morazzi's approach was far more direct. He stepped forward, brandishing the imminent threat of thunderous wrath in his hand, and under such circumstances, even without uttering a word, the students began to retreat as if swept by a tide. No one wished to gamble with their lives, regardless of which minister's son or daughter one may be. When confronted with an 8th tier saint, one can only choose to retreat, for those with fists the size of boulders will forever wield the truth. This principle holds true in any place. As the gradually departing students vanished, Ye Huo finally exhaled in relief, realizing he had undoubtedly made a name for himself today. By tomorrow, it was likely that the entire imperial capital, and indeed the whole empire, would be aware of his exploits. Simultaneously, he was certain he would become a thorn in the side of the Flame Empire. Originally, the Flame Empire's plan was flawless, but his unexpected intervention had thrown a wrench into their machinations. First, his successful resurrection of Faust compelled Lean to return and eliminate Drank and others. With Lean, Fatty, and the necromancer Churko, victory had seemed assured, but then he had emerged unexpectedly and dispatched the unfortunate Churko in an instant. Following that, he had managed to subdue Lean, the Dragon Knight, through mental intimidation, and ultimately transformed Lean's contract partner, Fatty, into his own steed. Ye Huo believed that even if he were the ruler of the Flame Empire, after enduring such a series of blows, they would certainly yearn to consume his flesh and drink his blood. However, Ye Huo also understood that at this moment, the Outcloud Empire had already mobilized against the Flame Empire, leaving them no opportunity to pursue him. As for the other nations on the continent, it was needless to say, none would dare engage in a melee with an 8th tier dragon. Therefore, he comprehended that this time, He had achieved a resounding victory, not only resolving his own safety concerns, but also successfully intimidating the other nations of the continent. His identity could now be publicly acknowledged without hesitation. Ye Huo was now preparing to return home to see his parents. In truth, after the events at the royal palace, he had been yearning to visit them. However, at that time, Drank had vehemently opposed his desire, prioritizing Ye Huo's safety. This time was different, as he now had Fatty. He believed Drank would no longer refuse him in the imperial capital, or even outside it. There should be no fool daring to trouble him. As Ye Huo contemplated this, Hothings and Dallo hurried back from outside. After all, they were 8th-tier holy warriors and lacked the flying ability of mages, which made their speed somewhat slower. What is going on? Why did we see so many students discussing something when we came in? Hothings bellowed from a distance, his loud voice booming. Old fool, can't you be a bit more discreet? Drank sighed, clearly exasperated with Hothings. After so many years, this guy's personality had not changed at all. At his age, he still acted like a child. Seeing a dragon up close for the first time is truly breathtaking, Dallo remarked, seemingly more captivated by Fatty than by the students' discussions. Human, do not regard me with such eyes. Fatty exhaled a plume of flame, feeling utterly humiliated. To have been nearly struck down from the sky by a swarm of insignificant creatures was a severe blow to Fatty, who prided himself on nobility. Had he not been gravely injured moments ago, he was confident that a single breath of his dragon fire could have obliterated that swarm of insignificant beings. Such a fiery temper, Dallo observed, understanding the need to take a few steps back in the presence of a dragon that might unleash its wrath at any moment. Very well, Ye Huo, shouldn't you now speak about this magnificent creature? Drank's brow had remained furrowed all day, and at this moment, it seemed even more tightly knotted. Ye Huo looked at Drank, momentarily at a loss for words. The matter of the divine power potion was something that absolutely could not be disclosed. It wasn't a matter of distrust in Drank, but rather the implications were far too significant. If this secret were to be unveiled, Ye Huo believed that no amount of dragons could withstand the frenzied greed of the powerful on the continent. It could even draw out 9th-tier beings hiding in the shadows, which would spell disaster for Ye Huo. Thus, he pondered how to broach this subject. Noticing Ye Huo's troubled expression, Drank understood that the issue must be complicated. Otherwise, Ye Huo would not appear so distressed. Although Drank was filled with curiosity, he also recognized that everyone should have their own secrets. Very well, this should be your secret. I shall not pry. However, how do you intend to manage this creature? You cannot simply leave it here indefinitely. Seeing Drank so perceptive of his thoughts stirred a sense of gratitude in Ye Huo, yet upon glancing at Fatty, he felt a renewed headache, given Fatty's size. Ye Huo knew that managing him would be no simple task. Wherever he was placed would attract far more attention than even the giant pandas of the past. Thus, Ye Huo turned his gaze towards Drank, knowing he would have a solution. Indeed, upon noticing Ye Huo's glance, Drank appeared confident as he spoke. This creature cannot remain at Outcloud Academy, as it would have repercussions for the institution. That I believe we should house him within the royal palace. This way, we can ensure the safety of His Majesty, and it is likely that only the royal family can afford to sustain such a magnificent beast. But teacher, if he resides in the palace, what about my safety? This was Ye Huo's greatest concern. I have told you countless times to read more about magical theory. Do you not understand that a master-servant contract allows the master to summon their contracted creature directly to their side? Drank looked at Ye Huo with a mixture of frustration and disappointment. Although his student was exceptionally talented, he seemed woefully ignorant of many fundamental magical theories, prompting Drank to shake his head in dismay. Moreover, the master can sense the movements of their summoned creature at any time. If the summoned creature perceives danger to its master, it can automatically teleport to their side. That I believe as long as this creature does not wish to perish prematurely, your safety will be assured, Morazzi added. Given this, I agree to house him in the royal palace, but will His Majesty consent? Ye Huo voiced his final concern. This apprehension was not unfounded, as this was an 8th-tier dragon. If Ye Huo harbored rebellious thoughts, Fatty could easily raze the palace to the ground, leaving even Faust with no chance of survival. Rest assured, Faust is not a fool. Were it not for your resurrection, he would already be dead. Furthermore, your parents are in the imperial capital. Do you think Faust is an idiot? Hearing Drank's words, Ye Huo nodded. Clearly, Drank's strategy was to impose a double restraint. If Faust aimed to use his parents as leverage, Then Ye Huo had placed a dragon by his side. As long as Faust was not a complete fool, he would not act recklessly, and Ye Huo's parents would be all the safer. Well, if that is the case, I will comply with the teacher's arrangements. However, teacher, I wish to return home tomorrow. Ye Huo nodded and expressed his desire to visit his parents. Drank also nodded in agreement, saying, "Tomorrow morning, accompany me to the palace. After that, you may return home to see your parents." Drank did not obstruct him further, as he understood Ye Huo's sentiments. After all, it had been over a year since Ye Huo had parted from his father, and Drank could empathize with the longing in his heart. Furthermore, Ye Huo was now undoubtedly no longer in any danger, prompting Drank to readily permit him to visit his parents. Chapter 54. Truly renowned upon returning to the Mage Tower. Others naturally bombarded Ye Huo, the extraordinary young man, with questions. However, this time Ye Huo did not divulge everything as he had in the past. Drank, too, remained silent, as he suddenly realized that Ye Huo seemed no longer to be the student who required his constant protection. Ye Huo appeared to have grown into a formidable individual, one who could converse with him on equal footing in a world where strength commanded respect. Ye Huo sat in his own chair atop the Mage Tower and felt a surge of exhilaration. The events of the day were, even to him, somewhat astonishing. Yet, it was not entirely his fault. After all, who could have anticipated the sudden appearance of that unfortunate Churko? It was almost as if he were inviting disaster. While this was Ye Huo's first encounter with a necromancer on the continent, he had previously annihilated numerous ninth-tier necromancers in games. Tio put it plainly, any necromancer who saw a priest approaching would, unless their wits had completely abandoned them, turn tail and flee. Otherwise, they would face a radiant and terrifying holy light that would leave them feeling lonelier than fireworks fading into the night. In the past games, the thrill of swiftly dispatching necromancers of all ranks was a delightful yet low-risk challenge that any priest would consider the pinnacle of entertainment. Fortunately, there had not been many priests in those games. Otherwise, Ye Huo was certain that a horde of crazed and lonely priests would have eradicated the necromancer profession entirely. With eyes closed, Ye Huo cast aside all thoughts of the night's events. Indifferent to the opinions of others, after all, he had already completed his tasks, unless he possessed the miraculous ability to reverse time, an art likely beyond even the Creator's grasp. He had no choice but to face the consequences alone. Ye Huo was a man who could effortlessly drift into slumber, regardless of the pressures weighing upon him. Thus, amidst the entire imperial capital buzzing with discussions about him, he found himself comfortably asleep. However, Ye Huo's peaceful repose did not extend to Farsta. Upon learning of Ye Huo's ascension to the rank of Magical Dragon Knight, Farsta vowed that this accomplishment filled him with far more pride than his previous night spent visiting the chambers of three consorts. Even though it was not he who had become the Dragon Knight, Farsta's smile stretched nearly from ear to ear. "Your Majesty, you should have seen it. Lord Ye Huo annihilating the ninth-tier bone dragon in an instant. It was utterly breathtaking," Gamely excitedly reported to Farsta. Elaborating on the battle scene, though he himself had not witnessed it in full detail, anyone listening would find Gamely's description clearer than the event itself. "Where is the dragon now?" Farsta interrupted Gamely, his excitement palpable. While the demise of Rian and Chaco stirred emotions within him, nothing could compare to the frenzy induced by the mere thought of a dragon, a veritable war machine. "Lord Ye Huo rode it back to the Izumo Academy," Gamely replied, his face alight with enthusiasm. After all these years, the Izumo Empire had not seen such a spectacle. Gamely believed that within a day, the entire continent would know of the priest named Ye Huo, who hailed from their own Izumo Empire. "Very well, let us go and witness this ourselves," Farsta declared as he stood, eager to venture outside. Yet, despite Gamely's masterful recounting, Farsta felt that nothing could match the awe of encountering the dragon firsthand. Fortunately, Gamely remained level-headed enough to stop Farsta, saying, "Your Majesty, the capital has descended into chaos, and the Izumo Academy is already besieged by throngs of fervent admirers. Even if you were to go now, you would likely find entry impossible." Gamely's words rang true. Following the recent battle, it seemed that only Ye Huo could find solace in sleep amidst the turmoil. The entire populace had surged to the gates of the Izumo Academy, not to challenge the new Dragon Knight, but simply to catch a glimpse of the legendary dragon. Countless adventurers stood at the Academy's entrance, shouting in hopes of attracting Ye Huo's attention. For those self-proclaimed powerful adventurers of the fourth and fifth tiers, merely being a follower under Ye Huo's command would be an honor beyond measure. Yet this honor was not meant for them. For at that moment, Ye Huo was blissfully unaware of the commotion outside. Did you know? I have known Lord Ye Huo for a long time. He is actually my cousin, an elderly man, at least 60 years old, shamelessly boasted to a group of young adventurers nearby. But Lord Ye Huo seems quite young. A young adventurer who had seen Ye Huo in person remarked, puzzled. You see, Lord Ye Huo became an 8th-tier powerhouse at a very young age, which is why he appears ageless. In fact, he is my cousin, and this year he has already turned 87, the old man declared. Entirely unconcerned with the plausibility of his claims, focused solely on the admiration in the eyes of his listeners. Uncle, you must recommend me to Lord Ye Huo. I must become his follower, one eager young archer implored. Yes, you must recommend me as well. I would even be willing to be his charioteer, another chimed in, their urgency palpable. They seemed to forget that Ye Huo had taken to the skies on a dragon. What need would he have for a charioteer? A group of youthful adventurers began stuffing coins into the old man's hands, whose face beamed with delight, the wrinkles forming a veritable flower of joy. Such scenes played out in countless locations. As various self-proclaimed relatives of Ye Huo emerged to bask in the reflected glory, if all these individuals were gathered together, they could surely form a formidable entourage. Yet, these simple fabrications held an irresistible allure for the young admirers of power. Everyone harbors dreams, and perhaps this was theirs, though it was a dream destined to remain just that. Meanwhile, the slumbering Ye Huo remained blissfully unaware of the multitude of relatives he had apparently accumulated. Chapter 55. A return to the palace. The throng of spectators eager to view the dragon did not disperse until Ye Huo finally awoke. As the morning sun cast its light, Ye Huo stirred, lazily rousing from sleep, only to be met with the cacophony of adoration echoing from outside. Phrases like, Ye Huo, I love you, and Ye Huo, I wish to be your disciple, filled the air, utterly absurd in their fervor. It was amusing. He had merely become a dragon knight, yet he had catapulted from an obscure priest to an idol in the hearts of countless. You are finally awake. A voice spoke as if anticipating his awakening. Drank materialized slowly from the void. Master, Ye Huo exclaimed, rising to greet Drank with a bow. Despite his newfound status, he maintained a deep respect for his mentor. Seeing Ye Huo's adherence to decorum, Drank nodded approvingly. The entire capital is in disarray, and His Majesty is undoubtedly eager to see you. We must make haste to the palace. Yes, of course, Ye Huo replied, eager to resolve matters with Farsta so he could return home. He believed his parents had likely heard of his exploits by now, and he felt confident they would be proud of his achievements, especially his father, to whom he had promised to restore the family's former glory, a promise he had now fulfilled this moment. Ye Huo was certain that if he were to approach the emperor and request a title such as duke or even chancellor, Farsta would not refuse. After freshening up, Ye Huo accompanied Drank to the base of the mage tower, where Fatty paced restlessly. To be frank, the incessant shouting from outside had nearly driven Fatty to madness. He finally understood how humans could conquer other races and claim the continent's finest territories. It was not through brute force, but rather the sheer volume of their vocal assaults. Even the mighty dragon race would struggle to withstand such relentless noise for long, had Ye Huo not instructed him to avoid harming anyone prior to entering the tower. Fatty would have already laid waste to the capital, vowing that if it weren't for the accursed master-servant contract, he would have annihilated the raucous crowd. What's the matter, Fatty? Did your wound reopen? Ye Huo inquired with genuine concern upon noticing Fatty's agitation. Everyone except you is on the verge of madness due to those people outside, Drank remarked, exasperatedly observing Ye Huo. He could hardly fathom how his student managed to sleep through it all. Even he, an experienced 8th-tier mage, had struggled to find rest after the excitement of their recent victory. I just want to incinerate that swarm of ants outside with my dragon breath, Fatty declared, flames erupting from his nostrils and landing upon the meticulously tended lawn outside the mage tower. Haha, you must understand the psychology of these starry-eyed fans. Now, let us proceed to the palace, Ye Huo said, casting a levitation spell upon himself and floating onto Fatty's back. Why don't you join me up here? Ye Huo asked, puzzled by Drank's choice to fly rather than ride. I have told you countless times, learn more theoretical knowledge. If you don't understand something, refrain from speaking. Do you really think anyone can just climb onto a dragon's back? Drank admonished, exasperated by Ye Huo's navet. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Ye Huo realized he had not considered that aspect. He had merely been thrilled at the prospect of a free ride. Let us set off, Drank said. Seeing Ye Huo's awkwardness and deciding not to continue lecturing him, they soared toward the imperial capital. Let us go. Ye Huo gestured toward the capital, signaling Fatty to take flight, familiar with the palace. Fatty recalled how he had once upended the banquet hall. Look, it's Lord Ye Huo, someone shouted, igniting a wave of heads turning upward to gaze at the dragon soaring above them, with a handsome young man standing upon its back. Was this their hero Ye Huo? Oh my goodness, he is indeed remarkably youthful, and when he smiles, he bears an uncanny resemblance to the charming young lad next door, entirely devoid of the lofty demeanor characteristic of the powerful. Standing behind Fatty, Ye Huo finally comprehended why Drank had reacted so when speaking of the frenzied crowd earlier. From his vantage point in the air, Ye Huo could distinctly perceive the throngs below. Their heads clustered together like a swarm of ants. No, to be precise, they were even denser than ants, for ants maintain a certain distance, whereas these individuals had completely obstructed every pathway leading to the Outcloud Academy. Some had even ascended onto rooftops, waving up at him in the sky. Was it truly this exaggerated? After all, it was merely a matter of summoning a colossal dragon. If he were to bring forth the sacred Dragon King, would he not risk being devoured by them? Contemplating this, Ye Huo silently mourned for those who had defended the Outcloud Academy yesterday for 3 seconds. He could scarcely imagine how they had endured a night confronted by such a mad throng. He felt a sense of relief that he had succumbed to exhaustion from treating Fatty, for otherwise, he might have arrived at the palace today with unsightly dark circles under his eyes. The Outcloud Academy was not far from the palace, and due to Fatty's remarkably irritable nature, they reached their destination in less than a minute. Ye Huo was immensely pleased by Fatty's swiftness, with Fatty at his side. He believed that embarking on a journey across the continent would not be an insurmountable challenge. However, the notion of world travel was evidently not what Ye Huo should be considering at the moment. When Fatty landed at the palace, the sheer size of the palace structures led to the collapse of 4 seemingly well-maintained edifices. Yet, not a single guard within the palace voiced any objection to Fatty's rather unwelcoming actions. Not even one approached to inquire about Ye Huo's identity. This left Ye Huo pondering the professionalism of the palace guards. Even if they recognized him, it would have been appropriate for them to at least utter some authoritative command, such as halt. Yet, Ye Huo also failed to consider the nature of Fatty. After all, he was a dragon. Who could guarantee that a guard daring to question him, especially after the previous night's torment, would not find themselves reduced to vapor by a single breath of dragon fire? Fatty, that's enough. Seeing that Fatty intended to sweep his tail against a few more structures, Ye Huo finally intervened at the right moment. After all, who knew whether that miserly fellow Falster would hold him accountable for the damages today? If all these losses were to be attributed to him, he might as well sell himself into servitude for such a sum. Fortunately, the appearance of Jamal alleviated Ye Huo's concerns, for he noticed Jamal striding towards him without casting a glance at the damaged buildings. All his attention was focused on the colossal creature that was Fatty. Indeed, the most perfect creation of the Creator, Jamal exclaimed as he stood before Fatty, admiring his explosive physique. At this moment, Ye Huo leaped down from Fatty and landed beside Jamal, only to feel a twinge of disappointment when Jamal completely overlooked him. Was his potential truly inferior to that of Fatty? This was the most genuine reflection of Ye Huo's feelings at that moment. Nevertheless, he did not dwell too much on Fatty stealing his spotlight. After all, Fatty was fundamentally his possession, so focusing on Fatty was tantamount to focusing on himself. Old man, if you continue to look at me with such eyes, I swear, you will soon experience the wrath of a dragon. Fatty could no longer contain his indignation at Jamal's unabashed scrutiny, his mouth emanating a potent surge of fire element, which finally snapped Jamal back to reality. This creature belonged to Ye Huo, not to him. If he were to be incinerated in a single breath, where would he seek redress? He was not an 8th-tier holy warrior capable of withstanding dragon fire with mere aura. Considering his own diminutive stature, Fatty could likely dispatch him without needing a second breath. As these thoughts raced through his mind, cold sweat trickled down Jamal's forehead. Observing Jamal's discomposure, Ye Huo couldn't help but smile knowingly. At that moment, Drank also arrived at the palace, descending from the sky. His Majesty has been waiting for quite some time. Let us hasten inside. Although he had not witnessed the earlier scene, Drank could surmise what had transpired simply by observing Jamal's awkward demeanor and the fiery nostrils of Fatty. Indeed, His Majesty has awaited us through the night. Grateful for Drank's timely interjection, Jamal quickly took advantage of the opportunity to deflect attention. Ye Huo gently patted Fatty on the head and said, "Be good here and refrain from causing further destruction. I can't afford the damages." With that, Ye Huo followed Jamal towards the royal chamber. This was Ye Huo's second visit to this place. Yet the atmosphere felt entirely different from the last. Previously, he had arrived with nothing, a mere insignificant ant that anyone could crush at will. Now, however, he had Fatty, Drank, and the others by his side. Ye Huo believed that as long as Falster was not utterly foolish, he would no longer adopt that condescending attitude towards him that in the past. Falster had wielded authority and threats from his parents against him, but that was when he lacked the ability to protect himself and his family. Now, however, Ye Huo vowed that anyone daring to act against him or his family would not escape unscathed. Such is the nature of humanity. When one is humble, one only seeks to survive. Yet, once endowed with formidable strength, one becomes unwilling to settle for mediocrity. Even Ye Huo, who had lived 2 lives, could not escape this reality, for he was, after all, human. Accompanying Jamal, Ye Huo stepped into Falster's royal chamber. Unlike his previous visit, this time, only Falster occupied the space, as he understood that neither Drank nor Ye Huo preferred conversations tainted by the presence of potential spies from rival nations. "Your Majesty." Both Drank and Ye Huo simultaneously performed a respectful bow towards Falster, who occupied the throne, for he was the sovereign of the empire, and such courtesies must be duly observed. "No need for formalities. Please, sit and let us converse." Falster no longer maintained the previous condescending demeanor towards Ye Huo. Instead, he adopted a more egalitarian tone. Once seated, Ye Huo glanced at Drank beside him. They had previously agreed that Ye Huo should not take the lead on matters concerning Fatty, although Fatty was immensely powerful. Ye Huo himself was merely a 6th-tier individual, making it most fitting for Drank to act as the spokesperson. Nodding at Ye Huo, Drank spoke. "Your Majesty, you are likely aware of the situation regarding Fatty. What are your thoughts on the matter?" Upon hearing Drank's direct approach, Falster's expression grew grave. What does Dean Drank think? Though Falster was tempted to suggest deploying Fatty to the front lines, he reconsidered, recognizing that he had never truly given anything to Ye Huo. While Ye Huo had saved him twice, if he shamelessly proposed such a notion, he doubted Ye Huo would acquiesce. "Your Majesty, the front lines are always on the brink of war. Originally, sending Fatty to the front would have been the optimal choice, but given his severe injuries, I believe he should first recuperate for a while. Even without Fatty, the news of the deaths of Rain and Charco would undoubtedly deal a devastating blow to the Flame Empire." Drank spoke with an air of concern for the nation. Listening to Drank's words, even the 2 cunning old foxes, Falster and Jamal, nodded in agreement. Indeed, Jamal had already informed Falster of Fatty's injuries. The impact of the Thunderlance had been severe, and Drank's suggestion for a period of rest was entirely reasonable. However, Ye Huo, who sat beside Drank, had a different perspective. He was aware that both he and Drank fully understood Fatty's condition. Fatty was already nearly healed. Not only could he return to the battlefield, but he could also withstand another Thunderlance without issue. In that moment, Ye Huo suddenly realized that his previously upright mentor also possessed a cunning side. This statement from Drank was a masterclass in deceit, a blatant falsehood cloaked in an air of reasonableness. However, Drank continued, observing Falster deep in thought. "Fatty is, after all, a dragon. As far as I know, Fatty has always had a separate residence within the palace of the Flame Empire. So I believe it would be wise for him to remain here to recuperate. This way, we can ensure the palace's safety while also eliminating any reasons for chaos in the capital." Drank's reasoning seemed particularly astute. Who truly knew whether Fatty resided within the Flame Empire's palace? Ye Huo himself was still unaware. Furthermore, the 2 reasons he provided were so compelling that Ye Huo admired the layers of strategy at play. Should Falster refuse, he would not only offend Drank, but also Fatty, making it a veritable killing move. Indeed, as Drank's words hung in the air, both Falster and Jamal momentarily froze, taken aback by the unexpected assertion from the man they had always regarded as impeccably honorable. However, once these words were uttered, they could never be retracted, and Falster could only silently chuckle in despair. He had initially intended to outsmart them, but in his attempt to steal a chicken, he ended up losing a handful of rice. this time. He truly faced a setback. Nevertheless, Falster soon regained the cheerful demeanor he had earlier. Although the presence of a dragon within the palace posed certain dangers, Ye Huo was, after all, a citizen of the Izumo Empire. And Falster had meticulously gathered information about Ye Huo's father. Ye Yun's ancestors were esteemed nobles of the empire, and although his lineage had significantly declined by his generation, Ye Yun shared the same patriotic fervor as his forebears. As long as Falster could control this formidable trump card, Ye Huo would have no means of escape. Even Falster, despite his initial high estimation of Ye Huo as a formidable presence on the battlefield, could not fathom the extent of Ye Huo's true potential, which surpassed his expectations by 100-fold. With Ye Huo already demonstrating such prowess at the 6th tier, one could only wonder how terrifying he would become should he reach the 7th, 8th, or even the legendary 9th tier. Since Dean Drank has suggested it, I shall issue the order tomorrow, no, today, to begin constructing a lair for Fatty. It must be said that Falster was quite an admirable monarch. At least he understood what actions were prudent and which were ill-advised. Upon hearing Falster's response, Drank nodded in satisfaction and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Your Majesty. At this moment, Ye Huo, standing beside Drank, also rose to offer a respectful gesture to Falster. Although he was acutely aware of Falster's intentions, thoughts of his parents compelled Ye Huo to deem this action worthwhile. While he understood that this would place certain constraints on him by Falster, he was willing to endure some discomfort as long as his parents were well cared for. With this in mind, Ye Huo felt a strong desire to return home and reunite with his parents, wondering whether they had already learned of his circumstances. Regrettably, he had not visited them since they moved to the imperial city, which now struck him as a gross oversight. Your Majesty, unless there are pressing matters, I believe we shall take our leave, and as for Fatty, he may remain in the palace, Drank stated, sensing Ye Huo's unease and choosing not to prolong the conversation with Falster. Dean Drank, do you think it's wise to leave Fatty here? You witnessed his earlier ferocity, Gamaliel remarked, recalling Fatty's earlier rampage, which left him in a cold sweat. Rest assured, my Lord Chancellor, I will ensure Fatty is placated. I guarantee that as long as no one provokes him, he will not wreak any further havoc. Ye Huo found Gamaliel's concern amusing. That is for the best, since Dean Drank has matters to attend to. I shall not detain you any longer, Falster replied, nodding in agreement. Ye Huo and Drank once again bowed respectfully to Falster before departing the royal chamber. Your Majesty, how could you consent to leaving Fatty in the palace? Gamaliel inquired once the two had walked some distance away. Falster gazed out at the sky and replied, Dean Drank has effectively cut off our avenues of retreat. If we were to refuse, it would undoubtedly offend him, and offending him is tantamount to offending Ye Huo. But this is far too perilous. As long as Fatty remains here, your safety cannot be guaranteed, Gamaliel countered, fully understanding Falster's rationale. Ye Huo is not a fool. He entrusted his parents to us in the past, and now he certainly knows what actions to take. His decision to leave Fatty here serves merely as a dual constraint that I am confident that as long as we do not engage in any inappropriate conduct, Ye Huo will have no means of escape. But Gamaliel wished to voice further objections, but recognizing the situation was already set in stone, he sighed in resignation. After exiting Falster's chamber, Ye Huo and Drank made their way to Fatty's side, who was currently languidly sprawled in the large pit he had created, with all the guards having vacated the area. Observing this scene, Ye Huo deduced that Fatty had frightened off the guards with his dragon breath. Approaching Fatty, Ye Huo smiled and gently patted the creature's large paw, saying, Fatty, from this moment on, you shall remain here. If any matters arise, I will summon you. But remember, do not harm anyone here without cause. However, if anyone foolishly seeks trouble, do not hesitate to deal with them. What about the divine power potion? Fatty inquired in a deep voice. Why the urgency? Once I have resolved these matters, I will not forget your divine power potion. Ye Huo shot a stern glance at Fatty before turning to Drank. Teacher, will you accompany me home, or will you return to the Mage Tower? This is the first time your parents have come to the Imperial City to meet you. I believe it would be inappropriate for me to intrude. Thus, I shall return to the Mage Tower for now and visit you at a later time, Drank replied with a smile, looking fondly at his proud student. Very well, then I shall head home, Ye Huo responded. Your parents reside in the Yi Manor in the former Imperial City. After Gamaliel destroyed them, they relocated there. Drank reminded Ye Huo, concerned he might not know the address. However, this was unnecessary, as Ye Huo had inferred from Gamaliel's words that the Yi family was destined for destruction. And naturally, his parents would move there. I shall take my leave now, that if you are unfamiliar with the route, simply find a guard to guide you, Drank said before soaring into the sky. Farewell, teacher, I will return to the Mage Tower tomorrow, Ye Huo called after him. Then proceeded to exit the palace. It had been over a year since he last saw his parents, and now he was finally on the verge of reuniting with them, cherishing this rare familial bond. The orphan Ye Huo from his previous life vowed to protect his parents from harm, and now he finally possessed the means to do so. Chapter 58. Changes in the family as Ye Huo walked out of the palace. He arrived at the very street where they had fought. Countless individuals were busily engaged in repairs, having been too excited the previous night to pay attention to the extent of the damage. Ye Huo was now taken aback. The deep pit, measuring over 10 meters, and the traces of rampant spells served as stark reminders of the ferocity of the battle. However, after searching for some time, he could not find the skeletal remains of the bone dragon. He distinctly remembered that his dispel magic had not worked on the 9th-tier dragon. How could the bones have vanished so quickly? Although puzzled, Ye Huo soon realized that it was likely the palace guards who had cleared them away. After all, the bones of a 9th-tier dragon were invaluable materials, even if their integrity had been compromised by the necromantic magic and his dispel spell. Anyone would surely have taken care to secure them. Rubbing his nose, Ye Huo decided not to linger any further and headed towards his current home, the former Yi Manor in the Imperial City. Yet, he was somewhat apprehensive that his yellow mage robe might reveal his identity. But this concern was quickly alleviated when he observed a rather amusing sight. The street was filled with numerous individuals clad in identical yellow mage robes, allowing Ye Huo, who initially felt out of place, to blend seamlessly into the crowd. Indeed, this was the Imperial City. Within a mere span of hours since the previous day, tailors had managed to produce an abundance of robes identical to his. Ye Huo could not help but admire the ingenuity of these merchants. Step right up, get your very own mage robe, just like the magical dragon knight Ye Huo. Limited edition, only 1,000 gold coins. And you too can wear the same robe as the magical dragon knight. What are you waiting for? The enthusiastic call from a shopkeeper sparked a thought in Ye Huo's mind. What if he became an image ambassador? Would he become the wealthiest man in the empire? 1,000 gold coins per robe. Was there any difference from robbery? Ye Huo recalled that he had crafted his robe for a mere 10 gold coins, as it required no magical enhancements or rare materials. Simply following the standard design, the cost could not have exceeded 5 gold coins. Shaking his head, Ye Huo chose to ignore the frenzied merchants and their equally zealous customers. Continuing on towards his home, walking was indeed no match for riding a dragon. A journey that Fatty could complete in 2 majestic flaps of his wings took Ye Huo a full 20 minutes on foot, largely due to the throngs of people along the way. After traversing a bustling commercial district, Ye Huo finally arrived at the location of the Yi Manor, but upon reaching it, he was taken aback. Was this his home or a luxury carriage exhibition center? Ye Huo gazed at the entrance of his new home, where hundreds of exquisite carriages were lined up, suddenly struck by the thought. However, Ye Huo soon comprehended the situation at hand. It was evident that the owners of these carriages were likely influential figures from the imperial capital, since these individuals could not forge a close rapport with him. They resorted to seeking connections through his parents at his doorstep. It seemed that once one attained fame, life invariably became a tad exasperating. Yet, Ye Huo speculated that his parents might appreciate this life, as they had long instilled in him the notion of revitalizing the family legacy. And perhaps he was fulfilling their long-held wish. He hastened towards his home, paying little heed to the thoughts of these individuals. Whether in his past life or this one, Ye Huo had never been particularly adept at socializing. When will this end? It's merely a minor marquee. Why the pretentiousness? A nobleman remarked disdainfully to his subordinate as Ye Huo passed by a carriage adorned with countless golden jewels. Although the words were rather offensive, Ye Huo paid them little mind. Deep within, he harbored a sense of contempt for these aristocratic youths. After all, they were merely affluent second-generation heirs. What was there to be proud of? Stripped of their noble trappings, they would be no better than beggars on the street. Hey, you, do you even understand the rules? Can't you see we're in line? As Ye Huo brushed past, the nobleman audaciously called out 80 times. Ye Huo wondered if he truly appeared that easy to bully. In his previous life, he frequently encountered such situations, and in this life, he was again faced with such obliviousness. Young master, look at this fellow. dressed in the garb of a dragon knight. He actually thinks he is one. A particularly sleazy-looking subordinate remarked to the nobleman. Indeed, young master. Only newly rich would behave this way. What kind of decent noble would wear such inferior clothing? Another, even more disreputable subordinate chimed in. Hey you! I'm talking to you. Stop right there. Encouraged by his subordinates, the nobleman approached Ye Huo. Damn it! Our young master is calling you. Are you deaf? The sleazy subordinate boasted. Emboldened by his master's words, as he spoke, he stepped right onto the hem of Ye Huo's long mage robe, nearly causing him to stumble. Faced with such provocation, even if Ye Huo were a coward, he could no longer endure it. And since he was no coward, it was destined that this nobleman would have a most unfortunate day. If you wish to avoid dire consequences, apologize to me immediately. Ye Huo turned to confront the sleazy subordinate, who was standing triumphantly on his robe. You really don't know when to stop, do you? Do you know who our young master is? Another, even more disreputable subordinate stepped forward at Ye Huo's boldness. The nobleman, witnessing his two fifth-tier warrior subordinates advancing, perched himself on the armrest of the carriage, keenly observing as a fifth-tier warrior himself. He felt no magical aura emanating from Ye Huo. Instinctively concluding that Ye Huo was merely an ordinary individual, he believed his two subordinates could easily handle such a mundane person, having done so many times before without issue. Little did he know that today he was about to encounter an iron wall, one that could potentially result in a fracture. Chapter 59. Human Stick gazing at the two obviously sycophantic sleazy men before him. Ye Huo pondered whether he had been too lenient all along. While priests are indeed professions aimed at saving lives, such endeavors should be contingent upon the presence of allies when confronted by enemies. Ye Huo was certain he would become exceptionally cold-blooded. What are you staring at? Allow me to enlighten you on the meaning of rules. The first sleazy man declared as he raised his fist to strike Ye Huo's face. However, midway through his punch, he found himself seemingly ensnared by a paralysis spell, unable to move a muscle. The subsequent actions of Ye Huo would finally reveal to this sleazy man where he had erred. Ye Huo reached into his Chioshui ring and produced his dragon crystal staff. This sudden manifestation left the three men utterly dumbfounded. They had clearly seen that Ye Huo bore no visible items. Thus, the only explanation for the sudden appearance of a staff was the existence of a spatial ring. What is a spatial ring? It is a possession only truly held by superlative beings. Even an immensely wealthy tycoon cannot obtain even the most rudimentary of spatial rings without such power. These rings are exceedingly rare, and even many superlative beings do not possess one. Therefore, if one were to find themselves with a spatial ring without overwhelming strength, it would inevitably attract the attention of superlative beings seeking to borrow it. Ye Huo paid no mind to their astonished expressions. The wind blade from the dragon crystal staff had already struck the sleazy man who still stood upon his robe. Unsurprisingly, although this sleazy man had the strength of a fifth-tier warrior, he was hurled away by the might of the sixth-tier magic, and his raised left hand was severed, forever parting from its owner. Oh! A scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig escaped the lips of the now-dazed sleazy man, drawing the gaze of nearly everyone around, who were curious about the commotion. Incidents of nobles bullying commoners were all too familiar to these onlookers. Yet witnessing a nobleman encounter such misfortune was a rare spectacle that piqued their intrigue. Do you understand what it means to be a human stick? Ye Huo inquired, gazing at the other, even sleazier man who now gaped at him in shock. And no, I don't. The second sleazy man stammered, his mouth faltering that he had witnessed Ye Huo's windblade and recognized it as a sixth-tier spell. Although he did not know its name, he distinctly remembered how a sixth-tier wind mage from his family had effortlessly cleaved a fifth-tier magical beast in two with that very spell. The fact that this seemingly harmless young man had unleashed a wind blade instantaneously was nothing short of alarming. Just how many tiers was he? Seventh? Eighth? It's best if you don't know, Ye Huo replied, foregoing further banter with the sleazier man that a seventh-tier explosive wind ball was unleashed from the dragon crystal staff. Though the explosive wind ball was not large, merely the size of a fist, the swirling wind blade surrounding it made it clear that it was leagues beyond the previous wind blade. Then, amidst the myriad of speculations from the onlookers, the explosive wind ball, suffused with a pale blue glow, collided with the sleazy man. The rampant wind blades were indistinguishable from genuine blades, and despite the robust physique of a fifth-tier warrior, the man was rendered limbless before Ye Huo's very eyes. transforming into the human stick he had referenced. Witnessing Ye Huo's display of power, numerous noble ladies instinctively covered their mouths. These aristocratic women, raised with ideals of decorum and elegance, had never witnessed such a blood-soaked scene that it was safe to say that even Ye Huo, had he not experienced 2 lifetimes and recently endured a far more gruesome dragon-slaying incident, would likely have felt queasy. Spare my life. In that moment, the nobleman finally grasped the gravity of the individual he had offended, and he promptly lost all semblance of dignity, soiling himself in fear. Do you understand what it means to be a human stick? Ye Huo maintained a refreshingly cheerful demeanor. But the chilling nature of his words made everyone present shudder involuntarily, those around. Ye Huo's seemingly innocent smile was far more terrifying than that of a demon. My lord, please, I beg you. Spare me. My father is a material supplier to the empire. I can offer you any amount you desire. The nobleman dropped to his knees, fully aware that had he not feared Ye Huo would unleash another explosive wind ball to reduce him to a human stick, he would have undoubtedly clung to Ye Huo's legs in desperation. Is your father Pierre? Upon hearing this, Ye Huo paused. If this foolish man truly was the son of Pierre, he felt compelled to show him some leniency. After their last encounter at the banquet, Pierre had sent Ye Huo a map of the falling Sunset Mountains the very next day. Although a mere map was not of great significance, it was a gesture of goodwill, and as the saying goes, one should repay kindness. With a resigned sigh, Ye Huo casually unleashed a wind blade, severing a finger from the nobleman. The nobleman initially believed that Ye Huo's recognition of his father would bring their ordeal to a close. Although he had suffered considerable humiliation today, he deemed it a victory to avoid becoming a human stick. However, he could never have anticipated that after much contemplation, Ye Huo would still sever one of his own fingers, faced with such a capricious individual as Ye Huo. The nobleman unexpectedly fainted in a display of submission, leaving one to wonder whether it was the anger induced by Ye Huo or the pain from his severed thumb that caused his unconsciousness. Observing the nobleman, who had fainted merely from the loss of a thumb, Ye Huo simply shook his head, dismissing the pitiable wretch with indifference. Are you not seeing that fellow, who has been reduced to a mere stick figure, still bubbling away? Ye Huo remarked. You fainted from the loss of a finger? That seems rather disproportionate. Young master, is it really you? Just as countless individuals remained too intimidated by Ye Huo to speak, a voice familiar to him resonated from behind. Chapter 60. Reunion with Ye Qi. Upon hearing that voice, Ye Huo abandoned his intention to further reduce another lecherous man to a stick figure. For that voice was unmistakably that of Grandfather Ye. Ye Huo held a profound respect for Grandfather Ye, who had treated him kindly since childhood, evoking feelings akin to those one has for a beloved grandfather. Young master, you truly have returned, Ye Qi exclaimed, hastening towards Ye Huo, his voice trembling with emotion. Young master, at the moment that the nobles, who had been pondering whether Ye Huo had stirred up trouble, heard this exclamation, they were struck as if by lightning. Young master, they all recognized this elder, Ye Qi, as the esteemed steward of the Ye family, currently the talk of the town. The only individual he could address as young master was undoubtedly the formidable magic dragon knight. Ye Huo, Grandfather Ye, I have returned, Ye Huo exclaimed, supporting the elderly man, whose steps appeared somewhat unsteady. From Ye Qi's manner of walking, Ye Huo discerned that his health had noticeably declined, likely due to the multitude of matters that demanded attention since their arrival in the imperial capital. Young master, it truly is you, my old eyes have not deceived me. Ye Qi's eyes began to redden as he spoke, reflecting on how he had watched the young master grow up. This boy had always been exceptionally well-behaved, lacking any remarkable traits, and was even regarded as a magical and martial arts failure. Yet just yesterday, Ye Qi learned that this young master, whom he had always believed would never achieve much in the realms of magic or martial prowess, had soared to greatness as the celebrated magic dragon knight. Though initially incredulous, Ye Qi felt a deep sense of pride and joy in his young master's remarkable accomplishments. Grandfather Ye, there are too many people here. Let us speak inside, Ye Huo suggested. Glancing at the throng of nobles who seemed as if they might devour him with their stares, feeling that the atmosphere was not conducive to conversation, in truth, Ye Huo was not overly concerned about the expressions of those nobles. But the gazes of the noble ladies were somewhat disconcerting. In his past life, he had always been a mere background figure, invisible to the eyes of others, let alone to the attention of beautiful women. Yet now, suddenly the focus of so many lovely gazes, he found himself quite unaccustomed to it. Moreover, Ye Huo harbored a profound distrust of women, primarily due to the deep emotional scars left by his first love in his previous life. A wound that remained unhealed even in this new existence. Yes, yes, young master, do hurry inside. The master and mistress have been speaking of you incessantly. Yi Qi urged, pulling Ye Huo along towards the Yi residence. Leaving behind a group of nobles who appeared utterly bewildered and a cadre of noble ladies whose flirtations had failed to elicit any response. This day, Pierre found himself in a state of unease, sensing that something significant was about to transpire. Despite his efforts to discern the cause of his anxiety, he could not pinpoint any particular issue that warranted such feelings. He had already inquired about the merchant guild's affairs with the steward, and everything appeared in order. There were no anomalies at home either. What could possibly be amiss to evoke such an unsettling feeling? My lord, it is terrible news. The young master has been injured outside. Just as Pierre continued his contemplation, a panicked voice rang out from outside, sending a shiver down his spine. Who could be so audacious as to harm his only son within the imperial capital? Did they not realize that he could effortlessly annihilate the entire family of anyone who dared to cross him? My lord, the young master had a thumb severed at the entrance of the Yi residence. Steward Richard reported, observing Pierre's tumultuous expression. Who dares to lay a hand on Pierre? Pierre felt like a volcano on the verge of eruption, vowing that regardless of who was responsible, they would pay dearly for their audacity. To dare to harm his son in such a manner meant they must be prepared for the annihilation of their entire family. It is. Richard hesitated, unable to disclose the identity of the assailant. His reluctance made Pierre realize that this individual was not of ordinary status. Otherwise, Richard would never have faltered in his speech. Speak. Who is it? Could it be someone from the royal family? Richard furrowed his brow, considering that only a member of the royal family could commit such an act in the capital and elicit such a reaction from his esteemed steward. Although Pierre held merely the title of Marquis, he wielded significant influence, convinced that no fool aside from the royal family would dare to confront him directly. As he pondered, Pierre took a sip from his goblet, filled with a vintage worthy of royal tribute. It is Lord Ye Huo. Splutter. Upon hearing that name, Pierre spat out the exquisite wine he had just sipped, worth thousands of gold coins. His reaction stemmed from the immense implications tied to the name Ye Huo. Pierre believed that, under the current circumstances, even the foolish first and second princes would not be so unwise as to provoke the magic dragon knight. Yet, he never imagined that his incompetent son would choose to cross paths with such a calamity. Just recently, he had managed to cultivate a modicum of rapport with Ye Huo through the map of Falling Sunset Mountain, but after his son's reckless actions, any semblance of goodwill was likely lost. If Ye Huo chose to hold a grudge, he could easily summon dragons to raze Pierre's merchant guild to the ground, and Pierre would have no recourse, for who would wish to offend a dragon knight of such potential over a mere merchant? Furthermore, Pierre recognized that Ye Huo was not alone. He had the formidable Delank as his mentor. Pierre could also discern that even the esteemed holy warrior Ho Tingxi appeared to enjoy a close relationship with Ye Huo. How badly is my son injured? That fool, does he not know to exercise some restraint? Pierre exclaimed, shattering a priceless nocturnal goblet worth thousands of gold coins upon the floor in frustration, turning to Richard. My lord, the young master's injury is not severe. He merely lost a thumb to Ye Huo's wind blade, Richard replied cautiously. Upon learning that his son had only lost a thumb, Pierre felt a wave of relief wash over him. However, he also understood that this was undoubtedly Ye Huo showing him some measure of mercy. Otherwise, given the ferocity with which Ye Huo had dealt with the dragon, his son would not have returned so easily, even if he had survived. Chapter 61. Kin. Listening to Pierre's words, Richard realized that the young master would have to bear the consequences of his actions alone. Though he did not know Ye Huo as well as Pierre did, he was acutely aware that this was not someone their family could afford to provoke. That in this world, only those with power could assert themselves. Though their family appeared to thrive in the capital, Richard understood that offending a strong individual could lead to their downfall, much like the Yi family had once experienced. Yes, my lord, I shall go at once, Richard replied, refraining from further interrupting Pierre's troubled thoughts. As an experienced steward, he knew when to act and when to remain silent. Pierre paid no heed to Richard's departure, his mind consumed with how to conceal his son's misadventure. Grandfather Ye, your health seems to have declined significantly of late, Ye Huo remarked as they walked side by side. Alas, young master, you cannot imagine. The imperial capital is not like our home. Recently, things have improved. But during our initial arrival, many of the local nobles looked down upon us, and numerous troubles beset the Yi family. Yi Qi lamented. Is that so? Yi Huo's brow furrowed at Yi Qi's words. He recalled similar incidents back in Lingfeng City, but the Yi family had been an established clan there, so instances of trouble were rare. However, their arrival in the imperial capital was bound to be different. The dynamics of social hierarchy would inevitably lead to bullying, especially since the Yi family had arrived as a financially and politically insignificant faction, had it not been for the recent bestowal of a hereditary marquis title from Falster. The Yi family would still be merely a minor viscount family. Have there been any further incidents of trouble recently? Ye Huo inquired, looking at Grandfather Yi. Ever since the young master ascended to the ranks of the magical dragon knights, those noble families no longer dare to cause trouble. You must have witnessed the scene outside just now. Many have come to present us with gifts, including those who once bullied us. As Yi Qi spoke of the magical dragon knights, his face brimmed with pride, as if he himself were one of them. Hearing these words, Ye Huo felt a wave of relief wash over him. Initially, he had contemplated whether a traditional ceremony, akin to killing the chicken to scare the monkey stratagem, might be in order, but it now seemed unnecessary. The two of them traversed the grounds, drawing the gaze of countless servants, most of whom were no longer part of the Yi family's household, and thus did not recognize this young master. Yet, from the manner in which the steward Yi Qi spoke, they could discern that this young man was certainly no ordinary individual. Who is this young man? Is he also a noble from the imperial capital? A strikingly beautiful girl inquired, holding a tea set, glancing at a portly servant beside her. I've never seen him before, but judging by the steward's demeanor, he must be someone of great significance, the stout man replied. He is truly handsome. How wonderful it would be to marry him, the girl said dreamily, gazing at Ye Huo. Stop daydreaming. How could a second-generation noble ever notice someone as insignificant as you? The stout man retorted, his tone revealing a hint of irritation, though it was evident from his eyes that he harbored a certain fondness for her. Ye Huo merely smiled at the comments of the servants. Having heard such discussions numerous times before, it was just that previously, others had taken the spotlight, and this time he was merely the one in focus. Young master, the elder is inside. As they rounded a garden, Ye Huo followed Yi Qi to the front of the main residence, which had once been the dwelling of Yi Zhiming, although the family of Yi Zhiming had been annihilated by Jia Malai. Everything within remained untouched, allowing Yi Yun and his wife to reside there. Upon hearing that his parents were inside, Ye Huo felt an unexplainable surge of nervousness, but he quickly reassured himself. Why should he feel anxious? He was about to meet his parents, with whom he had spent more than a decade. Uncle Yi, who else has arrived? Just as Ye Huo was about to knock on the door, Yi Yun opened it, his gaze immediately landing upon his son. Huo, seeing his son, who had grown significantly in the years since they last met, Yi Yun's eyes reddened. It had been over a year since they had last seen each other. And during that time, he had received no news about his son, aside from knowing that Ye Huo was studying under the esteemed Archmage Drank at the Cloud Academy. Yi Yun was largely unaware of his son's affairs. He had refrained from visiting the academy, as the matters of settling into the imperial capital were overwhelming, and he believed that his son's opportunity to study under such a powerful figure was a tremendous blessing. He feared that his sudden appearance might distract Ye Huo, and he was also concerned that someone of Drank's caliber might harbor opinions about his modest family. However, recently, Yi Yun had become increasingly aware of his son's accomplishments. First, the emperor unexpectedly granted their family a hereditary marquisate, and just as he was grappling with the implications of this honor, news of Ye Huo becoming a magical dragon knight spread throughout the imperial capital. Upon hearing about his son, Yi Yun's first thought was, could this truly be his son? He had always envisioned his son becoming an extraordinary individual, but he never anticipated such remarkable achievements, defeating the 8th-tier necromancer Churko and the 9th-tier bone dragon, and forming an unprecedented master-servant contract with a giant dragon to become the first magical dragon knight in millennia. Yi Yun felt as though he were living in a dream. Now, as the entire imperial capital sang praises of the magical dragon knight Ye Huo, the sight of his son before him made everything feel surreal. Father, what is the matter? Ye Huo, oblivious to his father's thoughts, felt a genuine excitement at seeing him, and no matter how powerful he became. Even if he were to reach the 9th tier, he would always remain his parents' son. That was an unchangeable truth. Having never experienced familial love in his previous life, Ye Huo vowed to protect it with his very existence in this life. Anyone who dared to disrupt it would have to tread over his corpse to succeed. Chapter 62. Mysterious Forces, What is Happening? At that moment, Ye Huo's mother seemed to sense something, emerging from the house. Much like Yi Yun, she immediately spotted her son outside. However, unlike Yi Yun, Ye Huo's mother did not freeze in place. Instead, she rushed forward and embraced her son tightly. My Huo, you have finally returned. Do you know? I dream about you every day, Huo Xiling said, tears of joy beginning to brim in her eyes. Hearing his mother's words, Ye Huo felt his own eyes redden. Although his mental age was already 40, he had only truly engaged with the world for just over a year, making him, in essence, merely a young man in his 20s. Mom, I missed you too. Ye Huo gently patted his mother's back, comforting her. Let us talk inside. Noticing the curious stares from the servants nearby, Yi Yun cleared his throat and spoke. Mom, let us go in and chat, Ye Huo said, placing his hands on her shoulders. Taking note of the strands of white hair beginning to appear at her temples, realizing that her behavior might seem inappropriate, Huo Xiling adjusted her demeanor and followed her husband and son into the house. Yi Qi smiled and closed the door behind the reunited family, understanding that this was a moment that required their privacy. Heavens, that was indeed the young master. The stout man from earlier stood with his mouth agape. In disbelief, the young master is truly handsome. The beautiful girl beside him gazed dreamily at the closed door. The servants' discussions reached Yi Qi's ears. He had overheard the earlier conversation, but had chosen to ignore it while Ye Huo was present. Now, witnessing their unrestrained chatter, he frowned. With so many guests outside, what are you two doing here? Yi Qi admonished the pair. Upon hearing the steward's reprimand, they quickly stuck out their tongues and hurried away. However, by their expressions, Yi Qi knew that within a quarter of an hour, the entire Yu family would be aware of the young master's return. But what of it? The young master was now a magical dragon knight. Returning in glory was nothing to shy away from. He needed to hurry to the kitchen and ensure that today's lunch would be particularly sumptuous. Once the family of 3 entered the house, a knowing smile appeared on Yi Yun's face. Gazing at his remarkably accomplished son, he felt a sense of fulfillment. He dared not dream that his family could once again regain its former glory in his generation, while much of the credit lay with his son. After all, the son belonged to him, and thus it was all the more gratifying. Huo, how have you fared at the Cloud Academy? Huo Xiling, unconcerned with family matters, was primarily eager to learn how her son had been doing. Quite well, my teachers are very kind to me, Ye Huo replied, his face bright with a smile. Are you accustomed to life there? I've heard that those powerful beings can have quite the temper. Your teacher wouldn't hit you, would he? Though Huo Xiling could see her son smile and deduce that he was likely doing well. Her concern lingered. Oh, dear lady, how could the esteemed Archmage Drank ever lay a finger on Huo? Yi Yun interjected from his seat at the center. You have no idea. I've heard the noble ladies claim that those 8th-tier powerhouses can be quite lethal, Huo Xiling replied. Although she herself was a 3rd-tier mage, she understood that her status was still far from the upper echelons of society, leaving her with a perspective shaped by her background in Lingfeng Town. Ye Huo merely smiled at his mother's remarks. Yet, she was not entirely mistaken. 8th-tier powerhouses could indeed be eccentric. Whether it was his teacher Drank or Horstings, they both tended to be rather aloof with outsiders while exhibiting great warmth towards their own. This dichotomy could easily mislead those unfamiliar with their nature into believing that 8th-tier powerhouses were difficult to deal with. However, once Ye Huo became acquainted with them, he discovered that aside from their formidable strength, they were not vastly different from ordinary people. For instance, Horstings too had his moments of humility and regret. Madam, why don't you check on today's lunch? I have a few words to share with Huo, Yi Yun suggested. Observing his wife's unwavering attention on their son. Uncle Yi will handle lunch, Huo Xiling replied, clearly reluctant to leave, knowing that with Ye Huo's current status, he would not be home for long. Hearing his wife's response, Yi Yun felt a sense of helplessness. Ultimately, he turned his gaze to Ye Huo, confident that his son was now mature enough to handle the situation. Mother, it seems father has something important to discuss with me. Perhaps you should step outside for a moment. I assure you I will keep you company for the day. With a nod to his mother, Ye Huo acknowledged Yi Yun's gaze, seeing her son express this sentiment. Hua Xiling reluctantly agreed, though she cast a lingering, reproachful glance at her husband, silently warning him that he would face her displeasure once their son departed. Ye Huo couldn't help but smile at his mother's demeanor. He knew all too well that his father was under his mother's thumb, and he anticipated that once he left, his father would indeed have a headache to contend with. Observing his mother's reluctant figure exiting the room, Ye Huo turned his attention to his father, pondering what could possibly warrant such secrecy that his mother was excluded. Huo, please take a seat. I wish to discuss the recent circumstances of our family, Ye Yun said, noticing the confusion in his son's eyes and moving directly to the point. Huo, to be frank, your accomplishments fill me with pride, but you must remember to remain humble. The road ahead is still long. Yes, father, I understand. Ye Huo nodded that in truth, even without his father's admonition, he was acutely aware of the long journey that lay before him. You likely noticed the situation concerning our family as you entered. The Yi family has become the target of numerous factions eager to forge alliances, but what I wish to discuss pertains to the two most powerful forces. Yi Yun's expression turned serious, indicating the gravity of the matter at hand. From his father's demeanor, Ye Huo sensed that these two factions were formidable indeed. Otherwise, such a solemnity would not grace his father's countenance, igniting Ye Huo's curiosity about these entities. Huo, have you heard of the Mage Guild and the Warrior Guild? Ye Yun inquired, studying his son intently. Upon hearing these names, Ye Huo was momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated that these two forces would seek to align with his family, clearly aiming to recruit him. However, he was puzzled as to why the Warrior Guild would involve themselves. After all, he had no connection to them. What aspect of him could possibly suggest a warrior's potential? Was he to be like the protagonists of novels, not only a healer, but also endowed with the extraordinary talent of a warrior, effortlessly transcending the barriers of magic and martial prowess to become the first dual practitioner, ultimately surpassing the 9th tier and leading a horde of infatuated beauties to unify the continent? Shaking off such ludicrous thoughts, Ye Huo recognized the improbability of such scenarios, not to mention the sheer absurdity of it all. Moreover, the rigorous training and combative nature associated with warriors seemed wholly unfit for him. While he did not consider himself weak, he certainly did not possess the makings of a warrior. Huo, what is your opinion? Ye Yun, noticing his son's silence, prompted him for a response. Roused from his reverie, Ye Huo shook his head and replied, Father, I am not well versed in the affairs of these two guilds, but I can understand the Mage Guild's interest. I am perplexed as to why the Warrior Guild seeks me. They are not interested in you, but rather in your dragon. While your abilities are indeed remarkable, you alone do not warrant their enthusiasm. They are primarily focused on the dragon, Ye Yun remarked, a hint of dissatisfaction evident in his tone as he felt his son was being overlooked. This revelation struck Ye Huo like a bolt of lightning. Although unfamiliar with the intricacies of the two guilds, he understood that for centuries, these two professions had never aligned, which often led to confrontations between the guilds. The Mage Guild's approach to him would inevitably provoke the Warrior Guild to interfere, attempting to disrupt their rivals, even if they had no initial interest in him. Ye Huo realized that while such rivalries could be entertaining for them, his own involvement could lead to complications. That he had no intention of aligning himself with any faction at this time. Although he had some foundational support with Fatty, he knew it was still too tenuous. Joining any side would likely relegate him to a subordinate position, and Ye Huo had no desire to remain in such a state of subservience. In his previous life, he had lacked the means to resist. Now, however, he was acutely aware of his potential. Given time, he was certain he would ascend to the ranks of the powerful. Father, I believe it is premature to discuss this matter. We lack sufficient knowledge about both sides. I would prefer to consult with my teacher upon returning to Chuyun Academy to gather his insights. What do you think? After pondering for a moment, Ye Huo articulated his thoughts. Indeed, that is a wise approach. Director Delang has been a prominent figure for many years and should possess a considerable understanding of these forces. Consulting him is certainly a prudent course of action, Ye Yun concurred, nodding in approval of his son's suggestion. Now, let us address the situation regarding the nobles outside. What are your plans for them? Ye Yun's expression shifted to one of wry amusement, clearly exasperated by the throngs of nobles clamoring for attention. At his father's words, Ye Huo felt a sudden weight of anxiety. He had never been adept at social interactions, faced with the prospect of navigating the intricate web of the nobility, who thrived on such frivolities. Ye Huo felt woefully unprepared, as innocent as a newborn in their presence. Father, I believe it would be best for you to handle these matters, Ye Huo stammered, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Huh, I knew you would say that. But this is not all bad. It will expedite our family's integration into the grand society of the imperial capital, Ye Yun declared, a smug expression on his face, prompting Ye Huo to question whether his father had intentionally set him up for this predicament. Are you two done yet? Lunch is ready. Huo Siling's voice rang out from outside, tinged with a hint of reproach, causing Ye Huo to cast a sympathetic glance at his father before hastily making his way outside. As Ye Huo rushed from the room, Huo Siling, initially brimming with ire, chose to remain silent. Clearly displeased with being sidelined during discussions between her husband and son, it was evident that Ye Yun would face a challenging time ahead in their household. Did you finish your conversation with your father? Huo Siling inquired gently as her son joined her. Yes, Ye Huo replied, merely nodding, refraining from divulging the specifics of his father's conversation, aware that there was a reason behind the exclusion. Your father has become quite secretive since arriving in the capital. He no longer consults me on many matters, Huo Siling remarked, deliberately raising her voice for Ye Yun to hear. Mother, surely father wishes to spare you from worry, Ye Huo replied with a soft smile. You understand me well, my son. Ye Yun, upon hearing his son's words, hurriedly expressed his agreement. However, his actions only earned him a disdainful glance from his wife. Just as the three of them were enjoying their meal with great delight, Yi Qi entered from outside and approached Ye Yun, stating, Sir, a gentleman named Paili is here to see you and the young master. Paili? Is he the material supplier from the imperial capital? Ye Yun inquired, recalling the name. He was indeed familiar with Paili, although they both held the title of Marquis. Paili possessed the largest merchant guild in the Outcloud Empire and an immeasurable fortune. Thus, Ye Yun had been mindful of Paili for quite some time, curious as to why he had suddenly come to his home, especially during lunchtime. Could it be that Paili was here to mooch a meal? Let him in, Ye Huo thought to himself, already suspecting the reason for Paili's visit. Remarkably, Paili was quite considerate, knowing that his son had caused Ye Huo to lose a finger. Yet he had not reacted with anger and instead came to his home. Very well, young master. I shall let him in at once, Ye Qi replied, nodding before stepping outside. Outside, Paili stood alone, aware that at this hour, the gates of the Yi residence would not be crowded with nobles. Although his visit felt somewhat hasty, he believed it was worth the risk for his future. Glancing at the box in his hands, Paili was confident that Ye Huo would appreciate his gift. He was well versed in the art of gift-giving and understood that someone like Ye Huo, a rising star, would not lack for money. Thus, presenting him with treasures would likely be looked down upon. His intelligence network had swiftly uncovered what Ye Huo needed, and within just half a day, they had procured the item. Consequently, Paili approached his visit to the Yi residence with great confidence. As he observed Ye Qi, the head steward, wobbling out from within, Paili felt a twinge of anxiety. While he was confident in his gift, the crucial question remained, would Ye Huo even allow him entry? If Ye Huo refused to let him in, it would render his grand gesture worthless, even if he brought a dragon as a gift. How did it go, Steward Yi? Paili inquired, addressing Ye Qi. The young master says you may enter, Ye Qi relayed without the customary obstacles that many stewards from the imperial capital would impose. Thank you, Steward Yi, Paili said, slipping a white card into Ye Qi's hand. Paili was meticulous in his dealings. He recognized Ye Huo's potential and understood that he would need to request favors from him in the future. Hence, he deemed it necessary to engage in such gestures, even if Ye Qi did not acknowledge it. This, Ye Qi frowned at the card in his hand, having experienced the customs of the imperial capital over the past few days. Almost everyone who visited to see Ye Yun had offered him a card or gold coin. Initially, Ye Qi had refused them all, but gradually he realized that his refusal only pleased the visitors more than his acceptance would. As a result, he reluctantly accepted such gifts, though he never kept a single coin for himself. Instead, turning everything over to the treasury, he understood that accepting such money behind his master's back would be tantamount to betrayal. Following Ye Qi, Paili traversed the main hall and garden until they reached the dining area, where Ye Huo's family was enjoying their meal. Upon arrival, Ye Qi halted and said to Paili, Sir, you may enter. I shall not accompany you further. Very well. Paili nodded in agreement, but did not proceed inside this moment. He felt he had achieved his objective, having successfully gained entry. He refrained from interrupting the family's mealtime, as doing so would be an affront to the nobles' sensibilities. Paili stood patiently at the door, a rare occurrence for him. Over the years, he had only waited in such a manner when visiting the palace to meet the emperor. Even when visiting dukes or generals, he had never waited like this. However, Paili believed it was worth the wait. He was acutely aware of Ye Huo's prowess, at not yet 20 years of age. Many were dazzled by his status as a magical dragon knight, assuming his achievements stemmed solely from his dragon companion. Yet Paili held a different view, not to mention Ye Huo's extraordinary ability to resurrect the dead. His attainment of 6th-tier strength at such a young age was remarkable. What kind of talent was that? Even Murak, known as the mage god a millennium ago, had only reached 5th tier at that age, earning him the title of an unparalleled genius. In contrast, Paili believed Ye Huo's future accomplishments would far surpass Murak's. Therefore, he considered his initial investments mere temporary measures. In a few decades, when Ye Huo truly became a figure of Murak's caliber, he would undoubtedly reap substantial rewards. Chapter 65. The spirit set as Paili pondered. Ye Huo opened the door and stepped outside. In truth, Ye Huo had noticed Paili the moment he entered, but seeing him waiting outside sparked admiration. Paili was indeed a perceptive individual. Ye Huo understood that as long as one's potential was sufficient and they could offer adequate rewards in the future, such individuals would become the most loyal of friends. Given Ye Huo's historically less favorable social standing, he felt it was time to seek a better friend or perhaps a partner in collaboration. Why doesn't Marquis Paili come in and take a seat? Ye Huo inquired, observing Paili shivering in the cold with a sympathetic expression. In truth, Ye Huo held Paili in high regard. The temperature was at least -10 degrees, and in such conditions, Paili, a mere 4th-tier warrior, had managed to wait outside for such a length of time. A testament to his sincerity. Have you finished your meal, Lord Ye Huo? Upon seeing Ye Huo finally emerge and speak to him in a friendly tone, Paili felt reassured that he had made the right choice. It's quite cold outside. Shall we discuss matters in the sitting room? Ye Huo did not entertain Paili's small talk, dismissing the question about his meal as trivial. Of course. Paili hastily agreed, thinking to himself that if he remained in the cold any longer, he would surely fall ill upon returning home. Following Ye Huo, Paili entered the warm sitting room. The servants promptly provided a steaming cup of tea for the slightly frostbitten gentleman. I wonder what brings you to my humble abode at this hour. Marquis. Ye Huo feigned ignorance regarding Paili with an inquisitive expression. Seeing Ye Huo's demeanor, even Paili's refined composure faltered, internally cursing the young man for being more cunning than many seasoned schemers. I came primarily regarding my unworthy son this morning. Despite his thick skin, Paili felt a flush of embarrassment when discussing his son, who evoked a desire to strangle him. Were it not for the fact that he was his only child, Paili was certain he would have severed another finger. Oh, that was your son this morning? Ye Huo continued to play the fool, aware that he held the upper hand in this exchange and feeling no urgency to rush. Your son confronted me, and in the process, he trampled upon my clothing and was prepared to strike my face with his fists. Had I not possessed some skill, I might have been seriously injured. Ye Huo surmised that this was not the first time Paili's son had behaved in such a manner. That was indeed my inept son. He truly did not recognize your esteemed identity, otherwise. Paili faltered, unsure how to justify his son's behavior. He knew Ye Huo was no fool, and any excuse he fabricated would likely be dismissed as mere drivel. Observing Paili's awkwardness, Ye Huo chuckled lightly, saying, There is no need for such concern, Marquis. After all, your son is still quite young and lacks understanding. Let us consider the matter settled. Hearing Ye Huo's words, Paili, despite knowing the youth's actual age, would have believed he was conversing with an ancient sage. After all, how could someone younger than him be considered still young? However, since Ye Huo had spoken, Paili was more than willing to follow his lead. He retrieved a silk handkerchief from his pocket to dab the cold sweat from his brow, saying, Thank you for your magnanimity, my lord. This is but a small token of my appreciation. I hope you will accept it. With that, Paili opened the yellow box. Upon entering, Ye Huo's attention was immediately drawn to the box in Pierre's hands. That he understood that Pierre was an astute individual. A clever person would never foolishly bring valuable items to showcase without reason. Thus, Ye Huo quickly deduced that the contents of the box must either comprise extremely precious materials or rare treasures. Regardless, they were undoubtedly something that would pique his interest. However, when Pierre opened the box, even though Ye Huo had mentally prepared himself, he was momentarily taken aback. Within lay a robe of magic, devoid of any overwhelming magical fluctuations, yet its intricate patterns allowed Ye Huo to instantly recognize its origin. This robe is known as the Robe of Spirits. It is part of the same set as your spirit staff. Not only does it possess a magical recovery capability comparable to that of the staff, but it also features a remarkably rare magical array embedded within. Once activated, the wearer can recover their magical energy at astonishing speed. It is said that even a 9th-tier archmage can regain their full power in mere moments. Observing Ye Huo's reaction, Pierre was assured that he had made the right choice. Gazing at the robe, Ye Huo couldn't help but internally commend Pierre for his profound understanding of his desires. It could be said that while items that amplify magical power were of little significance to him, this ability to rapidly recover magical energy held a fatal allure. Moreover, when paired with the spirit staff, this robe boasts formidable anti-magic capabilities. I happened to acquire this robe, and, upon hearing that you possess the spirit staff, I resolved to present it to you as a gift. Pierre continued. After a moment, Ye Huo finally withdrew his gaze from the robe and looked at Pierre. My dear Marquis, you are indeed a thoughtful individual. I am genuinely fond of your gift, thus I shall graciously accept it. You flatter me, Lord Ye Huo. I merely chanced upon this information, Pierre replied earnestly. Even if it was by chance, the mere fact that you remembered me truly touches my heart. For friends who can recall me, I generally extend the same courtesy in return. Upon hearing Ye Huo's words, Pierre felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had been anticipating this statement from Ye Huo, although it seemed trivial. It implied that Ye Huo acknowledged his sentiment, which meant that Ye Huo owed him a favored eye in the future. When he needed Ye Huo's assistance, the latter would undoubtedly feel obliged to help. Chapter 66. Transformation under the moon. After bidding farewell to Pierre, Ye Huo sat in the parlor, gently caressing the robe of spirits while pondering over Pierre's matters. To be honest, Ye Huo had not intended to make any promises to Pierre. However, he was taken aback by the unexpected gift of the robe. As a cleric, Ye Huo understood the crucial importance of a powerful magical recovery ability. Thus, despite his reluctance, he felt compelled to pledge a commitment to Pierre. Nevertheless, Ye Huo believed that exchanging a promise, one whose fulfillment was uncertain, for the urgently needed robe was indeed worthwhile. In reality, Ye Huo had numerous options regarding robes. He could seek out relics of the holy light and obtain a ready-made one, or he could gather materials and utilize his alchemical skills to craft suitable equipment. However, acquiring such materials was not as simple as it seemed at present. The robe was not his most pressing concern. What he urgently required was the crown of the saint. Without the crown, Ye Huo felt perpetually insecure. This was not a game, and life was finite. Thus, the crown had become an essential item for him at this moment. This artifact, often deemed the least useful in games, was indeed a game-changer in reality. The opportunity for resurrection once a month was invaluable. Although it occurred only once a month, Ye Huo did not consider himself unfortunate enough to be defeated twice in 1 month. If such a calamity befell him, then neither the crown nor the staff of the archangel could ensure his survival. Yet, the thought of the crown brought Ye Huo another headache. The cursed blue magic stone had become a rare material in this realm. If he were to wait for Pierre's materials, that would certainly pose no issue. However, who could predict what unforeseen events might transpire in a year's time? If he were to inadvertently fall victim to someone, would that not be an unjust fate? Thus, Ye Huo resolved that once he had addressed matters concerning the Mage Guild and the Warrior Guild, he would personally journey to the luminous mountains in search of the blue magic stone. He could not afford to delay. Despite his seemingly tranquil existence, Ye Huo understood that war with the Flame Empire could erupt at any moment. If the Empire requested his presence in battle alongside Fatty, he might evade immediate danger, but he would ultimately be drawn to the front lines. Should he arrive at the front lines without adequate means of self-preservation, relying solely on Fatty, he would inevitably find himself in peril. Such an occurrence would signify his eternal farewell to this world. Ye Huo did not believe his luck could extend to another reincarnation. Rather than gamble on such dubious fortune, it would be wiser to secure the crown. For the entire afternoon, Ye Huo recounted his experiences from the past year to his parents, refraining from mentioning his dragon-slaying exploits in the Forest of Death, although he trusted that they would not disclose this information. He was aware that such matters were best kept discreet. Ye Huo did not perceive being targeted by the formidable dragon race as a positive situation. Dragons were inherently powerful, given his current strength. He could hardly contend with them. let alone have the privilege to converse with them. Regarding his seemingly mundane yet extraordinary experiences, Ye Huo's parents did not express much, as they lacked significant strength themselves. Beyond cautioning him to be careful, they could only relinquish their son to navigate his own path. As night fell, Ye Huo chose not to remain with his parents, instead finding solace in the garden of the Ye Huo residence. He reclined gently upon a cool stone step, savoring the rare tranquility, gazing up at the moon, which bore a striking resemblance to that of his past world. He was unnoticed as a bittersweet smile graced his lips. It had been nearly 18 years since he arrived in this world. In the blink of an eye, he too had reached the age of 18. Comparatively, this life felt like a paradise. Yet, unbeknownst to others, Ye Huo harbored an inescapable longing for his previous world. Having crossed into this realm, what of her? Could she escape her fate? Ye Huo gazed at the silvery moon, quietly questioning himself, yet he understood that this was a question potentially devoid of an answer. 18 years had passed, and he realized he was still ensnared by the past. Ye Huo, you are no longer the person you once were. Awaken, since fate has granted you a second chance. Strive to transform yourself and embrace the new you. If you remain shackled to the past, you shall never truly become a formidable force. Ye Huo internally admonished himself that a snowflake gently descended upon Ye Huo's face, the sudden chill jolting him into complete awareness. Were anyone present at that moment, they would undoubtedly recognize the absence of the old Ye Huo, who oscillated between silence and arrogance, now replaced by a new Ye Huo, one unafraid to confront any challenge. Having relinquished all remnants of his past, indeed, what in the past was worthy of cherishing, the past had bestowed upon him only pain and humiliation. He ought not to dwell there, since he had arrived in this world. He should embrace change and ensure that the world would forever remember a name and a vocation. Ye Huo and cleric. No longer would anyone trample upon him, and any who dared challenge him would pay with their lives. The cleric symbolizes light, yet is not to be trifled with. As the saying goes, where there is light, there must also be darkness. The cleric not only embodies light, but also harbors a darkness that instills fear in all adversaries. Ye Huo suddenly bore a mischievous grin, yet this smile was accompanied by an unwavering confidence. What of the strong? What of the dragons? Just wait. One day, Ye Huo would astonish the world with his name. With this thought, the confidence that had flickered in and out of his being returned in full force, and the world could only await the changes this confidence would bring, a secret known only to time. The ultimate witness. With a buoyant step, Ye Huo hummed a tune as he returned to his room. Regardless of how powerful his confidence might be, sleep remained paramount. Such was Ye Huo's nature, it must be said. He was indeed a fellow who cherished slumber, perhaps even a tad lazy. Fortunately, as long as he was in the presence of light, his strength would automatically increase. He did not need to meditate like other mages. Otherwise, he might not even reach the third tier. Chapter 67. Like a country bumpkin early the next morning, after bidding farewell to his parents, Ye Huo departed from home. That it was not that he wished to leave, but rather due to two compelling reasons. First, he needed to return to inquire with his teacher about the matters concerning the two major guilds, an issue he knew could not be postponed. For the longer one delays, the more troublesome it becomes. One of the matters that left Ye Huo feeling rather helpless was the throng of nobles gathered outside his door, seeking an audience from the break of dawn. This was not the most vexing part. The real issue lay in the fact that a crowd of common folk had also joined the commotion. While one could understand the desire to partake in the excitement, the manner in which they did so was utterly lacking in decorum. What's more, if one were to shout, one ought to do so in a more melodious fashion. The piercing voice of a certain individual nearly caused Ye Huo, a person of remarkable emotional resilience, to faint. Setting aside the individual's prowess, one could not help but feel that such a voice was wasted in this era, far removed from the ancient world it truly belonged to. Ye Huo believed that should this person train in the art of the lion's roar, they might even surpass the founder of that very discipline. Dressed as a commoner, Ye Huo stealthily slipped out of his home with a basket in hand. Akin to a thief in the night, the excited throng outside paid him no heed, their attention fixated elsewhere. Once he had successfully navigated through the encirclement, Ye Huo felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had already contemplated that if this disguise did not succeed and he were to be discovered, he would have no choice but to summon Fatty and take to the skies. Fortunately, the art of disguise seemed to hold little significance in this world. allowing him to escape unscathed as he strolled down the street. A semblance of tranquility returned, save for a group of individuals wandering about in robes strikingly similar to his own custom-made mage attire. Ye Huo believed his ordeal had come to an end. However, his hopes were quickly dashed when he encountered a vendor whose cries nearly made him choke. Even as someone from the modern world, he could not help but marvel at the universality of piracy as a profession. "Come and take a look." Freshly forged staves resembling those of the magical dragon knights, for merely 3,000 gold coins. You too can don the same attire as the magical dragon knights. What are you waiting for? This is a bargain. A man, whose tongue seemed to have a peculiar disability, was brandishing a staff that bore an 80% resemblance to Ye Huo's dragon crystal staff. Shouting to passers-by, shaking his head, Ye Huo managed a bitter smile. He had initially believed the uproar he had caused would dissipate within 2 days. Yet, it appeared that such a wish was merely a fantasy. As reality often proved to be quite harsh, the mischievous thought crossed his mind. Would these purveyors of counterfeit goods be able to quickly imitate his own attire should he don the spirit suit? However, even if they attempted to replicate it, they would undoubtedly face considerable difficulty, given the intricate patterns adorning his spirit robe. After passing countless stalls selling replicas of his brand, Ye Huo finally arrived at the entrance of the Outcloud Academy. Yet, a dilemma arose. His garb was so unremarkable that he was promptly halted by the guards stationed at the entrance. "What do you think you're doing? Do you think you can just waltz in here? Do you have a token?" A burly man, towering a head above Ye Huo, glared at him menacingly while posing the question. "Token? What token?" Ye Huo was taken aback by this unfamiliar term, despite not venturing out often from the Mage Tower. He was aware of the usual protocols. It seemed that the Outcloud Academy had never required such a token since his arrival. No token. No entry. The man had no time to explain. Having encountered many like Ye Huo before, though he felt particularly disheartened by this one. Come on, at least put in some effort if you wish to blend into Outcloud Academy. Look at those who managed to sneak in. They've all purchased exquisite replicas from the imperial capital and donned high-quality magical dragon knight attire. And then there's you, dressed like a peasant and carrying a basket that only rural women would use for grocery shopping. If I were to let you in, I would surely lose my position as the head guard. I've never heard of such a token. When did Outcloud Academy start this nonsense? Ye Huo asked, noticing the guard's pitying gaze as he scrutinized him. Unable to hold back any longer, the guard replied. Honestly, for anyone wishing to sneak in, it takes at least 800 to 1,000 gold coins to even begin to look the part. Look at your outfit. You're not just failing to pass off as a magical dragon knight, but you can't even pretend to be an ordinary student without some semblance of disguise. The guard spoke. He regarded Ye Huo with an expression that suggested he was simply a tragic figure. And Ye Huo was momentarily taken aback by the bluntness of his words. Just as he pondered his next move, a sharp-featured guard named Vic rushed over, calling out, "Vic, don't block the entrance. Lord Horthing's carriage will be out shortly." Upon hearing this, Ye Huo's spirits lifted. He had been mulling over how to address today's situation, and now, with Lord Horthing's about to emerge, he knew his troubles would soon be resolved. Let us hurry. Lord Horthing's is notoriously short-tempered. He despises those who impersonate magical dragon knights. Just last time, he had a poor soul's arm severed for such an offense. Why am I even telling you this? Just move. Vic urged Ye Huo to leave. This guard's kindness was not lost on Ye Huo. He had encountered many arrogant guards in his time, but Vic's demeanor was refreshing, indicating he was a decent fellow. While lost in thought, a carriage emblazoned with the emblem of the Thunder Sword sped forth from the Outcloud Academy, and to Ye Huo's surprise, Lord Horthing's was driving it himself, demonstrating an alarming lack of decorum. "Uncle Horthing's," Ye Huo called out, disregarding any thoughts regarding the recklessness of the driving. "Child, have you lost your mind? That's the legendary Lord Horthing's of the Thunder Crusade," Vic exclaimed, shoving Ye Huo aside as he expressed his dismay. Yet, it soon became clear to Vic who this seemingly peasant-like young man truly was, for Horthing's booming voice could be heard echoing throughout the area, ensuring that half the imperial capital would hear his call. Ye Huo, you've returned, Horthing shouted, his voice rivaling the earlier lion's roar Ye Huo had encountered. As he called out, he also showcased what true carriage drifting looked like. The rapidly moving carriage skidded to a halt within mere meters of Ye Huo, executing a perfect 90-degree turn. The suddenness of it all sent beads of sweat cascading down Ye Huo's brow. He had nearly instinctively summoned a shield. fearing that a collision would leave him gravely injured. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Ye Huo addressed Horthings. Uncle Horthings, we must advocate for safe driving. Such antics could easily lead to accidents. Safe driving? Accidents? Horthing's smile widened at these unfamiliar terms, though he sensed they were closely related to his recent actions. What do you think? My skills were quite impressive, weren't they? He inquired, oblivious to the dark expression on Ye Huo's face. Resisting the urge to retort, Ye Huo simply asked, Uncle Horthings, is the teacher in the mage tower? Cough. You know how Drank is. Unless there is a matter of utmost importance, he will never leave the mage tower. I truly cannot fathom what could possibly draw him away from there, though. In that case, I won't disturb you further. I have matters to discuss with the teacher. Why Ye Huo realized that prolonging the conversation with Horthings would yield no substantial results. So he decided to head inside to discuss the affairs of the two major guilds with his teacher. Go on. Go on. I still wish to explore outside. I must say, your admirers are quite fervent. I've heard even your dragon crystal staff has been replicated. Ignoring Horthings, Ye Huo strode into the Outcloud Academy, this time with no guards daring to impede the passage of the young man who appeared to be a peasant. Enduring countless glances of disdain and curiosity, Ye Huo finally entered the mage tower. He felt immense frustration at the students' stares. Did they not comprehend the concept of being non-mainstream? He had merely attempted to imitate a non-mainstream style. And yet they regarded him with such scrutiny. Upon entering the mage tower, Ye Huo knew that Drank would typically be in his laboratory, engaged in some alchemical endeavor. However, he did not go directly to him. Instead, he made his way to the top floor to don his spirit robe. After all, wearing such attire to meet Drank would be a sign of disrespect, and it was clearly not in line with Ye Huo's personal style. Having changed into the spirit robe, Ye Huo retrieved the spirit staff from his autumn water ring. Indeed, it is only when this ensemble is brought together that one can truly feel the myriad of magical energies swirling around oneself. A sensation unattainable by a solitary spirit staff. At least a 5-fold increase in mana regeneration speed. Ye Huo mused to himself, enveloped in the dense aura of magic. This robe is quite impressive. As Ye Huo was lost in thought, Drank's figure materialized within the upper chamber. Ye Huo was not taken aback by Drank's sudden appearance. Over the course of time, he had grown immune to the teacher's teleportation surprises. Teacher, Ye Huo greeted Drank with a respectful nod. Drank acknowledged him with a grunt and inquired, is this robe part of a set with the spirit staff? Drank's gaze was piercing, even without the similar magical patterns adorning the staff and robe. It was evident he could sense their connection. Yes, teacher, this is an unexpected acquisition from my recent visit home. Ye Huo refrained from mentioning the incident with Pierre. Very good. This spirit ensemble suits you perfectly, Drank remarked, gently stroking the spirit robe with approval. When it came to equipment, Drank felt a tinge of helplessness towards his student. Although he possessed an extensive array of magical gear, most of it enhanced magical potency. He had scoured the storeroom only to find no items dedicated solely to mana regeneration. Thus, he had traversed half the imperial capital in search of the spirit staff for Ye Huo. Teacher, are you familiar with the Mage Guild and the Warrior Guild? Have these two prestigious guilds approached you? Upon hearing Ye Huo's words, Drank immediately grasped the situation, forgiven Ye Huo's potential and the presence of Fatty. It was entirely predictable that these two factions would seek him out. Indeed, Ye Huo nodded affirmatively. Drank settled into a nearby chair and continued. The Warrior Guild was established in ancient times by the war god Cloys. With over 90% of the continent's warriors affiliated with it, the Warrior Guild also oversees the Adventurers Guild, a formidable entity in its own right. Listening to his teacher's exposition, Ye Huo nodded vigorously. Yet he remained astonished by the sheer magnitude of the Warrior Guild. He had anticipated its strength, but the realization that such a colossal institution had existed since antiquity, with the majority of warriors registered within its ranks, left him in awe of its power. Consider the vast population of this continent. The balance between mages and warriors is evidently skewed, as nearly everyone possesses the aptitude for martial training. While the number of individuals capable of becoming mages is exceedingly limited, a warrior, regardless of rank, even a mere third-tier warrior, can find a place among a small adventuring team, whereas the path of a mage is fraught with challenges. Even those with the potential to become mages may never exceed the 5th tier if their innate gifts are modest, leading them to forego the pursuit of magic altogether. Although mages may appear to be exceptionally esteemed, Ye Huo, having delved into the fundamental knowledge of magic, understood that if a mage could not hope to surpass the 5th tier in their lifetime, they might well pale in comparison to a fellow warrior of the same rank. After all, a mage's true power is only realized beyond the 6th tier. Within an adventuring party, a 5th tier warrior could assume a pivotal role, while a 5th tier mage would likely serve merely as supplementary firepower. The limitations of low-tier mages, characterized by insufficient mana, ensured that they would remain tragically outmatched, even if their spells surpassed those of their martial counterparts. Chapter 69. The Power of the Mage Guild. Observing Ye Huo deep in contemplation. Drank paused momentarily. As Ye Huo's gaze returned to him, Drank continued. As for the Mage Guild, I, too, hold the title of an external counselor within it. A glimmer of pride flickered in Drank's eyes, prompting Ye Huo to inquire, Teacher, you are also an external counselor. Indeed, Drank affirmed with a nod. Just as Drank anticipated that his student would be astonished by this revelation, Ye Huo innocently posed a question that left Drank contemplating the merits of conjuring a fireball. Teacher, what does it mean to be an external counselor? Ye Huo asked with an innocent expression. How many times have I mentioned this? Do you not realize how crucial it is for a mage to acquire knowledge? Moreover, refrain from voicing your ignorance. Such statements only serve to reveal the depths of your folly. Drank's demeanor had shifted dramatically, shedding the poise he once maintained. In the face of Drank's indignation, Ye Huo felt unjustly accused. Setting aside the importance of knowledge acquisition, he recalled that during their first meeting, Drank had encouraged him to ask questions if he did not understand. Yet now, when he sought clarification, he received an answer that left him blushing with embarrassment. Teacher, I apologize, Ye Huo said, observing Drank's rising temper. Very well, let us discuss the Mage Guild. The specifics of its founding remain largely undocumented, but nearly all mages on the continent are registered within the guild, including the necromancer Chaco, who has a comprehensive record. Then, teacher, what is the power of the Mage Guild? Ye Huo inquired, seeking clarity on Drank's somewhat vague statements. How would you assess my strength? Drank countered, refraining from answering directly. Ye Huo pondered for a moment. Given that Odin's ranked 4th on the continent, and assuming Drank was at least comparable in strength, he estimated Drank to be somewhere between the 3rd and 5th tiers. 5th, Ye Huo ventured a cautious estimate. Acknowledging that a guild of such stature must harbor some hidden powerhouses, making 5th a rather conservative assessment, Drank regarded Ye Huo with mild curiosity, asking, what leads you to that conclusion? Teacher, I have heard that Odin's ranks 4th on the continent. And since your strength is not vastly different from Drank's, I presumed you must be somewhere between the 3rd and 5th tiers. Ye Huo articulated his reasoning. However, as he finished speaking, he noticed Drank's expression darkened significantly. 4th on the continent. It would be a stretch to add a 0 to that ranking for Odin's. What you know is merely the perspective of ordinary folk regarding those who frequently showcase their prowess. True strength is not something that can be perceived by the average person. Even with your prowess, you would barely rank within the top 20 of the Mage Guild, Drank remarked, his eyes betraying a hint of melancholy that Ye Huo could clearly discern. Yet, Ye Huo was too preoccupied with contemplating the formidable nature of the Mage Guild and the sheer number of powerful beings in this world to dwell on Drank's sorrow. He had previously thought that possessing Fatty made him a formidable figure. Yet upon hearing Drank's words, he felt a compelling urge to chastise himself that it seemed he had long been a frog at the bottom of the well, believing himself to be impressive, when in reality, he was regarded with disdain by the true powerhouses. Do you genuinely believe there are no 9th-tier beings on this continent? Drank inquired, fixing his gaze on Ye Huo. Awakened by Drank's words, Ye Huo began to contemplate. Indeed, from the moment he learned that the strongest beings in this continent were merely 8th tier, he had harbored doubts. While attaining the 9th tier was undoubtedly a challenge, how many individuals existed on the continent? How many 8th tier beings were there? The precise numbers remained elusive, and the notion that none had breached the 9th tier was more astonishing than Ye Huo's sudden realization that his teacher was a woman. Teacher, I do not share that belief, Ye Huo replied candidly. Drank nodded thoughtfully at Ye Huo's response. Though seemingly simple, it indicated that Ye Huo was not the kind of naive fool who blindly accepted what others claimed. While 9th-tier beings are indeed rare, their existence is not impossible. If humanity lacked 9th-tier powerhouses, do you think the dragon race would remain ensconced on Dragon Island? Do you truly believe the absurd notion that the dragons are pacifists? Then, teacher, How many ninth-tier powerhouses does the Mage Guild possess? Ye Huo inquired, eager to uncover the answer to his burning question. As for whether the dragons were indeed pacifists, that was a matter of indifference to him, as long as the dragons did not descend upon the continent demanding his presence. Ye Huo was confident he would not seek out those monsters on Dragon Island. Moreover, even if the dragons did demand his appearance, he believed he would choose to hide away until he possessed sufficient strength. What did it matter for him to uphold some semblance of dignity or bravado? Ultimately, survival was paramount. Ye Huo, acutely aware of his own cowardice, understood that had he not faced such hardships in his previous life, he might have already succumbed to despair. However, the revelation of the multitude of hidden threats lurking in some obscure corner of the world left him shaken. It was evident that he must strive to enhance his own strength. Until he attained the status of a ninth-tier divine priest, his life would remain precariously out of his own control. I am aware that within the Mage Guild, there exist 4 ninth-tier archmages. Yet the true extent of the power held by the enigmatic leader of the Mage Guild remains a mystery even to me, an outsider among the council. Drank remarked. The prospect of 4 ninth-tier mages plus an unknown entity of formidable strength sent a chill down Ye Huo's spine. This was likely a conservative estimate. Which faction does not have a few unknown boss-level figures lurking in the shadows? Thus, Ye Huo surmised that the leader of the Mage Guild must have several, even more terrifying, old-timers backing them up. After a brief pause, Ye Huo turned to Drank and inquired. Then, Master, how many formidable warriors does the Warrior Guild possess? This is indeed an insightful question. The Mage Guild has conducted a series of investigations into the Warrior Guild. And while we cannot ascertain their complete strength, one thing is certain. Their power will undoubtedly not fall short of that of the Mage Guild, and may even exceed it, Drank elucidated. And how many known ninth-tier warriors does the Warrior Guild have? Ye Huo pressed, his primary concern revolving around the number of ninth-tier warriors within the Warrior Guild. 8. Drank gestured with his hand, indicating the number. How can there be so many? Ye Huo expressed his astonishment. He had assumed that since the Mage Guild had only 4 plus 1, the Warrior Guild would be similarly matched. How could they boast nearly double the count? Moreover, this figure was merely what was known. It is understandable that the Warrior Guild has more ninth-tier warriors, given that their ranks are far more populous than those of mages. However, while ninth-tier warriors possess tremendous strength, they still face a significant gap when confronting mages head-on, Drank remarked, a hint of satisfaction evident in his tone. As he listened to Drank's account, a perplexing thought crossed Ye Huo's mind. Why are mages stronger than warriors, even when both belong to the ninth tier? If prior to reaching ninth tier a mage could annihilate a warrior with powerful spells, then surely the balance would shift post-ninth tier, as the fighting spirit of a ninth tier warrior would be nearly sufficient to withstand area of effect forbidden spells. Ye Huo had a profound understanding of this from his past gaming experiences. He vividly recalled a battle for supremacy when a ninth-tier mage had unleashed all their power in a desperate attempt to obliterate a ninth-tier warrior, only for the warrior to endure the onslaught thanks to their overwhelming fighting spirit, ultimately vanquishing the mage. Yet, in this world, it appeared that mages consistently held the upper hand over warriors, which seemed utterly illogical. Was it conceivable that warriors were inherently inferior? Such a notion was impossible. Even archers and knights, once they reached ninth tier, would not pale in comparison to any other profession. Reflecting on his own experiences, Ye Huo believed that had he not been swiftly defeated by a few individuals who underestimated him, he could have outlasted them using his celestial powers, but perfect execution of a kill would have been beyond him. Master, is it truly the case that warriors are so vastly inferior to mages? Ye Huo voiced his doubts. Upon hearing Ye Huo's question, Drank nodded affirmatively. Such a scenario is indeed improbable that a warrior of equal strength will not fall short compared to a mage of the same tier. The only challenge lies in that once a warrior reaches ninth tier, the path to further advancement is significantly more arduous than it is for mages. Consequently, the majority of ninth tier warriors within the Warrior Guild remain at the early stages, while the mages of the Mage Guild have all reached mid-ninth tier. Drank's explanation brought clarity to Ye Huo's mind. It seemed that the peculiarities of this world stemmed from the greater difficulty warriors faced in progressing beyond ninth tier, thereby explaining why they had 5 capable of matching 8. What is your perspective on the 2 guilds seeking my allegiance, Master? Ye Huo pondered, feeling increasingly uncertain about his choice. To be candid, he yearned for a powerful ally to rely upon. Hadn't he heard that a successful man must have a formidable backing? Drank regarded Ye Huo for a moment before responding. I believe you should opt to join the Mage Guild. What? Ye Huo inquired, intrigued. It is quite simple. The Mage Guild is wealthier than the Warrior Guild. Drank's assertion left Ye Huo momentarily speechless. It appeared that his mentor understood him well, recognizing his inclination towards affluent associations. While the Mage Guild may not have been established as long as the Warrior Guild, it is undeniable that the latter resembles a destitute organization when compared to the Mage Guild. In fact, the Mage Guild could likely afford to crush the Warrior Guild with sheer financial might. Drank's disdainful expression when mentioning the Warrior Guild's impoverished status resonated with Ye Huo, who wholeheartedly agreed. What is the most vital aspect of life? One must not utter notions of dignity. Lacking wealth signifies an inability to acquire gear that could be likened to cheat codes, and without such equipment, one is destined for defeat. Technical prowess, no matter how refined, becomes irrelevant in the absence of resources. Toss a few forbidden spell scrolls into the fray, and even the most skilled technician would find themselves at the mercy of fate. The same holds true for strength. Lacking funds, let me witness you ascend to 9th tier. Even if one manages to reach that pinnacle, encountering a wealthy individual wielding a plethora of forbidden spell scrolls would likely spell doom. Thus, Ye Huo concluded that merely possessing strength is insufficient for a fulfilling life. One must also possess wealth and the ability to compete for superior equipment. Ultimately, the expert-level answer he derived was that one must indeed have riches. The Mage Guild has numerous alchemical laboratories, and it can be stated that any material you hear about on the continent, provided it truly exists, the Mage Guild will undoubtedly be able to procure it for you. Of course, this is contingent upon your worthiness for their efforts. Drank continued to entice Ye Huo, and in the eyes of an alchemist, materials equate to equipment, and this truth resonated with Ye Huo, leading him to a decisive conclusion. Let the impoverished warriors witness their deity's departure. The Mage Guild is undoubtedly his chosen path. The Mage Guild is not merely a guild, it is a sanctuary, with sufficient wealth and materials. Ye Huo believed that given enough time, he could even construct a sky city. Master, I have made my decision to join the Mage Guild. After contemplating everything, Ye Huo declared resolutely to Drank. Excellent. Since you have resolved to do so, I shall take you to register at the Mage Guild in the Imperial capital tomorrow, and I have no doubt that your potential will capture their attention. Drank beamed, clearly delighted by Ye Huo's choice. Meanwhile, Ye Huo was preoccupied with thoughts of how to procure some extraordinarily rare materials from the Mage Guild, such as the Celestial Angel Staff, the Void Robe, and the Crown of the Pastoral God, items that were even rarer than artifacts. Of course, Ye Huo's affiliation with the Mage Guild would only be temporary, as he understood that he was not someone who could be shackled by any faction. However, when one is beneath a roof, one must bow their head. Hence, for the promise of a brighter tomorrow, Ye Huo resolved to endure a measure of discomfort. Yet, the radiant smile on his face hinted that his motives for joining the Mage Guild were not merely to seek refuge, but to strip the guild of its materials. Chapter 71. Hope seems distant. Observing Ye Huo's foolish demeanor, Drank couldn't help but shake his head. Even he was unsure how to approach this student. Back in the Forest of Death, he had been a fledgling priest in need of protection, yet now, in the Imperial capital, he had evolved into a being capable of directly confronting an 8th-tier necromancer. While Ye Huo's abilities carried a decisive edge against 8th-tier necromancers, such courage seemed an anomaly for a mere 18-year-old. Ye Huo was a man of secrets, of that Drank was certain. However, he refrained from probing further, instead choosing to regard his prodigious student with a sense of indulgence. Drank was uncertain how far Ye Huo would grow, yet he was certain of one thing. Ye Huo's future accomplishments would undoubtedly surpass his own by a considerable margin. Ye Huo, how is your family faring? Drank inquired, his tone somewhat peculiar, suddenly confronted with the question about his family, while contemplating how to infiltrate the Mage Guild and shamelessly acquire materials. Ye Huo snapped back to reality. They're well enough. Aside from the incessant throngs of bothersome nobles blocking my family's doorstep every day. Ye Huo's expression of exasperation when discussing the nobles elicited a chuckle from Drank. Nobles are like that. Should you possess potential, they will shamelessly seek to ingratiate themselves with you. However, if you were to lose that strength one day, you would be met with mockery and scornful remarks, Drank commented. Ye Huo nodded in agreement, recognizing the truth in Drank's words. He understood that the nobles did not truly fear him, a mere sixth-tier priest. Rather, they were intimidated by his association with Fatty, or more accurately, by his identity as a dragon mage. Such an identity represented power, albeit one not inherently his own, but rather one bestowed by the dragon. Thus, this also enlightened Ye Huo on a fundamental truth. He must hasten to enhance his own capabilities. Only by elevating his personal strength could he effectively harness these powers. However, when it came to his own abilities, Ye Huo felt a sense of helplessness. After all, one could argue that he was a traveler of sorts. Others either received profound insights from some esteemed predecessor, instantly becoming invincible, or possessed rare tomes that enabled them to attain unparalleled prowess by the age of 20. In contrast, his own capacity for growth through absorption, though seemingly impressive, bore its own drawbacks, namely, the lack of shortcuts. In reality, if there were any shortcuts to speak of, they were scarce. For instance, finding something like the heart of an angel or a super magic crystal from a ninth-tier light beast to absorb could potentially expedite his advancement. Yet, Ye Huo understood that such aspirations were, for the time being, mere fantasies. The heart of an angel, a rarity not seen even once in 800 years within games, was uncertain in this world. Furthermore, even the mere mention of a ninth-tier light beast was met with stern warnings from his teacher. This left Ye Huo in a state of considerable distress. "What are you pondering?" Drank inquired, noticing Ye Huo lost in thought. Ye Huo offered a wry smile and shook his head. "Teacher, do you recall my previous inquiry regarding the light beasts?" "What about it?" Drank responded, somewhat perplexed by Ye Huo's sudden return to the topic. However, he was acutely aware that as long as he was alive, he would never permit Ye Huo to entertain thoughts of those creatures. "Teacher, where exactly are those light beasts?" "I have scoured numerous texts yet found no trace of them," Ye Huo asked, his confusion evident. Upon hearing Ye Huo's words, Drank's expression darkened as he gravely warned, "Ye Huo, I must earnestly advise you to abandon any thoughts of pursuing those beings. Not even the greatest of you could contend with them. Historical records indicate that even during the zenith of the Holy Light Mages, when formidable ninth-tier mages convened in numbers exceeding 10, they all vanished from the annals of history." Seeing Drank's somber demeanor, Ye Huo comprehended that acquiring the magic crystal from the light beasts would be no simple feat. The notion of 10 ninth-tier mages was staggering. If such a coalition were to stand at the borders of the Outcloud Empire and demand its dissolution, it was likely that the Emperor, Falster, would hastily retreat. The fact that none of those powerful mages returned highlighted the perilous nature of that realm. He feared he stood no chance. Contemplating this, Ye Huo's spirits waned as he murmured, "Then, teacher, is there truly no way to obtain a magic crystal of the light beast tier?" "That is not entirely the case. While I cannot speak for other regions, I do know that the Mage Guild may possess such items," Drank replied. Faced with his teacher's contradictory statements, even Ye Huo's formidable mental fortitude was tested, prompting him to stifle an impulse to exclaim, "How exhilarating! Did you not say these items were unattainable? How could the Mage Guild have them?" This conundrum baffled Ye Huo. Did the Mage Guild possess the capability to assemble a force surpassing that of 10 ninth-tier mages? Regardless of whether they be dragons or other magical beasts, they will inevitably come to this continent. And for such solitary creatures, do you still believe they pose a significant threat? Indeed, over the years, it was reasonable to assume that several light beasts must have roamed freely, only to be dealt with by someone. Did this not imply that he still had a chance to acquire such treasures? These matters are not for you to concern yourself with just yet. Prepare diligently today, for tomorrow you shall accompany me to the Mage Guild," Drank instructed. Recognizing Ye Huo's fluctuating emotions and understanding that he was likely contemplating the guild's treasures, with that, he vanished in a flash. Once Drank departed, Ye Huo nearly erupted in excitement. Initially, he had thought joining the Mage Guild would merely grant him access to superior materials. Yet it now appeared there were unexpected rewards to be had. If he could obtain a magic crystal of the light beast caliber, even if he could not directly ascend to 9th tier, achieving 7th tier would certainly be within reach. However, Ye Huo was not naive. He did not believe he could simply assert himself and have the Mage Guild embrace him as their leader, showering him with artifacts and materials. In the grand scheme of the Mage Guild, his capabilities were merely modest. Thus, he recognized that his journey was far from over. Chapter 72. 9th-tier powerhouses for an entire day. Ye Huo pondered matters concerning the Mage Guild. It was only during dinner, when Drank summoned him, that Ye Huo realized he had yet to devise a strategy to infiltrate the upper echelons of the guild. This was not entirely Ye Huo's fault. He had always been a lone wolf. Even in his past as a priest within the game, he seldom teamed up with others. This was not to say that priests were ill-suited for solitary endeavors, but rather that Ye Huo had never been particularly adept at socializing. Several factors contributed to this: his childhood devoid of parental affection, a girlfriend who abandoned him due to financial struggles, and his subsequent descent into poverty that led him to become a uniquely solitary priest in the game. Remarkably, he had managed to retain his sanity amidst such tribulations, let alone face them with joy. I have established contact with the Mage Guild. They are quite pleased with your interest in joining, and a high-ranking counselor is particularly intrigued by you, so you should meet him tomorrow, Drank said, enjoying a sumptuous meal as he spoke. High-ranking counselor. Ye Huo swallowed his food and inquired, what does that entail? Setting down his utensils, Drank straightened in his seat. The position of high-ranking counselor is immensely prestigious. There are only 4 such individuals within the entire Mage Guild. You now grasp the significance of a high-ranking counselor? 9th-tier powerhouse. Upon hearing this, Ye Huo understood the identity of the high-ranking counselor interested in him. However, he was astonished that he had drawn the attention of a 9th-tier powerhouse so early. This could expedite his ascension within the guild. Yet it also presented certain risks. Indeed, Counselor Matacini has come here specifically due to your circumstances. He is quite curious about your abilities. However, I must caution you. Matacini possesses a rather peculiar temperament, Drank remarked, his face twitching slightly at the mention of the peculiarities. This subtle gesture piqued Ye Huo's curiosity about the nature of Counselor Matacini's eccentricities. What do you mean by peculiar? How should I put it? You will meet him tomorrow, and then you shall understand, Drank replied, shaking his head, clearly reluctant to divulge any further details about Matacini. Then, teacher, is Counselor Matacini the sort of person who is difficult to get along with? Ye Huo asked. Attempting to glean more information, Drank pondered for a moment before responding. It would be best for you to form your own impressions after meeting him tomorrow. Recognizing that Drank would not reveal any more about Counselor Matacini that day, Ye Huo wisely refrained from pressing further and quietly resumed his meal. As for the matter of Matacini, he chose not to dwell on it too much. After all, the counselor was a 9th-tier powerhouse, while Ye Huo was but a fledgling, easily squashed by such strength. Thus, knowing more would serve little purpose. After finishing dinner, Ye Huo exchanged a few casual remarks with Drank regarding spell concepts before returning to his quarters. He retrieved a focus orb and placed it beside him, then reclined in his rocking chair. This moment, he had but one objective: to sleep. One notable trait of Ye Huo was his ability to slumber soundly, regardless of the magnitude of impending events. Even Drank could only remark on Ye Huo's remarkable indifference to such matters. The focus orb softly emitted the gentle glow of moonlight. Ye Huo drifted into a peaceful slumber. Whatever significant events awaited him the next day, he believed that sleep was the true priority. A tranquil night passed, and as the dawn's light streamed into the pinnacle of the Mage Tower, Ye Huo awoke. Simultaneously, a figure clad in a green robe appeared before him. Even for someone as familiar with Drank's ethereal presence as Ye Huo, the sudden appearance startled him, banishing all remnants of fatigue. Rise, and do not linger in bed upon waking. Such habits are not conducive to a mage's development, Drank remarked. Amused by Ye Huo's startled expression, to be truthful, Drank had undoubtedly done so intentionally. Ye Huo was confident in his deduction. While he did acknowledge that he had been somewhat lazy, the term linger hardly applied to his situation. His longest bout of idleness had barely exceeded 2 hours. After sitting upright in his rocking chair and freshening up, Ye Huo donned his living armor. This was a request from Delank, and Ye Huo did not possess any particularly fine robes prior to acquiring the spirit robe. Ye Huo had primarily donned the customary, tailored garments that were quite ordinary in nature. After the previous banquet, Ye Huo was reluctant to wear Delank's robe again, as it could easily lead to misunderstandings. Is this acceptable, Master? Ye Huo inquired of Delank once more, having donned the spirit robe. It was, after all, his inaugural visit to the Mage Guild, and having encountered a 9th-tier powerhouse, Ye Huo understood Delank's advice to dress more formally. The first impression one makes is of paramount importance, regardless of one's strength. Ye Huo firmly believed that had he attended the Mage Guild in the shabby attire he wore the previous day, That unseen ninth-tier mage might very well have launched a fireball to send him flying. Thus, for the sake of his reputation and his own safety, he had no choice but to heed his master's counsel. "It will suffice. Let us depart," Delank remarked after carefully inspecting Ye Huo and confirming that nothing was amiss, signaling that they could begin their journey. With Delank's approval, Ye Huo refrained from further comment and was enveloped in a flying spell. Soaring towards the Mage Guild. This mode of transport was a decision both had reached the previous day. Walking would be impractical considering Ye Huo's current popularity. Without employing large-scale destructive magic, he doubted he could reach the Mage Guild before nightfall. Riding on Fatty was outright dismissed by Delank. After all, a dragon was meant for battle, not as a mere mode of transport. Even if Fatty, bound by a master-servant contract with Ye Huo, were to be asked to serve as a vehicle, it was likely that he would not be pleased. Chapter 73. The 8th-tier assassin Delank's speed was clearly incomparable to that of Fatty. The journey from the Cloud Academy to the Mage Guild would take Fatty merely 4 or 5 minutes, while Delank, burdened with Ye Huo, took a full 15 minutes to descend gradually as they descended from the heights. Ye Huo observed the Mage Guild intently, without a doubt, whether assessed by its external appearance or the faint magical fluctuations emanating from the multitude of mage towers. Ye Huo recognized this place as an edifice constructed with considerable resources. However, as he gazed upon the magical runes adorning the perimeter of the guild, a frown creased his brow. Ye Huo was not entirely ignorant of magical runes, while not an expert. He could certainly craft several formidable defensive runes. Yet, seeing the guild's runes, he was appalled that such ostentatious individuals would employ the finest rune stones for what seemed to be a grievous misallocation. Were this in the context of a god-slaying endeavor, it would take but an hour for a cadre of frenzied rune masters to seize these as spoils. What were they thinking with such rudimentary magical defenses? Utilizing runes so lowly regarded that even dogs would ignore them for their protective wards? And what was that about magical guardianship? Surely, they could have at least incorporated reflective mirrors. Merely relying on such defenses was akin to wielding a shield of the unyielding. Contemplating this, Ye Huo could not help but form a dismal opinion of the intellect of the guild's council members. Such a lackluster approach to magical protection would likely falter against even an 8th-tier powerhouse. And if confronted by a 9th-tier challenger, the Mage Guild would be as defenseless as an exposed maiden. How does it look? Quite impressive, isn't it? Just as Ye Huo was lambasting the Mage Guild, Delank interjected with a remark. Indeed. Quite impressive, Ye Huo replied, his tone laced with subtle sarcasm, a few dark lines forming on his forehead. "Ah, I forgot you are not well versed in runes. It's understandable that you cannot grasp their significance. Allow me to enlighten you. These runes are quite formidable. According to the guild's previous president, who designed this very structure, it could withstand the assault of a divine dragon," Delank declared with a hint of pride. Ye Huo was once again taken aback by the sheer audacity of such claims. How could someone so shameless have held the position of the Mage Guild's president? Was the selection of the guild's leader based on a lack of shame? If so, perhaps he could have a chance. As Ye Huo followed Delank toward the seemingly dilapidated Mage Guild, he contemplated whether he could salvage the runes to construct a remarkable sanctuary that lay in the midst of his musings. A sudden surge of murderous intent erupted behind Ye Huo. He was all too familiar with such malevolence. It was a rogue, and a high-tier one at that, capable of daytime stealth, though his mind raced. Ye Huo's reflexes were swift, executing an evasive maneuver that would instill fear in any profession. Rolling hastily to the side as he performed this action, 2 obsidian daggers grazed his back. Although he narrowly evaded this attack, Ye Huo did not dare let his guard down. He possessed an instinctual dread of rogues. This apprehension was not due to the profession's prowess, but rather the knowledge that being targeted by a high-tier rogue would likely render Ye Huo's life devoid of peace. The rogue, momentarily stunned by the failed backstab, found himself at the mercy of Delank's wind blades, which surged toward him in a frenzy. The rogue had no choice but to leap back, disappearing into the shadows once more. Strong concealment. An 8th-tier rogue, be cautious, Delank warned, realizing that this 8th-tier assassin had effortlessly evaded his close-range wind blades. Light Guardian. In an instant, Ye Huo summoned his dragon crystal staff from his autumn water ring, casting Light Guardian upon himself. Windblade Dance. With renewed vigor, Ye Huo unleashed the power contained within the dragon crystal staff, unleashing a torrent of wind blades that surged forth like a tidal wave from every direction. He did not intend to harm the assassin with this spell. Rather, he sought to buy himself a moment's reprieve. Ye Huo was confident that a clever rogue would be loath to take the risk of revealing themselves while under threat once more. That precious moment was vital for him. As the wind blades swirled around him, a massive summoning portal opened behind Ye Huo. This was the very purpose of his spell, to create time, regardless of whether the adversary was an assassin or a deity of death. Ye Huo believed they would not be foolish enough to confront a dragon head-on. Roar! The moment Fatty was summoned, he was fully prepared for battle, his wings unfurled and his countenance fierce as he emerged from the portal. As if sensing Ye Huo's thoughts, the concealed assassin once again evaded the radius of the wind blades, positioning himself behind Ye Huo. The glinting daggers, akin to the hands of death, lunged for Ye Huo's throat, despite Ye Huo's 6th-tier light guardian, which could rival a 7th-tier wind shadow shield. It appeared utterly feeble against the onslaught of these lethal hands. In a flash, the dagger pierced through the shield, pausing for a mere half-second before lunging again toward Ye Huo's neck. Mind shock. Having gained insights from previous battles, Ye Huo had developed a certain rhythm in combat. From the moment the shield was breached to the activation of mind shock, he executed his response with remarkable precision. Even Delank, positioned over 30 meters away, could not help but commend his student. The violet glow of mind shock was evidently swifter than the daggers, and just as they were mere centimeters from Ye Huo's throat, his spell finally turned the tide, immobilizing the assassin in place. With a powerful kick, Ye Huo sent the immobilized assassin hurtling away. Just when Ye Huo thought the battle was nearing its conclusion, a flash of silver light crossed the assassin's face midair. And astonishingly, Ye Huo's mind shock was dispelled. Chapter 74. The flame lance confronted with this unexpected turn of events, Ye Huo internally exclaimed in dismay and hastily cast Light Guardian upon himself, sprinting towards Fatty. However, no matter how much he enhanced his speed, it would pale in comparison to that of an 8th-tier assassin. In the blink of an eye, the assassin reappeared behind Ye Huo, evidently intent on spilling his blood today. Just as a massive fireball, trailing a long tail, collided with the assassin's dagger, deflecting it from its intended target, Ye Huo's back, allowing him to narrowly escape disaster once more. Yet, Ye Huo had no time to contemplate this twist of fate. His thoughts were consumed with the notion that perhaps he was fated to cross paths with the misfortune of rogues. In the game, his first character had met its demise at the hands of a rogue. Would he now face the same fate in this reality? The assassin, having been thrown off course by the fireball, paid no heed to Delank behind him. Instead, he surged forward once more, darting behind Ye Huo, his hands wielding 2 obsidian daggers that sliced through the air with a sharp whistle, aimed at Ye Huo's back. Damn it! Just as the assassin believed he was poised to eliminate Ye Huo in an instant, Ye Huo executed a maneuver yet to be patented in this realm, a lazy roll, while simultaneously unleashing the explosive gale from his dragon crystal staff. Due to the proximity, the explosive gale collided with the assassin's abdomen without fail, propelling him 2 meters away. However, Ye Huo did not perceive this as a significant threat. No matter how frail a rogue's physique might be, a mere explosive gale could hardly inflict substantial harm. The assassin, taken aback, had not anticipated that Ye Huo would so decisively cast a spell at this juncture. Realizing that this assassination attempt had failed, he knew he must retreat, not out of desire to escape, but because Delank, not far off, had already hurled a terrifying flame spear in his direction. He certainly did not consider himself a knight capable of withstanding the full force of an 8th-tier mage's flame spear. Thus, with a resigned sigh, the assassin leapt towards a nearby shop to make his escape. Yet, Ye Huo had no intention of allowing him to flee. "You scared the hell out of me, and now you think you can just run away?" At the moment Fatty arrived by Ye Huo's side, the cooldown period of Ye Huo's mind shock came to an end. Although he knew that the mind shock did not seem particularly effective against this assassin, Ye Huo was aware that even a brief freeze of half a second would allow Delank's blazing flame spear to leave an indelible mark on the assassin's memory. Mind shock. The purplish-golden light of the mind shock surged like lightning into the airborne assassin. The effects of the mind shock were indeed remarkable. Even an 8th-tier assassin found himself suspended in mid-air. Though Ye Huo noticed a flicker of silver light on the assassin's face that seemed to counter his mind shock, a faint smile appeared on Ye Huo's lips. Boom! At the moment the unfortunate assassin was immobilized. The massive spearhead of the flame spear struck his back, The explosion generated a shockwave that hurled him nearly 10 meters away from Fadi. A dragon's breath, capable of melting the hardest stone, erupted from Fadi's mouth. Even though the assassin, who had been struck by the flame spear, managed to dodge slightly, he was still grazed due to his lack of the formidable physique and fighting spirit of a warrior. Though it was merely a graze, it would undoubtedly remain a memorable experience for him. Ye Huo distinctly saw that the assassin's left hand had been deformed by the terrifying dragon's breath. "Teacher, capture him!" Ye Huo shouted frantically at Dilank. This was not out of cruelty, but rather a burning desire to uncover the nature of that silver light which had managed to breach his mind shock. In truth, even had Ye Huo not called out, Dilank would not have allowed this assailant to escape, for he had already discerned the assassin's identity upon witnessing the flicker of silver light. Indeed, this individual was an 8th-tier assassin from the Flame Empire, known as Abdu, and the silver light was of considerable renown, ensuring that even without Ye Huo's urging, Dilank would not let Abdu slip away. Despite his grievous injuries, Abdu was undeniably a professional thief. His speed remained unhampered, a testament to his formidable prowess. Had he not underestimated Ye Huo, it was likely that Ye Huo would be lying dead at that moment. Once again, Abdu attempted to plunge into the bustling marketplace nearby, but despair washed over him as Dilank's explosive fireball began to rain down upon him like a barrage of cannon fire. Adding to his dread was the sight of Fadi, who had taken to the skies. He knew that if he dared to jump again, he would likely turn his other arm into a charred wing. With no escape in sight, Abdu resorted to the cold-blooded cunning expected of a thief. He swiftly dashed into an adjacent noble's shop, hoping to restrain Dilank's assault. After all, this was a noble establishment, and he believed Dilank would hesitate to attack recklessly. His intelligence proved effective, momentarily diverting Dilank's fiery barrage. Yet, he had forgotten that Fadi was soaring above, impervious to the noble's status, upon witnessing Abdu's entrance into the shop. Fadi's dragon breath swiftly revealed to Abdu just how foolish his decision had been. A chorus of gasps erupted as Fadi unleashed his dragon breath upon the unfortunate shop. Ye Huo knew without a doubt that the devastation wrought by Fadi's breath would be immense. Yet he was preoccupied with thoughts of the silver light, oblivious to the fate of the nobles. Boom! Fadi, seemingly addicted to the destruction, continued to unleash his dragon breath upon the beleaguered shop, indifferent to whether Abdu had already perished from the previous assault. Fadi reveled in his fiery onslaught, and Ye Huo saw no reason to intervene, reasoning that if the silver light were indeed something of value, it would not be so easily destroyed by Fadi's flames. At that moment, an ice arrow streaked through the air, trailing a long tail towards the exuberantly breath-spewing Fadi. The ice arrow flew with such velocity that even when Fadi caught sight of it from a distance, he could not evade its approach before it collided with his body. The term collided was apt, for the arrow expanded to nearly the size of a jeep upon reaching Fadi's side. Undoubtedly, even Fadi's magical resistance faltered under the ferocity of such a wild ice arrow, compelling him to ascend rapidly. Is it possible this unfortunate soul has brought such a formidable ally? Yet, it soon dawned on Ye Huo that something was amiss. From the earlier ice arrow, he discerned that this individual was far more powerful than Dilank, leading him to wonder why such a formidable mage would hide away until this moment to strike. Just as Ye Huo pondered this, Dilank approached him. Observing Ye Huo's confusion, Dilank remarked, "That ice arrow must have been the work of Councilman Matasini." As he spoke, a look of reverence crossed his face, revealing his apparent obsession with the power belonging to a 9th-tier mage. "Little one, the target is as good as dead, and you still breathe fire. Do you intend to pay for the damage?" Just as Ye Huo contemplated why Matasini would attack Fadi, a languid voice drifted from the vicinity of the Mage Guild. Ye Huo looked up to see an elderly man, no taller than 5 feet, resembling a dwarf, with a wild white beard and dressed in tattered clothing that resembled the attire of a rustic peasant. Were it not for the impressive staff he held, Ye Huo might have mistaken him for a beggar. However, Matasini soon demonstrated in his own way that he was far from a mere beggar. With a flash of blue light, every shop engulfed in flames from Fadi's dragon breath was instantaneously transformed into ice sculptures. Were this the extent of the spectacle, Ye Huo would not have been overly astonished. However, he quickly realized that the flames had not merely been quenched by the ice magic. They had been frozen solid within the ice. Heavens! Ye Huo understood all too well the magnitude of Fadi's dragon breath. And to extinguish flames ignited by such force, One would require not merely a 6th or 7th tier water mage, but something far more powerful. Ye Huo contemplated just how formidable Matasini was. Their gazes met, and in that moment, recognition sparked between them. God of magic, Matasini exclaimed, his eyes wide with fervor as he flew towards Ye Huo, his voice reverberating with zeal that drew the attention of all around. The title God of Magic left Ye Huo and the others momentarily bewildered. Could he truly be so audacious as to proclaim such a title? Yet, it soon became clear that Matasini was not merely boasting. With remarkable speed, Matasini, though still a distance from Fadi, was already at Ye Huo's side, standing before him, who towered over him by more than a full head, and continued to exclaim, God of Magic, you are truly the God of Magic? Matasini's fervent declaration left even D. momentarily stunned. Although Matasini was known for his eccentricities, he had never exhibited such unrestrained enthusiasm before. What could have compelled him to declare Ye Huo the God of Magic? Wait, the God of Magic cannot possess such frail power. But why do you possess the mental prowess of a God of Magic? Matasini, disregarding the myriad perplexed gazes upon him, pointed his staff, nearly as tall as himself, at Ye Huo, demanding answers. Are you out of your mind? Ye Huo found himself utterly bewildered by the diminutive figure before him, who resembled a deranged escapee from a mental institution. The audacity of the statement that escaped his lips sent a chill of dread coursing through D., who stood nearby. Yet, Matasini's response was even more astonishing. He gazed at Ye Huo with a hint of confusion and inquired, How did you know I hadn't taken my medication today? Faced with Matasini's classically absurd retort, even Ye Huo, the one who posed the question, was momentarily rendered speechless. He believed that anyone encountering such an eccentric individual would fare no better than himself. Matasini, are you all right? D. interjected, unable to bear the sight of his guild's esteemed representative embarrassing himself further in front of so many onlookers. As D.'s words hung in the air, Matasini came to a sudden realization of his own folly, yet instead of anger, he continued to regard Ye Huo with the same bewildered fascination one might reserve for a giant panda in a zoo. Matasini, should we not address the matters at hand here? D. pressed on, noting Matasini's continued silence. Yes, you handle this situation, Matasini replied, pointing at Ye Huo and commanding. You come with me. I have questions to ask you. Though perplexed by Matasini's erratic behavior, Ye Huo had come with the sole purpose of meeting him. Thus, he raised no objections after exchanging a few anxious words with the skybound fatty and followed Matasini towards the Mage Guild. Left to tidy up the aftermath, D. shook his head in resignation, understanding all too well why he had been reluctant to discuss Matasini with Ye Huo. Matasini was, without a doubt, a prodigious magical genius. Having achieved the 9th tier before the age of 70, he had once been hailed as the most promising candidate to succeed the president of the Mage Guild. However, following his ascension to the 9th tier, Matasini began to exhibit signs of erratic behavior. At times he appeared entirely rational, while at others he resembled a child. This unpredictable demeanor led to disillusionment among the many who had high hopes for him. The root of Matasini's madness lay in the rapidity of his ascent to the 9th tier. His rise had not solely been the result of his own abilities, but rather the consequence of serendipitous encounters that propelled him to that pinnacle. Consequently, his mental faculties had not adequately matured to manage the overwhelming influx of magical power, resulting in his current state of instability. Even now, with his mental prowess having reached the 9th tier, he remained unable to fully regain control, only managing to exert a modicum of restraint. D. understood that Matasini often became deranged when confronted with stimuli of considerable intensity, and thus he surmised that Ye Huo's mere presence had triggered this episode of madness. Chapter 76. Ye Huo's secret following Matasini into the Mage Guild. Ye Huo noted the profound respect afforded to Matasini by the numerous mages they passed, all of whom observed the highest etiquette befitting a mage of such stature. Without pause, Matasini navigated through the winding pathways until they stood before the grand entrance of the Mage Tower. Welcome back, esteemed counselor, greeted a middle-aged mage adorned with a 7th tier mage insignia upon his chest, extending a courteous salutation upon Matasini's arrival. Yet, Matasini's subsequent declaration nearly caused Ye Huo's jaw to drop in disbelief. Get out of my way, I have no time. Inform everyone that anyone who enters here without my permission will be turned to ice. In response to Matasini's vehement pronouncement, the 7th tier mage displayed no sign of displeasure. instead nodding in apparent acquiescence and replying, "Yes, esteemed counselor." Was there truly such subservience? Ye Huo found himself questioning whether the Mage Guild operated as a legitimate institution. However, he kept this thought to himself, recognizing that the mage who had just been reprimanded bore no offense. If he could endure the chastisement, why should he react? Upon entering the Mage Tower, Matasini activated the sealing mechanism at the entrance, successfully locking the immense structure behind them, leaving only the somewhat apprehensive Ye Huo and Matasini together. Watching Matasini's actions, Ye Huo felt a flutter of anxiety. Surely this old coot harbored no peculiar predilections? He was a virgin, after all. Surely he would not be subjected to some cruel fate at the hands of a ninth-tier powerhouse. Fortunately, Matasini appeared to possess no such inclinations. Once the ceiling was in place, Matasini's attention shifted back to Ye Huo, delivering a revelation that left Ye Huo even more astonished than if he had discovered some bizarre fetish. "You are a reincarnate," Matasini asserted, gazing at Ye Huo with unwavering certainty. You. Ye Huo stammered, rendered speechless as he grappled with the implications of Matasini's assertion. Could it be that this old sage had grown so powerful as to discern the truth of his transmigration? In your previous life, you must have been a formidable god of magic. While I am uncertain of how you transported your mental faculties to this realm, I am certain you are aware of this fact, Matasini continued. His gaze fixed intently upon Ye Huo. Ye Huo endeavored to quell his tumultuous emotions. Fortunately, his years as a priest had endowed him with exceptional psychological resilience. Regaining his composure, he fixed Matasini with a sharp gaze. "How do you know this? As a god of magic, you ought not to pose such a foolish question. Do you not realize that your mental prowess has betrayed you?" At this revelation, Ye Huo finally grasped Matasini's meaning. It seemed he had been overly suspicious. No matter how formidable Matasini might be, he could not possibly ascertain the truth of Ye Huo's situation. The notion of reincarnation, as Matasini described, was something Ye Huo had encountered in literature, which suggested that a god of magic, upon reaching the pinnacle of the ninth tier, could potentially utilize their immense mental power to momentarily retreat into a dimensional space before their life drew to a close, thus waiting for a suitable time to be reborn. What Matasini referred to was likely this form of reincarnation. While it did not entirely align with Ye Huo's experience, he could not help but admire Matasini's perceptiveness. Truly, the ninth tier was a realm of extraordinary insight. So what? Even if I possess formidable mental power, I am merely a sixth-tier priest at present, Ye Huo retorted, having resolved to adopt a more audacious demeanor. If Matasini had misconstrued his identity, he might as well exploit the situation. For this newfound status of a reincarnated god of magic could potentially facilitate his ascent within the Mage Guild. At the moment Ye Huo acknowledged his reincarnation as a god of magic, a brilliant spark ignited in Matasini's eyes. "It is indeed true, my research has borne fruit. Ha! Someone has truly succeeded in reincarnation. Pray tell, how did you accomplish it?" Matasini fell back into a state of manic enthusiasm, revealing just how profoundly the concept of reincarnation affected him. Faced with Matasini's inquiries, Ye Huo pondered how best to fabricate a response. After all, the notion of reincarnation was merely theoretical. No one had ever truly achieved it, so even the most implausible tale he devised would likely go unchallenged. "Why should I divulge this to you?" Although Ye Huo had concocted a story in his mind, he recognized his nature as one who would not utter a falsehood without a just cause. He knew that seizing the opportunity to extract some benefits would be well within his rights as a transmigrator. "What do you desire?" Matasini, surprisingly amenable, inquired in response to Ye Huo's challenge. It was not that Ye Huo intended to extort him. Rather, Matasini's eagerness to comply was simply too enticing to resist. If he did not seize this opportunity, he would feel remiss. "What do you think could possibly be worth the price of my secret?" Ye Huo feigned a sense of mystery, though in truth, he had already decided what he wanted. Items such as blue magic stones and the powdered remnants of hellfire, resources he desperately needed but lacked, were at the forefront of his mind. Indeed, what could be deemed valuable enough to warrant such a secret? Matasini pondered aloud, once again slipping into a state of mania. Engaging in soliloquy. It was evident that Matasini's fragile sanity posed a significant risk. His condition was far worse than that of someone simply lacking clarity. The most tragic aspect was the awareness that he might descend into madness at any moment. As thoughts of mental prowess swirled in Ye Huo's mind, he began to contemplate the notion of possessing the mental acuity of a ninth-tier god of magic. Surely, As a transmigrator, he should not inherently possess such capabilities. Could it be? Might it be that since he had retained the abilities of a priest, he had also brought forth the tiered status from the game? If this were indeed the case, it would explain why he faced no tier-related limitations upon entering this reality. He was inherently a ninth-tier being, merely unable to achieve that status due to the temporary inadequacy of his divine power. This singular explanation seemed to account for everything. That if this hypothesis held true, he would undoubtedly need to acquire the materials for the Titan potion. If my conjecture proves to be accurate, then the Titan potion is undoubtedly tailored for someone like me. Chapter 77. This is robbery. As Drink slowly melted the ice sculpture before him with a fireball, he frequently cast glances toward the tallest tower of the Mage Guild. Ye Huo had been inside with Matasini for at least an hour. And while the ice was nearly gone, Ye Huo had yet to emerge. Could something have gone awry? Boom! The thunderous explosion startled Drink, nearly causing a backlash of magical energy. Within the Mage Guild, the ceiling of the highest tower was suddenly blown off, and a voice emerged that could strike terror into the hearts of those with weak constitutions. This is robbery. This is a blatant act of robbery. You'd be doing me a favor by killing me instead. Hearing that voice, Drink's heart sank. It was unmistakably Matasini's voice. He simply could not fathom what Ye Huo had done to provoke such fury from Matasini. Such an act of demolishing the Mage Tower seemed unprecedented, even for someone as deranged as Matasini. Impossible. You might as well rob the Mage Guild outright. What you're saying is something I've never witnessed. The shouts continued, polluting the ears of everyone nearby. Old man, stop pretending. I've told you. Take it or leave it. Just as everyone pondered whether the young man who had entered with Matasini had been frozen into an ice sculpture, Ye Huo's voice rang out. Upon hearing it, Drink's mouth dropped open in disbelief. He had considered that Ye Huo might have offended Matasini, but he never imagined Ye Huo would dare to speak to Matasini in such a manner. Countless others shared Drink's astonishment, wondering if the audacious individual daring to shout at Matasini would soon be turned into an ice sculpture and hurled from the tower. Yet, just as everyone braced for the spectacle of flying ice sculptures, the tense argument abruptly ceased. As many contemplated what could have transpired inside, a rather irritating voice emerged from the Mage Tower. Now that's more like it, once the goods are in hand. I assure you'll be satisfied with my answer. Huh? Listening to that voice, numerous heads fell into a state of shock. Could it be that the young man had triumphed in negotiations with the counselor? Surely, this was not a dream. Before long, Ye Huo proved they were not dreaming at all. As he and Matasini strolled leisurely out of the Mage Tower, Ye Huo's complexion vibrant and invigorated, while Matasini appeared as though he had just lost a loved one. His face a ghastly shade that sent shivers down the spines of the assembled mages. All right, little ma, that will suffice for now. But remember, I'll be back in 6 months to collect. Don't let me down, Ye Huo said, patting the unfortunate ninth-tier mage on the shoulder as if he were a mentor. Ye Huo was unaware of the monumental impact this casual address had on the surrounding mages, leaving them to ponder who Ye Huo truly was. Capable of commanding the notoriously unhinged Matasini's obedience, the mages understood Matasini's temperament well. Even a newcomer to the Mage Guild would face a barrage of brutal magical assaults if Matasini happened to be in a foul mood. Thus, the mere sight of Matasini instilled more fear than encountering the fabled guild leader. For a man so prone to violence, especially one as powerful as Matasini, to provoke him recklessly could lead to dire consequences. Rest assured, in 6 months, you shall receive what you desire. However, I hope to obtain a satisfactory answer as well, Matasini replied, his face contorted with displeasure. Yet, given his current predicament, he dared not show his true colors. At that moment, he regarded Ye Huo as an ancient being, reborn countless times. Who would dare claim such an ancient creature lacked a means of self-preservation? Despite being a ninth-tier demigod, Matasini would not recklessly engage with someone he perceived as a formidable entity. After all, should Ye Huo unleash a catastrophic spell, even Matasini's formidable physique might not withstand the onslaught. Hence, he resolved to endure, aware that his occasional bouts of insanity did not equate to foolishness. Carelessness could lead to his untimely demise. Oh, I almost forgot to ask. Do I need to complete any formalities to join the Mage Guild, or do I have any obligations? Ye Huo inquired. Turning back as he walked, it suddenly dawned on him that his primary purpose for being there was not merely to extort Matasini, but to join the Mage Guild. However, Matasini's fervor had compelled him to engage in extortion. How could he refuse an elderly man nearing the end of his days? None. Nothing at all. Besides the opportunity to claim a share when the Mage Guild faces bankruptcy. You have no obligations. Of course, you must publicly acknowledge that you are a member of the Mage Guild, Matasini replied, suppressing his urge to strangle Ye Huo. Bankruptcy and still receiving a share. It seems the Mage Guild offers quite the benefits, Ye Huo remarked cheekily. Observing Matasini's expression, the absurdity of their exchange struck the onlookers differently, causing even Drink, who had just finished resolving matters with Abdona, to furrow his brow in confusion. Although Drink was aware that Ye Huo harbored many secrets, he remained perplexed as to what those secrets could be that would so enrapture Matasini. Master, have you resolved the situation over there? Ye Huo turned to see Drink's unusual expression. Drink merely nodded, saying nothing more. Then let us return. I have matters to discuss with you, Ye Huo said, pulling Drink along as they exited, leaving Matasini seething with thoughts of, how could this young man be so audacious? An ancient being, reborn countless times, daring to refer to a mage barely a century old as master, how utterly shameless. Chapter 78. The arcane mask under Drink's levitation spell. Ye Huo followed him back to the mage tower belonging to Drink at the Outcloud Academy. Upon their return, Ye Huo, who had prepared a series of explanations for Drink's inquiries, was taken aback to find that Drink had not posed a single question about the recent events. Ye Huo, everyone should have their own secrets, and yours belongs solely to you. However, there is one thing I hope you remember. You are a part of the Outcloud Empire. Drink spoke with a somber expression. Master, Ye Huo was taken aback by Drink's sudden change in demeanor. Feeling a wave of confusion wash over him, he began to question whether concealing his secrets from someone who genuinely cared for him was the right choice. Nevertheless, Ye Huo understood that his truths must remain buried deep within him. Setting aside whether anyone would believe his story, the fact that he hailed from another world was a secret that he could never disclose if he claimed to be an ancient being reborn multiple times. Perhaps the people of this world would accept him, as legends of such occurrences had existed since antiquity. However, his particular secret had no precedent, leaving Ye Huo fearful of being captured and subjected to experimentation. As a cowardly individual, he believed that maintaining this secret was imperative. Perhaps one day, when he possessed power that could shake the very foundations of the world, he might reveal his truth, but certainly not now. Enough said. Just remember you are a part of the Outcloud Empire. I do not wish to know anything further, Drink said, his gaze fixed intently on Ye Huo. Rest assured, regardless of what the future holds, the Outcloud Empire is my home, and I will not allow anyone to trample upon it, Ye Huo vowed. His fists clenched. He understood the underlying message in Drink's words, that the elder was concerned that he might abandon the Outcloud Empire to pursue greater ambitions elsewhere. Upon hearing Ye Huo's promise, a smile broke across Drink's face. This was the answer he had most desired. While he had not contemplated what kind of being Ye Huo might become, he was certain that Ye Huo's potential would far surpass anything he could imagine. Drink's primary concern was also Ye Huo's attitude towards the Izumo Empire. Despite the current state of mutual restraint between Ye Huo and the Izumo Empire, if one day Ye Huo were to truly ascend to a divine level, it would likely terrify Falstert, who would no longer dare to threaten Ye Huo using his family. I believe your words. Now, let us discuss what prompted you to hurriedly pull me back just now, Drink remarked with a smile directed at Ye Huo. Upon seeing Drink's expression improve, Ye Huo visibly sighed in relief and said, Teacher, I am planning to leave the Mage Tower for a while. Do you intend to return home for a time? Drink's first thought upon hearing that Ye Huo would be leaving the Mage Tower was that he intended to visit his parents. However, Drink could understand Ye Huo's desire. Regardless of the myriad secrets Ye Huo harbored, one undeniable truth remained: his affection for his parents. Otherwise, Falstert would not have been able to leverage Ye Huo's family to manipulate him. Not quite. I wish to visit Luoxiao Mountain. Luoxiao Mountain? What is your purpose there? Drink was momentarily perplexed upon hearing that Ye Huo was not returning home, but instead heading to Luoxiao Mountain. In truth, Ye Huo had not planned to depart so soon. But after today's incident with Abdu, he finally realized the significance of the Crown of Saints. Had Abdu wielded 2 short swords instead of a dagger today, Ye Huo likely would have been a lifeless corpse by now. Reflecting on this, Ye Huo recalled the silver light emanating from Abdu. I seek a particular material there. By the way, what exactly was that silver light on Abdu? Upon hearing Ye Huo's inquiry, Drink produced a silver mask from his spatial ring. Ye Huo could not immediately discern the material of the mask, but the flowing silver light upon it evoked a peculiar sensation, as if it were shrouded in mist, rendering it elusive. That silver light is this, an arcane mask, Drank stated. Pressing the mask into Ye Huo's hands as Ye Huo received the mask, he discovered it bore no weight whatsoever. If not for the tactile sensation in his hand and the visual confirmation that he indeed held an object, he might have suspected he was grasping nothing more than a wisp of air. The arcane mask is a remarkable alchemical creation, a relic from ancient times. Such masks typically possess one or two unique effects. Inferior versions may only have the ability to alter the user's appearance, while superior arcane masks exhibit additional capabilities. Clearly, this arcane mask is of exceptional quality, likely possessing the ability to dispel malevolent forces. Dispelling malevolent forces? What does that entail? This was the first time Ye Huo had heard of such a spell, leaving him uncertain about its precise function. Dispelling malevolent forces is a long-lost spell, now likely only found within ancient magical artifacts like this one. This spell is akin to your mind fire, but it lacks the extraordinary capability to dispel any spell that first encounters your mind fire. It can only eliminate certain harmful spells, Drank explained while placing the arcane mask on his own face. Then, an astonishing transformation occurred. Drank's visage became somewhat blurred, and after 3 seconds, he bore an uncanny resemblance to Ye Huo. A phantom mask. Ye Huo gazed at the miraculous ability of the mask, suddenly reminded of an item in alchemical history renowned for its difficulty to create, the phantom mask. In the past, this mask had brought countless alchemists to tears in games, and here it was, manifesting before him. For a moment, Ye Huo questioned whether his fatigue had led him to hallucinate. What phantom mask? Drank inquired, puzzled by Ye Huo's mention of it. Realizing this was likely not a phantom mask, Ye Huo understood that the capabilities associated with such a legendary artifact could not be compared to those of the arcane mask. Chapter 79. Team Ye Huo was well aware of the phantom mask's functions. Not only could it alter the user's facial features, but it could also transform every characteristic of the user, effectively making them appear as an entirely different individual. However, if that were all it could do, the phantom mask would not rank just below the ultimate staff of the priesthood, the staff of the archangel. The true allure of the phantom mask lay in its ability to assume any form. In other words, it could mimic any creature the user had encountered, granting them 50% of that creature's power. What did this entail? It meant that if one possessed a phantom mask, they could glance at the god of light in Angel City and transform into a half-god of light. If 10 individuals wielded phantom masks, they could potentially overthrow the god of light. Of course, this remained a beautiful yet cruel fantasy, as the materials required for creating a phantom mask were utterly outrageous. The left finger bone of the god of light, the hair of the Grim Reaper, the saliva of the dragon god, and the antlers of the light-dark 9-color deer. What on earth were these? If someone could acquire such items, what need would there be for a phantom mask? Setting aside the god of light, the Grim Reaper, and the dragon god, 3 entities capable of effortlessly sending all players in the world back to their revival points with a mere stomp. Merely confronting the light-dark 9-color deer was a task beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals. Ye Huo recalled an instance prior to his ascension to the 9th tier, where a super guild had organized over 1,000 9th-tier experts from around the world to confront the light-dark 9-color deer, resulting in over 70% casualties, while the remaining 30% were left terrified to the point of tears at the mere mention of its name. This vividly illustrated that these 4 beings were nearly unbeatable superbosses, rendering the phantom mask a joke among all developers. Yet, as Ye Huo assessed the effects of the arcane mask, it was evident that it paled in comparison to the phantom mask, even to the extent of being unable to match a single hair of it. Nonetheless, it was undeniably a fascinating artifact. How remarkable is this mask? Though you possess mind fire, the ability to dispel malevolent forces should still prove beneficial, Drank remarked, removing the arcane mask from his face and restoring his original appearance. Indeed, it is truly wondrous. Ye Huo nodded in approval, recognizing that the arcane mask would indeed be advantageous to him, enabling him to avoid considerable trouble on his upcoming journey. Drank handed the arcane mask back to Ye Huo, saying, "By the way, you mentioned you intend to travel to Luoxia Mountain in search of materials. Is there truly nothing available from Pierre?" Taking the arcane mask without hesitation, Ye Huo tucked it into his Qiushui ring and replied to Drank, Do you recall the blue demon stone I mentioned last time? I learned from Pierre that this rare material is sourced from Luoxiao Mountain. Thus, I must make the trip. Ye Huo disclosed his purpose without reservation, as there was nothing shameful about it. Very well, I shall not accompany you this time. With Fatty and this arcane mask, as long as you do not provoke others recklessly, you should be quite safe. Drank nodded in agreement. When do you plan to depart? Ye Huo pondered before responding. Tomorrow seems appropriate. The sooner I resolve this matter, the better I can focus on my training. How about this? Why not set off the day after tomorrow? The Academy is organizing a group of graduating students who also intend to go to Luoxiao Mountain. Perhaps you could accompany them. While Luoxiao Mountain is not overly perilous, I cannot help but feel uneasy without a teacher from the Academy present. If you join them, you could help mitigate any dangers they might encounter. The Academy is also heading to Luoxiao Mountain. Ye Huo's smile widened upon hearing this news. Although he felt confident with the arcane mask and Fatty, he was still a priest with little combat prowess. That it was inevitable that he would encounter some unexpected situations along the way. Even with the dragon crystal staff, it was not an infinite resource that he could not rely on Fatty for every challenge, lest his true identity be revealed to the world before he even reached Luoxiao Mountain. Yes, they will set off early the day after tomorrow. I will arrange for you to join their ranks, allowing you to travel with them. After all, you are in search of materials. These individuals may even prove helpful, Drank explained. Noting Ye Huo's interest in accompanying the Academy's group. Very well, this will undoubtedly save me considerable hassle along the way. Ye Huo agreed, nodding in assent to Drank's suggestion. There will be approximately 30 individuals in this expedition. All fifth-year graduates, so they are generally above the 5th tier in cultivation. You need not worry excessively about them. While there are some magical beasts in Luoxiao Mountain, as long as you do not venture too deep into the abyss, you will encounter no significant issues. Rest assured, teacher, I will return promptly after acquiring the blue demon stone. Do not rush. Observing the world with these young people is a worthwhile experience. You have 3 months for this journey, Drank replied, patting Ye Huo's shoulder with a sense of pride. However, unbeknownst to him, Ye Huo's urgency to return with the blue demon stone was not driven by a desire to cultivate, but rather by the pressing need to forge the crown of saints. Without the security of the crown, Ye Huo felt an unshakable sense of vulnerability. All right, prepare yourself. I will arrange matters with the Academy's instructors. This time, you should adopt a different name and accompany them. Drank chuckled at Ye Huo's excitement as he made his way towards the Mage Tower. As Ye Huo watched Drank depart, he ascended to his own quarters, pondering the details of this outing. This was undoubtedly Ye Huo's first experience joining a team. Even in the past, during his gaming days, he had only ventured out with a small party of 3 or 4 individuals to explore minor ruins. Thus, he was filled with curiosity regarding this larger group. However, upon considering that these youngsters were merely at the 5th or 6th tier of power, Ye Huo could not help but shake his head with a wry smile. With a bunch of such inexperienced children, how exhilarating could the experience truly be? It was hardly feasible to lead 30-odd youngsters of such low tier to slay a dragon. That would be tantamount to courting death. Ye Huo failed to realize that he himself was only at the 6th tier and was, in fact, a priest in need of protection. Chapter 80. The mysterious trio. What did you say? Even Obduo has failed. Did you not assure me that there would be no issues? In the grand hall of the Flame Empire's palace, the sovereign, Myra, bellowed at a cloaked figure kneeling before her. Your Majesty, the primary reason lies in Obduo's carelessness. Although Ye Huo is a magical dragon knight, his own strength is merely at the 6th tier. Had Obduo not chosen to act in Drank's presence, he would surely have succeeded. The cloaked figure defended himself, attempting to shift the blame onto the deceased 8th tier assassin, Obduo. I do not care who is the fool. All I know is that the Outcloud Empire has stationed 600,000 troops at our borders. Given the current morale of the Flame Empire, it seems the Outcloud Empire has a 70% chance of annexing our territory, Myra declared, striking the table before her with indignation. Your Majesty, I will contact the Assassin's Guild. Rest assured, he will not survive beyond a month, the cloaked figure conceded, acknowledging the truth in Myra's words. The Outcloud Empire had indeed amassed over 600,000 troops at the border just 2 weeks prior, poised for an imminent assault. While such a force was undeniably terrifying for the Flame Empire, it paled in comparison to the blow dealt by the death of a dragon knight and the capture of a dragon. It could be said that if the Outcloud Empire's magical dragon knight were to appear at the border alongside Fatty, the morale of the Flame Empire would plummet to its lowest point in history. Fool. Do you think he is as foolish as you? Following Abduo's assassination failure, Ye Huo will undoubtedly avoid showing his face again, making the opportunity to eliminate him exceedingly rare, Myra lamented with a sigh. Then your majesty, find a way to contact the Orc Empire. We must employ any means necessary to divert those dull-witted orcs from the Outcloud Empire's flank. Myra's gaze darkened as a nefarious scheme began to take shape in his mind. Observing a group of Outcloud Academy students gathered around a campfire, engaged in idle chatter about the adventures that awaited them upon leaving the academy, Ye Huo felt a disconcerting sense of disconnection. It was not that he wished to feel this way, but rather that the nature of their conversation left him somewhat incredulous. Carter, how wonderful it would be if we encountered a dragon. Perhaps I could become a dragon knight as well. A towering figure, easily 2 meters tall, exclaimed to a rather unsightly rogue beside him. Indeed, Ye Huo, who is around our age, has already become a magical dragon knight. If only I could become a dragon thief, Carter, the rogue, said with a look of longing on his face. Listening to their nonsensical banter, Ye Huo could only shake his head in resignation. Encounter a dragon? Not to mention a dragon, even if this team were to face a common 8th-tier magical beast. The only outcome, should he refrain from intervening, would be utter annihilation. From their conversation, Ye Huo discerned that this group likely comprised aristocratic offspring. Possessing such power at their age certainly marked them as the chosen ones. However, these privileged youths had been sheltered in a gilded cage, oblivious to the harsh realities that lay beyond. Yet, amongst the group, 2 individuals captured Ye Huo's attention. One was the team leader, Kohler, whose strikingly handsome visage could enchant any girl. However, he bore no resemblance to the typical dandy flitting through flower-laden paths. Instead, Kohler presented a demeanor of cold indifference upon Ye Huo's initial encounter, despite his efforts to conceal his noble airs. Ye Huo could easily discern that Kohler had undoubtedly received the most rigorous noble education from a young age. The other individual who piqued Ye Huo's interest was a rogue named Gaston, whose remarkable appearance was unforgettable at first glance. Contrary to expectations of a rogue, Gaston was strikingly handsome, and his every move exuded an air of nobility that would likely mislead anyone unfamiliar with him into associating him with the less reputable profession. Apart from these 2, there was also a familiar face among the team, Princess Farney, who had left Ye Huo speechless during their previous encounter at a banquet. At present, Farney donned a 5th-tier fire mage robe, which, while lacking in grandeur, possessed an intriguing charm. As Ye Huo observed them, the rest of the team quietly regarded him, with nearly all harboring the same thought. Why had the instructor assigned a seemingly useless individual to their ranks? They sensed no trace of fighting spirit or magical prowess emanating from him. Gaston and Kohler sat conversing approximately 100 meters away from Ye Huo. Gaston, what do you think this fellow's background is? Kohler inquired. I do not know, but my grandfather advised me to avoid provoking him, Gaston replied, glancing at Ye Huo. Their eyes met, and Gaston was taken aback to see this seemingly worthless individual smiling enigmatically and waving at him. What a peculiar fellow. While I am indeed curious about him, my grandfather also cautioned that he is not someone we can afford to antagonize, Kohler remarked, returning Ye Huo's wave with a radiant smile. Brother, what are you discussing? Just as they pondered Ye Huo's identity, Farney bounced over from the campfire to join them. Hearing her words, Kohler furrowed his brow and chastised the adorably innocent princess. How many times must I tell you? Call me captain. If you make another mistake, I will not hesitate to send you home. Clearly displeased by Kohler's reprimand, Farney shot him a glare before turning to Gaston. Gaston, is Manatira still pestering you? Haha, I believe you must inquire with her about that, Gaston said, unable to maintain a stern expression before the charming princess and mustering a forced smile. Chapter 81. Machina Yi was sat quietly, observing the 3 of them exchanging glances and considering their relationship. Their interactions indicated a profound familiarity among them. What astonished Ye Huo the most was that he had just witnessed Kohler sternly admonishing Farney, yet she displayed no sign of resentment towards such reprimand. This suggested that Kohler held a position of significant authority, and the fact that Gaston mingled with them led Ye Huo to believe that Gaston was far from an ordinary commoner or minor noble. Relinquishing his observation of the trio, Ye Huo worried that focusing too intently on them might draw their attention, for he sought to maintain a low profile during this outing, without Drank and Hoddings accompanying him. And despite possessing the trump card of Fatty, Ye Huo was acutely aware that his safety was not guaranteed. Now, having altered his appearance, he understood that discretion was paramount. "Excuse me, what is your name?" "I don't believe I've seen you before," a soft voice called from behind Ye Huo. Turning around, he was met with a girl clad in a ranger's leather attire, her curiosity evident in her gaze. While not conventionally beautiful, her attire imbued her with a strikingly valiant aura. Faced with this girl who dared approach him, a figure deemed useless by others, Ye Huo could not help but smile in return. "I am from another academy. I am merely accompanying you for some training as arranged by your dean." Drank. Ye Huo relayed the fabricated story crafted by Drank. "Oh, so you are that student from the other academy. I am Michina. It is a pleasure to meet you." The girl named Mitsai extended her delicate, fair hand towards Ye Huo, clearly intending to shake hands with him. Unable to refuse such an innocent child, Ye Huo reached out his hand and clasped it with that of the young archer. Mitsai, this marked his first physical contact with the opposite sex after parting ways with her. "You haven't told me your name yet," Mitsai said, her curious gaze fixed on Ye Huo, her eyes seemingly brimming with words as they blinked incessantly. "My name is Hawkins, and it is a pleasure to meet you," Ye Huo replied, sharing the name he had crafted for himself. "You wear a mage's robe. Are you a mage? But why do I feel no magical aura emanating from you?" Mitsai inquired, her expression one of confusion as she scrutinized Ye Huo. She could not comprehend why this man, donned in mage's attire, failed to exude any sense of magical energy. Typically, such a phenomenon could occur in one of two scenarios. Either the individual was 2 tiers above her. For instance, if Mitsai were a 5th-tier archer, then only a 7th-tier mage or higher could possibly elude her perception of magical fluctuations. However, this seemed highly improbable. Who had ever encountered a 7th-tier mage under the age of 20? And even if such a prodigy existed, it was unlikely they would accompany her to Falling Sunset Mountain. Such exceptional individuals would likely be nurtured by the Mage Guild long ago. A mage? Certainly not. Ye Huo chuckled inwardly at Mitsai's perplexed expression. The girl appeared to be around 18 or 19, yet her naive demeanor resembled that of a 10-year-old child. "But if you are not a mage, why are you wearing a mage's robe?" Mitsai's curiosity intensified upon hearing Ye Huo's denial, as she understood that only mages were typically permitted to don such garments, lest they face scrutiny from the Mage Guild. "Who told you this is a mage's robe?" Ye Huo tilted his head. Regarding the inquisitive girl, Mitsai was momentarily taken aback by Ye Huo's counter-question, clearly not having anticipated such a response that in her view, he should have been explaining the matter of the mage's robe instead. But, Mitsai stammered, unsure of how to respond to his inquiry. Ye Huo smiled and said, "No need for buts. Aside from the ceremonial robes that signify one's identity as a mage, nearly all combat mage robes exhibit magical fluctuations. But can you sense any magical aura from my robe?" As Mitsai pondered his words, she realized that indeed, there seemed to be no magical energy emanating from Hawkins' robe. Could it truly not be a mage's robe? "All right, little sister, it's time for you to rest. We have a long journey ahead tomorrow," Ye Huo interjected, noticing that Mitsai seemed poised to ask more questions. "Very well, we shall talk again when time permits," Mitsai nodded, recalling the necessity of rest, and made her way towards the girl's tent. Watching Mitsai gradually retreat, Ye Huo smiled. He had not anticipated encountering such a charming girl within the Cloud Academy, were it not for her somewhat naive disposition. He would consider her a fine companion. Adjusting his spirit robe, Ye Huo beamed. He had been correct in his earlier assertion. Standard combat robes indeed carried magical fluctuations, yet his spirit robe seemed to defy this classification, as it did not amplify the wielder's magical power. Thus, it was only natural for it to emit no magical aura. Ye Huo felt quite satisfied with this aspect of his spirit robe. Reminiscent of the void robe he eagerly anticipated, which also refrained from revealing any magical fluctuations when its effects were not in use. Contemplating the void robe stirred a yearning within him. Ye Huo vowed that if he were to acquire the void robe, he would no longer seek the accursed blue magic stones for the creation of that wretched crown of the saint. The materials for the void robe were exceedingly rare, even in the past, and had it not been for a fortuitous find, he doubted he could have amassed the required components even if he exhausted his fortune. Though the materials for the void robe were not as outrageously rare as those for the phantom mask, they certainly ranked just below the archangel's staff in terms of scarcity. Of course, the effects of the void robe justified its exorbitant cost, which left countless aspiring mages in despair. The void robe possessed a built-in void array, Once activated, the wearer could enjoy a 10-minute immunity to all physical damage. While the Void Robe offered only this singular benefit, unlike other robes that enhanced the wielder's abilities, the implication of a 10-minute immunity to all physical attacks was clear to anyone with common sense. In the face of any warrior, the owner of the Void Robe would possess 10 minutes of invincibility. 10 minutes. Even a warrior on stimulants could not withstand a mage for 10 minutes. Chapter 82. Unprofessional that night. Ye Huo did not sleep. Not due to a transformation in his lazy habits, but because amidst the cacophony of frenzied students, he found even his remarkably thick nerves unable to succumb to slumber. Before dawn, the equally sleepless Kohler addressed the now quiet group. Everyone, I believe it is time for us to set off. We must reach Yektown tonight. Otherwise, we shall have no choice but to sleep outdoors alongside the beasts. Though a multitude of energized individuals expressed their support for Kohler, a fair number of lazy souls, like Ye Huo, voiced their discontent. However, under Kohler's seemingly predatory demeanor, everyone begrudgingly stowed their grievances and prepared to depart. Look at this motley crew. I guarantee that if they reach Falling Sunset Mountain in this state, we will only need to pack half as much food for our return, Gaston remarked, observing the slowly moving noblewomen as they complained about their burdens while packing up their tents. This is not our concern. I can lead them, but I cannot guide them. Whether they return is beyond either of our control. It ultimately hinges on their own performance. Kohler replied with a stoic expression. Ye Huo gathered the only item he possessed aside from his food, a blanket. He recognized that he had no intention of retrieving any additional items. He believed tents were of little use, especially in perilous regions, where such constructs and campfires acted merely as beacons for magical beasts. They would not shield them. Instead, they would render the group even more vulnerable. Yet Ye Huo understood that without these tents, the noblemen and women would be unable to cope, so he kept this understanding buried within. Sometimes, one must endure hardship to foster growth among the inexperienced. I sincerely hope you refrain from bringing your pampered heirs from home into this team. We are headed to the perilous Falling Sunset Mountain, not to sightsee at Biliris Mountain. That I cannot guarantee your foolish decisions 1T cost you your lives. Kohler admonished the leisurely group, losing patience at last. I fear that if a beast tide were to strike, we would all be doomed. Look at your belongings. Do you truly believe that dragging along such a wretched pillow will prove useful? Kohler exclaimed, snatching a large doll-shaped pillow from a passing noblewoman and glaring at her with a countenance darker than that of a magical beast. But this is my favorite. I cannot sleep without it, the noblewoman replied, her eyes wide with fear as she gazed at Kohler. With a firm grip, Kohler tore the doll-shaped pillow into shreds and turned to the nearly weeping noblewoman, saying, "Sleep? You need not worry about that. Once we reach Falling Sunset Mountain, you will have no opportunity to sleep, for you could become a magical beast's lunch or dinner at any moment." Listening to Kohler's somewhat intimidating words, Ye Huo found amusement. Clearly, Kohler was a capable leader, for he would not naively believe he could win people over solely through kindness. Although Ye Huo had never been a leader, he understood that a competent leader must possess a certain resolve. Otherwise, if one relied solely on words to persuade others, one could only be deemed a puppet leader. Kohler, you have gone too far. How could you treat such a beautiful noblewoman in this manner? A seemingly foolish individual suddenly emerged from the crowd, prompting Ye Huo to suspect that this imbecile might be an actor arranged by Kohler, for his timing was too convenient. Too far? If you believe I have overstepped, you are free to leave this team at any moment. Or you may challenge me. Anyone who can best me may assume the role of leader, Kohler declared, unsheathing a massive sword nearly 1.5 meters long and swinging it a few times. Do you have no sense of noble decorum? The warrior, realizing Kohler was serious, appeared somewhat apprehensive, fully aware of Kohler's prowess as a peak 6th-tier combat knight. As for myself, being a 5th-tier warrior, even if Kohler remains stationary and merely activates his aura for defense, I doubt I could breach his defenses. If you lack the courage to face a challenge, step aside. I reiterate, I stand ready to accept any challenge at any time, Kohler proclaimed, surveying the crowd with his great sword firmly in hand. Of course, until someone manages to topple me, I remain your captain. Therefore, I command all of you to dispose of any rubbish you've brought, aside from tents, food, and water. Otherwise, I assure you that the first to fall will undoubtedly be you. Observing that no one dared to voice any dissent against their captain, Kohler exhaled with relief, sheathing his great sword upon his back. Although Kohler was acutely aware that his prowess surpassed that of anyone else in the group, he understood that these pampered noblemen would generally shy away from a genuine confrontation with him. Yet, who could guarantee that they wouldn't become unruly and assault him en masse? In such a scenario, even if he were a 7th-tier warrior, he might find himself utterly incapacitated under Kohler's threat and admonition. The noble young lords and ladies, albeit reluctantly, discarded many items that Ye Huo found utterly amusing. Dolls, toys, and other frivolities were cast aside, with the exception of Ye Huo, who seemed to be the only one untouched by such childish whims. Most bewilderingly, one mage had even brought along a complete set of dining utensils. It appeared he genuinely believed this was merely a leisurely excursion. After a full half-hour, this team, which Ye Huo regarded as having combat capabilities inferior even to a pathetic band of thieves, finally reorganized under Kohler's intimidation and prepared to head out of the city. Ye Huo took his place at the rear of the formation, standing alongside a group of knights. This had become a habit for him as a priest. A competent priest ought to position themselves amidst the most challenging of situations within the group. The knights, being the most formidable presence, ensured that anyone with a modicum of sense would refrain from launching a surprise attack on them, thus making Ye Huo's position decidedly secure. Chapter 83. Captain Kohler as they departed the city. The pace of the team was not particularly swift, yet it was by no means sluggish. After all, each member boasted a minimum of 4th-tier strength, making them quite capable in terms of travel. Kohler continuously moved about the group, as this was his first time leading a team. Despite having consulted countless adventurers for insights on leadership prior to their departure, practical experience could not be substituted for mere theoretical knowledge. Hence, Kohler endeavored to be industrious. In the absence of experience, diligence would serve as his remedy. He was confident in his ability to fulfill this role and believed that one day, he would emerge as an exceptional captain. While wandering about, Kohler spotted Ye Huo, who had shamelessly infiltrated the ranks of the knights. Even Kohler was momentarily taken aback by Ye Huo's audacity. He recalled hearing from a seasoned adventurer captain that astute individuals are aware of the importance of selecting the safest positions, and that the most pivotal members of a team often mingle among the knights for their protection. Reflecting on this, Kohler found himself reassessing Ye Huo's cunning and caution, which stood in stark contrast to the foolish mages who flaunted their prowess at the forefront. "You are Hawkins, are you not?" Kohler approached the knightly formation, addressing the shameless Ye Huo, who was currently extolling the virtues of a 6th-tier knight. "Indeed, Captain, do you have any inquiries?" Ye Huo, momentarily taken aback by Kohler's sudden question, struggled to ascertain the captain's intentions. "Have you previously participated in any adventuring teams?" Kohler inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. "No, Captain, do you have any questions?" Ye Huo's repetitive inquiries left Kohler at a loss for words. Ultimately, Kohler could only cast a frustrated glare at Ye Huo before choosing to walk away at that moment. He could not afford to be delayed by the antics of a single individual, as the safety of the entire mage cohort was at stake. Kohler believed that should a band of thieves spring forth now, the foolish mages at the front would undoubtedly face utter annihilation. Watching Kohler depart, Ye Huo chuckled inwardly, recognizing that the captain was indeed no ordinary individual. However, he maintained a facade of indifference, continuing to lavish praise upon the knights surrounding him with shameless flattery. Words such as valiant and noble flowed effortlessly from Ye Huo's lips, showered upon the knights who had just been reprimanded by Kohler. In response to Ye Huo's extravagant commendations, the knights, having just been scolded, swiftly changed their demeanor towards him, and no longer did they care whether Ye Huo was truly as ineffectual as he appeared. Even the 6th-tier knight who had initially received Ye Huo's praises thumped his chest and assured him that under his leadership, they need not fear even a dragon. Naturally, Ye Huo relished this shift in the knights' attitudes. His initial aim in worming his way into their ranks had been to integrate himself among them. It could be said that as long as he remained among these knights, Ye Huo felt an undeniable sense of security. Although this team seemed rather disjointed, they comprised a mix of mid to high-tier professions, merely experiencing temporary chaos. Once they underwent a period of acclimatization, they would undoubtedly possess considerable combat capability. At the very least, Ye Huo believed that as long as they did not encounter a band of thieves numbering over 1,000, they would be safe. Moreover, even if they did confront such a formidable band, he was confident that their group could retreat without issue, leaving the thieves to watch helplessly. From the morning until noon, The team had not encountered any other travelers or caravans, for they traversed a narrow path. Though it was shorter, it also posed a greater risk of ambush. This was a deliberate arrangement by Kohler, who understood that for the team to cultivate cohesion, they first needed to face genuine combat. Only through the crucible of battle could these noble fools comprehend the fundamental distinctions between adventure and mere leisure, whether it was due to the team's overwhelming strength or some other reason. Under Kohler's guidance, they continued their journey from noon until the afternoon without encountering any unwitting adversaries. "Kohler, I fear we may not reach Ye City. What shall we do tonight?" Gaston called out from the center of the group. Hearing Gaston's words, Kohler raised his head to peer through the treetops, realizing he had overestimated the endurance of these young nobles. Without the numerous breaks they had taken along the way, they should have already been seated in an inn in Ye City, savoring fine ale. "We shall have to camp here for the night, as a new team. We lack experience with nighttime travel. Continuing on at night would render us more vulnerable to ambush," Kohler asserted. Though this was his first time leading a team, he was well versed in theory. Upon hearing Kohler's reasoning, Gaston nodded in agreement. As a thief, he certainly understood the most opportune moments for ambush. "Listen up. Everyone, it seems we will not reach Ye City today, so we must camp here for the night. Gather around. I will assign groups. We will take shifts on watch tonight." Kohler calculated the numbers, determining that dividing into 3 groups of 11 would be optimal. "Watch duty. We're utterly exhausted. In this desolate wilderness, not a single bird is in sight. Why must we stand guard? Indeed, we are noble mages. How can we be expected to stand watch?" "Silence," Kohler bellowed at the chorus of complaints, addressing the lethargic assembly. "Listen carefully. There is no such thing as a safe place in the wild. Do not assume that the absence of magical beasts equates to safety. I believe many a band of thieves would be quite eager to have you beautiful ladies serve as their captives." Kohler's ominous words aimed at the reluctant noble women had an immediate effect. Their spirits were instantly invigorated as they cast expectant glances at the noble gentleman nearby. "Does anyone still have an issue with taking shifts?" Kohler saw that his words had struck a chord, and he felt a surge of satisfaction. Sometimes, instilling a bit of fear into these individuals was indeed a wise choice. "If there are no objections, let us begin assigning groups. Gaston, you will work with Carter, Malady, and, at this moment, Kohler truly resembled a captain. However, in Ye Huo's eyes, if only Kohler could have chosen a location near a water source, he would have appeared even more like a true leader.